Sword God Chapter 716 to Chapter 767. The atmosphere was gloomy and ghostly. Chenzong's figure was swallowed up. Every move was terrifying, giving Chenzong an extremely evil feeling. Sword Intent Basic Style, another strike, another peak Extreme Mortal Stage 3rd level was killed. There were 5 left, the weakest of which was Extreme Mortal Stage 4th level. However, as soon as they fought, Chenzong knew that the cultivation method they practiced was only a middle-grade spiritual art. The purity of the spiritual power they cultivated was limited. It was just a bit colder than the average middle-grade spiritual art, which made it more difficult to deal with, but that was all. Another one had died, and now there were 4 left. They tried their best, but they couldn't hit Chenzong. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of Chenzong's figure. Under Chenzong's continuous refinement, the profound heart transformation was becoming more and more mysterious. Sword Intent Questioning the Heart, another strike, this one stronger, directed at the heart. The 4 peak mortal stage masters felt their minds tremble, as if they were in a trance. A battle between strong cultivators only lasted for a single breath. A moment of trance was enough to determine life and death. The Extreme Mortal Stage 7th level was the most powerful and was the first to regain consciousness. Soon after, the Extreme Mortal Stage 6th level also regained consciousness. However, the Extreme Mortal Stage 5th level and 4th level 5th level Mortal Stage 5th level and 4th level Mortal Stage 5th level Mortal Stage 5th level and 4th level Mortal Stage 3rd 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 level. Only 2 were left. From the moment the 7 of them joined forces until now, it had only been 10 breaths of time. 5 of them had been killed in an instant. The remaining 2 fort masters were extremely shocked. The aura Chenzong released was clearly that of an early Extreme Mortal Stage 4th level. How could he be so strong and be able to kill people who were so many levels above him? They didn't have time to think carefully. The red sword light covered the sky and covered the earth, flooding everything like a tidal wave, drowning the 2 men. The Extreme Mortal Stage 7th level had a high cultivation level. His spiritual energy was cold, and his martial arts were strong. He could withstand Chenzong's full power attack, but the Extreme Mortal Stage 6th level was under great pressure. He felt his entire body being cut up, and under the Void Sword energy's shocking sharpness and penetrating power, he felt waves of intense pain, as if he was being cut into pieces. Fighting 1 against 2, he was still able to gain the upper hand. Firstly, this Extreme Man Stage 7 was not as strong as Sword Monarch Flying Snow. The difference was obvious. After all, their cultivation levels were the same, but Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword techniques were extremely terrifying, allowing him to fight across realms. Secondly, after fighting with Sword Monarch Flying Snow for 10 days, Chenzong had gained some benefits in the Tao of the sword, and his strength had increased. Heart Intent Sword Questioning the Heart, another sword attack was launched. The sword light was illusory, and it was faintly discernible as it shuttled through the air. Poochie, the sound was very soft, like a speck of dust floating in the air. But when it fell into the ears of the Extreme Man Stage cultivator, it was like thunder, and death was upon him. With a single slash, Chenzong's figure brushed past his opponent. Once again, he charged towards the last 7th level human realm warrior. Sword after sword slashed out, and each sword had an incomparably tyrannical power condensed. The sword momentum of the second limit followed, as if it was accompanied by the wind and clouds. Chop chop chop, the aftermath of the terrifying power surged, and the houses collapsed into ruins. Countless cracks and holes appeared on the ground, and dust flew up into the air. The Een Demon Hand was continuously launched, and streaks of black palm prints carrying a chilly wind blasted towards Chenzong from all directions. But streaks of sword light flashed in the air, emitting a dazzling light, and shattered the black chilly palm prints one after another. The moment the palm prints were shattered, streaks of chilly black chi rushed out, silently causing the already damaged ground to become even more damaged. After all, he was still a extreme man stage 7. Even if Chen Zong could suppress him, it would not be that easy to kill him. Hard intent sword questioning the heart, with one slash, the opponent was slightly dazed, but quickly regained his senses. There was a sword mark on his body, and blood was dripping from it. He quickly retreated, not daring to fight Chen Zong again. Chen Zong stood his ground, his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, his left palm supporting the head of the sword. As he gently rubbed it, the sword vibrated at a high speed, emitting a series of ear-piercing buzzing sounds. The space around the edge of the blade seemed to be cut open, revealing a faint black color. The Heavenly Sword. Space Splitter. This was not a sword move of the Heart Sword way, but a sword move of the Heavenly Sword way. But it was also the most tyrannical sword move Chen Zong could use now. Space Splitter. Back then, the Heavenly Sword Jiandi could split the sky with this sword move. It was truly splitting the sky, and it was only a hair's breadth away from the Sky Emperor's breaking through the sky. No one in the world could block such a sword move. And with Chen Zong's current cultivation and realm, he could only display a small part of the essence of this sword move, and only a small part of its power. Even so, it was still very frightening. Slash, the red jade sword pushed and slashed, tearing the sky apart, and slashing towards the 7th tier extreme man. A flash of red light, vibrating at a high speed, seemed to have transcended time and space, and arrived in an instant. A light sound like cloth being torn apart rang out. There was no way to dodge, and no way to block it. The sky-splitting sword originally used high-frequency vibrations to push the sword's sharpness to the extreme, surpassing the limit, and cutting through everything. With one slash, the 7th tier extreme man was also cut open from the back. The terrifying sword chi killed all life, and he died immediately. Seeing his opponent dead, Chen Zong let out a sigh of relief. Even with his current cultivation and realm, using the sky-splitting sword still took a lot of effort. That high-frequency vibration caused his muscles and bones to go numb, and his chi and blood to churn. In a short period of time, he would not be able to use it a second time. With a wave of his hand, the 7 mustard seed bags fell into his hand, and he kept them in his virtual ring. But Chen Zong did not leave, because there were 9 chieftains in the Black Mountain stronghold. Now, only 8 of them were dead. There was one left, and it was the head chieftain, who had the highest cultivation. 8th tier extreme man, Chen Zong did not know where this person was. Although the battle did not last long, the aura was strong and destructive. If the head chieftain was here, he should have sensed it. Chen Zong spread out his spiritual sense, and like an invisible storm, it instantly covered a radius of more than 10,000 meters. Everything within the range appeared clearly in his mind, and nothing was missed. If he could not find it, then he would continue to search. After 3 breaths, Chen Zong felt a chill down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He instantly turned around, and his sword pierced through the air, but it missed. "You're looking for me, right?" With a faint sigh, Yin Qi silently lingered around, making Chen Zong feel goosebumps all over his body, and his heart was filled with horror. Immediately, a palm that looked like it was made of black jade and condensed a shocking Yin Qi. It passed through the air and slapped Chen Zong's back, and the momentum was so subtle that it was hard to detect. Chen Zong's spiritual sense was outstanding, and his perception was extremely sharp. He reacted instantly, and once again slashed out with his sword. Hard intense sword questions the heart, the long sword trembled, and a terrifying Yin Qi passed through the body of the sword and rushed to his palm, then quickly spread to his arm and engulfed his entire body. His pure yang qi and blood vibrated, and the formless sword energy surged violently, destroying the Yin Qi that had just invaded his body. Even so, Chen Zong still felt a terrifying chill, as if he was about to be frozen. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chen Zong took 3 steps in a row, each step leaving a deep and clear footprint on the ground. There was also a layer of white frost, which was the result of Chen Zong shattering the Yin energy that had invaded his body and guiding it out, reflecting on the ground. Chen Zong's face was solemn, and his eyes were sharp as a sword as he stared at the person who had suddenly attacked him. It was a man in a black robe. His entire body was covered in a black robe, and his face could not be seen. He looked very mysterious, and he was constantly emitting waves of Yin Qi. "You're very strong." The man opened his mouth. His voice was soft and sharp, which made Chen Zong feel uncomfortable. You're only at the 4th tier of the mortal realm, but you can kill a 7th tier of the mortal realm. You took my palm, so you must be a disciple of some big power. Chenzong did not respond, but stared at the man, trying to find some clues. Your spiritual energy waves are very pure, so you must have received an ultimate inheritance. The man in the black robe spoke again, as if he was talking to himself. You're the head chieftain of the Black Mountain stronghold? Chenzong suddenly asked. Head chieftain? The man in the black robe paused for a moment, then smiled. You can call me that if you want. It sounded like two people were just chatting, but Chenzong felt a dark and evil aura from the man. This aura made him feel very uncomfortable. You're very talented, and your strength is not bad. Join the Black Mountain stronghold, and I can make you the second chieftain. The man in the black robe spoke again. He was actually trying to recruit Chenzong. Normally, I only go into seclusion to train, so you'll be in charge of everything in the stronghold. It sounded very good, with only one person above all, but unfortunately, it was not attractive to Chenzong at all. I just killed 8 fort masters. Chenzong smiled faintly. They were just 8 pieces of trash, so what if I killed them? The head chieftain laughed evilly. He did not care at all, as if the 8 chieftains that he killed were just 8 ants. This made Chenzong's heart turn cold. You'll end up the same. Chenzong said. His heart was not swayed by the man's words. You really want to kill me? The head chieftain's tone seemed to be a little surprised. Why? To promote so-called justice? I'm killing you all because I want to use the sword of following my heart. That's all. Chenzong answered seriously. Sword of following my heart. Chenzong's answer surprised the bandit chief once more. He thought that Chenzong had killed his way here. Because of his righteous heart. He wanted to promote justice and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. He never expected such an answer. This made the head chieftain more interested. However, the bandit chief also understood that it was impossible to recruit the other party. This kind of God's favored one had a very high inheritance and enjoyed a lot of resources. His will was also very firm. Since he wanted to use the sword of following my heart, the head chieftain's offer would not tempt him at all. The head chieftain changed his mind and said again, the other 8 chieftains have always been in charge of the Black Mountain stronghold. What they decided was not my decision. Now that they are dead, I don't want to cause more trouble. Let's drop it. You can go. It was Chenzong's turn to be surprised. Brothers, regarding the building, some of our brothers have been muted and deleted. Because the management doesn't know who they are, the 6 Dao could only ask the editor, but the editor is on vacation and hasn't replied yet. The 6 Dao speculates that the muted comments are probably because they are too frequent and don't have much content. The deleted comments are probably because the management thinks they are making trouble. But no matter what, the 6 Dao has seen and remembered everyone's support. The 6 Dao will find another time to show his gratitude. The chilly wind blew, and the air was filled with coldness, as if the most insidious snake was lurking, staring at its prey and waiting for an opportunity to strike. This feeling made Chenzong very uncomfortable. The other party's attitude surprised Chenzong, and at the same time, made him more vigilant. All the signs indicated that the black-robed chief was the true master of the Black Mountain stronghold. As for the other 8 stronghold chiefs, regardless of cultivation or strength, they were inferior to the chief. Their status was far inferior to the chiefs. As for what the head chief said, that everything was done by the other 8 chiefs, Chenzong didn't believe it. Even if it was true, the head chief must have known about it, but he didn't stop it. He must be an accomplice, or maybe it was the head chief's idea. In short, if he didn't kill, his heart wouldn't be satisfied, and his sword wouldn't be straight. With this thought, Chenzong's heart became more determined. Even if thousands of disasters hit him, he wouldn't be shaken. His eyes became brighter, and a sharp light shot out from his pupils. What a pity. Seeing Chenzong's eyes, the head chief shook his head slightly and said regretfully. Immediately, a terrifying murderous intent gushed out from his body, as if it came from hell. It was as if an evil spirit was coming for his life. The murderous intent seemed to have condensed into a substance, and turned into wisps of black color, which surrounded his body and emitted a terrifying wave of coldness. In an instant, the head chief seemed to have turned into an evil spirit. The extremely cold murderous intent mixed with the murderous intent quickly spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters, including Chen Zong. The more people or beasts they killed, the more intense the murderous aura they accumulated. It was as if the murderous aura had materialized. It was unknown how much blood they had stained their hands. This kind of murderous aura mixed with baleful aura was incomparably gloomy and cold to the extreme. It was even more terrifying, causing one's heart to turn cold. Chen Zong was enveloped. He could only feel the boundless murderous aura and incomparably cold aura constantly invading his body. It was as if his entire body was going to be frozen, and even his spiritual will was about to be frozen. Trembling uncontrollably, Chen Zong pushed his pure yang qi to the extreme. His skin gradually turned red, and waves of heat spread out from his body, like a burning furnace that could burn everything. Under the influence of the pure yang blood qi, the temperature could easily melt refined steel. However, it could only barely resist the invasion of this terrifying colding energy. As the illusory sword energy surged, it mixed with the pure yang blood qi and crushed the colding energy that invaded his body bit by bit. However, the colding energy that emerged from his opponent's body was getting denser and denser. If this continued, Chen Zong did not know if he could withstand it. He had to use his sword. With a thought, the sword moved as well. The shocking sharpness and heat sliced apart the colding energy, turning it into a terrifying sword light that could melt gold and iron. The sound made one's scalp go numb. This sword qi, which was enough to threaten a normal extreme mortal stage 6th stage warrior, was easily crushed by the opponent. Kill! Kill! Sword after sword slashed out. Every sword was incomparably scorching, carrying the true intent of fire. The scorching heat was terrifying enough to incinerate everything. However, they were all shattered by the opponent's sword. With a wave of his black sleeves, a gust of cold wind that could be seen with the naked eye appeared, turning into a cyclone that swept across the area. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the cyclone came from all directions. The heaven and earth spiritual qi was constantly being absorbed into the cold cyclone, causing it to become more condensed and stronger. Darkness spread out, as if it could devour everything and turn everything into dust. The sword struck out like a rainbow. Break! Break! In demon hand, from within the sleeves of his robe, a palm that seemed to be forged from black jade slammed down from the sky. It was as if a black mountain was pressing down on the earth. A terrifying pressure abruptly landed on Chen Zong, bringing with it a shocking baleful aura, causing Chen Zong's expression to change abruptly. Mystic heart change? Everlasting heart change. Chen Zong's body seemed to have been forcefully twisted by a mysterious force, like smoke being torn apart by a strong wind. At the same time, the Yin demon hand struck down from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground shook. Chen Zong's body collapsed, and a huge black palm print sank deep into the ground. In the next moment, numerous figures were stretched out by a mysterious power and appeared around the bandit chief. Every single one of them held a scorching red sword, and they all attacked with their swords. I thought you were a god's favored one, and your future was limitless, so I wanted to train you. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you. In that case, I can only destroy you. Ignoring the layers of illusion attacks, the black-robed man sighed softly, but his hands didn't stop at all. He opened and shook, and his sleeves rolled like waves, creating a loud crashing sound, like the rising and falling of the tide. Waves of Yin Qi roared like dragons and snakes. Countless Yin Qi mixed with a terrifying evil Qi surrounded the area, and the heaven and earth spiritual Qi within a radius of 10,000 meters surged. Yin Python killing frenzy. In an instant, the bandit chief's arms seemed to have turned into dark pythons. They swept out and shattered the illusions. Then, the pythons opened their mouths and spat out cold, baleful qi as they bit down on Chen Zong's true body. Retreat! In an instant, the two Yin pythons were hundreds of meters away, but they seemed to be stretching out and chasing after him. Houses collapsed and shattered, and dust flew everywhere. Chen Zong waved his sword, and in an instant, hundreds of swords turned into a majestic red sword light. It was like a falling pillar, and it blasted towards the two giant Yin pythons. But even such a powerful sword light couldn't do anything to the Yin pythons. It was shattered by the Yin pythons, and turned into a sky full of red light, as bright as the stars. 8th tier extreme mortal. realm, his cultivation is much higher than mine. His cultivation method is at least of the upper level, and his spiritual chi is even purer and stronger. His martial arts attainments are superb, and his power is overwhelming. The thought flashed through his mind. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't have the upper hand. If his opponent had only trained in a mid-level spiritual art, then perhaps he could still put up a fight. However, the difference between a mid-level spiritual art and a high-level spiritual art was rather obvious. Most importantly, his cultivation level was only at the early stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm, while his opponent was at the 8th level of the mortal realm. Let me try out the secret of the heavenly sword path. Muttering to himself, Qianzong paused, and the red jade sword returned to its scabbard. As he closed his eyes, an intense light shot out, and it was as if the sword mark was reflected in his pupils. Lu Hen's sword pupil, this was the prerequisite to using a secret technique. Secret technique, sword aura convergence. Under Lu Hen's sword pupil, the aura in the air became clear. It was the aura of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the tracks of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As Qianzong's hands formed the sword seal, the spiritual chi that was clearly visible under Lu Hen's sword pupil flowed towards Qianzong from all directions, like rivers flowing back to the stream. As the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged towards Qianzong's body, it was affected by the sword seal formed by his hands. It was as if a sword had been sharpened, and it became extremely sharp, and pierced into Qianzong's body like a sharp sword. It was no different from a long sword piercing into his body. Waves of pain spread throughout his body, but Qianzong had to bear it. He did not make a sound, and he did not even frown. Along with the pain of the sharp sword piercing into his body, a majestic, overbearing, and sharp force suddenly exploded in his body, attacking Qianzong's body, as if it wanted to tear Qianzong's body apart. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled in his body. Qianzong only felt that his body was constantly being filled and expanding, and he had become a giant standing between the heavens and the earth. But in fact, Qianzong's body did not change at all. It was just that a terrifying aura was surging madly from his body, attacking the surroundings, and cutting the ground inch by inch, leaving countless shocking and chaotic sword marks. This change was very fast. Fearing that something unexpected would happen, the head chieftain rode the Yin python to attack. The python opened its mouth and bit towards Qianzong, intending to swallow Qianzong in one bite. However, the closer the Yin python got to Qianzong, the slower it became under the impact of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. 3 breaths, all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 30,000 meters had been transformed into pure sword chi, and all of it was absorbed into Qianzong's body. In an instant, Qianzong had absorbed so much spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He felt as if his body was about to explode. As he breathed, he felt that the chi that came out was about to cut his nasal cavity. He stared at the 2 Yin pythons, and under the Lu Hen sword pupil, he saw that the 2 Yin pythons were covered with black lines. It was the countless black lines that made up the Yin pythons. Break! A low roar, but it was as if it came from his mouth, but it also seemed to come from his body. The red jade sword was unsheathed again. Terrifying sword chi surged out from Qianzong's body. It was majestic and overbearing. It swallowed the red jade sword, and then it stabbed out. This sword stabbed heavily into the head of one of the Yin pythons, hitting the intersection of 4 black lines. Suddenly, the Yin python trembled, and the black lines twisted, showing signs of collapse. Seeing this, Qianzong attacked again. The red jade sword pierced through the air, and in an instant, hundreds of swords stabbed at the intersection of the 2 Yin pythons' black lines. The 2 Yin pythons trembled violently, and from the place where the red jade sword pierced, they began to disintegrate, turning into black smoke and spreading out. However, the black smoke did not disperse completely. It was as if it was restricted to a certain area by an invisible force, and it tumbled about rapidly. As the bandit chief struck out with his palm, a pure black palm formed by Yin chi shot out from the black smoke. The giant black palm, with a flip of its hand, was dark, mysterious, and overbearing, as if the boundless hell had descended. Qianzong's eyes flashed with sword marks. They were cold and indifferent, as if he could see through everything. The red jade sword pierced through the air again. Swordwell basic style, under the sword chi convergence, endless power filled Qianzong's body, and as the red jade sword danced, it was terrifying. Every time the sword chi surged, Qianzong felt a tearing pain all over his body. It was the basic style, but he felt that it was difficult to control. The power was too strong. The giant black hand, which looked like the boundless hell, stopped in midair. The center of the palm was pierced, and the cracks quickly spread out, like a spider's web. After destroying the black hand, Qianzong endured the pain of his body being torn apart, and attacked again. The sword pierced through the air, and in a flash, it was in front of the head chief. The terrifying pressure of the sword tore apart the head chief's black robe, revealing a pale and feminine face. His eyes were dark and mysterious, and there was still a trace of shock on his face. Red light filled the sky. The sword chi was so violent that it roared like a hurricane, trying to kill everything. In the storm of sword chi, Qianzong approached head chieftain with his sword like a red thunderbolt. He raised his sword to kill him. Under the secret method of sword chi convergence, a large amount of powerful sword chi gathered in his body and was in urgent need of release. Qianzong could use his sword regardless of the cost. Sword, 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 there was nothing else in his mind. He could only use his sword. Majestic, violent, domineering, and sharp, all of these were vividly expressed by the sword. His body was cut by the sword chi. Waves of tearing pain swept through his body. The more pain he felt, the more intense Qianzong's sword was because it made him feel better. He was alternating between pain and pleasure. Terrifying sword chi surged in all directions. Under the sword chi's attack, the already collapsed house became even more shattered, as if it was turned into powder. Head chieftain's pale face was full of seriousness. At this moment, Qianzong could tell at a glance that he was not in the right state. It was very scary. The strength he displayed was far more powerful than usual. Countless sword chi came at him violently. Head chieftain had to use all his strength to resist. In the storm of sword chi, Qianzong made the starting gesture of the sky-splitting sword style again. He tried his best to pour all the violent sword chi into the long sword in his hand. The red jade sword trembled as if it could not bear the injection of such a powerful force. The sword vibrated faster than usual. Qianzong felt that the sword was about to fly out of his hand. Sky-splitting, he struck out with his sword with all his strength and didn't hold back in the slightest, causing the violent sword chi that surged endlessly within his body to be completely exhausted. Cut, a beam of red sword light, extremely sharp, cut the storm of sword chi. It also seemed to cut the world in front of it. It tore the sky with extreme sharpness, leaving a faint black mark. The moment the sword was out, it was already in front of head chieftain. It was too fast to dodge. Head chieftain could only raise his hands. Black light spread out, making his hands look like they were made of black jade. They emitted a shocking chill, freezing the surrounding air and turning it white. He reached out with both hands, trying to catch Qianzong's sword. The moment his hand grabbed the sword, the bandit chief's expression changed drastically. He was shocked, but it was already too late for him to react. The terrifying space-splitting sword originally had an extremely shocking power, and it couldn't be used easily. Not to mention, it was under the infusion of such a violent and majestic sword chi. Its power had increased by an unknown amount. His hands, which were made of black jade, were unable to block the terrifying power of this sword. They were blasted away by the high-speed vibrations. Wherever the sword went, nothing could stop it. Chop, the red jade sword pierced through the bandit chief's chest and came out from his back. The terrifying sword chi twisted and tore apart the bandit chief's final counterattack. However, the head bandit chief's deep eyes were very strange. They seemed to be filled with pity, mockery, and disgust. With a boom, the bandit chief's body exploded under the attack of thousands of sword chi. The shocking impact made Qianzong retreat continuously. In the end, he sat down on the ruined ground, panting heavily. The sword chi coalesced into one ended, and the majestic sword chi that filled his body also dissipated. However, Qianzong felt as if he was about to fall apart. His muscles were sore and weak, and waves of tearing pain still reverberated throughout his body. He couldn't summon any strength, and his head was a little dizzy. His eyes were sore and painful, as if they had been pricked by needles. This was the after effect. Qianzong reluctantly took out an elixir and swallowed it. The elixir's power spread out, and a cold feeling swept through his body. It eased the tearing pain all over his body, and then slowly disappeared. The sword chi coalesced into one secret technique is still too strong for me. Without a strong enough physique, it's difficult to bear the terrifying impact of its power, Chen Zong thought to himself as he recovered. Some secret techniques had special requirements. For example, the sword chi coalesced into one secret technique was very powerful, but it required a strong enough physique to bear it. Otherwise, not only would it not be able to exert its full power, but it would also damage the body and leave behind serious injuries. Unfortunately, whether it was the Heavenly Sword Way or the Dark Feather Way, there was no body tempering technique. In the vast Taiyuan Heaven sect, there was no transcendent level body tempering technique. The body tempering technique belonged to the ancient Cultivation Way, and it was gradually lost with the passage of time. The Heavenly Sword Jiandi had a fortuitous encounter that made his physique very strong. That was why he could bear the power of the sword chi coalesced into one secret technique. Unfortunately, that fortuitous encounter was not a body tempering technique. I still have a long way to go, Chen Zong thought to himself. When he got up, the pain was alleviated a lot. It seemed that it would be completely gone in a while. The strength in his body was also recovering rapidly, but the recovery of his consumed spiritual sense was not so fast. After all, there was no suitable cultivation method for cultivating spiritual sense. However, this battle had also brought Chen Zong a lot of benefits. After some time, he would definitely make progress. The Black Mountain stronghold had been eliminated, and Chen Zong's murderous intent had been vented. He felt refreshed. After his body, strength, and spiritual sense had mostly recovered, Chen Zong put away the mustard seed bag of the head chieftain. However, he was not in a hurry to inquire about it. Instead, he walked out of the stronghold. The Black Mountain stronghold had been eliminated, so there was no point in staying. Demon. Soul devouring, the gloomy and cold voice was faint, as if it came from the abyss of hell. It was faintly discernible and intermittent, like the chanting of demons. Chen Zong only felt that his mind was in a trance. Everything in front of him was distorted in an instant. It was as if the sun had set in the west, and dusk had come, and then it was instantly dark. He could not see his own fingers. The strong trance made Chen Zong's consciousness sink continuously, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He could not hear or see anything, and only felt that the world was spinning. Oh! What a pure and powerful spiritual sense! What a perfect body! I originally planned to find another servant after the death of one, but I didn't expect to meet such a perfect body. This is the Devil Lord's favor. As long as I occupy this body, I can not only be resurrected, but also practice to a higher realm. Strange and shrill laughter sounded in Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. The black gas filled the air and condensed into a ghost. The ghost's face could not be seen. There was only a pair of green eyes, which were eerie and cold. Immediately, along with the shrill laughter, the ghost exploded with a bang and turned into endless black smoke, which quickly spread out like rolling waves. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. Chen Zong's consciousness had already fallen into a strange state. He did not know the changes in his sea of consciousness at all. Falling continuously, into the abyss. The abyss was bottomless, and he did not know when he would fall to the bottom. Chen Zong wanted to struggle, but found that his resistance was very weak. As the black smoke filled the air, it began to erode Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. Chen Zong's sea of consciousness was gradually dyed with a touch of black. It was so dark that it was dark and deep, and it constantly emitted a gloomy and cold aura. The shrill laughter became more and more obvious. It was complacent because soon, it would completely erode Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. At that time it would be able to completely occupy this body and make it his own. With such a body, its potential was astonishing. Not only could it cultivate to a higher realm, but it could also use this identity to infiltrate the enemy, gather information, and cause destruction. It would be convenient for the ancient demon hall to rise again. The more it thought about it, the more it felt good. The ancient demon hall would rise again, release the demon lord from the seal, and lead the ancient demon hall to the Blue Waves continent. At that time it would be even stronger than before, suppress and slaughter all the enemies, and unify the Blue Waves continent. Suddenly, the heart-sword seal that was almost covered by darkness trembled slightly. A silver divine radiance flashed, and a mighty power shook the world. It was abundant and irresistible, and it directly expelled the darkness. The silver divine radiance shone brightly, and the heart-sword seal rose into the sky like a blazing sun, illuminating all things and dispelling the darkness. What is this? Why is there such a thing in your sea of consciousness? There were screams, panic, and fear. Stop. Stop. However, the heart-sword seal wouldn't listen to him. In fact, even Xianxia couldn't control the heart-sword seal. The silver divine radiance became increasingly resplendent and powerful. It occupied half of the sea of consciousness, illuminating it with divine radiance. It was as if it was a divine realm. The darkness was dispelled. Not only was it dispelled, but it was also burned and annihilated by the silver divine radiance. It was completely annihilated, and it caused fatal damage to the Yin soul. If it continued, it might be annihilated here. He only wanted to occupy this perfect body and cultivate again. He didn't want to die here. Cursing and begging for mercy were all useless. The silver divine radiance released by the heart-sword seal continued to spread. Gradually, the silver divine radiance illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. The last trace of darkness was also annihilated under the great resistance. It was accompanied by a final miserable scream filled with despair. The endless abyss suddenly disappeared in an instant, and Xianxia's falling consciousness also instantly returned. The darkness in front of him disappeared. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly as usual. However, in Xianxia's eyes, it was so beautiful that it seemed to have a magnificence that wasn't usually there. That was close. Although Xianxia wasn't very clear about what had happened, he knew that he was in danger just now. It was really very dangerous. His consciousness kept falling and would eventually dissipate. When that happened, he would really die. What the hell happened? The moment this thought appeared, his mind shook. A torrent of information surged out like a flood into Xianxia's sea of consciousness, into Xianxia's mind, and into Xianxia's consciousness. There was too much information. For a moment, Xianxia didn't know what it was. He could only stand there and accept it. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, Xianxia still felt as if his head was about to explode. Waves of intense pain swept over him. His face grew paler and paler. He frowned and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. A quarter of an hour, the boundless and chaotic information bombarded Xianxia for a full 15 minutes. If it were any other extreme mortal stage cultivator, they would have long since lost their consciousness under such an impact. However, Xianxia was able to withstand it. The result was that his face was pale and his entire body was drenched in sweat. Ancient Devil Hall, 13 Devil Flags, 13 Devil Emperors, the information in his mind made Xianxia feel indescribably shocked. His mind was like turbulent waves. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia quickly calmed himself down. His expression returned to normal, but his mind was still sorting out the information. The more he sorted it out, the more surprised Xianxia was. Amidst his surprise, there was also a kind of joy. He never thought that behind the Black Mountain stockade, there was actually a remnant of the ancient Devil Hall. In other words, the head stockade was controlled by the remnant of the ancient Devil Hall, and the other 8 stockade masters were controlled by the head stockade. The remnant of the ancient Devil Hall was only left with a soul. The reason why he let the stockade people kill and plunder young women was to use the Yin Qi of those women to cultivate himself and form a Yin soul body. In the end, he would return to the world. Otherwise, with the power of his soul, he would not be able to do anything. At most, he would be able to control an extreme man like the head bandit chief. That was all. Back then, when he tried to control the head bandit chief, he had used up most of the power of his soul. In the beginning, he did it secretly. He kept plundering women to provide him with Yin Qi and condensed it continuously. After the initial completion of the Yin soul body, he needed more women's Yin Qi. Therefore, the stockade people were even more wantonly plundering. However, they did not expect to attract Xianxia. After Xianxia killed the 8 stockade masters, the head stockade first tried to recruit Xianxia. Then, after Xianxia rejected Xianxia, he had no intention of pursuing the matter. This was also the ancient devil Hall's intention. Although he really wanted to kill Chenzong, in order to avoid hitting the grass, he thought that Chenzong might come from a big power. Once he attracted the attention of a big power, his future cultivation would be difficult, and he might even be captured. However, it was a pity that Chenzong did not leave. Instead, he attacked. He had no choice but to fight. Unexpectedly, the head stockade was killed, and the Yin soul could only attack Chenzong. In the beginning, he just wanted to control Chenzong so that he could continue to reorganize the Black Mountain stockade and continue to plunder women to absorbing qi. Unexpectedly, he found that Chenzong's soul sense was strong and his body was perfect. If he were to occupy the body of an ordinary warrior, it would be better for him to cultivate the way of Yin soul. However, if he could occupy a body like Chenzong's, his potential would be much better than cultivating the way of Yin soul. After weighing the pros and cons in an instant, the evil spirit made a decision. It wanted to occupy Chenzong's body and put on a play about how it wouldn't die if it didn't seek death. If it wasn't for the Heartsword seal, perhaps the spirit would have succeeded. However, there were no ifs. He failed, and the price of failure was that his soul would scatter and disappear completely from the world. Only his memories were left behind and were absorbed by Chenzong. These memories allowed Chenzong to know the cause and effect. However, this was not important. What was important was the information about the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall. Chenzong had once asked his master, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord. However, at that time, Chenzong was only at the pseudo-transcendent realm. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord had told Chenzong to focus on his cultivation and not pay attention to anything else. But now, if he wanted to obtain the devil poison, he would have to come into contact with the Heavenly Ancient Devil Hall. The strongest person in the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall was also the ruler. He was called the Demon Lord. The Heaven Ancient Demon Lord, however, the Heaven Ancient Demon Lord was defeated after a great battle more than 1,000 years ago. He was suppressed and sealed, and seemed to be suppressed in a sea. Under the Heaven Ancient Demon Lord were 13 demon flags, which were led by 13 demon emperors. Under the 13 demon emperors, there were 78 demon emperors. Under the demon emperors were the demon kings. Under the demon kings were the great demon envoys, demon guards, and demon soldiers. Demon emperors were titled emperors, demon emperors were titled emperors, demon kings were titled emperors, demon kings were titled emperors, great demon envoys were titled emperors, demon envoys were titled emperors, demon kings were titled emperors, great demon envoys were earthly spirit realm, demon envoys were extreme mortal realm, demon guards were pseudo-transcendent realms 3 extremes, while demon soldiers were pseudo-transcendent realms 7 to 9 stars. In other words, the weakest in the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall was at least 7 stars. Of course, the official disciples of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect were at least 7 stars. However, the number of official disciples in the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect was limited. There were only a few thousand of them. However, in the spirit's memories, the number of demon soldiers in the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall could be said to be more than 100,000. It was terrifying. In the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, there are only 2 titled emperors, but the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall has 13 demon emperors. Thinking of this, Chenzong's heart became heavier. Strong, this kind of Heaven Ancient Demon Hall was really too tyrannical. The spirit's memories let Chenzong know that the battle more than 1,000 years ago swept across the entire Blue Waves continent. The people of the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall led an endless tide of underground demons to descend. In that battle, who knew how many people died, and who knew how many experts fell? In the end, after paying a huge price, the Heaven Ancient Demon Master was defeated and suppressed. Some of the 13 demon emperors were killed, some were suppressed, and the other demon emperors and demon kings were also defeated. As for the great demon envoys and demon envoys, most of them were killed, and a small number of them fled. There were always some who survived. Chenzong had met a demon envoy before, a demon envoy belonging to the Blood Demon flag. Now, this spirit was also a demon envoy, but it was an earthly spirit realm great demon envoy belonging to the Shadow Demon flag. Chenzong couldn't help but rejoice. A great demon envoy was an earthly spirit realm expert. Fortunately, only a soul was left, and it was only at the initial stage of condensing a spirit body. Otherwise, he would be dead for sure. But thinking about it, he really almost died. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heartsword seal. Otherwise, his consciousness would have been swallowed by the other party, and his body would have also become the other party's. This shadow demon flag Great Demon Envoy's memories were very rich and messy. After Qinzong finished reading the information of the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall, he searched for information about the demon poison. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. The description of the demon poison in the memories was quite clear, and precisely because it was clear, Qinzong felt that it was troublesome. The refining process of the demon poison required 99 kinds of raw materials. Among them, 13 kinds of raw materials could only grow in the underground demon abyss and were irreplaceable. In other words, to refine the demon poison, one must enter the underground demon abyss to collect the corresponding materials. After obtaining the materials, one still needed to use a unique method to purify the demon poison 19 times, and then refine it. As the antidote of the demon poison, it didn't have such complicated materials and methods, but it still required 18 kinds of raw materials. Among them, 8 kinds of raw materials could only be found in the underground demon abyss. Especially the most important one, it actually required the blood essence of the transcendent demon race. This was information that bordered on despair. If he couldn't obtain the antidote of the demon poison, his master wouldn't be able to wake up. After 30 years, he would directly die. No, it wouldn't even be 30 years. No matter what, I must obtain the antidote of the demon poison within the time limit. Qinzong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Even if he had to enter the so-called underground demon abyss alone, he wouldn't hesitate. A real man should have a purpose in this world. No one could stop him from obtaining the antidote of the demon poison. Stepping forward, Qinzong walked to the foot of the Black Mountain, but in front of him, there were 2 figures flying towards him at an astonishing speed, like the wind. To be precise, one person was leading the other person, approaching at a speed as fast as light. When Qinzong saw them, the other party also saw Qinzong. A tyrannical aura suddenly rushed over, causing sand and stones to fly, sweeping everything as if it wanted to swallow Qinzong. This made Qinzong's expression turn solemn. The aura was even more tyrannical than that of the chief. 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. Uncle Zong, it's him. A clear voice like that of an oriole rang out. The aura that had locked onto Qinzong weakened. In the next breath, 2 figures appeared in front of Qinzong. One of them was the baby-faced woman, and the other was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a cyan robe. His sharp eyes were staring at Qinzong as if he wanted to see through Qinzong. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't see through Qinzong. He couldn't even tell the level of his cultivation. Fortunately, you didn't kill them. The baby-faced woman obviously misunderstood that Qinzong hadn't broken into the Black Mountain stockade. Uncle Zong, this time it's your turn. You wait for me at the foot of the mountain. The middle-aged man in a cyan robe finished his words and was about to go up the mountain. Wait. Qinzong suddenly said, I've killed all the people of the Black Mountain stockade. Swish, his gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the sky in an instant. It was as if he could cut open the sky and directly approach Qinzong. The baby-faced woman covered her mouth and stared at Qinzong with her eyes wide open. Her face was full of disbelief. Withdrawing his gaze, the green-robed middle-aged man's figure moved like the wind. He instantly flew up and entered the stronghold. What entered his eyes were many collapsed houses. The ground was full of potholes, and there were countless scratches. The air was still filled with remnant aura fluctuations. Cold, mysterious, cold, domineering, majestic, sharp, it was clear that a battle had taken place here not long ago, and it was an extremely intense battle. But, was it really that young man's doing? It was unbelievable no matter how he thought about it. He couldn't find any survivors. There were only many corpses lying around. Upon closer inspection, the wounds on these corpses were all caused by sword slashes. Maybe he really did it. The middle-aged man in a cyan robe thought to himself. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart. The Black Mountain stockade had 9 stockade leaders. Every one of them was an elite of the extreme mortal realm. The weakest was at the 3rd LV of the extreme mortal realm. It was said that the head stockade had the highest cultivation, reaching the 8th LV of the extreme mortal realm. But now, they were all killed. Unbelievable. What level was this young man's cultivation at? From what his niece had said, it seemed that he was only at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. That was impossible. No matter how strong an early stage of the extreme mortal realm was, it was impossible for him to fight against an 8th LV of the extreme mortal realm, let alone kill one. Unless, he was hiding his cultivation level. As his mind raced, the middle-aged man in a cyan robe quickly went down the mountain. Like a gust of wind, he appeared in front of Chenzong. His eyes stared at Chenzong. The light in his eyes grew sharper, as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. However, Chenzong's expression was normal. He didn't change at all because of the man's stare. He didn't even feel pressured. Instead, he met the man's gaze. Exhaling, the middle-aged man in a cyan robe hid the light in his eyes. He smiled. "Where did you come from?" "Young friend, you've done the right thing by eradicating a malignant tumor like the Black Mountain Gang. You've done the people a favor by eliminating a scourge." The middle-aged man smiled. "Young friend, you're so young and you're so talented. Why don't you come to my humble abode for a few days so that I can discuss martial arts with you?" Chenzong thought for a moment and agreed. The other party was of the extreme mortal realm. It would be beneficial for him to discuss martial arts with him. The baby-faced girl was also happy to see Chenzong agree. Soon, Chenzong found out the names and backgrounds of the baby-faced girl and the middle-aged man in green. Lu Zhenru and Lu Zongyi were from the Lu family of the Red Valley. If the Lu clan didn't sound that famous, then the Lu clan of the Red Valley was famous. There were many surnames like the Lu family in the Tianjin continent. However, there was only one Red Valley Lu family, which was a mid-level power. It was said that it used to be an upper-level power, but it had fallen. However, it was still one of the more powerful ones among the mid-level powers. Half a day later, Chenzong followed Lu Zongyi and Lu Zhenru to the Red Valley Lu family. The Red Valley was the name of the place. It was a huge valley filled with many light red stones. That was how it got its name. The Lu family's mansion was located in the valley. Lu Zongyi was at the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm and was an elder of the Lu family of the Red Valley. As for the Earth Spirit Realm cultivators, they were all in closed-door cultivation in pursuit of higher realms. They wouldn't appear unless something major happened. Lu Zongyi was the second elder of the Red Valley Lu family. The baby-faced girl, Lu Zhenru, had an even higher status. She was the granddaughter of the current head of the family. Thus, Chenzong temporarily stayed in the Red Valley's Lu clan. The residence that Lu Zongyi arranged for him was called the Red Leaf Residence. It was filled with large leaves of redwood, and each leaf was the size of 2 palms. They were fiery red and looked extremely beautiful. When the wind blew past, the fiery red leaves would sway and let out a rustling sound, like red waves rising and falling. "Brother Chen, I planted these large red leaves myself." Lu Zhenru's eyes narrowed into crescents. Her baby face looked like a happy child. It was hard to imagine that such a childlike girl was actually at the first level of the extreme mortal realm. This level of talent really surpassed many people. "It's beautiful." Chenzong smiled. Lu Zhenru smiled even more happily, just like a child who had been praised. Lu Zhenru felt this way because Chenzong had slaughtered his way into the Black Mountain stronghold all by himself and exterminated them. He had displayed his shocking strength. Moreover, Chenzong was very young. He was probably not much older than her. "Brother Chen, let me show you around," Lu Zhenru said again, her big eyes fixed on Chenzong, her face full of hope. "Thank you," Chenzong said with a smile. "Let's go, our Red Valley has many fun places." Lu Zhenru was very happy. She brought Chenzong out of Red Leaf Court. Lu Zhenru was in a good mood. She brought Chenzong to tour the Red Valley, looking at different sceneries. Chenzong also relaxed his mind and blended into the environment to appreciate the sceneries, harmonizing his soul. In the evening, the setting sun shone down diagonally, covering the light red valley with a layer of red gauze, making it look even more dark red. It was a shocking red, a red that shocked the soul, a red that shocked the heart, and a red that was magnificent. Stepping on the silhouettes of the setting sun, Chenzong and Lu Zhenru walked towards the gate of Red Leaf Court. Facing them, 3 figures walked over from the side. Their gazes swept past like cold lightning. When they saw Lu Zhenru, one of them was delighted. But when they saw Chenzong, they frowned. Their gaze was like a cold shooting star, as if they wanted to pierce through Chenzong's body. "Sister Ru, who is he?" The young man's coldness was restrained. He squeezed out a smile and seemed to be asking politely. But when he saw Chenzong, his eyes shone with a fierce light again. As for the other 2 young men, they stared at Chenzong unkindly, as if Chenzong was an enemy. Chenzong's expression was calm, but he took in everyone's reaction. He couldn't help but find it funny. Obviously, these 3 young men misunderstood something. But Chenzong didn't say anything. What was there to explain? There was no need for that. "Brother Jingming, this is Chenzong." "Brother Chen, he." Lu Zhenru was about to introduce Chenzong, but she was interrupted by him. "Okay, it's just a small matter. I have a few good friends who came from afar. I'm going to entertain them at the Green Willow Court." "Sister Ru, come with me," Lu Jingming said, not looking at Chenzong again, as if Chenzong was air. Lu Zhenru was smart, but a little slow. She didn't notice Lu Jingming's attitude at all, or maybe she was already used to it. Since they are brother Jingming's friends, it's only right for Zhenru to meet them. Lu Zhenru looked at Chenzong. "Brother Chen, I'll leave first. I'll take you to other places to play another day." Chenzong nodded and walked towards the gate of the Red Leaf Court. This was a matter between the Lu family disciples. It had nothing to do with him. "At least you know your place." A cold voice sounded in his ear. It was Lu Jingming's voice. Chenzong ignored it. At night, Lu Zongyi stepped into the Red Leaf Court with a pot of wine. He sat in the courtyard with Chenzong. The moon was bright in the sky. Perhaps it was because of the unique environment of the Red Valley, but the moon in the sky was covered with a layer of light red, which made it look even more magnificent. Chenzong and Lu Zongyi talked about martial arts while drinking the 100-year-old wine. Lu Zongyi had lived for more than 200 years and his cultivation was in the 9th tier of the extreme human realm. He had once traveled all over the Tianjin continent and even visited several other continents in order to gain experience. He was very experienced and had rich battle experience. He was knowledgeable and eloquent. Chenzong had a pleasant conversation with him. Chenzong's age was less than a fraction of Lu Zongyi's, but his talent was many times better than Lu Zongyi's. Moreover, the inheritance he received was very advanced. In addition, he had read a lot of books and accumulated a lot of knowledge. Some ideas came easily to him, which made Lu Zongyi very impressed. They talked about everything. Unknowingly, the bright moon set in the west and the morning sun shone. The golden red light sprinkled on the Red Leaf Court and also on Chenzong and Lu Zongyi. Only then did they wake up. It was daybreak. "Talking about martial arts with you is better than my years of meditation." Lu Zongyi sighed. "Brother Lu is very knowledgeable and has profound martial arts. You are very helpful to me." Chenzong also said. In terms of age, Chenzong should have called him senior, but Lu Zongyi insisted on not doing so. It felt like they were friends despite the difference in age. He gained a lot from talking about martial arts with Lu Zongyi. If talking about the sword with Sword Monarch of Flying Snow increased the depth of his way of the sword, then talking about martial arts with Lu Zongyi increased the breadth of his way of the sword. Both depth and breadth were indispensable. Moreover, Chenzong explained the theories from the various books he had read. It was equivalent to further understanding and mastery. Cultivation was not only about sitting and absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It included many other aspects. Talking about martial arts was one of them. Of course, for people whose cultivation was not high enough, talking about martial arts was useless. It was just a waste of time. For the next few days, he cultivated during the day and talked about martial arts with Lu Zongyi at night. Lu Zhenru also came to look for Chenzong once. She wanted to bring Chenzong out to play. However, Chenzong was cultivating and did not leave. A few days later, Chenzong felt that he had talked enough with Lu Zongyi and prepared to leave. "Wait." Lu Zongyi urged Chenzong to stay. He said with a serious expression, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it, Chenzong? Brother Lu, what is it? Chenzong did not agree directly. Friendship was friendship. Not long ago, a secondary world entrance was discovered in the forest 500 kilometers away from Red Valley. After appraisal, it was left behind by a powerful ancient sect. There might be resources and heritage left behind by that sect, Lu Zongyi said with a serious expression. However, that secondary world entrance is destined to not be monopolized by a single faction. Therefore, after a few days of discussion, a total of 4 factions have obtained a spot to enter that secondary world. Chenzong knew about the secondary world very well. This was because the Taiyuan Heaven sect had several secondary worlds. Although Chenzong had only entered one, it did not prevent him from understanding it. No matter what, the secondary world was very important. What did Lu Zongyi mean by telling him this? That world entrance has a restriction on the cultivation level of those who enter, Lu Zongyi continued. They cannot exceed the extreme mortal realm. My Lu family has obtained 10 spots. Lu Zongyi's eyes flickered. I've discussed with the family head and the other elders and decided to give up 1 spot. Chenzong, are you interested in that secondary world? Suddenly, Chenzong's eyes flashed, and his breathing quickened. A new secondary world. I'm interested. Why wouldn't I be interested? What do I have to pay? Chenzong quickly calmed down. Indeed, friendship was friendship. However, the spot to enter the secondary world was very important. How could he give it away for free? You don't have to pay anything. Lu Zongyi's words startled Chenzong. Let me put it another way. In the Lu family, other than me, there are a few elders and the rest are the younger generation. They are the number 1 of the younger generation, Lu Jingming, number 2, Lu Jianhong, and Lu Zhenru. Chenzong, you are very strong. Even Lu Jingming is not as strong as you. Therefore, after entering, if possible, I hope that you can help and protect them. Also, I hope that one day, if the Lu family is in trouble and you have enough power, you can help the Lu family, Lu Zongyi said in a serious tone. Although the Lu family was strong, it was only a mid-tier faction. No one knew if it could survive for a long time. Dynasties and eras changed. Nothing was impossible. Therefore, using a spot to exchange for a favor from a great faction like Chenzong was a loss at first glance. However, in the long run, it was a gain. Of course, the premise was that Chenzong would remember this favor and repay it. After a few days of sparring, Lu Zongyi believed that he did not misjudge Chenzong. He was a person who valued relationships and promises. Using a spot to exchange for a future was feasible. Thinking about it, Chenzong also understood the Lu family's plan. However, Chenzong did not care. If he really had enough power, he could help the Lu family once in the future. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We will provide you with interesting novels to read. 3 days later, the Lu family of the Red Valley, led by Lu Zongyi, along with 5 other elders of the extreme mortal realm, Lu Jingming, Lu Jianhong, and Lu Zhenru, set off with Chenzong to a place 1,000 miles away. Love go little say W. Chu Lu Jingming was very unhappy that Chenzong was also in the group, but there was nothing he could do. This was the decision of the second elder, Lu Zongyi, and he could not object. Lu Jianhong, on the other hand, acted as if it was none of his business, as if he was indifferent to everything in the outside world. As a middle-ranked power, to have 3 people in the younger generation break through to the extreme mortal stage, and Lu Jingming's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of the extreme mortal stage, it was indeed not bad. A normal middle-ranked power wouldn't have such a background. If the middle-grade forces on Chaotian Island were to be compared, there was no comparison at all. According to Elder Lu Zongyi, of the 4 forces that were going to enter that world, 3 of them were middle-grade forces, and 1 of them was an upper-grade force. 1,000 miles would take a long time for an ordinary person to cross, and they would even experience all kinds of dangers during the journey. But it was nothing for 10 people of the extreme mortal realm. Even if they encountered some dangers along the way, they could easily cross it. Therefore, it did not take long for the 10 of them to arrive outside the forest. At the same time, the other 3 forces also arrived at the same time, as if they had calculated the time. Other than the Lu family of the Red Valley, The other two middle-grade forces were the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. As for the upper-grade force, it was called the Blackwater Sect. In this area, the Blackwater Sect was equivalent to the Overlord. If not for the fact that the Blackwater Sect was worried that these three middle-ranked forces would join hands and cause the Blackwater Sect to be affected and spread the news of this world to other regions, attracting the intervention of other high-ranked sects, the Blackwater Sect would never agree to give up the quota. But even if the quota was given out, it was only a small number. The three middle-grade forces each had 10 people, and the Blackwater Sect had sent 70 people. Disciples, deacons, elders, when Xianxia and the others saw the people from the Blackwater Sect, they were all very surprised. There were 70 people of the Extreme Mortal Realm, and the highest cultivation was at the peak of LV9 of the Extreme Mortal Realm. The one with the lowest cultivation base was at the first level of the Mortal Realm. It could be said that the Blackwater Sect had mobilized most of the paramount mortal stage practitioners in the sect to explore the subworld and reap the benefits from it. The Blackwater Sect was an upper-grade sect, but it was only average among all the upper-grade sects. Even among the younger generation of the Taiyuan Sky sect, there were less than 100 disciples who had reached the Extreme Mortal Realm. It was even more impossible for the Blackwater Sect to do so. However, other than the disciples, there were also the deacons and elders. For a high-ranked sect, it was still possible to find nearly 100 Extreme Mortal Stage practitioners. The people from the Blackwater Sect wore long black robes. The black robes flowed like water, causing their auras to become strange and emit waves of coldness. The people from the Blackwater Sect also had cold gazes. When they swept past the crowd, the coldness attached itself to them, causing them to involuntarily shiver. Other than Xianxia, the others did not dare to directly look at the people from the Blackwater Sect. On one hand, it was because of their aura. There were 70 Extreme Mortal Stage practitioners and their cultivation techniques were even more powerful. On the other hand, it was because of the reputation of the Blackwater Sect. No matter if they were righteous or evil, they were still an upper-grade sect. They could not afford to offend them. Moreover, the Blackwater Sect was not considered a righteous sect, so they did not care much. Realizing that there was still someone who dared to look at them directly, the people from the Blackwater Sect looked even colder. Especially a few of the disciples, their eyes glowed like water as they stared fiercely at Xianxia. A trace of murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Xianxia frowned slightly. He had heard that the world of warriors was very complicated. There were even cases where one's entire family would be killed just by looking at someone. However, Xianxia had only heard of such cases since he started cultivating. He had never encountered such cases. Now, just by looking at him, some of the disciples from the Blackwater Sect had already developed murderous intent towards him. As expected, his expression did not change. Xianxia did not retract his gaze. Murderous intent, so what, in terms of background, could the Blackwater Sect compare with the Taiyuan Heaven Sect? They were not even worthy of carrying shoes. Regardless of background or strength, Xianxia was not afraid. At worst, he would fight. They wanted to threaten him with just a few glances. They were too naive. Seeing that Xianxia did not avoid their threatening glances, but instead looked at them directly, the disciples of the Blackwater Sect became more and more furious. The murderous intent on their faces became more and more intense. They were about to kill Xianxia directly. Well, the entrance to the secondary world has been completely stabilized. The people of the Blackwater Sect will enter first. An old voice came from the forest. Let's go. The leading elder of the Blackwater Sect waved his hand and immediately rushed into the forest. The few disciples of the Blackwater Sect who were about to attack Xianxia had to give up temporarily. But as they left, their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they glanced at Xianxia. One of them even stretched out his hand and touched his neck threateningly. Xianxia could not help but smile. They were just a few early-stage Extreme Mortal Realm warriors, at most LV5 of the Extreme Mortal Realm. Since they dared to threaten him, he would deal with them in the secondary world. In an instant, Xianxia decided on the outcome for those people. Of course, if they were lucky enough, they could still live. Because Xianxia did not plan to chase after them. If he encountered them, he would just kill them along the way. Soon, the people of the Blackwater sect all entered the secondary world. Then, it was the turn of the three middle-ranked powers. The three middle-ranked powers were on par with each other. Naturally, there was no order to enter first. The people of the Blackwater sect did not care. They just needed to enter first. Go, go, go. The three middle-ranked powers had a total of 30 people. They all rushed into the forest at full speed. Not long after, a glowing door appeared in front of them. That was the door to the secondary world. Swoosh, one by one, they increased their speed and rushed over in a hurry. It was as if they could get more if they entered first. Chen Zong's shoulders trembled as he sent a person who was trying to knock Lu Xunru away flying, allowing Lu Xunru to enter the secondary world without being affected. Then, his figure was extremely agile as he avoided the collision of the two people behind him and entered the secondary world like a swimming dragon. Once Chen Zong entered the secondary world, he felt that it was different. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was the most direct. It was thinner than the outside world. Obviously, this was not an environment suitable for cultivation. How good would the resources be in this place? As everyone knew, the abundance of resources was directly related to the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The denser and purer the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the easier it was to nurture a good cultivation environment. It was easier to nurture treasured medicines and spiritual medicines that were beneficial to cultivation. Chen Zong started to wonder if there would be any good treasures in such a thin spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But now that he had entered, he did not need to consider anything else. He might as well take a look around. Maybe he would really get something satisfactory. Young friend, are you going to move with us or? Lu Zongyi asked. Although he already knew, he still needed to confirm. I'm used to being alone, Chen Zong replied with a smile. It's good that you don't move with us. You won't be a burden, Lu Jingming said with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Brother Jingming, brother Chen Zong's strength. Lu Xunru wanted to defend Chen Zong. Everyone, I'll go first. I hope you'll all have a satisfactory harvest. After Chen Zong finished speaking, his body flashed and turned into a wisp of smoke. Soon, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's quiet now. Lu Jingming smiled coldly and immediately looked at the elders. Elders, I also plan to move alone. Then, without waiting for the elders to agree, he used his body movement and left in another direction as fast as he could. I'm leaving. Lu Jianhong also left quickly after finishing his words. We'll split into 3 groups. Xunru, you'll move with me and 5th elder, 2nd elder Lu Zongyi said. Okay. Lu Xunru's cultivation was the lowest and she was the weakest. It was dangerous to move alone. It was best to move with the other elders. If they split into 3 groups and went in different directions, they would have a better harvest. Not only did the Lu family do this, but the other 2 middle-rank forces and the Blackwater sect, a high-rank force, also did the same. If they split into groups of 2 or 3 and went in different directions, they would be able to find more treasures. If they huddled together, it would be safer, but the efficiency would be too low. As for those who were confident in their own strength or had other ideas, they would move alone. Chen Zong's speed became faster and faster, and his body became more and more ethereal. He swept past like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, Chen Zong also spread out his spiritual sense, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. Everything was clearly recorded in his mind. Suddenly, the figure that was as light as smoke and as agile as a swimming dragon made a turn. It drew a beautiful arc and moved to the side in an extremely natural manner. Its speed did not decrease as it swept past a small tree that was over a meter tall. Originally, there was a purple fruit with red veins growing on the small tree, but when Chen Zong swept past, the fruit disappeared. When the fruit entered his hand, Chen Zong didn't feel the fluctuation of spirit qi, but a kind of vitality fluctuation. It was very vigorous and pure, and faintly carried a bit of heat, just like his pure yang vitality. Based on the aura fluctuations coming from this fruit, Chen Zong was able to infer that it was a spirit fruit, a transcendent realm spirit medicine. It should be a low-rank spirit fruit that could strengthen one's vitality and temper one's physique. Not bad. Chen Zong couldn't help but nod secretly and put the fruit into his void ring. There were too few transcendent realm body tempering secret arts. There were some in the Eternal Heaven sect, but Chenzong couldn't obtain them. The strength of one's body and physique were also related. The stronger one's physique was, the more powerful the nihility sword force would be, and the faster one's speed and reaction would be, the better one's defense would be. All in all, increasing one's strength and survivability would greatly increase. Without a body-tempering secret art, but being able to obtain a body-tempering spirit medicine was also good. After taking and refining it, one's physique would be strengthened. If one could obtain a body-tempering secret art and use it with a body-tempering spirit medicine, the effect would undoubtedly be better. Not long after, Chenzong found some more body-tempering herbs, but they were all precious herbs and didn't have much effect, but they gave Chenzong an idea. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. If the precious herbs in this world are mainly for body refining, then the sect that used to be the owner of this world might be a body refining sect. At the very least, it might be related to body refining. Guessing, Chenzong's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Body refining, this was the ancient way of cultivation, which was gradually lost. The way of qi refining was the mainstream, but there was still a small part of the inheritance left behind by people who continued to cultivate. It was said that the Eternal Heaven sect was a branch left behind by the ancient way of body refining. It was rare that it could be passed down to this day. If it was a sect that focused on qi refining, it was impossible for them to grow precious herbs for body refining in their own territory. Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. The body refining Tao that had been passed down since ancient times. Was his guess true? If it was true, then what about the inheritance? Would it be useful to him? With these thoughts in mind, Chenzong didn't stop at all and kept moving forward. Although the heaven and earth spirit qi in this subworld was thin, the herbs that grew there were almost all body refinement herbs. Most of them were treasured herbs, and there were also some pseudo-spirit herbs. Chenzong was lucky enough to find a low-grade spirit herb fruit. It seems that even if this world belongs to the ancient way of body refining sect, it's probably just average. Boom, like a surging wave, it brought with it a chilling intent. Suddenly, a black wave surged towards Chenzong from the side. Wherever it passed, the vegetation would first be covered in frost before being crushed and swallowed. The black wave blended into the black wave and rushed towards Chenzong. The chill was torrential, like the undercurrent of deep water. Chenzong's eyes were slightly cold. His body stopped from extreme speed without the slightest ripple, as if he had been standing there for a long time, showing unparalleled control. Using his finger as a sword, he drew a line in the void. A dazzling sword light like a crescent moon cut the void and the black wave that was rushing toward him. The person who used this move only saw a flash of cold light in front of him. He was shocked, but before he could dodge, the cold light had already arrived. This was a disciple of the Blackwater sect. The disciples of the Blackwater sect were used to being domineering in this area, and their behavior was also quite evil. They had never been a righteous sect. In addition, it was understandable that they saw Chenzong trying to kill Chenzong outside the forest. However, he did not expect that he would be killed by Chenzong due to his lack of strength. The Blackwater sect's disciple wasn't alone. He had two companions with him. The two companions didn't attack. They thought that one of them would be enough. They didn't expect that they would be killed before they could even react. They couldn't react in time, but Chenzong couldn't. Before entering this world, Chenzong had already sentenced those people from the Blackwater sect to death in his heart. He wouldn't deliberately chase after them, but since they dared to attack him, there was only one consequence. With a light tap of his finger, a sword gleam streaked across the air like a shooting star. Puff puff, as the sound rang out, the two Blackwater sect's disciples had already been pierced through between their eyebrows, falling backwards. After killing 3 people in an instant, Chenzong's body swept past them like the wind, taking away their mustard seed bags along the way. After a quick check, he indeed found some body-refining treasures. Then, as if the heavens had purposely arranged for Chenzong and the Blackwater sect's disciples to meet, Chenzong met another 2 from the Blackwater sect. However, they weren't disciples, but 2 attendants. Both of them were at the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm. It's him. Kill him. In an instant, the 2 attendants finished their conversation. This was because this was what the head disciple of the Blackwater sect told them to do. Although the head disciple's cultivation wasn't as high as theirs, his potential was above theirs. He was highly valued by the sect, and his status was even higher than theirs. It was necessary to please him. In order to be sure, the two attendants at the fifth level of the extreme mortal realm attacked at the same time, one from the left and one from the right. The attendant on the left bent his fingers into a claw, and a wave of black light quickly spread out, covering his palm with a cold light. Black water true technique? Blood-clotting claw. Wherever the claw passed, the air would be filled with white frost, caused by the low temperature. The blood-clotting claw expanded in the wind, and viciously clawed at Xianxia. A terrifying chill covered his entire body, and entered his body through every pore. The other deacon also made his move at the same time. His palms, which were glowing with black light, continuously struck out. Every palm strike carried a terrifying power. Dozens of palm strikes in a row turned into rolling black waves, emitting a shocking chill that surged up into the sky. The Blackwater sect's inheritance was the black water true technique, and it was extremely cold. Legend had it that once cultivated to the peak, one could freeze everything. Of course, these two attendants were still far from reaching that level, and it was only a legend. In order to end the battle quickly, Xianxia unsheathed the red jade sword, and two blazing red lights cut through the sky, one from the left and the other from the right. The chill brought about by the black water true technique did not affect Xianxia at all. The difference between their techniques and their levels was not something that could be made up for by a mere chill. Before their attacks could even reach Xianxia's sword had already reached them. So what if they were at the fifth level of the extreme mortal realm? They could not resist at all. Instant kill. After killing two fifth level of the extreme mortal realm warriors, Xianxia's expression did not change at all. He had killed stronger warriors before, and this was nothing. Casually taking away the two's mustard seed bags, Xianxia once again moved forward. Not long after, he stopped, because there was a stone tablet in front of him, a broken stone tablet. The stone tablet kept breaking into pieces, and that piece was nowhere to be found. The remaining piece stood on the ground, as if it had been battered by the wind and rain. It was full of cracks, and looked extremely old. From it, Xianxia could feel that it was very old. It was the accumulation of time, and he did not know how many years it had been. There was only one word on the broken stone tablet, refine. Obviously, there would be other words on the other broken stone tablet. Refine. Xianxia stared at the broken stone tablet, carefully examining it, trying to find some traces. He even used the scar sword pupil, but he could only find traces of time on the broken stone tablet. He could not find anything else. He frowned. Without enough information, he could not make a judgment. If he continued searching, he might find another broken stone tablet. Searching, he expanded the range from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters, and then to 50,000 meters. Xianxia finally found another stone tablet behind a few rocks. He did not know what kind of force had struck it, but it was deeply embedded into a huge rock, and its edges were full of cracks. He reached out and exerted force. With a boom, the stone tablet was pulled out by Xianxia. Other than the broken part, the rest of the tablet was intact. 1,000. There was also a word on this broken stone tablet. Xianxia brought the stone tablet to the other stone tablet and placed it there. 1,000 refinements, is this the name of the sect? Or, Xianxia frowned again. For the time being, he gave up. There was too little information, and he could not find other traces to follow. He could only go to other places. Perhaps, there would be other gains. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a very slight buzzing sound was heard. Xianxia quickly looked and saw that the broken part of the stone tablet was healing. Yes, there was an invisible force that was healing the broken part. After about 20 breaths, the cracks on the stone tablet disappeared. A wisp of invisible brilliance flowed back and forth, washing the stone tablet back and forth like water waves. The stone tablet was intact, and even some of the marks on it disappeared. Such a change stunned Xianxia. He was a little confused. His thoughts turned quickly. In the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Xianxia had read many ancient books. As one of the top 15 forces on the Blue Waves continent, the collection of ancient books collected by the Taiyuan Heaven sect was quite astonishing and comprehensive. It could be said that only the two Holy Lands could surpass it. Although Qinzong had not read all of the ancient books, he had read the ancient books of Cangyu Mountain, Jinyuan Mountain, and Rainbow Fall Mountain. In terms of knowledge and information, most of the extreme mortal realm experts were not as good as Qinzong. However, because the amount of information stored was too large, Qinzong usually did not need it. When he needed it, he would need some time to find it. After 3 breaths, Qinzong's eyes emitted a strong light that fell on the stone tablet as if it wanted to pierce through it. An inheritance stone tablet? His tone was a little surprised and doubtful. If this was really an inheritance stone tablet, then his luck was really good. Whether it is an inheritance stone tablet or not, I'll know after I try. Qinzong said to himself, if it is, I can only hope that the inheritance contained in it is not too bad. It would be best if it is a body refining inheritance that is suitable for me. Although this was what he said, Qinzong also understood that there was no such thing as a perfect life. Before entering it, no one would know what kind of inheritance it contained. Perhaps only the person who made this inheritance stone tablet would know. Thinking of this, Qinzong was ready to make a move and test whether this was an inheritance stone tablet or not. Whoosh, a strong wind sound was heard as it approached at an alarming speed. A chill filled the air and locked onto Qinzong from afar. Qinzong's body trembled slightly and his expression changed slightly. The strength of this aura had reached LV9 of the extreme mortal realm. There was no doubt that this was a powerhouse from the Blackwater sect. The Blackwater sect was a high-grade sect. Even if they were considered average among high-grade sects, they still had high-grade spirit arts and even high-grade linguo. Qinzong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be a match for a LV9 of the extreme mortal realm expert who might have cultivated a high-grade spirit art. Of course, if he used the trump card Elder Xianxia gave him, he would indeed be able to block the opponent's attack. However, it would be useless. What Qinzong really wanted was to fight back and increase his own strength. What's more, that was a trump card that could defend against a LV3 Heavenly Profound Stage expert. It would be too wasteful to use it on a LV9 of the extreme mortal realm. Qinzong's choice was to leave before the opponent completely closed in. But before leaving, Qinzong still planned to test whether this inheritance stone tablet was an inheritance stone tablet or not. His spiritual sense swept out and completely covered the inheritance stone tablet. Soon after, it spread towards the 2 words on the inheritance stone tablet and completely filled them up. At the same time, the Blackwater sect's extreme mortal realm expert was less than 5,000 meters away from Qinzong. This was a very short distance that could be crossed in an instant. Closer, closer, and closer. The inheritance stone tablet trembled as a burst of light was released from the 2 words 1,000 refinements. The light rushed out and swallowed Qinzong. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The black light brought with it a terrifying chill as it landed in front of the stone monument. This was an old man, and the wrinkles on his face were so obvious that they could squeeze a mosquito to death. His eyes stared at the stone monument, and his gaze grew increasingly deep. Around him, a terrifying aura surged like water. Inheritance stone tablet. An extremely cold voice spread out, and a terrifying killing intent was like a tide. With a bang, the tyrannical power shattered everything within a radius of dozens of meters, but the inheritance stone tablet stood still. I'll wait for you here. No matter what inheritance you have to spit it out. It belongs to my Blackwater sect. Qinzong made the right bet. This was really the inheritance stone tablet. In an instant, it was activated by spiritual sense and released its own power, sucking Qinzong into it. This was a gray and hazy chaotic space. There was no sky or earth. Qinzong stood there alone. Looking around, he could see nothing. Enter my 1,000 refinements stone tablet and pass on my 1,000 refinements path. Suddenly, a grand and ancient voice resounded. It came from all directions and entered Qinzong's ears, and it rumbled like the vast and mighty thunder of the heavens. Go through the 1,000 refinements tribulation, life and death in a single thought. When the last word fell, Qinzong suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He might die here. If he died, he would never be able to come back to life. It would be a true death. What kind of inheritance would cause death? Searching through his memories, Qinzong couldn't find any similar records. It was simply too terrifying. It was too risky to enter here without even knowing what kind of inheritance it was. What if the inheritance was terrible, or even if it was good, it wasn't suitable for him? Wouldn't it be a wasted risk? When one's cultivation reached Xianxia's level, many thoughts would appear at the same time and flash past in an instant. After that, all of his distracting thoughts were severed by a single slash of the sword. No matter how much he thought, he had already entered. There was no point in worrying and regretting. Since that was the case, he would accept it, pass it, survive, and get the inheritance. His conviction was incomparably firm. Nothing could shake it. Fated one, I don't know who you are, but I can feel your incomparable determination. Are you ready? I'm ready, Xianxia said softly. He didn't know if the other party could hear him, but he still answered anyway. As soon as Xianxia's answer fell, the grayness around them seemed to have been blown away by a strong wind and quickly dissipated. Immediately, a flash of brilliance, like the divine dawn of the beginning of the world, flashed across Xianxia's eyes, and a beautiful scene appeared before his eyes. It was a 10-meter-tall waterfall that was surging with an astonishing amount of water. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping, and its momentum was vast and mighty. There are 10 stages of the 1,000 refinements, and one stage is the 100 refinements. This is the first stage, the first refinement. The ancient voice sounded in Xianxia's ears, as if it had traveled through time and space. Step into the waterfall and bear it with your body. The first level of the first refining. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of shrewdness. He took a step forward and appeared under the 10-meter-tall waterfall. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the moment his body entered the waterfall, for some reason, his powerful spiritual sense and spiritual power were all silent. He couldn't move at all. The only thing he could move was his physical strength. Boom, 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 a huge amount of water carried a terrible impact. It fiercely hit Xianxia from top to bottom. However, this impact, which was enough to defeat or even kill ordinary warriors on the spot, had no effect on Xianxia at all. Not to mention Xianxia, ordinary warriors in the real martial arts realm could easily resist it. Xianxia quickly thought about it while bearing the impact of the 10-meter-tall waterfall. His spiritual sense and spiritual power were imprisoned, and he couldn't resist it. Only his physical strength could be used. Then, this inheritance was more likely to be about body refining. For a moment, Xianxia's heart was filled with an amazing desire to fight. Come on, 1,000 refining 10th level. After 10 breaths, the waterfall suddenly stopped. Xianxia sensed it. He looked up and saw that the waterfall seemed to be expanding and stretching. 10 meters, 20 meters, the 20-meter-tall waterfall made the water flow more powerful. Xianxia could clearly feel that the impact he had to bear was much stronger. The height of the waterfall doubled from 10 to 20 meters, but the impact increased more than that. However, this impact was still nothing to Xianxia. It was almost like scratching an itch. 30 meters, when the waterfall rose to 30 meters, the impact of the water flow was even more amazing and powerful. 40 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters, the waterfall was expanding and stretching again and again. As it got higher and higher, the water flow became more and more powerful. Soon, the waterfall became 100 meters high. The first refining 10th level, the impact of the 100-meter-tall waterfall was very powerful, but it was still not enough for Xianxia. Any warrior in the real martial arts realm who had some achievements in body refining could resist it. Love Go Xiaoxia Ke 110 meters, 120 meters, 130 meters, every 10 breaths, the waterfall would expand, which meant that the trial would enter the next stage and the difficulty would continue to increase. 200 meters, 300 meters, when it reached 300 meters, Xianxia began to feel a trace of pressure. This kind of power was enough to blast a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator into pieces. However, Xianxia had not only achieved body refining, he had also broken through to the transcendent realm. His body had also undergone a metamorphosis. Although there was no change or growth in his absolute strength, his essence had changed. It was a kind of life form upgrade. Therefore, Xianxia could withstand it. He only felt a trace of pressure. For 100 meters, that trace of pressure was magnified, but Xianxia could still withstand it. 500 meters, 600 meters, with the increase in pressure, Chen Zong's face gradually became serious. 700 meters, this kind of pressure made Chen Zong feel like he was about to collapse. His whole body gradually trembled. It was certain that this kind of impact was enough to defeat an ordinary first-layer mortal realm cultivator. Chen Zong was in the fourth-layer mortal realm, so he could still withstand it. However, according to the trial's progress, he was only at the 70th stage of the first layer. There were still 30 more stages to go. Could he withstand it? Chen Zong did not know, but he could only continue. From the beginning, there was no turning back. No, from the moment he stepped into this inheritance stone tablet, there was no turning back. There was no turning back, so he had to fight his way out. Withstand it, he had to withstand it. 800 meters waterfall, the terrifying force impacted his body. Chen Zong felt like his body was about to collapse. His muscles trembled and his bones shook, as if they were about to break. Withstand it, he had to withstand it. 900 meters, the pressure increased by an unknown amount. Chen Zong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were firm. He had already reached the 90th stage. Just a little more and he would be able to pass the first layer. No matter what, he had to withstand it. He had to withstand it. 910 meters, Chen Zong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler. 920 meters, Chen Zong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler. 950 meters, Chen Zong spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His body was shaking slightly. 980 meters, Chen Zong spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His body was shaking, and he was on the verge of collapsing. He felt excruciating pain all over his body. It was as if every part of his body was being torn apart. He was only holding on with his tenacious will. 990 meters, this was the 99th stage of the first layer. Chen Zong's consciousness began to blur. His internal organs were bleeding profusely. He was in imminent danger. 1,000 meters, the 100th stage of the first layer, the last stage, and also the most powerful stage. Boom, he could not hear anything, see anything, or feel anything. It was as if everything had disappeared. He felt as if his body had been shattered. Only a wisp of inextinguishable spiritual light remained, stubbornly resisting. 10 breaths, but it felt as long as 1,000 years. However, Chen Zong withstood it. He finally withstood it. When the 10 breaths were over, Chen Zong left the waterfall and was sent to the shore by a gentle force. He looked very miserable. His entire body seemed to have been crushed. However, a force descended and covered Chen Zong's entire body. Immediately, he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 breaths, Chen Zong had recovered to his original state. Only the robe on his body had become tattered. He had awakened. Chen Zong realized that he was completely unharmed. No, not only is it undamaged, my physique. With a slight movement, Chen Zong felt as if a shockingly powerful force was being nurtured within his body. This was a tyrannical force that he had never felt before. He checked again and realized that there was more gold in the pure yang qi and blood in his body. Originally, when his cultivation had reached the early stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm, the gold in his pure yang qi and blood took up about 40%. But now, it had become 45%. An increase of 5% did not seem like much. However, Chen Zong knew how difficult it was. With his current cultivation speed, it would take a long time to reach the early stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm from the early stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm. Great! Chen Zong's face lit up with joy. Although he did not know what the final inheritance would be like, it was not bad that his pure yang qi and blood were able to transform. He wondered what it would be like when his pure yang qi and blood turned gold. With his strength fully recovered, Chen Zong quickly stood up. The scene in front of him changed again. There was a sea of flames. The flames were endless, forming a sea of fire. The sea of fire was raging, as if it was going to burn everything to ashes. It was terrifying. Standing in front of the sea of fire, Chen Zong could clearly feel the heat. Begin the 2nd stage of the 1,000 refinements. As the ancient voice rang in his ears, Chen Zong took a step forward and stepped into the sea of fire. Once he entered the sea of fire, his body was engulfed in flames and burned crazily. However, this kind of temperature was nothing to Chenzong. Chenzong could completely withstand it. However, Chenzong did not dare to do so. According to the rules of the first stage of the 1,000 refinements, there would definitely be changes in the sea of fire. The difficulty of the trial would continuously increase. He had withstood the first stage of the 1,000 refinements, but could he withstand this stage of the 1,000 refinements? Chenzong did not know. He could only try his best to pass this stage of the 1,000 refinements. There were a total of 10 stages of the 1,000 refinements trial. Only after passing all 10 stages of the 1,000 refinements trial would one receive the inheritance of the 1,000 refinements trial. Dispelling all distracting thoughts, Chenzong focused all of his spirit and willpower to withstand the rising temperature of the sea of fire. As the temperature increased, Chenzong felt as if he was being roasted. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. A charred body fell to the ground, like a burnt dead tree. Not only was the exterior damaged, but even the internal organs were also charred. They were completely charred from the inside out by the blazing high temperature. Love go little say chew under such circumstances, a normal person would have died completely. However, the little bit of spiritual light that remained allowed the charred body to retain a trace of life force. It was like a withered tree that had been struck by lightning and burned by the earth fire. Soon after, an invisible force descended and wrapped around the charred body. It continuously seeped into the body as boundless life force surged and continuously nourished the body. The charred internal organs gradually recovered. Like peeling an eggshell, the charred exterior cracked and fell off, turning into powder and being expelled. The internal organs that were exposed were incomparably fresh and tender, full of astonishing vitality. They were even suffused with traces of fluorescent light, full of astonishing defensive power. His internal organs recovered and started to work. The vitality that entered his body became even more abundant, filling his entire body from the inside out. As if he had been reborn, Chenzong soon recovered. His skin was as white as a newborn baby's. It looked fragile, but Chenzong could feel the toughness in it. This toughness seemed to be able to resist all sharpness. Of course, this feeling was just an illusion. His skin membrane had indeed become tougher, but it had not reached the point where it could resist all sharpness. After a careful examination, the power contained in his body seemed to be stronger, and the golden color of his pure yang qi and blood had increased to 50%. Can I increase my strength by 5% after passing each trial? Chenzong's eyes lit up. If that was the case, then it was worthwhile to endure such a trial. However, the trial was too difficult. The feeling just now was as if he had been burned to ashes. The scene in front of him changed again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a strong wind blew, and the wind roared. Endless wind raged between heaven and earth. This level of the trial was wind. Chenzong had to withstand the wind's attack and the twister's attack. Chenzong took a deep breath. Even before he entered, he knew that this trial would not be easy to pass. However, he still had to pass it. He took a step forward and stepped into a gust of wind. The wind blew on his body continuously, as if it wanted to blow Chenzong away. It was just that this level was nothing to Chenzong at all. The first trial of the third stage, the second trial, the third trial, the 10th refinement, the 20th refinement, the 60th refinement. At this stage, Chenzong began to feel the pressure, but it was very slight. The 80th refinement, Chenzong's face was solemn. He felt that the storm that was everywhere was raging toward him, as if it was going to completely crush him. It was terrifying and unbearable. The 90th trial, Chenzong could no longer maintain his body. His whole body was swept up into the sky by the giant tornado of destruction. The terrifying twisting force fell on Chenzong's body from all directions, as if it was everywhere. Not only was his body being crazily twisted, Chenzong could also clearly feel that this terrible twisting force was raging inside his body, even his bones and internal organs were not spared. The pain of enduring this terrible twisting force inside and outside was indescribable. However, Chenzong had to endure it. No matter what, he had to endure it. When the 100th refinement was completed, Chenzong's consciousness was already dizzy. The last bit of consciousness he had left was feeling his fragmented body, and he felt a lingering fear. Just a little bit, and he would have been crushed into powder by that terrible storm. Fortunately, he made it through. His body began to recover rapidly under the majestic vitality from outside. After recovering, Qianzong felt that the power contained in his body had become stronger. The golden color of his pure yang qi and blood increased from 50% to 55%. With a smile on his face, Qianzong faced the fourth trial. The fourth trial was the power of the earth, a terrible pressure. This kind of pressure was different from the impact of the waterfall. It was not as fast and fierce. Instead, it pressed down bit by bit, but it was endless and constantly strengthened. At first, it might be easy to resist, but as time went by, this kind of pressure increased like a frog being boiled in warm water. In the end, it was difficult to resist. Moreover, this kind of pressure did not come from the sky like the waterfall, but from the sky, front, back, left and right. It was like being buried. His muscles were torn, his bones were broken, and his internal organs were turned into minced meat. There was no part of his body that was intact. It looked like a pile of crushed bones and flesh. However, Qianzong was still alive. The trials not only changed Qianzong's body, but also strengthened Qianzong's will. Therefore, he was able to resist. However, this was only the fourth trial. There were still 6 more trials. Thinking of this, Qianzong could not help but smile bitterly. Perhaps, passing the trial could bring obvious benefits, but at the same time, that kind of trial was too painful and terrible. If possible, he really did not want to endure it. However, he had already started, and endured the fourth trial. There was no reason to give up halfway. Moreover, if he could not pass the trial, only death would await him. No matter what the reason was, Qianzong had to hold on. He had to pass the trial. The fifth trial was a thunder valley. Qianzong had to stand in the valley and be bombarded by thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning were violent and powerful. The first trial of the fifth trial, a lightning bolt as thick as a hair cut across the sky and struck down at an astonishing speed. It was so fast that Qianzong was hit before he could react. There was no way for him to dodge. In an instant, his whole body was numb, but he was not hurt. This level of destructive power was far from enough. The second lightning bolt struck down, and it seemed to be a little bigger. Each lightning bolt represented 1 trial. Qianzong had to endure a total of 100 lightning bolts. Each lightning bolt was thicker than the previous one, and its power was increasing. Qianzong stood in place and endured the continuous bombardment of lightning. The hard ground of the valley under his feet began to crack and shatter, and it kept collapsing. When the 100th lightning bolt struck, Qianzong's whole body sank into the ground. He was on the verge of death. His whole body was full of cracks and fragmented, like porcelain. However, as the invisible vitality descended, Qianzong's injuries began to heal. He recovered again and became even stronger. The 6th level of the trial also began. Scorching. Incomparably scorching, this scorching heat was different from the burning of flames. It was a kind of heat that covered both the inside and outside of the body. This kind of heat was vast and mighty, and it was boundless. In the sky above the valley, a blazing sun appeared. The blazing sun was constantly releasing shocking light and heat. This trial was the impact of the sun's power. Of course, it was not the real sun. Otherwise, if that kind of power was released, even an emperor-level powerhouse would be turned into ashes in an instant. It was more difficult than the lightning bolts of the 5th trial. Qianzong endured with all his might. In the 7th trial, a bright moon hung in the sky. The moonlight looked gentle and harmless. Qianzong bathed in the moonlight and felt a kind of peace and tranquility. Was this also a trial? Immediately, Qianzong was sure that this was indeed a trial. Because a trace of coldness rose from the inside of his body and quickly spread all over his body. It was different from the power of the sun. However, Qianzong still had to endure. In the end, his whole body stiffened and he could not move at all. He felt as if his soul had been frozen. However, he still endured. The 8th trial began as scheduled. Saber wind and sword rain, yes, the sky was full of long sabers and sharp swords, slashing from all directions. It was as if many people were attacking with sabers and swords at the same time. The moves were very simple, so simple that it was violent. There was no skill, only power. There was no skill, because Chenzong could not dodge. He could only take it passively. Swoosh, his tattered robe was torn, but his tough skin blocked the sharpness of the sabers and swords. Slash. Slash, slash. 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 The sabers and swords were bounced away. However, Chenzong's skin was also torn, leaving streaks of blood. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong's body was covered with bloody wounds. It was a shocking sight. As the trial progressed, the wounds became deeper and deeper. Chenzong was almost chopped into pieces. Invisible vitality fell and wrapped Chenzong's body. It seeped into Chenzong's body and healed Chenzong's injuries quickly. In the 9th trial, hammers appeared in the sky one after another. The hammers glowed with cold black light and smashed fiercely. With a bang, they hit Chenzong directly. However, Chenzong's body did not move at all. Although this kind of power was very strong, it was relatively speaking. For Chenzong at this time, it was too weak. It was not even qualified to tickle him. The 2nd hammer fell. This represented the 2nd trial of the 9th trial. The 3rd hammer, the 4th hammer, the 5th hammer, one hammer after another, continuously. Each hammer was stronger than the previous one, but Chenzong held on. However, Chenzong gradually found that there seemed to be a scorching heat in each hammer. At first, it was very slight, so slight that it was difficult to feel. However, when the 30th hammer hit, the scorching heat began to become obvious. He felt as if he had become a piece of soldering iron. He was constantly being hammered, as if he was being forged. The further he went, the more obvious the feeling of being forged became. Boom, the 100th hammer fell. The hammer became incomparably huge, as if the sky was collapsing. Chenzong felt an amazing pressure crushing him from all directions. Boom, his whole body was numb, and he lost consciousness. There was only chaos. After an unknown period of time, Chenzong's consciousness gradually returned to his body. He found that his body was intact, and he felt as if it had been forged from a rough iron embryo into a fine iron after being hammered thousands of times. His strength still did not increase, but a feeling of gradual transformation arose spontaneously. I passed the 9th trial. What's the 10th trial? Chenzong took a deep breath and clenched his fists. The trial was really painful, but he made it through. He had reached the last trial. The 10th trial began. Heaven and earth changed. Everything disappeared and was replaced by a haze. In the haze, there was a violent sound, as if a giant wheel was rolling. Gradually, a silhouette appeared in the haze. Chenzong stared at it with his eyes wide open. It was a wheel, a quaint and heavy giant wheel covered with strange patterns. The giant wheel rotated slowly, emitting a sense of crushing everything. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The giant wheel was like a millstone, crushing heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. Boundless and vigorous. Standing in front of it, Chenzong felt that he was very small as a speck of dust. The 10th trial. For some reason, Chenzong suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He had a hunch that the 10th trial would be the most difficult and terrifying one. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. Chenzong calmed himself down. His eyes became very determined. He took a step forward and floated toward the giant wheel without hesitation. Entering the giant wheel, the violent roar directly poured into his ears like a huge waterfall. It directly made Chenzong's head roar and almost made him lose consciousness. Although the rotation of the giant wheel was not fast, it did not stop. A sharp pain came from his left foot. Chenzong was shocked to find that his left foot had been crushed. It did not have the ability to resist at all. It was completely crushed. Moreover, the speed of the crushing was not fast. That kind of pain continued to hit him. If it was crushed in an instant, Chenzong would only feel a moment of pain. Undoubtedly, this way was more terrible. His left foot was crushed, his right foot was crushed, his left and right legs were crushed, his body was crushed, his arms were crushed, and his head was crushed, step by step. The sharp pain was continuous and very clear. Qianzong found that he could not pass out at all. His consciousness was very clear, and because of this, he could feel the pain more directly. His body was completely crushed. Qianzong thought he was dead, but his consciousness was still there. Immediately, he was shocked to find that his body began to reassemble. In the blink of an eye, his body was reassembled to its original state, intact. But a sharp pain came from his feet again and spread to his whole body. It started again, and he was crushed again. Qianzong immediately understood. The 10th level of the trial was completely different from the previous 9 levels of the trial. In the previous 9 levels of the trial, he could hold on until his body shattered, but it wasn't to the point where he would be completely crushed. But now, there was no way for him to resist at all, and he was directly crushed into pieces. Moreover, it seemed to have happened more than once. If it was just a guess, it should have been crushed 100 times. At the thought of it, Qianzong's hair stood on end. The feeling of being slowly crushed from head to toe was definitely not pleasant. It was worse than death, but he had to endure it 100 times. Thinking of this, Qianzong felt like he was about to break down. 100 times, 100 times. However, since they were already here, there was no way out. Qianzong was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and endured the pain. It was unbearable. 3 times, 4 times, 10 times, Qianzong endured the pain of his body being crushed 10 times, but it was not over yet. 11 times, 12 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, gradually, along with the sharp pain, Qianzong felt numb. 50 times, 60 times, the numbness intensified, but the pain was still there. Qianzong had to endure it. Time seemed to be stretched infinitely. Qianzong did not know how much time had passed, but when the giant wheel stopped rotating and disappeared, he still did not realize it. That kind of pain seemed to be permanent. In the gray chaos, nothing could be seen or felt. Only Qianzong's body was floating in it. Suddenly awake, Qianzong quickly turned over and stood up. The trial is over? Qianzong looked around in surprise. The giant wheel had disappeared without him noticing. And he was still alive. Did this mean that he had passed the 10th level trial? After a quick check, Qianzong found that the golden color of his pure yang qi and blood had increased from the initial 40% to 90%. The 90% golden color was like rippling water. It seemed ordinary, but it carried an extremely shocking aura fluctuation and contained an amazing power. Once this power was released, it would be very terrifying. However, Qianzong did not know how to release it. So, I have really passed the 10th level trial. A burst of joy rose from his heart and spread across his face. This kind of trial was really terrifying. Qianzong really did not want to try it again. But he was happy that he had passed the trial. Then, since he had passed the trial, could he accept the so-called inheritance of the 1,000 refinements method? As soon as the thought came to his mind, a majestic will seemed to penetrate through time and space. With a roar, like the divine thunder at the beginning of the world, a golden light broke through the chaos and struck Qianzong's head. As soon as Qianzong noticed it, he was hit and could not dodge at all. In an instant, Qianzong's body froze. He could not move at all. His eyes were wide open in shock. A huge flood of information kept surging in his mind. Fortunately, Qianzong's will and consciousness had been tempered time and time again and had become more tenacious. Thus, he was able to completely resist the impact of this flood of information. After some time, the flood of information disappeared. Qianzong finally had time to organize it. 1,000 refinements method. 1,000 tempering method. Indestructible body. Qianzong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. But if that was really the case, why did the ancient sect disappear? Obviously, the so-called indestructible body was not the real indestructible body. But Qianzong did not think too much about it. Even if it was not the real indestructible body, so what? He did not count on it from the beginning. Naturally, he was not disappointed. He just hoped to get a body refining method that was suitable for him. Now, it seemed that the 1,000 refinements method was quite suitable. But whether it was suitable or not, he had to organize the information to be sure. There was a lot of information. Even with Chen Zong's realm, it was not easy to organize it. Thousand Refinements Method. This was not just the inheritance of a method, but the inheritance of a cultivation method. There was a huge gap between a cultivation method and a path of cultivation. Cultivation methods were only a part of the path of cultivation, nothing more. Thousand Refinements Method. This was a complete cultivation method. There were methods, martial arts, secret techniques, and even forbidden techniques. Finally, Chen Zong accepted all the information. His eyes lit up with joy. The technique of the Thousand Refining Way was called the Thousand Refining Mysterious Technique. It was a very simple name, but it was not simple at all. It was a supreme-grade spiritual technique. In other words, in terms of grade, the Thousand Refining Way was not inferior to the Taiyuan Divine Way, nor was it inferior to the Heavenly Sword Way. The Thousand Refinements Mysterious Technique. Chen Zong looked at it carefully. There might be someone outside who is at the extreme 9th level waiting for me. So, he had to cultivate first. Chen Zong could feel that if he did not want to leave, he could stay here forever. Of course, he could not stay here forever. But he could stay here for a while to cultivate the Thousand Refinements Mysterious Technique and see if he could make progress on the path of body refining. After carefully comprehending the Thousand Refinements Mysterious Technique, Chen Zong understood that the previous 10 trials were not only a test, but also a kind of support for cultivating the Thousand Refinements Mysterious Technique. It allowed his body to undergo some kind of indescribable transformation. After that, he could cultivate the Thousand Refinements Mysterious Technique. In other words, without the tempering of the trials, even if he obtained the Thousand Refinements Mysterious Technique, he could only watch helplessly. Chen Zong felt that his luck was not bad. A top-grade body refining inheritance. Moreover, it was suitable for him. All the conditions were met. He could start cultivating now. There is the Intense Sword Way in the Qi Cultivation Method, the Thousand Refinements Method in the Body Refining Method, and the Spirit Refining Method in the Spirit Refining Method. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. If my luck is good enough, I can obtain the subsequent cultivation method. Then he shook his head. There was the Qi Cultivation Method, the Body Refining Method, and the Spirit Refining Method. But the subsequent cultivation method of the Spirit Refining Method did not exist in this world. Although he did not know what kind of world it was, thinking back, it was very powerful. It was not something the Blue Waves world could compare to. He did not know whether he had the chance to step into that world in this life. The Thousand Refinements Method and the Spirit Refining Method. If they are all integrated into the Heart Intense Sword Way, the Heart Intense Sword Way will be flawless. Chen Zong's eyes were incomparably bright. Without a doubt, this was a magnificent feat, as well as a great ambition. It was too difficult to include all the essence, qi, and spirit in an inheritance. Let's cultivate the Thousand Refinements Mysterious Technique first. Chen Zong suppressed the excitement and desire in his heart. It was very difficult to complete that step. At the very least, he had to thoroughly understand the Thousand Refinements Method first. The Thousand Refinements Mysterious Technique was divided into 2 parts, movement and stillness. The movement method was for training and refining, and the stillness method was for nurturing. Only with training and nurturing could one achieve the Tao. The movement method was a series of movements. There were a total of 99 forms. In other words, this was a strange martial art. It did not have any combat power. It was just a pure movement of the body. It trained every part of the body from top to bottom. As soon as Chen Zong practiced it, he realized the difficulty. Indeed, if he had gone through the 10 trials, he would not have been able to cultivate it. It would have been difficult for him to complete the 99 forms of the movement method. However, after going through the tempering of the 10 levels of training, his body had undergone an indescribable transformation, and he could easily execute the 99 moves of the movement technique. When Chen Zong executed the 99 moves consecutively, with a bang, the power hidden within his body seemed to have been released, transforming into a formless yet extremely majestic torrent that continuously battered Chen Zong's body. A terrifying aura turned into a storm that surged out from Chen Zong's body and blew in all directions. The pure yang qi and blood flowed faster. Gradually, like a long river, it turned into the roar of the sea. Wave after wave of impact, it made a series of thunderous roars. The tyrannical power released from his body flowed into the pure Xianxia and blood bit by bit, causing the golden color of the pure Xianxia and blood to increase. From the pure Xianxia and blood, there was another aura. This aura was extremely powerful and permeated into every part of Chenzong's body. It was like the impact of a torrent. It was like burning. It was like freezing. It was like the suppression of the earth. It was like the slashing of swords and sabers. It was like the bombardment of a giant hammer. It was like the crushing of a giant wheel. Chenzong felt as if his body had gone through the 10 trials again. However, he did not feel the pain of the trials. Instead, he felt a sense of sublimation. He felt as if his whole body was about to fly. His organs, bones, veins, muscles, skin, etc., were all strengthened under the impact of this aura. With a pop, it was as if something had broken. A feeling of breaking through shackles spontaneously arose. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. It was as if the clouds were parted to reveal the moon, it was as if the sky was clear and the earth was clear. In an instant, Chenzong knew that his body had broken a limit. At first, a weak aura emerged from the deepest part of his body. As time went by, the aura grew stronger and stronger, filling every part of his body. Rumble, it was like a torrent. Chenzong felt that his body was growing stronger and stronger. His strength broke through 100,000 kilograms and continued to climb. It was like a torrent that opened a gate, constantly surging and growing stronger. Not only did his strength increase, but all his other aspects were also significantly enhanced. With continuous cracking sounds, Chenzong's body trembled again and again. His muscles swelled and undulated, like a dragon or a snake rising from the ground. The golden color in the pure Xianxia and blood began to increase little by little. On the contrary, the red color gradually decreased. This was a transformation, an essential transformation, a transformation of the form of the pure Xianxia and blood. However, the transformation speed was not fast. Compared with the previous 10 trials, it seemed very slow. When there was no more power surging out from the depths of his body, Chenzong moved his hands and feet. A series of explosive sounds came one after another. Chenzong felt that he could blow up a mountain with one punch. This kind of power surging in his body intoxicated him. The power of the physique was different from the spiritual sense and the spiritual force. To put it simply, the power of the physique was the most primitive power. It was a power that completely belonged to oneself. It was also a power that was possessed from birth. It was just that when one was born, the power of the physique was very weak. However, as one grew and strengthened, one needed to cultivate to become stronger. The spiritual sense and the spiritual force did not exist at the beginning. They would only appear when one cultivated to a certain extent. Moreover, the power of the physique was the most direct feeling. Whether it was walking or picking up things, the power of the physique was used at the beginning. If a person wanted to live a normal life, he could live without spiritual sense or spiritual force, but he absolutely could not live without the power of the physique. Without the power of the physique, he could not pick up things, walk, or even chew his teeth or breathe. How could he live? This was instinct. Clenching his fists, Chenzong's eyes flashed as he felt an explosive force radiate from them. He could feel that there was a kind of power hidden within his physique, a kind of unique strength that only those who had reached the transcendent realm in the body-tempering Tao could possess. This strength was golden in color. It was the strength that had been tempered thousands of times, and it was as though it was corporeal. Immediately, he threw a punch. Boom, the punch was slow. It was not a speed increase, but it was like a hammer. 200,000 Jin. Chenzong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Xiaochen did not use any technique in this punch. He only used his own strength and threw it out in the simplest way. Yet, it had the might of 200,000 Jin. Previously, his arm strength was only 100,000 Jin. The cultivation of the 1,000 refinements mysterious art had increased Chenzong's arm strength by 100,000 Jin. Immediately, Chenzong threw another punch. This punch was very fast. There was no fist, only a flash of golden light, followed by a roar. The speed was faster, much faster. Chenzong could also feel that his skin had become tougher. Now, even a level 3 pseudo-spirit weapon would have a hard time breaking his skin. I wonder if my body refining is comparable to the extreme mortal realm? Chenzong thought to himself. In theory, it should be possible. But in reality, without a battle, he would not know. Even if it was comparable, he did not know what level of the extreme mortal realm he could compare to. After testing his improvement, Chenzong continued to cultivate. It was still the 99 moves. Now that Chenzong had gone through the tenfold trial, and with his amazing accumulation, he did not need to use the static method to cultivate. First, he used the dynamic method to tap the potential of his body until he reached the bottleneck. After the second cultivation, the power surging in his body was further strengthened. 250,000 gene, although it was not as obvious as the first cultivation, there was still a significant improvement. I can continue. Chenzong started to cultivate again. 250,000 gene, then, Chenzong took out all kinds of body-refining elixirs, pseudo-spirit medicines, and spirit medicines from the virtual ring and took them all. 250,000 gene, 250,000 gene, 250,000 gene, 250,000 gene. When his strength increased to 300,000 gene, Chenzong felt that the speed of his cultivation had greatly decreased, and the improvement had become even slower. Therefore, Chenzong stopped cultivating. The qi refining method produces spiritual power, the mind refining method makes the spiritual sense purer and stronger, and the body refining method produces spiritual power. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly. The change of mind is to combine these three forces into one and form a new force. Under the effect of the change of mind, the formless sword force was formed. It was still very powerful, but Chenzong knew very well that this formless sword force was not perfect. As his cultivation increased, its power would gradually decrease. Or rather, it would not decrease, but there was a limit to how much it could increase. For example, his current cultivation was at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. When he used the formless sword force and sword arts, he could fight or even defeat an ordinary 7th-level mortal realm warrior. However, when he faced an 8th-level mortal realm warrior who cultivated an upper-level spiritual art, he was not strong enough. Even if his cultivation increased to the early stage of the 5th-level mortal realm, he would at most be able to fight against an 8th-level mortal realm warrior. When his cultivation reached the early stage of the 6th-level mortal realm, he might not be able to fight against a 9th-level mortal realm warrior. This was because, as his cultivation increased and his spiritual sense increased, his physique remained stagnant. As the gap between the three increased, his physique would become his shortcoming, limiting the improvement of the formless sword force. Chenzong estimated that when his cultivation reached the 9th-level mortal realm, the formless sword force would not be much stronger than spiritual power. Now, it was different. After obtaining the 1000 refining method inheritance and stepping onto the body refining path, his physique had broken through to the transcendent realm, giving birth to an even stronger spiritual power. When spiritual power, and spiritual sense combined, the formless sword force would be even stronger and have more potential. Right now, I should be able to fight a LV8 extreme mortal realm warrior with an upper-level spiritual skill. Chenzong thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly like the sun in the sky. Let's wait a little longer. First, I'll practice the 1000 refining methods, martial arts and secret arts. He continued to cultivate. The 1000 refining methods martial arts were not complicated. The reason why the inheritance's information was so vast was because of the mysteries within. 1000 refining fists, 1000 refining palms, 1000 refining fingers, 1000 refining kicks, 1000 refining storm. There were a total of 5 moves. It could also be said that there were 5 styles. 1 fist, 1 palm, 1 finger, 1 kick. The last 1000 refining storm was a combination of fist, palm, finger, and leg. It was the most tyrannical attack. Although there were only a few moves, they were very simple. Moreover, each move contained an astonishing mystery. Like the 1000 refining fists, when a fist was thrown, it was as if it had been tempered 1000 times. His spiritual power was continuously superimposed in an instant, and finally condensed into the most tyrannical one, capable of destroying mountains and breaking peaks. Like the thousand refining palms, when a palm was thrown, it was as if one's strength was unceasingly impacted, as if it was an endless wave, disintegrating all defenses. Like the thousand refining fingers, when a finger was pointed, the strength was constantly rotating and compressing, and finally condensed into one. It had an unparalleled penetrating power, capable of piercing through anything. Like the thousand refining kicks, when a kick was thrown, it was as if a giant hammer had been hammered 1,000 times, smashing iron into steel, crushing everything. And the last thousand refining storm was the combination of the 4 moves. It was the true essence, the ultimate move, and its power was even more terrifying. After comprehending, Chenzong could not help but be shocked. It seemed simple, but in fact, it was astonishing. Returning to the original, the Great Tao was simple. Every move brought Chenzong extreme comprehension. Although he had a flash of inspiration, he was unable to grasp it in a short period of time. Chenzong knew that if he could truly comprehend this thousand refinements spiritual martial art, he might be able to improve his way of the sword. Now, let's practice these 5 moves first. After comprehending the mysteries of the thousand refinements fist, Chenzong punched out. With a thunderous boom, the entire space trembled. However, Chenzong couldn't help but frown. He wasn't satisfied because this punch wasn't the true thousand refinements fist. It was still insufficient. The strength is too scattered. The profound meaning of the thousand refining fists is about strength. No, it should be said that the profound meaning of the thousand refining lingwu is about the control of strength, different kinds of control. The power of the thousand refining fists is to compress layers of strength into a ball and release it all at once, causing a terrifying attack. Only by compressing the strength into a ball 1,000 times and releasing it, can the thousand refining fists be considered a great success. After comprehending this point, Chenzong found the right direction. It was easier to cultivate, but it was very difficult to compress the strength 1,000 times in an instant. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, Chenzong kept working hard, and the power of each punch was more and more tyrannical and shocking. 100 times, with a boom, the primal chaos space seemed like it was about to break. But that was just an illusion. This primal chaos space was incomparably strong. Even if Chenzong was 100 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to break it. However, Chenzong found that the current limit was to compress the strength 100 times. It was too difficult to continue compressing. He gave up for the time being and turned to cultivate the thousand refining palms. However, the thousand tempering palms was different. It was not a compression of energy, but a superposition of energy. Layer after layer, the layers were linked together, and there was a unique pattern that could not be interrupted. It was also very difficult to achieve this. Boom! Boom! As Chenzong struck out with his palm, the palm shadows bombarded out like a tide, creating a shocking whistling sound. Similarly, it was difficult to cultivate to the level of 100 superpositions. He turned to cultivate the thousand refining fingers. The strength of the thousand refining fingers was rotating, and it was naturally compressed into a strand of energy during the rotation. Rotate once, rotate twice, rotate thrice, no matter how many times it rotated, it was done within a breath. In other words, the great success of the thousand refining fingers had to rotate 1,000 times in a breath. However, Chenzong still found it difficult to continue cultivating after rotating 100 times. He had no choice but to cultivate the thousand refining legs. Subworld, outside of the inheritance steel, the Blackwater sect's 9th level extreme mortal realm elder was impatient, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He's been in there for so long and still hasn't come out. In a fit of anger, the elder threw out a palm attack. His palm turned up a black wave-like light, carrying a horrifying power that seemed to contain the power of an ocean. It hit the inheritance steel hard. With a bang, the inheritance steel shook. The power kept hitting the steel, as if it was going to break it, but it was withstood. The legacy stone tablet itself was made of extraordinary materials. In addition, there was a tyrannical force protecting it. It would be difficult to break it. At least an extreme mortal realm cultivator couldn't. The elder of the Blackwater sect also knew this. As a result, he did not attack again after throwing out a palm strike. His eyes constantly flickered with light as he hesitated. He was hesitating whether he should continue waiting until that person came out or just leave. The purpose of entering this world was to get resources and the inheritance. Now, the inheritance was right in front of him, but because he was too slow, it was taken by someone else. However, there was still a chance to get the inheritance, and that was to capture the person alive and interrogate him. However, after waiting for so long, the person still hadn't come out from the inheritance steal. This was a choice. He could continue waiting, but he didn't know how long he would have to wait, and the other resources and inheritance might be taken away by someone else. Or he could leave, but waiting just now was a waste of time. Just as the Blackwater sect elder was hesitating, the inheritance steel shook slightly and shone brightly. Immediately, a figure came out from the steel and landed in front of it. "He's out." The Blackwater sect elder was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he threw out a palm attack. It changed rapidly in the air and finally turned into a claw that grabbed the figure's shoulder. Endless power turned into black waves and flowed on the 5 fingers of the hand in a strange way. If caught, all of the power would be disintegrated, and there would be no way to resist. The Blackwater sect elder's speed was fast, but the figure's reaction was also very fast. The moment the black claw grabbed the figure's shoulder, the figure shook and slightly shrunk his shoulder, cleverly dodging the claw. At the same time, he raised his fist and compressed his powerful chi. Boom! The sound of the chi explosion was shocking. The fist broke through the air like a meteor falling from the sky, bringing with it an extremely shocking power. This punch seemed simple, but in reality, it had been tempered thousands of times, returning to its original state. The power of this punch was astonishing. 1,000 refined fists, the Blackwater sect elder's expression changed. This punch didn't have any spirit force fluctuations, but its power was shocking. Without any time to think, the Blackwater sect elder pulled back his arm and threw out a palm. Boom! Chi energy surged. The Blackwater sect elder's body swayed as he felt a terrifying force charge at him, causing his palm to hurt. However, that figure instantly slid back over 100 meters, his feet tearing open the ground. Dust billowed out like a giant python. Chen Zong's chi and blood were shaken, and his internal organs were impacted. A surge of blood rushed to his head, but it was forcefully swallowed down by Chen Zong. His face flushed red. Obviously, Chen Zong was no match for his opponent at all. His opponent's power kept rushing into his body, causing damage. That kind of power was overbearing and cold. However, Chen Zong still managed to expel the power that invaded his body. The reason why Chen Zong took a blow from his opponent was because he wanted to know what level of the extreme mortal stage he was at after he inherited the method of 1,000 refinements. His opponent was at the 9th LV of the extreme mortal stage, and he practiced an upper-level spirit art. The method of 1,000 refinements is an ultimate level inheritance. In terms of cultivation, it is equivalent to the 5th LV of the extreme mortal stage. But in terms of strength, it is comparable to the 7th LV of the extreme mortal stage who practiced an upper-level spirit art. Chen Zong wasn't 100% sure if this estimate was correct, but it should be close. In other words, Chen Zong was already able to fight against a 7th LV of the extreme mortal stage who practiced an upper-level spirit art with an upper-level spirit art. However, this wasn't the biggest gain. After all, before this, Chen Zong's strength was already enough to fight against a 7th LV of the extreme mortal stage who practiced an upper-level spirit art. The biggest gain was that Chen Zong's body now had a stronger physique and defense. A body that had been tempered thousands of times, and practiced the method of 1,000 refinements, could withstand stronger attacks. In the previous clash, the Blackwater Elder was at the 9th LV of the extreme mortal stage. Even though he didn't use his full strength, he still used 70% of his strength. He only managed to push Chen Zong back, injuring Chen Zong a little, but didn't defeat him. If it had been a clash like before, Chen Zong's injuries would have been several times more severe. His amazing self-healing ability took effect, and his injuries quickly healed. The paleness on Chen Zong's face disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. Boom! A terrifying aura surged, like an invisible wave that reached the sky. The Blackwater Elder's expression changed greatly, and a dark shadow appeared in his heart. He had a bad feeling, but he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he became more and more excited, because he believed that this person had become so strong because he had received the inheritance from the stone tablet. Then, if he could force the inheritance out of him, he would become even stronger, and might even have a chance to reach the Earth Spirit stage. Chenzong struck out with his palm, and 100 layers of energy collided, causing the air to surge like a tidal wave. Then, he pointed out with his finger, and the terrifying energy rotated 100 times in the blink of an eye, piercing through the air and shooting towards the elder. Then, his body leapt lightly, and his leg carried a terrifying amount of energy. It created 100 afterimages of his legs, like a giant axe splitting a mountain. Storm of 1,000 refinements. With a low roar, Chenzong turned into a tornado and blasted towards the Blackwater Elder. Fist, palm, finger, leg, these were the first 4 moves of the 1,000 refinements Lingguo, and they were all activated and repeated. 100 times, each move was extremely powerful, and merged into one. One couldn't see his hands or feet, and in the end, one couldn't even see the person. Only a terrifying storm swept over, and wherever it passed, the grass and trees would fly up and turn into dust. Boom, boom. Boom, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The Blackwater Elder was shocked, and his expression darkened. He raised his arms and lowered them again. Vaguely, there was a roar like a tsunami, and a black shadow appeared behind him, surging like a tidal wave. The Blackwater True technique was fully activated, and there was no reservation. The black water filled the air, and it was extremely overbearing and cold, as if it could freeze everything and destroy all life. It followed the Blackwater Elder's 2 palms to attack. The collision caused a shocking explosion, and the surrounding ground cracked inch by inch. Pieces flew up and were shattered by the terrifying shockwave. No one could see the figure, and only the continuous rumbling sound could be heard. After 10 breaths, a figure quickly retreated. It was Chenzong. The Blackwater Elder blasted out with both palms, and a terrifying wave of black water rushed towards him. The power of the 1,000 refinements storm was indeed very strong. However, Chenzong hadn't cultivated the 1,000 refinements fist, 1,000 refinements palm, 1,000 refinements finger, and 1,000 refinements leg to the greater completion or even the perfection realm. Therefore, the power of the 1,000 refinements storm was limited. Secondly, the huge gap in cultivation wasn't so easy to cross. The rebounding force shook Chenzong's chi and blood, and there was a faint pain in his body. Chenzong knew that he was injured again, but this time, it was obviously much lighter than before. If I use the 1,000 refinements storm with all my strength, I can suppress or even defeat a LV7 human extreme realm warrior who cultivates an upper-class spiritual skill. Chenzong thought to himself. Of course, this was referring to normal practitioners. If it was those geniuses who could fight above their level, it would be a different story. The black wave rushed towards him with shocking power. This was the Blackwater Elder's full strength, and he didn't hold back at all. He only wanted to injure Chenzong severely and capture him. Cut. A low shout was like the thunder of sword chi. The crimson sword light seemed to split the sky, and the sword slashed down. This sword strike looked incomparably ferocious, incomparably sharp, yet incomparably graceful. Void sword strength, sword will basic movement, the sword slashed down, and the black wave paused for a moment before it was split open. How is this possible? The Blackwater Elder's face was filled with disbelief. Even with his LV9 human extreme realm cultivation and the tyrannical power of the Blackwater True technique, he was split in half by the opponent's sword. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The sword light had already split the black wave and was about to kill him. This sword seemed simple, but the Blackwater Elder found that it was difficult to dodge. No matter which direction he dodged, he would be hit. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only take it head-on. Activating the Blackwater True technique, his palms seemed to be made of black metal. He bent his fingers into claws and quickly grabbed at the sword light. Unexpectedly, the sword light was like a flower in a mirror. It twisted instantly, causing his hands to miss. Then it slashed again, and a ray of light flickered, aiming at his mind. The Blackwater Elder paused for a moment, and a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, as if he was struggling. Sword will asks the heart, one sword asks the heart, and it goes straight to the heart. In an instant, the Blackwater Elder came to his senses and quickly moved his body to the side. Poochie. An arm flew up high, and blood spurted out. Retreat, the Blackwater elder made a prompt decision. Although his heart was filled with killing intent and hatred, he also understood that his strength was greatly reduced after losing an arm. He would leave first and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. As soon as the Blackwater elder retreated, Chenzong chased after him with his sword. The red jade sword slashed down, and the sword light tore through the sky. It was as dense as a torrential rain, and all of it bombarded. In the torrential sword light, Chenzong's speed was extremely fast. It was as if he was shuttling through the torrential rain, bringing with him an unparalleled sharpness. With another sound, the Blackwater elder was hit in the back. Hit, 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 the injury continued to worsen. Damn it, don't force me, the Blackwater elder shouted angrily. When you attacked me, only death awaited you, Chenzong replied coldly. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Then you can go to hell. The Blackwater elder's face was full of ruthlessness. Bearing the pain of being hit, he opened his 10 fingers and quickly and forcefully poked himself. A strange sound rang out. Boom, a terrifying aura exploded from the Blackwater elder's body, like a black smoke rising into the sky. The roar of the tide became more and more intense, making Chenzong think that he was in a black sea and was listening to the sound of black waves. His heart jumped involuntarily. The Blackwater elder's aura became more and more tyrannical, almost doubling. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged, and each of them became as sharp as a sword. It was like 10,000 swords returning to their roots, like rivers flowing into the sea. Countless spiritual chi of heaven and earth turned into sword chi and poured into Chenzong's body. Secret method, sword chi returns to origin. With a strong physique, Chenzong could better perform the sword chi returns to origin and integrate with the seemingly endless sword chi. The elder of the Blackwater sect performed the forbidden method and his strength doubled, while Chenzong performed the sword chi returns to origin. Both of them were increasing their strength. Strong chi rose from their bodies to the sky. The elder of the Blackwater sect chi was black. Behind him, there seemed to be a black sea. Chenzong's chi was a kind of faint silver and gold. It was difficult to distinguish, but it was incomparably sharp, like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds. At this point, there was no way out. The elder of the Blackwater sect could only fight with all his strength. He gathered all the strength in his remaining arm and released it together with the strength increased by the forbidden method. It turned into a black torrent. Cold, domineering, and exterminating life, Chenzong also slashed out with his sword. The red jade sword vibrated. Under the infusion of endless sword chi, the sword tore the sky apart. The heavenly sword split the sky. This sword made Chenzong feel that he could even split the sky apart. A straight faint black sword mark broke through the sky and cut the black torrent in half. It was like a hot knife through butter. It moved forward with indomitable will and nothing could stop it. It slashed through the elder of the Blackwater sect and left a crack on the ground behind him. The elder of the Blackwater sect died. After killing his opponent, Chenzong immediately stopped the sword chi returns to origin. He felt some tearing pain in his body, but it was much better than before. At least he could bear it. Chenzong could not help but reveal a smile as he realized that his overall strength had improved by leaps and bounds with this inheritance. This time, he owed the Liu family of the Red Valley a favor. Entering this world was indeed very valuable. The way of thousand refinements, even in ancient times, this was one of the top inheritances of the body tempering path. Next, we should focus on finding more body refining elixirs, Chenzong said to himself. Anything below the level of spirit medicine would not be of any help to him. Immediately, he put away the mustard seed bag of the Blackwater sect elder and looked through it. There were many things, but Chenzong did not care. What really attracted his attention was a low-grade spirit medicine for body refining. After putting away the spiritual medicine, Chenzong continued his journey. How dare you touch the things that my Blackwater sect wants? Lin Mingtang smiled sinisterly. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he stared at the person in front of him. Lu Jingming's face was very ugly. He was the one who found the fake spirit medicine first. When he was about to pick it, he was suddenly attacked. Fortunately, his strength was not bad and he quickly dodged. The people who attacked were naturally these two Blackwater sect disciples before him. The Blackwater sect had always been domineering in this area because no other power could compare to them. Therefore, the disciples of the Blackwater sect were unscrupulous in their actions. It was common to say that black was white. Although the Lu family was not weak, the gap between them and the Blackwater sect was very obvious. Of course, Lu Jingming's talent was outstanding. He was confident that he was not inferior to the many disciples of the Blackwater sect. Moreover, in this world, if he had the ability, Lu Jingming did not mind killing these two people in front of him. After all, no one would see. However, one of the Blackwater sect disciples, Lin Mingtang, was at the middle stage of the third level of the extreme mortal realm. He was even stronger than Lu Jingming, who was at the initial stage. He could not beat them, and the power behind him was not as strong as them. What else could he do? There was nothing he could do. Lu Jingming was very aggrieved, but he was still rational. He knew that he could not force them, so he decided to swallow his anger and turn to leave. Wait. Lin Mingtang spoke again, you want to touch my things, but now you want to leave? There is no such thing in the world. What do you want? Lu Jingming was full of anger, but he could only ask back. What? A trace of a smile appeared in Lin Mingtang's gloomy eyes. Take out your mustard seed bag and let me see. Lu Jingming's expression changed when he heard this. In the mustard seed bag, there were not only his own things, but also the resources he found after entering this world. How could he give it to someone else? You don't want to hand it over, right? Then go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mingtang made his move without hesitation. His finger, which was suffused with a black light, shot out, and a cold black finger force pierced through the air towards Lu Jingming. At the same time, another Blackwater sect disciple's figure flashed, cutting off Lu Jingming's escape route. Lu Jingming was talented and had rich battle experience. He quickly reacted and dodged, glaring at the other. Don't go too far. So what? Lin Mingtang smiled sinisterly and pointed his finger again. It was still the water-like black finger force, but it was faster than the previous one. Aren't you afraid of causing a fight between the Blackwater sect and my Lu family? Lu Jingming asked angrily as he dodged. Does your Lu family dare? Lin Mingtang's words made Lu Jingming speechless. Yes, does the Lu family dare? Of course not. After all, the Lu family was not as strong as the Blackwater sect. The gap was too big, and they would rather avoid it. How could they take the initiative to offend the Blackwater sect? Don't go too far in life, Lu Jingming said sullenly. Lin Mingtang didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth curled up. His face was full of mockery, which made Lu Jingming even angrier. The anger in his heart surged, and then exploded with a boom. A strong power surged out of Lu Jingming's body. The power of the early stage of the third level of the mortal realm was released without reservation. His long blade was unsheathed, and the cold blade light was like white snow. Suddenly, it flashed with a hint of red, breaking through the air. The Lu family's inheritance red blade, slash. The resistance of an ant. Lin Mingtang smiled coldly again. He didn't dodge, but pointed his finger. The black finger force broke through the air, shattering the blade light like the setting sun, and shot toward Lu Jingming. Lu Jingming's body flashed and split into three, each holding a blade and attacking Lin Mingtang from the left, the middle, and the right. The blade Ji was eerie, just like the setting sun in the west. The red blade was full of murderous intent. Get lost. With a loud roar, Lin Mingtang struck out with his palm. A huge black water palm broke through the air, shattered the saber light, and sent Lu Jingming flying. Lu Jingming coughed up blood in midair, which was suffused with cold air. With a bang, Lu Jingming fell dozens of meters away. His face was pale and green. The coldness of the black water true technique continued to invade his body, as if it was going to freeze him, causing his skin to gradually turn green. Overconfident trash, how dare you attack senior brother Lin? You're looking for death. Another Blackwater sect disciple sneered. Lu Jingming struggled to get up. He wanted to hold on to his long blade, but he felt that his 5 fingers were gradually becoming stiff. If he couldn't even hold his blade properly, then he wouldn't be able to fight. Looking at Lin Mingtang approaching step by step, as if he was the Grim Reaper, Lu Jingming couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Lu Jingming's cultivation was at the early stage of the third level of the mortal realm, and he practiced a mid-stage of the third level of the mortal realm. He was only second to the first disciple of the Blackwater sect, and it was said that he practiced an upper-stage spiritual technique. The gap between them had existed since the beginning. But, was he going to be killed just like that? Unwilling, Lu Jingming was extremely unwilling. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mingtang pointed his finger once again. The black finger force instantly traversed dozens of meters and shot towards Lu Jingming's forehead. Lu Jingming felt as if his body had been frozen. He couldn't move or dodge, and could only watch as the black finger force pierced through the air. In the next moment, he would be hit, and his head would be pierced, and he would be killed. Despair enveloped him, and the shadow of death spread. Lin Mingtang and the other Blackwater sect disciples' sinister smile froze in front of their eyes. In the blink of an eye, in just a moment, a ray of sword light shot towards him at an even faster speed, as if it had pierced through space and time. Just as the black finger force was about to hit Lu Jingming's forehead, the sword light hit the black finger force first and dispersed it. The sound of the sword light was sharp, and it only came after it had passed. It seemed to be light, but also like rolling thunder. Who is it? Lin Mingtang shouted angrily, and quickly turned his head to look. You're looking for death. The other Blackwater sect disciple was a bit slower, but his gaze also fell on a figure in the distance. It's you. Lu Jingming turned his head with difficulty, and saw a familiar figure walking towards him. He was completely surprised. Chen Zong. Coincidentally, Chen Zong happened to pass by and saw the scene. Previously, Chen Zong had promised Lu Zongyi that he would protect the Lu family disciples. If he didn't see it, then so be it. But since he saw it, and the Lu family disciples were about to be killed, he had to help no matter what. This was a promise. Therefore, Lu Jingming survived. How dare you interfere with my Blackwater sect's matters? I'll kill you first. Lin Mingtang's body flashed, and he turned into a black shadow that zigzagged forward in the air. His speed was fast, and his trajectory was unpredictable, making it even harder to lock onto him. After the finger force was broken, Lin Mingtang felt that the opponent's strength was not weak. Therefore, he used all his strength. When he defeated Lu Jingming just now, he didn't even use half of his strength. Blackwater sect. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile. He had even killed an early-stage 9th-level Mortal Realm Elder, not to mention a mere mid-stage 3rd-level Mortal Realm disciple. Not to mention, he had already killed quite a few Blackwater sect disciples before. One more wouldn't make a difference. He didn't even draw his sword, because there was no need to. Using his finger as a sword, Chen Zong lightly pointed in the air. Every movement of his was clear in the eyes of the three, but it had a unique rhythm that was pleasing to the eyes. Behind the beautiful scene, there was a monstrous killing intent and terror. The air was like the surface of water being touched. Layers of ripples spread out and quickly spread out. There was a chi-chi sound that sounded like a sharp sword piercing through the air. But when Lin Mingtang heard this sound, it was already too late. The space between his eyebrows had already been pierced by the sword chi. Plop, his whole body fell from the air. Senior brother Lin. The other Blackwater sect disciple was shocked. After a sorrowful cry, he quickly turned around and used his movement technique, running away as if he wished he had a few more pairs of wings. Lu Jingming clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His face was full of complicated emotions. Before, he had looked down on Chen Zong. But now, he was saved by him. Chen Zong's strength was so strong that he was no match for him at all. He couldn't even take one move from him. Being saved by someone he looked down on, this feeling was very sullen. It almost drove Lu Jingming crazy. Suddenly, he chopped out his saber. The crimson saber light broke the ground for hundreds of meters, leaving a shocking saber mark. It just happened to split Lin Mingtang's body. After several deep breaths, Lu Jingming's expression returned to normal, but his heart was not calm at all. Chen Zong didn't care what Lu Jingming was thinking. Saving Lu Jingming was just a matter of convenience. It didn't matter to Chen Zong whether he killed one more or one less person from the Blackwater sect. His body was like the wind and lightning, leaving a trail of dust behind him. This world was not small and had existed for many years. Even if the spiritual qi was not rich enough, after a long time, there would be a lot of spiritual medicine. In addition, there were some ores and metals for forging weapons and so on. As long as there was something of value, Qianzong would not let it go. He restrained himself when he encountered people from the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. After all, these two forces were of the middle grade, the same level as the Red Valley and the Lu family. Their strength was on par with each other, so they were not as overbearing as the Blackwater sect. Since they didn't attack, Qianzong naturally wouldn't kill people at will. He was not a homicidal maniac. Gradually, Qianzong approached the center of the secondary world. A group of palaces was located in the center of the secondary world. There were dozens of palaces, and each of them was of different sizes. However, they were all similar in appearance. They were square in shape, and they gave off a grand and majestic feeling. Thousand Refining Palace. The eldest disciple of the Blackwater sect, Xianxia, said word by word. Then, with an evil smile, he strode forward. He exerted his strength, but the closed door did not move at all. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The Blackwater True technique was operating at full force, and a black aura emanated from his body like a surging tide, converging towards his arms. It looked like a black python coiling around him. With a loud bang, both of his palms slammed onto the closed door. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to push the door. However, the door only trembled slightly and showed no signs of opening. No matter how hard Xianxia tried, he was still unable to push open the door. Xianxia frowned as he stared at the door. He then looked around to see if there was any mechanism that could be activated. However, he couldn't find him no matter how hard he tried. He simply took out his identity medallion and sent a message to the elders and deacons of the Blackwater sect, telling them to hurry over as quickly as possible. Xianxia wants me to rush to the center of this world as soon as possible. Why? The elder at the peak of the 9th level of the mortal realm who was leading the team frowned slightly and kept his identity token. Xianxia would never speak without thinking. Looks like there's an emergency. With that, the elder rushed to the center of the secondary world as fast as he could. Similarly, the other elders, deacons, and even disciples of the Blackwater sect who received the message also put down their other matters and rushed to the center. The Blackwater sect had a purpose in rushing to the center of this world, but the other forces were also rushing to the center of this world by chance. Because someone saw the group of palaces again. The Thousand Refining Palace. With just the two of us, I'm afraid we won't be able to get any benefits. The two disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle stared at the figures outside the Thousand Refining Palace with flickering eyes. They were from the Blackwater sect. Send a message to the elders and tell them to hurry over as soon as possible. They made a prompt decision and sent the message immediately. Soon, the four forces all received the message and rushed to the center of this world. Only Qianzong didn't know, because Qianzong's identity token was from the Taiyuan Sky sect and had nothing to do with the Lu family of the Red Valley. But coincidentally, Qianzong was also heading to the center. With his extraordinary eyesight, Qianzong saw the outline of a group of palaces. Palaces. His heart skipped a beat. If this was the case, it meant that there were good things in the palaces. As he got closer, Qianzong also saw a group of people gathered in front of the palaces. Judging by their attire, there were people from the Blackwater sect, the Lu family of the Red Valley, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. Almost half of them were gathered here, forming a confrontation between two sides. After all, the Blackwater sect was the strongest. If the Lu family of the Red Valley, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion weren't on the same side, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Only when the three of them worked together could the Blackwater sect have some scruples. Let's open the doors together and enter. What we can get will depend on our own abilities. The Blackwater sect's 9th level Extreme Mortal Realm Elder said in a deep voice. Although he was stronger than the others, if the Lu family, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion worked together, they would be able to fight against him. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to pay a price. There was no other way. In this trip, the Blackwater sect had 70 Extreme Mortal Realm Elders, and only 2 of them were at the 9th level. The other 9th-level Extreme Mortal Realm Elder had not arrived for some reason. Otherwise, the situation would be different. Taking all the resources in the palaces alone was undoubtedly the best option. Unfortunately, the situation was different. Once they fought, although the Blackwater sect would win in the end, they would also suffer a great loss. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided to enter the palaces together and rely on their own abilities. At that time, the Blackwater sect wouldn't even need to do anything, as the three sides would probably fight against each other. You and I, one from each side, open the doors, the Blackwater sect's elder said, and walked out himself. Immediately, Lu Zongi, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion's leaders all walked towards the doors. The 4 9th-level Extreme Mortal Realm Elders worked together, and their palms landed on the doors together. Activating their martial arts, they instantly exerted their strength. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 9th-level Extreme Mortal Realm Elders all used their 9th-level Extreme Mortal Realm Elders. The doors trembled slightly, and then moved backwards with difficulty, slowly opening up. As the doors opened up a small gap, a vigorous aura suddenly surged out from within. After a full 15 minutes, the doors were opened up to a gap that was only big enough for one person to enter. The 4 of them then stopped. This was enough. After all, opening the doors used up too much of their energy. They quickly took out some pills and consumed them to recover their cultivation. The Blackwater sect's people should go first, the Blackwater sect's elder said as he used the pills to recover his cultivation. Although the other 3 forces were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. After all, they didn't want to have a conflict with the Blackwater sect. Moreover, when they entered the secondary world just now, the Blackwater sect's people were the first to enter. Coincidentally, Xianxia saw Chenzong, who was approaching. He was slightly stunned, surprised that Chenzong was still alive. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared on his face. His palm lightly slid across his neck, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes as he closed in on Chenzong. Chenzong smiled slightly, not afraid at all. This Xianxia was only at the peak 3rd-level mortal realm. Even if he cultivated an ultimate rank spiritual skill, he wouldn't be a match for Chenzong. Moreover, the Blackwater true skill was only an upper-rank spiritual skill. Not long after, the 50 people from the Blackwater sect all entered the palace. Let's go. As soon as Lu Zongi finished his words, he immediately led the disciples of the Lu clan towards the gap in the doors of the palace. At the same time, the people from the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion also rushed over. No one wanted to be left behind, just like when they entered the secondary world. Chenzong once again protected Lu Zhenru, allowing her to enter the palace smoothly. For Chenzong, this was a piece of cake. As the light dimmed and brightened, everyone stepped into the palace. The people from the Blackwater sect were the first to enter. They had already left the first palace and were heading towards other places. Chenzong naturally wouldn't move with the people from the Lu clan. Once again, he left alone and stepped into another palace. In the first palace, there was nothing. However, in the second palace, Chenzong found a pile of spiritual sources. There seemed to be about 1,000 low-grade spiritual sources. Apart from Chenzong, 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle also found this pile of low-grade spiritual sources. Get lost. We want this pile of spiritual sources. Get lost now, or don't blame us for being rude. The 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle threatened Chenzong with their swords. Chenzong's response was even more direct. He quickly put away the 1,000 low-grade spiritual sources. Then, with a stroke of his finger, a sword radiance broke through the air. The swords of the 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle flew out of their hands. They were directly injured, and the sword wounds on their chests were dripping with blood. Both of them were horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. 1 finger. Just 1 finger was enough to injure both of them. His strength was much stronger than theirs. Die, or leave the mustard seed bag and get out of here. Chenzong gave them 2 choices. Although they were unwilling, the 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle chose the second option. They left the mustard seed bag and left the palace. Send a message to the elders. That's right. Let the elders kill him. After the 2 disciples from the Thunder Saber Castle walked out of the palace, they immediately took out their ID badges. Their reactions were all within Xianxia's expectations. The elder from the Thunder Saber Castle was at the mid-stage of the extreme mortal realm. However, he only practiced a middle-grade spiritual skill because the highest level of the Thunder Saber Castle was middle grade. Even if the elder had practiced an upper-grade spiritual skill, Xianxia was not afraid. This was confidence. After putting away the pile of spiritual sources and the 2 mustard seed bags, Xianxia went to the next palace. There were dozens of palaces, but there were more people entering them. Even if each person had 1 palace, it would not be enough. Competition was inevitable. We, the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, found these first. You'd better leave. Otherwise, don't blame us. The 2 from the Spiritual Heart Pavilion glared at the 2 from the Thunder Saber Castle. Are you kidding? We found them first. The people from the Thunder Saber Castle sneered. If that's the case, then let's see who's stronger. The people from the Spiritual Heart Pavilion were not so good-tempered. This was how cultivators were. No matter how good-tempered they were, when they encountered resources that were useful to them, they would not easily give them away. Unless the difference in strength was too great, they would always have to make a move to determine the winner. The people from the Spiritual Heart Pavilion and the Thunder Saber Castle unsheathed their weapons and attacked each other. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Xianxia estimated that there were about 3,000 spiritual sources, but they were all low-grade ones. With a flash, Xianxia appeared next to the pile of spiritual sources. Without saying anything, he put the spiritual sources into his virtual ring. As for the disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle and the disciples of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, they didn't even have time to react. Who? How dare you steal from us? Kill him. The disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart Pavilion stopped fighting and rushed toward Xianxia. 2 beams of saber light shot toward Xianxia like lightning, and 2 beams of sword light shot toward him from the side. The saber arts of the Thunder Saber Castle were based on the strength of the saber. They emphasized that the saber should be as fast as lightning. The power of the saber would be released in an instant, which was very powerful. On the other hand, the sword arts of the Spirit Heart Pavilion were based on lightness and agility. They were fast and good at attacking from different angles. Both sides had their own strengths. When they worked together, the power was even more shocking. Even those who were slightly stronger than them might not be able to handle it. However, Xianxia was much stronger than them. The gap between them was too big. Using his finger as a sword, Xianxia made a stroke, as if he was writing with a brush. The sword light flashed, shocking the world. The 4 disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart Pavilion only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes. The saber light and sword shadows were all shattered, and the 4 of them flew backward with a sword wound on their chests. The wound was so deep that the bones could be seen, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Damn it! One of the disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle was furious. He quickly took out a silver ball and threw it toward Xianxia. The silver ball flew over with a dazzling light. It turned into a beam of saber chi and shot toward Xianxia like lightning. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of danger filled his body. Without hesitation, he shot out many beams of sword chi toward the saber light. At the same time, Xianxia performed the Xian heart transformation to the extreme and quickly dodged to the side. With a boom, the lightning blade light shattered all the sword chi and slashed past Xianxia. The terrifying aura caused half of Xianxia's body to be in pain, as if it was being torn apart. Shortly after, he felt numb. The blade light slashed on the wall of the palace, leaving a deep blade mark. Xianxia couldn't help but feel scared. This saber attack was too powerful. If he had been hit, he would have been dead for sure. Xianxia would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. He took out the red jade sword, and a beam of red sword light flashed, and cut through the sky, cutting to the heads of the disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart Pavilion. Killing to kill 4 people, originally, Xianxia didn't want to kill them. To kill to kill to kill to people to kill kill. Some people were killed, and some were killed. Some of them were smart enough to leave as soon as they realized something was wrong. They didn't want their things, because it was more important to stay alive. Only by staying alive could there be hope. Otherwise, if they died, it would be useless no matter how many things they got. Chenzong stepped into another palace. Facing him, a beam of sharp light landed on his body. It was the peak mortal realm elder from the Thunder Saber Castle. Since you didn't kill any of our disciples, hand over your mustard seed bag, and I can spare your life. The Thunder Saber Castle elder said in a domineering tone. His eyes seemed to contain shocking lightning. Just now, the two disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle had already reported Chenzong's appearance to the Thunder Saber Castle elder. Therefore, the Thunder Saber Castle elder could recognize Chenzong at first glance. What he didn't know was that two disciples of the Thunder Saber Castle had already been killed by Chenzong. Otherwise, he would have killed Chenzong directly. Chenzong had always been the one robbing others of their mustard seed bags. But now, someone wanted to rob his mustard seed bag. He couldn't help but laugh. It seems like you don't want to. Since that's the case, there will be one more dead soul under my blade. The elder of the Thunder Blade Castle was enraged. Dense electric arcs jumped around his body, which looked extremely terrifying. He straightened his palm like a saber and chopped down in the air. The terrifying thunder saber light shot out like lightning. At the 9th LV of the extreme mortal realm, even a casual attack would be very powerful. Chenzong had to be careful. He unsheathed the red jade sword and stabbed out, shattering the saber light. Like a shooting star, it pierced through the sky towards the Thunder Saber Castle elder's forehead. You are courting death. The Thunder Saber Castle elder was furious. The thunder saber on his back turned into a bolt of lightning and jumped into his hand. Then, he fiercely chopped down. The shocking saber light with terrifying thunder turned into a scorching hot lightning. It was extremely violent and destructive. Chenzong's hair stood on end. His body changed, and his long sword split into countless swords, stabbing towards the Thunder Saber Castle elder from all directions. The saber light was shattered, the sword shadows dispersed, the sabers and swords clashed. The sabers and swords used by both of them were low-grade spiritual weapons. On Chaotian Island, spiritual weapons were extremely precious. On the Blue Waves continent, spiritual weapons were of similar value. The only difference was that it was easier to obtain spiritual sources on the Blue Waves continent. Therefore, many extreme mortal realm warriors had low-grade spiritual weapons, but not all of them. For example, most of the extreme mortal realm warriors that Chenzong had killed were still using level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons. The more the Thunder Saber Castle elder fought, the more shocked he became. This person's aura clearly showed that he was only at the 4th LV of the extreme mortal realm, but the power contained in his sword was extremely terrifying. Coupled with his exquisite sword art, he was actually able to fight evenly with the Thunder Saber Castle elder. You are not from the Lu family of the Red Valley. What is your background? After the Thunder Saber Castle elder attacked with his saber, he quickly retreated. With his saber in hand, he looked surprised. I am indeed not from the Lu family of the Red Valley. Chenzong replied calmly. As for his background, Chenzong didn't say anything. He didn't want to say it, and there was no need to say it. The Thunder Saber Castle elder wanted to get angry, but he couldn't do anything. Indeed, with his strength, he couldn't do anything to Chenzong unless he used a forbidden art. However, the side effect of the forbidden art was too great. It would cause his cultivation level to drop. Unless he was in a desperate situation, he would never use it. With a change of thought, the Thunder Saber Castle elder held his saber and retreated step by step. He stared at Chenzong, afraid that Chenzong would attack him. Seeing the elder retreating, Chenzong didn't chase after him. After this fight, Chenzong could feel that the elder's spiritual power was very pure. It was very close to the early 9th LV of the extreme mortal realm elder from the Blackwater sect that he had killed before. In addition, the elder had reached the mid-mortal realm. His overall strength was even stronger. Although he could kill him, it would take some time. Now, time was precious. Since the elder retreated, Chenzong didn't chase after him. He quickly went to the next palace. As for the things in this palace, they naturally belonged to Chenzong. Between the palaces, some were only separated by a door, while others were separated by an open space or a garden. After Chenzong rushed out of the palace, he was shocked to find that there was a garden in front of him. Spiritual herbal garden. The three large characters were written in bold strokes, filled with an ancient charm. Spiritual herbal garden, a place to grow spiritual herbs. Chenzong was delighted. He sped up and turned into a shadow, rushing into the garden. What he saw was a withered and barren land. This spiritual herbal garden was basically abandoned. Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Immediately, his eyes lit up. He was attracted by what was in front of him and approached in a flash. This was a blood-red grass about half a meter tall. There were a total of 9 blades of grass that looked like a blooming flower. Each blade of grass was about 2 fingers wide, thick, and crystal clear. One could vaguely see a red light flowing through the blades of grass, like a rainbow streaking across the sky. After quickly searching through his memory, Chenzong showed a touch of joy. So it's this. No wonder the other spiritual herbs around it withered, Chenzong couldn't help but say secretly. This blood-red grass was called 9-blood rainbow. It was a middle-grade spiritual herb. The 9-blood rainbow's medicinal properties were very overbearing. It was also very overbearing and strange. If there were spiritual herbs around it that were of lower grade, their medicinal properties would be absorbed by it. If there were spiritual herbs of a higher grade, its medicinal properties would flow to them. It was very strange. Obviously, the withered spiritual herbs around it were all absorbed by the 9-blood rainbow. That was why they withered. This 9-blood rainbow was probably one of the top middle-grade spiritual herbs. Good, Chenzong immediately began to carefully pick the 9-blood rainbow. The value of a middle-grade spiritual herb was at least 100 times that of a low-grade spiritual herb. A top middle-grade spiritual herb like the 9-blood rainbow was even more valuable. A little damage would not only cause a loss of value, but also a loss of medicinal properties. It took Chenzong half an hour to pick the whole 9-blood rainbow. In addition to the 9 half-meter-long leaves, its roots were even more amazing. There were hundreds of them. The longest was 10 meters, and the shortest was 2 meters. They were densely scattered all over the ground. Chenzong, on the other hand, had plucked the entire plant without damaging its roots. Its medicinal properties were at 100%. Without hesitation, Chenzong put it into the virtual ring. What a pity. If only I could get a spiritual herb weapon, Chenzong said secretly. A spiritual herb weapon was a unique weapon. It had no offensive ability and could not protect itself. Its only function was to nurture spiritual herbs. If the spiritual herbs were kept in the mustard seed bag, it would be fine for a short time. If it was kept for a long time, its medicinal properties would be lost little by little until it finally withered. If it was kept in the virtual ring, it could be kept for a longer time, but it could not avoid the loss of medicinal properties. Only by keeping it in a spiritual herb weapon could its medicinal properties be preserved, and it could be nurtured and slowly strengthened over time. However, although there was no suitable spiritual herb weapon, Chenzong did not have to worry about the medicinal properties of the 9-blood rainbow being damaged if he kept it in the virtual ring for at least 100 years. He believed that within 100 years, he could get a spiritual herb weapon. Perhaps in less than 100 years, the 9-blood rainbow would be refined and absorbed by him. Only by refining it into an elixir can the medicinal properties of the 9-blood rainbow be maximized, Chenzong said secretly. After leaving here, he would go to find an alchemy master. Getting a 9-blood rainbow, Chenzong was very happy. This trip could be regarded as a fruitful one. Stepping over the spiritual herb garden, Chenzong stepped into the next palace. Oh, it seems that your little life is destined to end in my hands. A somewhat evil voice came into his ears. Xianxia's cold eyes fell on Chenzong, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Maybe it's the other way around, Chenzong responded unhurriedly. Tonight, apple eaters should be careful, because you might get to eat a banana. The palace was spacious, and everything inside had been taken away by Xianxia. There were 2 corpses on the ground. Chenzong recognized them. One was a deacon of the Lu family, who should be in the late stage of the 3rd level of the mortal realm. The other was a deacon of the Spirit Heart Pavilion. Their skin was green, and their bodies emitted a chill. The storage pouches on their waists were also missing. Noticing Chenzong's gaze, Xianxia's smile became more obvious, but his eyes became colder. They overestimated themselves and didn't know what's good for them. You'll end up like them. Chenzong couldn't help but smile. This faint smile made Han Xiaoxia unhappy, and he immediately attacked. Han Xiaoxia's cultivation talent was top-notch in the Blackwater sect, and even in this region. He could be compared to most of the esoteric disciples in top forces like the Taiyuan Sky sect. Of course, there was still a gap between him and the true geniuses like Feng Xingchen. Even so, Han Xiaoxia still cultivated the Blackwater true technique to a very high level, and also comprehended the martial arts of the Blackwater sect to a very high level. As soon as he attacked, his right arm brought about a series of black waves, which swept over heavily. Within the black waves, there seemed to be black water snakes moving up and down. His cold eyes locked onto Chenzong, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. That was actually Han Xiaoxia's finger. The finger was like the poisonous fangs of a snake, bringing with it the coldness and dominance of the Blackwater true technique, trying to kill Chenzong. It was certain that those warriors who also cultivated upper-level spiritual techniques and were at the same level as Han Xiaoxia would not be able to block this attack, and would be killed instantly. He was indeed extraordinary, and had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. However, the gap between them was too big, and Chenzong did not have the mood to fight slowly. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed lightly, and the sword light pierced through the air. It was an ordinary sword light. It looked so simple and clear. It shot out in a straight line. It didn't have an extremely tyrannical aura, but it made Han Xiaoxia's heart palpitate. It was as if something very bad was about to happen. And then, it really did happen. Only after the sword light pierced through his forehead did a sizzling sound ring out. Han Xiaoxia did his best to widen his eyes, his face filled with shock, disbelief, and regret. He regretted provoking Chenzong. Die. Chenzong moved quickly. He took several mustard seed bags from Han Xiaoxia's body and put them into his void ring without checking them. Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia. The elder of the Blackwater sect who was at the peak of the 9th level of the mortal realm called out a few times but received no response. His heart was filled with anger, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. A terrifying aura suddenly swept out like a roaring hurricane. Terrifying black waves filled the entire palace, as if they were going to destroy everything. Han Xiaoxia was the first disciple of the Blackwater sect and held high hopes for the future head of the Blackwater sect. He was a top genius with a chance to step into the earth spirit realm. In the eyes of this elder and all the higher-ups of Blackwater sect, entering this subworld was just a trial that would not be fatal. That was because the Blackwater sect wouldn't act against Han Xiaoxia. As for the other 3 middle-grade powers, they didn't have the guts to do so, unless they wanted to be completely annihilated. They'd never thought that someone would dare kill Han Xiaoxia. Amidst his rage, the elder of the Blackwater sect slowly calmed down and began to examine carefully. These two were killed by Xiaoxia. With a few glances, the elder knew who had killed the Lu family and the Spirit Heart Pavilion. But the key point was who had killed Han Xiaoxia. This is a wound caused by sword aura. Staring at the center of Han Xiaoxia's brows, the elder's eyes narrowed. He was incomparably gloomy, but said with incomparable certainty, to kill Xiaoxia with a single blow. Not only is this person highly skilled in sword techniques, his personal strength is also much stronger than Xiaoxia's. The Spirit Heart Pavilion. Those of the Spirit Heart Pavilion didn't know that they'd become the scapegoat for Chenzong. The Palace of 1,000 Refinements. Chenzong stared at the plaque above and read out each word clearly. None of the other palaces had a name. Only this one did. At least, all of the palaces that Chenzong had visited were like this. Perhaps there was something special about this palace. He stepped forward and entered. The palace looked very spacious. There were murals on all 4 walls. Chenzong glanced at them. The content of the murals was very simple. It was a group of people practicing martial arts. The moves looked very simple as well. Immediately, Chenzong's eyes fell on the center of the palace. There was a bell there. The bell was dark gold. It constantly emitted a vigorous and simple charm. It was about 2 meters tall and about 1.5 meters in diameter. The bell was engraved with many patterns, which were also the figures of people practicing martial arts. Chenzong also saw the words on the bell. Teach me the thousand refinements method. Break this thousand refinements bell. You want to break this bell? Chenzong reached out and knocked on the bell. The dull sound was extremely vigorous. He could feel the amazing hardness of the bell with his fingers. Using his fingers as a sword, he pointed out with 50% of his strength. The dull sound came from the bell. It reverberated in the palace, but the bell was still intact. One finger with 100% of his strength, an even more dull sound was heard, but the bell was still intact. Staring at the bell, Chenzong drew his sword and attacked with 100% of his strength. Hard intense sword questioning the heart, slash, with a clang, a terrifying rebounding force passed through the body of the sword and went straight to Chenzong's arm, causing it to tremble and feel slightly numb. His qi and blood almost flowed backwards into his body, but the bell was still intact. Teach me the thousand refinements method. Chenzong could not help but think. He looked at the patterns on the bell and the patterns on the walls. Do I have to use the thousand refinements method to break this bell? Let's give it a try. Thinking of this, Chenzong withdrew his spiritual power and sheathed his sword. He took a deep breath and mobilized his strength. Thousand refinements fist, with a loud bang, the force of 100 compressions ruthlessly slammed into the body of the bell. However, Chenzong clearly felt that something was different. He didn't feel any backlash. Instead, the body of the bell trembled slightly. Thousand refinements palm, thousand refinements finger, thousand refinements kick, thousand refinements storm, boom. Boom, an incomparably dull sound continued to reverberate from the bell, spreading in all directions. However, unlike before, there was no rebounding force that struck Chenzong. Not enough, not enough. Chenzong attacked again and again, performing the thousand refinements linguo. A storm swept and gradually spread out, filling the entire thousand refinements palace. The figures on the four walls of the thousand refinements palace seemed to have come to life and started practicing martial arts. The figures on the bell also moved. Chenzong's spiritual awareness spread out unknowingly and filled the entire palace, recording the movements of all the figures in his sea of consciousness. The martial arts that these figures practiced seemed simple, but they were mysterious. Gradually, Chenzong understood that this was a cultivation method of the thousand refinements linguo. Previously, Chenzong had practiced it by himself. Now, he was enlightened. In an instant, inspiration burst forth and the shackles were broken. The thousand refinements fist was compressed again. 101 times, 102 times, although the compression efficiency was getting slower and slower, there was still an obvious increase. In the end, it was fixed at 200 times. Then, it was the thousand refinements palm, thousand refinements finger, and thousand refinements leg. All of them were increased to 200 times, and their power increased greatly. The thousand refinements storm was also significantly stronger. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the muffled sounds became more and more intense. Crack, it was very slight, but Chenzong clearly caught it. He saw a small crack appear on the body of the bell. The crack was like a small gap on the shore. Under the impact of the torrent, it began to gradually expand. Crack, crack, more and more sounds were heard. The cracks continued to spread on the bell until they covered the entire bell. Thousand refinements storm. What's that sound? Where is that sound coming from? As the sound became louder and louder, it continued to spread out. As the air spread further and further, people heard it. They stopped in their tracks and identified the source of the sound. Then, they quickly rushed in the direction of the sound. At the same time, Chenzong's final attack was extremely ear-piercing. The bell was split open, and then it exploded. This is... After the explosion, there was a half-meter-high round pillar where the bell used to be. On the round pillar, there was a piece of dark golden metal the size of a fist. It looked extremely simple and heavy, and its edges were irregular. As Chenzong stared at it, he could see a hidden sharpness on the dark golden metal. But no matter what, it must be extraordinary to be kept here. He quickly put it away, and found some words carved on the dark golden metal. Thousand refinements gold, forging treasure. When Chenzong put the thousand refinements gold into his virtual ring, a figure rushed in at an amazing speed like lightning. His thunderous eyes quickly swept across the place. He saw the broken pieces around the half-meter-high round pillar, and finally fell on Chenzong. "It's you." It was the peak mortal realm elder from the Thunderblade Castle. His eyes seemed to contain thunder as he stared at Chenzong. His voice was as deep as thunder. "What did you find here? Take it out." Boom, sword momentum was surging, and it was earth-shattering. Chenzong exploded, and a terrifying aura spread out. He was not afraid of the elder at all. The previous battle seemed to be a draw, but Chenzong was confident that he could kill the elder. The reason why he didn't kill the elder was that it would take time to find other treasures. But since the 1,000 refinements gold had fallen into his hands, there was no reason for him to hand it over. So, he could only fight. So, he had to kill the elder. Feeling the horrifying aura from Chenzong, the elder of the Thunder Saber Castle suddenly changed his expression and hesitated. This kind of aura was not weaker than his, and it was even stronger. If they really fought, he might not be able to kill the elder as he wished. At this moment, another figure flew in from outside, as light and agile as the wind. He also glanced around, and finally his eyes fell on Chenzong. His pupils contracted, and a sharp cold light burst out. The Spirit Heart Pavilion Elder was at the peak mortal realm. "Where is the treasure?" the Spirit Heart Pavilion Elder asked, his voice sharp like a sword. "It has been taken by him," the Thunderblade Castle Elder said. "Tonight, we will be safe." Inside the 1,000 Refinements Palace, the atmosphere was tense. The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion stared at Chenzong with his sharp eyes. The long sword on his back vibrated slightly, as if it was about to be unsheathed. "He is very powerful. He is not weaker than me," the Elder of the Thunderblade Castle said seriously, which surprised the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. He did not believe it. "I will say it again. Give it to me." The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion did not respond to the Elder of the Thunderblade Castle. Instead, he said to Chenzong with a sharp voice. The Elder of the Thunderblade Castle took a few steps back. Since the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion did not care about him, he did not care about him either. Chenzong unsheathed the red jade sword, releasing a dense sword chi. Chenzong stared at the Spirit Heart Pavilion Elder coldly and said, "The treasure is with me. If you want it, you have to ask the sword in my hand first. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish," the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion said angrily. The long sword on his back jumped up and landed in his hand. He slashed out a bright sword light and attacked Chenzong. The sword light was light and fast, and there was a unique change in it. Chenzong's eyes lit up, but he could not see it clearly. The sword art of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion had always been like this. Perhaps this sword technique will be useful to me. Chenzong couldn't help but have this thought. The mind sword art was based on one's mind. The sword art of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion seemed to be similar. If he could comprehend the sword art of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, it might be helpful for him to perfect the mind sword art. Thinking of this, Chenzong did not dodge. Instead, he attacked with his long sword. An expert could tell whether a sword art was good or bad. The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion was shocked. He did not know how powerful Chenzong was, but he knew that his sword art was not inferior to his own. The sword light was light and agile. It had an indescribable charm, as if it was coming from the bottom of one's heart. In the blink of an eye, the swords of Chenzong and the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion changed hundreds of times. The Spirit Heart Pavilion's way of sword art emphasized on the flexibility of one's mind. Using one's mind to guide the sword art, it made the sword art flexible and changeable. Therefore, even though the sword art looked light and swift, it often contained many changes. Moreover, it could be performed in an instant, making it difficult for people to deal with and impossible to guard against. But no matter how he changed, he couldn't avoid Chenzong's counterattack. He blocked all the attacks with his sword. Moreover, Chenzong's sword was more agile and counterattacked. This kind of swordsmanship attainment was clearly superior to his own. Boom! The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion took a step back and thrust out his sword. It seemed like a single thrust, but in fact, there were more than 100 swords, which converged into a majestic sword light and shot out. Since he was unable to surpass the other party in terms of swordsmanship, he would use his cultivation to suppress the other party. His cultivation of the mid-LV9 extreme mortal realm was fully activated. Although he was cultivating a middle-class spiritual skill, he had already thoroughly grasped the middle-class spiritual skill after so many years of study. He had also deepened it and made it more suitable for him. Therefore, the purity of his spiritual power was close to that of warriors of the same cultivation who were cultivating upper-class spiritual skills. This wasn't something that everyone could do. Only a minority could do it. They either relied on talent or time to slowly hone their skills. Unexpectedly, Xianxia didn't try to dodge the Spiritual Heart Pavilion's Elder's sword attack. Instead, he used the Void Sword energy and the sword momentum to attack him. Sword intent basic movement, boom, the sword light both dissipated. The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion was shocked. His opponent had blocked his sword attack with all his strength, even if it was just an ordinary sword art. Now, he finally understood what the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle meant. After the first sword attack dissipated, Xianxia's second attack followed. Sword intent questioning the heart, the sword attacked the heart, which made the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion slightly stunned. However, the swordsmanship of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion was inextricably linked to the mind. When cultivated to a high level, it could strengthen one's will and mind to a certain extent. Therefore, the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion woke up immediately. The red jade sword arrived. The red light was extremely sharp and dazzling. The sword light was burning hot, but it made the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. The chill and killing intent were like tides. Retreat. In an instant, the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion moved quickly. His afterimages were left in the air, but they were all destroyed by the red sword light. When he retreated to the entrance of the Thousand Refinements Palace, a flash of saber light suddenly shot out from the side. The saber light was like lightning, rumbling and shaking. It was like thunder breaking through the air without mercy. This thunderous saber attack contained all of the Elder's strength. The Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle had fought with Xianxia before. He knew that Xianxia was powerful and not easy to deal with. Therefore, he warned the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. However, the Elder did not seem to appreciate his warning and simply stepped aside. He stepped aside not because he did not want to interfere, but because he wanted to act according to the situation. His ultimate goal was to kill Xianxia and take the treasures. Now that Xianxia had forced the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion to step back, the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle thought that he had found the best opportunity. He immediately performed a powerful saber attack and turned it into a flash of lightning. What he did not know was that while Xianxia was dealing with the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, he was also paying attention to the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle. After all, the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle was powerful. Xianxia would not put himself in danger because of carelessness. The Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle thought that he was going to kill Xianxia with his saber attack. However, the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle looked serious. He did not feel that this saber attack had hit anyone. It had only hit the air. Feeling a chill in his heart, the Elder of the Thunder Blade Castle moved to the side without any hesitation. He turned into a bolt of lightning and moved at an extremely fast speed. However, an illusory sword shadow followed closely behind him like a maggot. It kept attacking him with a chilling intent, which frightened the Elder of the Thunder Blade Castle. The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion had also adjusted himself. Spiritual Heart 3 Deadly Swords. With a low shout, the long sword in front of him slightly shook and turned into 3 sword shadows. Each of them gave out an extremely mysterious aura. They pierced through the sky and attacked Xianxia. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 swords in a row. They seemed to be moving side by side in a triangular formation, but they also seemed to be connected. They were changing all the time, which made it harder for people to defend themselves. If they wanted to defend themselves, they would be locked by the aura. This was the unique sword technique of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. The Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion had used this move to kill many strong enemies. Now, he was going to see blood again. Xianxia was shocked. This sword technique was so powerful and exquisite that he could not ignore it. Xianxia paused. Then, he exerted the mystic heart change to the extreme. He kept changing his position in the surrounding area. The spiritual heart three deadly swords also kept changing. He had completely locked onto Chenzong. He would not give up until he killed Chenzong. This was like a battle between sword technique and body movement. While using the mystic heart change, Chenzong was also observing and comprehending the spiritual heart three deadly swords. Since he had obtained the heart sword seal, his meridians had been cleansed and his bones had been reborn. His potential had been constantly developed. He had made great progress in all aspects. His comprehension ability was so high that it was terrifying. Especially his comprehension ability on the sword principle was superb. In addition, Chenzong's accumulation of consciousness and the inheritance of the sword principle had further developed his comprehension ability. Take a person for example. He was very, very smart. No matter what he learned, he was much faster than others. No matter how difficult a problem was, he could solve it easily. However, if he did not have enough basic knowledge and accumulation, he would not be able to solve a difficult problem because he could not understand it at all. If he could not understand it, what was the use of being smart? Tall buildings start from the ground. The foundation was never outdated. It was always the most important. After all, the spiritual heart three deadly swords was the unique skill of the spiritual heart pavilion. It was not easy to understand it. However, Chenzong did not need to understand it completely. He only needed to understand some of its mysteries. His body changed 18 times in a row in an instant. Then, he shuttled to one side. 3 streaks of sword light flashed across the sky, but they did not hit Chenzong. The elder of the spiritual heart pavilion was totally surprised that his unique skill had failed. He changed his expression greatly, but he made another move. The sword light was thin and stretched like a belt. However, it was extremely sharp. As it circled around, it quickly cut toward the elder. The elder of the Thunder Saber Castle also reacted. He made a move with his saber. The two of them worked together to fight against Chenzong. Kill him first, then we'll divide the treasures. The elder of the Thunder Saber Castle shouted as he attacked. The two of them were in the middle stage of the extreme mortal realm. They had lived for a long time. No matter if it was battle experience or skills, they were very experienced. Ordinary warriors could not be compared to them. In a moment, Chenzong was under a lot of pressure. This battle should not drag on. Chenzong understood this point. If it were any other time, Chenzong would be very happy to have 2 powerful warriors working together to fight him. Moreover, it was a dangerous battle of life and death. He would use all of his skills to deal with them and hone his skills. However, in this place, who knew if other people would be attracted to them? Chenzong was not afraid of most people. However, the elder of the extreme mortal realm from the Blackwater sect was the one that Chenzong was really afraid of. The elder of the extreme mortal realm had cultivated an upper-class spiritual skill. Compared to these two, he would be even stronger. The elders of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion also understood this point. If the elder of the Blackwater sect was attracted, they would not be able to get anything. Therefore, they had to kill Chenzong as soon as possible to get the treasures. If you use the secret sword of Lingxin to kill me, you can have 60% of the treasures. The elder of the Thunder Saber Castle sent a message to the elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. If you use the Thunderbolt Saber, you can have 60% of the treasures. The elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion retorted. The Spirit Heart Secret Sword and the Thunder Blade were one-time use secret treasures. Once they were used, they could kill cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of the extreme human realm. However, these 2 secret treasures were extremely difficult to make, so they were extremely valuable. As important elders of the sect, each of them had one. Other than that, only important disciples had one. Because they were extremely precious, they would not use them easily. They were also not sure how precious Chenzong's treasures were, and whether they were comparable to the secret treasures. On the other hand, if they used the secret treasures to kill Chenzong, would they really get 60% of the treasures? Not necessarily, because Chenzong still had other secret treasures. When he used them, he could kill them and take all the treasures for himself. Neither of them were stupid. Therefore, neither of them was willing to use the secret treasures. When the two of them were trying to persuade each other to use the secret treasures, Chenzong suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This was a deadly sense of danger. However, when he touched the secret treasures in his body, the sense of danger disappeared instantly. Chen Zong knew that this kind of danger was not enough to break through his trump card. Inside the Thousand Refining Palace, the sword qi was dense and the blade light was like a waterfall. Chen Zong rubbed the sword with his left palm, causing the sword to vibrate violently. The surrounding air was repelled and turned into darkness. Split the sky, 2 consecutive strikes were extremely powerful. The sword light tore through the heavens and the earth. The Elder of the Thunderblade Fort and the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion were shocked. They quickly retreated and waved their swords to defend. Mystic Heart Change? Everlasting Heart Illusion. In an instant, Chen Zong transformed into many shadows and surrounded him. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. There were countless long swords that attacked from different directions. The 3 life-saving trump cards corresponded to the Extreme Mortal Realm, Earth Spirit Realm, and Profound Sky Realm respectively. Each one of them was shockingly valuable. Thinking about it, even the lowest level one of them could withstand a full-force attack from a titled emperor. A King Realm warrior, what kind of concept was that? They were the absolute warriors that were invincible in the Extreme Mortal Realm. Each of them had incredible strength. As long as the 2 did not use any secret treasures, Chen Zong did not plan to use any secret treasures either. Slash. Slash, slash. 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 The Elder of the Thunderblade Fort and the Elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion were instantly pushed back. The 2 of them were extremely shocked. They had been pushed back. In a flash, Chen Zong had already rushed out of the Thousand Refining Palace. Don't run. Don't even think about leaving. The 2 of them quickly adjusted themselves and shouted. They thought that Chen Zong was trying to escape and immediately chased after him. The moment they rushed out of the Thousand Refinements Palace, they felt a large amount of heaven and earth essence qi surging madly, gathering from all directions. When it swept past their bodies, the heaven and earth essence qi carried a kind of sharpness, like sword qi. It was like 10,000 swords returning to the sect, like 100 rivers returning to the sea. All the yuan qi from the heaven and earth flowed into Chen Zong's body. The 2 of them immediately understood that Chen Zong was using a secret technique that could increase his strength. He was already so powerful without using any secret art. If he used the secret art, how powerful would he be? The 2 of them felt uneasy. You use the Thunderclap Saber, and I will use the Spirit Heart Secret Sword. Let's kill him together and divide all the treasures equally, the Elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion said. Since the other party valued that treasure so highly, it was definitely extraordinary. It was unlikely that they would suffer a loss. Okay. The Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle made a decision immediately. At this time, there was no time to think too much. In an instant, a small silver sword, which was as thick as a finger, appeared in the elder's hand. The small sword did not have a hilt, only a blade. It glowed with a silver light, which flowed like water. It flowed endlessly, and a terrifying sharpness emanated from the small sword. A round ball appeared in the hand of the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle, which was emitting a shockingly violent fluctuation. When the 2 of them took out their secret treasures, Chen Zong also noticed it. The 2 of them moved even faster. They activated the secret treasures as soon as they took them out, as if they did not want to give Chen Zong any chance to react. The round ball exploded in an instant and turned into an extremely violent thunderclap saber light. It was much more powerful and faster than the one that Chen Zong had encountered before. Wherever it passed, the hard green bricks were torn apart. The terrifying saber pressure split the yuan qi from the heaven and earth from all directions, and even the ground behind Chen Zong was cracked. The Elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion also activated the power of the Spirit Heart Secret Sword. The sword shot out at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the Elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion slightly shook his long sword and performed the 3 dead Spirit Heart Swords. However, he did not attack Chen Zong, but the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle. The Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle did the same. He also slashed out his saber. The saber was as fast as lightning, but it was also aimed at the Elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion. Actually, the 2 of them had a good plan. They wanted to use their secret treasures to kill Chen Zong, and then take the opportunity to kill the elder. Not only could they take away all the treasures on Shenzong, but they could also take the elder's treasures. At the very least, they could severely injure the elder so that he would not be able to compete with them for Shenzong's treasures. Needless to say, none of them were easy to deal with. The terrifying saber light and the sharp but erratic sword light made Shenzong's hair stand on end. He could not avoid it, even if he performed the mysterious heart transformation to the extreme, he could not avoid it. He could not block it, even if his strength was enhanced by the secret method of sword energy unity, he could not block it. There was no reason. This was Shenzong's judgment. It was a judgment that would not be wrong. It was a judgment that would appear when one's cultivation level increased and his understanding of the Tao of sword reached a certain level. Those who were good at swordsmanship were at the bottom, middle, and top. The lower one had to draw his sword and make a move. Only when he was killed would he know that he was not a match for the elder. The middle one had already drawn his sword and made a move. He was not on the verge of death, but he was facing a crisis and knew that he was not a match for the elder. The upper one did not need to draw his sword and make a move to know the outcome. This was not something that Shenzong understood, but he learned it from the inheritance of the Tongtian Jiandi. Shenzong's current level was between the lower one and the middle one. He was infinitely close to the middle one. Therefore, he knew that he could not avoid or block the attacks of the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion. He did not need to wait until he was killed to understand. Without hesitation, Shenzong activated one of the secret treasures given to him by Elder Xianxia. The azure feather shield instantly shattered and spread out at an astonishing speed, covering the surface of Shenzong's body. It then spread out again, forming an oval shape. It was like a transparent, grayish-white eggshell that wrapped around Shenzong and protected him. Boom! The terrifying lightning saber light and the astonishing sword light bombarded the gray-dark feather cover at the same time. The dark feather cover only trembled slightly, and two ripples spread out. The saber light and the sword light shattered one after another. The thunder saber strike of the Elder of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart triple sword of the Elder of the Spirit Heart Pavilion attacked at the same time. The secret method of sword chi unity was completed. The astonishing sword chi rippled in all directions, and the long sword trembled violently. Sky-splitting, the terrifying sword light broke through the air, like flowing light in the sky. It was a good opportunity, and it was hard to miss it. The two of them had evil intentions. They wanted to kill Shenzong, and they also wanted to kill each other and take everything for themselves. They thought that Shenzong would die after they used their secret treasures. Therefore, they focused on each other and used most of their strength to deal with each other's attacks. It was even more difficult for them to resist Shenzong's sky-splitting sword chi. Horrifying, but it was too late. If they were good at swordsmanship, they would be inferior. They would understand. When they were about to die. Then, they died. They died because of their self-righteous schemes and Shenzong's tyrannical strength. Shenzong did not stop. He spread his soul sense and searched for a while. Then, he took the weapons and mustard seed bags and left as fast as he could. At the same time, he tried his best to erase his remaining aura. As for the feather shield, Shenzong felt a little distressed when he thought about it. But there was no other way. Under such circumstances, he had to use it. He hoped that there were valuable things in their mustard seed bags. "It's time to leave," Shenzong said secretly and quickly went back along the way. There were dozens of palaces in the Thousand Refined Palace. So far, he had been through more than a dozen palaces and taken all the things in them. Shenzong felt that the most important thing was the 1,000 refined gold. Whether it was the 1,000 refined path, the 1,000 refined gold, the middle-grade spiritual medicine 9 blood refining rainbow, or the low-grade and middle-grade spiritual sources, Shenzong felt that he had gained a lot from this trip. People should not be too greedy. They should stop before going too far. Thinking about the two people just now, if they had not been too greedy, they would not have died now. Cultivation was about balancing tension and relaxation. Taking was the same principle. Speaking of which, there were dozens of palaces, but dozens of people had entered. He had taken the things in more than a dozen palaces. In this period of time, there was enough time for others to take the things in the other palaces. Leave the inferior world, Chenzong said secretly. After leaving the inferior world, he would find a relatively safe place to cultivate in seclusion. He would strive to improve his cultivation and strength in a short period of time. However, when Chenzong stepped out of the thousand-refined palace, he felt a wave of coldness sweep over him. It was a strong aura that locked onto him. It was an elder at the peak of the 9th LV of the extreme mortal realm from the Blackwater sect. In addition to him, there were several elders, deacons, and disciples from the Blackwater sect, as well as people from the Thunder Saber Castle, the Spiritual Heart Pavilion, and the Lu family. It could be said that except for those who had died in there, most of them had come out earlier than Chenzong. Without my permission, no one can leave. The Blackwater sect elder's tone was extremely gloomy and fierce. His cold gaze swept over, making people's bodies involuntarily tighten. Chenzong frowned slightly. His plan to leave early had been interrupted, but he did not do anything. It was true that he was not as strong as the elder. Unless he used the gray feather shield again, he might be able to kill the elder, but it was only a possibility. Fortunately, he did not make a move. He would wait and see. Lu Zongyi walked out with Lu Zhenru. They were also locked onto by the Blackwater sect elders. After a while, no one else came out. They had probably all left. The Blackwater sect still had the most people. Basically, most of the people who had died in the Blackwater sect had died under Chenzong's sword. Other than him, no one else dared to kill people from the Blackwater sect, for fear of being found out and being retaliated against. Of course, it was impossible to not kill at all. When the conflict of interests reached the extreme, anything could happen. Although Chenzong did not leave or speak, his mind was already thinking. This time, many people from the Blackwater sect have died. Who killed them? The elder of the Blackwater sect, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm, glanced at Yi Futian coldly. His tone was even colder, and his killing intent was restrained. Step out and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your entire sect. The last 4 words made everyone's expression change. They were extremely shocked. Wipe out their entire sect, how terrifying was that? It was definitely not a bluff. The Blackwater sect had this ability. Of course, if it was just an ordinary disciple who had been killed, the Blackwater sect elder would not be so furious. The most important thing was that Xianxia had been killed. Xianxia was the candidate for the next sect leader of the Blackwater sect. He was a top genius who had the potential to be on par with the genius disciples of the top factions. He was extremely important. His death was a great loss to the Blackwater sect. Not only was Xianxia talented, but the Blackwater sect had also put in a lot of effort to nurture him. Now, with Xianxia's death, all their efforts had been wasted. If it were not for the fact that they could not send news back to the sect in this world, they would have done so long ago. However, who would take the initiative to admit that they had killed someone from the Blackwater sect? Chenzong was not willing either. This was inviting unnecessary trouble. Outside the Thousand Refinements Palace, the Blackwater sect, the Lu family of the Red Valley, the Thunder Saber Castle, and the Spirit Heart Pavilion each took a side. The atmosphere was bleak. The situation was obviously not good for everyone. Previously, the elders of the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spirit Heart Pavilion who were at the middle stage of the extreme mortal realm could have joined forces with Lu Zongyi. They could have resisted the elder of the peak mortal realm of the Blackwater sect to a certain extent. Unfortunately, they had all died. Lu Zongyi alone was not the opponent's opponent. In fact, Lu Zongyi also killed a disciple of the Blackwater sect, but he could not stand out and say that he did it. That would be seeking death. Good, very good. No one wants to admit it, right? The elder of the Blackwater sect was so angry that he laughed. A terrifying aura spread out, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Those with weaker cultivations could not help but tremble. In that case, all of you can die here. Then, the elder raised his hand. The terrifying black water true technique was activated. His entire palm was covered with a black light like water. The coldness in the air became even more intense. He slapped out with his palm and hit one of the deacons of the Lu clan. The deacons were unable to dodge or resist. With a bang, the deacons were sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair. The blood condensed and didn't dissipate, giving off a cold aura. When he landed, his body rolled a few times like a gourd. His limbs were limp and he could not move at all. There was no life in him. His skin was even bluish. It was normal to be killed with one palm. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. What was shocking was the elder of the Blackwater sect's attitude. If he did not say anything, he would kill them all. Anyway, Xianxia must have died under one of these people's swords. Although not many of these people used swords and none of them had the ability to kill Xianxia, the elder of the Blackwater sect still needed to vent his killing intent. Then, he raised his hand again. This time it was aimed at Lu Jingming. Lu Jingming's expression suddenly changed. His body trembled uncontrollably. He was indeed the most outstanding disciple of the Lu family. He had some talent and was valued by the Lu family. He had the right to be proud. However, in front of the elder of the Blackwater sect, this pride seemed so fragile. Like smoke, it scattered with the wind. Cold sweat dripped, his face was pale. His pupils contracted rapidly, his hands and feet cold. The shadow of death shrouded him. His mind was completely blank. In front of him, the Blackwater sect elder's palm seemed to become incomparably clear. It constantly enlarged in front of his eyes, and a black light seemed to shine. The fear of death made Lu Jingming exclaim, "I know. I know who killed him." Hearing this, Lu Zongyi and the others' expressions all changed. The Blackwater sect elder's palm also stopped, but the cold wind blew towards Lu Jingming, causing Lu Jingming to tremble. He took a few steps back and almost fell. However, no one laughed at him for his cowardice. "Speak, who is it?" The elder of the Blackwater sect said with a cold tone, "If you can't say it, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead." It's him, he's the one who killed them." Lu Jingming was so scared that he couldn't control his tears and snot. He looked embarrassed, but he pointed at Chenzong and shouted, "I saw him kill 2 disciples of the Blackwater sect with my own eyes. One of them was Lin Mingtang." The moment Lu Jingming pointed at Chenzong, the elder of the Blackwater sect directly attacked Chenzong, who was retreating quickly, without caring about anything else. The black palm print brought with it a wave of cold, black waves. An angry attack from a 9th-level human realm warrior was very scary. Chenzong could feel the coldness, as if it was going to freeze him and extinguish his life force. The red jade sword was unsheathed, and a powerful sword attack broke through the air. It was extremely hot, like a raging fire. With a boom, the fire sword light was shattered, and the black palm print was shattered at the same time. Although it was an angry attack, it didn't use all of its power. But seeing that Chenzong was able to block his attack, the elder of the Blackwater sect became even more murderous. "Tell me, did you kill Xianxia?" "So what if I did?" As he replied, Chenzong quickly retreated, using his full speed to escape. "You deserve to die." The elder of the Blackwater sect turned into a ray of black light, rolling up waves of violent black waves. His speed was extremely fast, and he wouldn't stop if it wasn't for Chenzong. "Jingming. You disappoint me." Lu Zongyi's face was livid, and he angrily rebuked Lu Jingming. Then, he used his movement technique and quickly chased after him. He saw Chenzong as a friend, and now that Chenzong was in trouble, he couldn't ignore it. "Brother Jingming. You've gone too far." Lu Jinru's face was complicated. "Ha ha ha ha." Lu Jingming suddenly laughed crazily, "I've gone too far. How am I going too far? Why should we give him a place in the Lu family? Why should you treat him so well?" In his crazed state, Lu Jingming blurted out all the words in his heart. Originally, he looked down on Chenzong, thinking that Chenzong would drag him down. Until he was saved by Chenzong, his heart couldn't help but feel complicated. It was a feeling of his pride being crushed. Now that he was facing death, his collapse intensified, and after being rebuked by Lu Zongyi and Lu Jinru, he immediately collapsed. Once a person collapsed, they would say anything. Whether it was nonsense or the truth, he poured it all out. Everyone looked at Lu Jingming with disdain, but no one thought about whether they would do the same if they were faced with the same situation. Chenzong's speed was very fast, but the elder of the Blackwater sect was even faster, constantly closing in. The threat that this person brought to him was very strong, and Chenzong didn't have the confidence to defeat him. However, the chill on his back was getting stronger, and he had to fight. Pausing, he formed a seal with both hands, and used the Sword Chi Unity secret technique again. This secret technique needed some time to use, and if he only used it when the opponent caught up, he probably wouldn't make it. Since he had decided to fight, he could only seize the opportunity and make a prompt decision. Boom! Boom, boom! Violent spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged from all directions. When it was 100 meters away from Chenzong, it was inexplicably affected and turned into sharp sword chi, shooting through the air and pouring into Chenzong's body. As the sword chi entered his body, waves of pain swept through his entire body, but it was obviously much better than before he cultivated the Thousand Refinements mysterious technique. When all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 30,000 meters poured into his body, the elder of the Blackwater sect also closed in, bringing with him surging black waves, cold and domineering, bombarding. Under the Sword Chi Unity secret technique, Chenzong's strength surged, and the gap between him and the opponent wasn't that big. With a slash of his sword, countless sword chi poured into the longsword, turning into a majestic crimson sword light that blasted out, splitting the black waves and attacking the elder of the Blackwater sect. The elder of the Blackwater sect snorted angrily and waved his hand, turning into a terrifying black blade light, shattering the sword light and rushing towards Chenzong. This move brought out the full power of the peak LV9 extreme mortal realm without any reservation. This person had killed Xianxia and many other disciples of the Blackwater sect, so there was no way he would let him go. Slash! 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 The violent Sword Chi Unity secret technique entered the body of extremely powerful Sword Chi, constantly clashing in his body, trying to tear Chenzong's body apart. But before Chenzong had obtained the inheritance of the Thousand Refinements method, he could already endure the Sword Chi Unity secret technique, but not for long. Now that he had made some progress in the path of body refining, his body was a few times stronger than before, so it wasn't that hard to endure it. Although there was still some pain, it was completely negligible. The elder of the Blackwater sect looked gloomy, but the killing intent in his eyes was burning like the sun. Behind him, black waves rippled, and a terrifying cold aura spread out. Palm, claw, fist, finger, one move after another was blasted out continuously, and each move was extremely powerful. The sword chi was shattered, but the next sword chi would arrive in an instant, be shattered, and then come again, as if there was no end to it. Blackwater True Technique. Skyscraper. The furious elder of the Blackwater sect leaped up, shaking both of his arms. The black waves behind him instantly spread out, shooting up into the sky and turning into a millstone, or a whirlpool that spun crazily. It kept expanding until it was 100 meters long, and a terrifying aura suppressed everything, like an ancient black mountain. Chenzong's body sank slightly under the pressure of that shocking aura. The ground around him started to crumble and crack after crack appeared. It was like a spider web that spread out continuously. Not only did it have a terrifying suppressive force, it also had a suction force. This suction force made Chenzong's body feel like it was going to leave the ground and rise into the sky. Around him, pieces of soil slowly emerged from the cracked ground, as if they were being held up by an invisible hand. The bottom of the black millstone vortex had become a strange place. The intertwining of the two forces made Chenzong extremely uncomfortable. His chi and blood were surging, and his sword chi was becoming more and more violent. Slash, slash, slash. Streaks of sword chi tore through the air and struck the blackness, but they were immediately crushed. Chenzong's expression was grave. He slashed out with his sword again. Hard intense sword questioning the heart, that sword light continued to stretch and twist. It was incomparably mysterious, but it was still crushed and difficult to break through. Die. As the skyscraper rotated, it slowly sank down. The pressure and the suction force grew more and more terrifying. Splitting sky, another sword attack was unleashed. This was Chen Zong's most powerful sword attack. The huge sword light seemed to tear the sky apart. It kept rushing upwards, stretching into the shape of a crescent moon. It was extremely impactful and sharp. However, when this sword attack hit the skyscraper, it only made a crack on the skyscraper. The crack was more than 10 meters long, which slightly affected the skyscraper, but couldn't stop it from falling. Chen Zong's hair stood on end. He had a feeling that if he was hit by the skyscraper, he wouldn't be able to survive. He might even be crushed into powder. Do I have to use the gray feather shield again? Chen Zong gazed at the sky, unwilling to give up. There were 2 gray feather shields left. One could withstand the full power attack of an Emperor Realm Warrior, and the other could withstand the full power attack of a LV3 Sky Profound Realm Warrior. Each one was more precious than the last. Using it on the extreme mortal realm warriors was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If I don't use the gray feather shield, how can I withstand it? I can't use my body movement. The suction force is too strong. It's hard to get away. Squinting his eyes, Chen Zong stared at the skyscraper that was falling down while withstanding the incredible pressure. The skyscraper was dark, heavy, and domineering. It suppressed and crushed everything. However, Chen Zong became even calmer in the face of extreme danger. His mind became even more focused as he narrowed his eyes. His pupils were as sharp as needles as he stared at the descending black skyscraper. Rays of light slowly appeared. The rays of light were colorful and faintly discernible. It was very mysterious. In an instant, Chen Zong's mind entered a state of emptiness. It was as if he was thinking of nothing, but also as if he could think of anything. Momentum of heaven and earth. Inside the skyscraper, there was a strong momentum of heaven and earth. This momentum was cold and domineering. It was the momentum of heaven and earth that he had comprehended after cultivating the black water true technique. It was very strong and was not any weaker than the momentum of flying snow swordsmen. From it, Chen Zong seemed to see the movement of the momentum of heaven and earth. When Chen Zong understood this point, suddenly, it was as if a mirror had wiped off the dust. It was as if the moon had been seen through the clouds. With a boom, it was as if something had shattered. His spiritual sense was shaken. Under his eyes, the trajectory of the momentum of heaven and earth inside the skyscraper became more and more obvious. When Chen Zong left the Taiyuan Sky sect, he had already comprehended the momentum of sword to the limit of the 2nd level. After that, he had fought with flying snow swordsmen and had a sword discussion. His understanding of the momentum of sword had deepened. He only needed an opportunity. Now, after watching the skyscraper attack of the Elder of the Black Water sect, under the pressure of life and death, he found an opportunity and made a breakthrough. The 3rd level of the momentum of sword, the wind and clouds were surging. Spiritual chi was surging like waves. He was full of pride. With a thought, more momentum of heaven and earth rushed over. It turned into an invisible sword and merged into the red jade sword. The sword shook violently. The violent sword chi in his body kept pouring into the sword. Splitting sky, another sword attack was made. This sword attack was even more powerful. The 30-meter sword light was magnificent and domineering. This sword attack already had the momentum of tearing the sky apart. With a boom, a 30-meter-long crack appeared on the skyscraper. As it rotated, it kept wriggling as if it was trying to mend the crack. However, there was a terrifying force that prevented the crack from recovering. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong made another sword attack. Splitting sky, the sword light, which was still more than 30 meters long, broke through the sky. This sword crossed with the previous sword and left a cross-shaped sword mark on the skyscraper. The 3rd sword, splitting sky, the sword slashed at another part of Motion Luo's body and tore it apart. Taking a deep breath, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body once again, replenishing his sword chi. Then, the spiritual energy poured into the red jade sword and slashed out the 4th sword strike. Before he practiced the 1,000 refining mysterious skill, Chen Zong's body could only support the sky-splitting sword once. If he used it twice in a row, his body would have to bear a great burden and be injured. Now, after using the sky-splitting sword 4 times in a row, Chen Zong only felt a little uncomfortable in his body. At least he could use it again. Compared to before, he was obviously much better. The 4 swords tore through the air and left 2 huge cross-shaped sword marks on the Matian net. The remaining power made it impossible for the Matian net to recover. The suppressive force and the suction force were weakened as a result. They could no longer affect Chen Zong. Chen Zong had already understood that Motion Luo's suppressive force and suction force were closely related to the force of heaven and earth. Now that his sword force had reached the third level, he could better resist it. Boom! The broken Motion Luo finally fell, but Chen Zong shot up to the sky from the sword marks. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled incessantly under the bombardment of the skyscraper. It was as if a great earthquake was occurring. The black light spread out like water. Everywhere it passed, the hard ground would be torn apart and turned into dust. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the huge black light rippled out to a radius of 10,000 meters, causing a destructive blow to everything. Chen Zong could not help sucking in a breath of cold air when he saw the scene below from midair. Powerful, the power of this move was indeed terrible. If the sword force had not broken through at the critical moment, he would have had to use the dark feather shield. When the black light dissipated, a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the ground. It was estimated to be 10 meters deep. The edges of the pit continued to spread, one layer after another. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, until 1 meter. It looked like a circular terraced field. This was made by the elder of the Blackwater sect. Chen Zong was shocked, and so was the elder from the Blackwater martial school. He had thought that once he used this move, he would definitely be able to blast the opponent into smithereens. However, in the end, the opponent's 4 sword strikes had left 2 huge cross-shaped sword marks that were hard to recover from, and the opponent had even managed to escape from the sword marks. Kill! Chen Zong looked down from above and shot down like a comet. His sword broke through the air and unleashed tens of thousands of sword chi. It was incomparably violent and roaring like a hurricane. The sword chi continued to condense in the air and transformed into a dragon that danced in the air and bombarded violently. Landing on the ground, the elder of the Blackwater sect looked serious. The move of Motion Luo just now had consumed most of his power. Sky-splitting, after the sword chi dragon, it was the real killing move. The elder of the Blackwater sect had just blocked the attack of the sword chi flood dragon, and his hair stood on end. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately moved away, leaving behind a figure that was slashed by a ray of sword light. The sword light slashed into the ground and left a bottomless sword mark before the figure turned into a ray of black light and dissipated. The real body of the elder of the Blackwater sect appeared in the distance. His face was pale. Almost. Just a little bit. If he had been hit by that sword, he would not have been able to block it. He would have died for sure. Floating down slowly, Chen Zong stared at the elder of the Blackwater sect. He quickly gathered his chi. His sword was like a flame in his hand. You are not from the Lu family of the Red Valley. Where are you from? The elder of the Blackwater sect took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous intent. Chen Zong looked so young, without any sense of vicissitudes. Therefore, it could be concluded that he was really young, not even 100 years old. Such a person could not be from the Lu family of the Red Valley, nor could he be a rogue cultivator. He must have a great background. Although the Blackwater sect was an upper-rank sect and was the overlord of this generation, the elder of the Blackwater sect knew very well that in this world, there were many forces more powerful than the Blackwater sect. Not to mention other continents, just in this continent, there were no less than 20 sects that were more powerful than the Blackwater sect. If they provoked a force more powerful than the Blackwater sect, it would undoubtedly provoke a strong enemy for the Blackwater sect. It would bring disaster to the Blackwater sect. He is an esoteric disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. A voice came from not far away. It was the second elder of the Lu family, Lu Zongyi. He quickly rushed over and shouted. After discussing martial arts with Lu Zongyi, Chen Zong felt that Lu Zongyi was indeed a good person and worth befriending. Therefore, he did not deliberately hide his background. Moreover, Chen Zong was not arrogant enough to think that the identity of an esoteric disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect was so unattainable. An esoteric disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. The elder of the Blackwater sect was shocked. His heart beat wildly like a drum. Since his background was revealed, Chen Zong did not deny it. His face was calm. Originally, he thought that Chen Zong was just an important disciple of some powerful upper-rank sect. He never thought that he was actually an esoteric disciple of one of the top 15 forces of the Kanglan continent. The Taiyuan Heaven sect, this was a colossus that the Black Water sect could not provoke. It was a very terrifying existence. No matter which of the 7 mountains of Taiyuan, they could easily wipe out the Black Water sect. Moreover, the identity of an esoteric disciple was even more extraordinary. If he was just an ordinary disciple, it would be fine to kill him. The Taiyuan Heaven sect would not make a big fuss over this. His hair stood on end, taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself down. The elder of the Black Water sect restrained his killing intent. Could he kill him? He did not dare. If he killed him in the subworld, he might not be discovered. However, who knew if those top forces had any means to investigate? If he was discovered, it would be a disaster. Moreover, the other party was very strong. He might have some life-saving trump cards. It was unknown whether he could kill the other party. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the elder's mind. In the end, he decided to give up. You killed many disciples of my Black Water sect, and even killed the eldest disciple, Xianxia. This is a life and death enmity. However, considering that you are an esoteric disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, this matter will be dropped. The elder of the Black Water sect was also very straightforward. He indirectly pointed out the scruples in his heart. Okay. Chenzong did not hesitate and directly agreed. There was no hatred between the two of them. Chenzong also did not suffer any losses, so it was fine to drop the matter. Hearing Chenzong agree, the elder of the Black Water sect breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he turned and left. Both sides reconciled. Lu Zongyi also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Chenzong cupped his hands towards Lu Zongyi. It was somewhat unexpected that Lu Zongyi would come. After all, the Lu clan could not afford to offend the Black Water sect. I am ashamed. Lu Zongyi had a guilty look. It was because of Lu Jingming. It has nothing to do with Brother Lu. Although Chenzong was angry, he would not vent his anger on others. If it was someone else, Chenzong would definitely kill him. However, the other party was a member of the Lu clan. He had obtained their quota and owed them a favor. However, this favor was cancelled out. Although it was not said clearly, Lu Zongyi could understand and felt very regretful. At this point, Lu Jingming's actions were indeed wrong. Brother Lu, I will take my leave first. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. Chenzong cupped his hands and turned to leave. Lu Zongyi watched Chenzong leave. Because of Lu Jingming, Chenzong no longer owed the Lu clan any favors. Unless the Lu clan expelled Lu Jingming, but that was impossible. Whether they would meet again was still unknown. It was a pity. Seeing Chenzong disappear before his eyes, Lu Zongyi turned to return. This world was neither small nor big. After a period of time, Chenzong saw the entrance. Without hesitation, he followed the entrance and exited. At the entrance, there was a cultivator in the middle stage of the 9th level of the extreme human realm guarding. He was an elder of the Black Water sect. His aura locked onto Chenzong and he stared coldly at Chenzong as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. Chenzong was not afraid of him. His aura was as sharp as a sword, causing the elder's expression to change. He was shocked and did not dare to make a move. You are a disciple of the Red Valley Lu clan, the elder asked in a dull voice. Why did you come out so quickly? Something came up, Chenzong replied calmly and strode away. The hill suddenly exploded, and a sharp sound pierced through the air. Immediately, a long howl pierced through the clouds. The howl was vigorous and sharp, and it carried a strong aura. A figure soared into the sky like a sword radiance. Hundreds of meters in the air, Chenzong's figure paused for a moment. Then, he slowly floated down, surrounded by a strong aura. When Chenzong landed on the ground like a feather, his strong aura was completely restrained, and no one could feel any fluctuation. However, Chenzong looked very happy. During this closed-door training, his cultivation had improved, and so had his strength. During the time he left the Taiyuan Sky sect, Chenzong's cultivation had improved to the early stage of the 4th tier of the mortal realm. He only needed one more aperture to reach the middle stage. Now that his aperture had been opened, he steadily stepped into the middle stage of the 4th tier of the mortal realm. Due to the help of the spiritual medicine in the subworld, the improvement in body refining was more obvious than the improvement in chi cultivation. He suddenly had a strength of 35 pounds. Of course, the improvement in body refining was more comprehensive, but in terms of strength, it was more direct. With a strength of 350,000 pounds and the improvement in other abilities, his body refining cultivation was now equivalent to the 6th tier of the mortal realm. He had completely surpassed his chi cultivation. I must find a way to improve my chi cultivation, or it will become my shortcoming, Chenzong thought to himself. Previously, his shortcoming was his physique, which led to the lack of formless sword force. Now, his shortcoming was his chi cultivation. However, the reason he was able to advance so quickly in the Tao of body refinement was entirely because he'd obtained the inheritance of the 1000 refinement Tao and experienced 10 levels of tempering, causing his body to be tempered over and over again. After that, he obtained the assistance of the corresponding spirit medicines for body refinement. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts to cultivate, it would take an unknown amount of time to attain his current realm. I'll find someone to refine the 9-blood rainbow into an elixir. By then, I can improve my body refining cultivation even faster, Chenzong thought to himself. He looked at the sky and the surroundings, and after determining the direction, he continued forward. He was going to the Earth Demon Abyss for this training. As for the matter entrusted to him by Tong Tianjiandi, Chenzong felt that he was not strong enough to intervene. A profound heaven realm warrior was not someone to be trifled with. The most important thing now was to improve himself. As for the matter of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, he would make a trip to the Bright Sword continent when the time came and take a look at the situation. It was just that after more than 1,000 years, there was another strong enemy in the profound sky realm. He did not know if they still existed. Time flowed like water and sand. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Brother Chen, it won't be long before we reach the demon-suppressing fortress. His name was Hua Wenjun, and he was someone that Chenzong had met along the way. That night, Chenzong was barbecuing meat. Hua Wenjun and his sister were attracted by the aroma and thus got to know each other. When they found out that Chenzong's destination was the Earth Demon Abyss, Hua Wenjun, who liked to make friends, suggested that they go together. Although Chenzong was used to traveling alone, it was not always the case. As long as he followed his heart, the three of them traveled together. Hua Wenjun did not introduce him and his sister, nor did he ask about Chenzong's background. He was very talkative, so along the way, it was often Hua Wenjun who spoke first. Chenzong was relatively less talkative. Due to his personality, Chenzong was able to converse freely with Hua Wenjun due to the large number of ancient books he had read and his own experience. Hua Wenjun's sister was called Hua Wenqing. She was a very quiet girl, as gentle as the breeze in the mountains, as gentle as the flowing water in the forest. Interacting with her made Chenzong feel quite comfortable. Hua Wenjun's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th tier of the extreme mortal realm, while Hua Wenqing's cultivation was at the beginning of the 3rd tier of the extreme mortal realm. She did not look very old either. With such talent, she could indeed be called a top genius, or even a favored child. Earth Demon Abyss. Chenzong's eyes flashed. It should be the last stop of this trip. As for where to go after the Earth Demon Abyss, Chenzong did not have a goal. The Earth Demon Abyss is the only entrance and exit between the underground demon race and Blue Waves continent. If the underground demon race and underground demon race want to enter Blue Waves continent, they have to go through the Earth Demon Abyss. Hua Wenjun spoke frankly with assurance, therefore, in order to resist the invasion of the underground demon race and underground demon race, all the major forces and powerhouses of Blue Waves continent joined hands and built a fortress outside the Earth Demon Abyss. They named it the Demon Suppressing Fortress. Demon Suppressing Fortress. Chenzong muttered. His second senior brother Tang Hua was inside the Demon Suppressing Fortress. The Demon Suppressing Fortress is impregnable. It has already resisted the invasion of the underground demon race and underground demon race many times. I heard that there are demon hunters and demon suppressing army in the demon suppressing fortress, but I'm not very clear about the difference between the two. Can Brother Hua clear my doubts? Chenzong asked. The demon suppressing army is an army. It was originally created by the demon-suppressing Great Emperor. It has very strict discipline. Every demon-suppressing army soldier is a powerhouse among powerhouses. They are very powerful and can easily challenge those of a higher realm. Hua Wenjin's eyes emitted a blazing light. He seemed to yearn for it very much. The demon hunters are a relatively loose organization. The nature of the two is somewhat similar, but they don't belong to the same level. Simply speaking, the demon-suppressing army was higher than the demon hunters. No matter whether you want to become a demon hunter or join the demon-suppressing army, you need to pass a test. However, as long as you have enough strength and courage, you can basically become a demon hunter. However, the demon-suppressing army needs the elites of the elites, the powerhouses of the powerhouses. Every demon-suppressing army soldier is at least at the extreme mortal realm. Hearing Hua Wenjin, Chenzong couldn't help but nod his head. In this way, the demon-suppressing army was a high-end military force, and the demon hunters were relatively low-end. If you want to become a demon-suppressing army soldier, you must first become a demon hunter. Hua Wenjin said seriously. Brother's wish is to join the demon-suppressing army. Hua Wenqing said with a slight smile. I also don't know if I can join. Hua Wenjin said with a smile. What are the benefits of becoming a demon hunter or joining the demon-suppressing army? Chenzong asked again. Of course there are. Regardless of whether you are a demon hunter or a demon-suppressing army soldier, you can obtain merit points. And merit points can not only increase your rank, but can also be exchanged for martial arts, spiritual tools, spiritual medicines, pills, and so on. Hua Wenjin clearly understood. In the demon-suppressing fortress, the value of merit points is even higher than spiritual sources. It is the most common currency. Not only can it be exchanged, but you can also hire powerhouses to do things for you. In short, as long as you have enough merit points, you can do many things in the demon-suppressing fortress. Hearing this, Chenzong couldn't help but nod his head. The exchange of benefits had always been a method of intelligent life. It was a kind of instinct. In the extreme west of the Blue Waves continent, there was a stretch of desolation. Not even a blade of grass grew, and all life was extinguished. The ground was dry and cracked, and there was a kind of dark red color. It appeared thick and heavy. Irregular big and small potholes, palm prints, fist prints, finger marks, terrifying claw marks, countless marks remained on the ground, bearing witness to the great battles and killings of the past. The air was filled with an astonishing killing intent. This killing intent was very chaotic. It wasn't targeted at anyone, but anyone who stepped into it would be affected. Simply speaking, if one's mind and will weren't strong enough, they would be disturbed and slowly become irritable. But at the same time, staying true to one's heart was also a kind of method to temper one's mind and will. This level of chaotic killing intent was nothing to the three of them. Stepping on the desolate ground that was covered in dried blood, Chenzong and the other two walked quickly. Gradually, they saw an outline. It was a black-red outline. Simple, heavy, vigorous, it looked like a huge prismatic city, made up of countless walls, sentry towers, and all kinds of other buildings. It looked like a giant beast of slaughter that was in a deep slumber, able to resist everything. The closer they got, the more oppressive Chenzong felt. His heart was heavy, and even his heartbeat seemed to be affected. Brother Chen, people who come to the demon-suppressing fortress for the first time will feel uncomfortable. They will get used to it slowly. Hua Wenjin said with a smile. Hua Wenjin knew more about the demon-suppressing fortress than Chenzong. Chenzong nodded. He took a deep breath of the air that had a trace of strange smell. The ice-cold air entered his body, and he slowly calmed down. With his outstanding potential and tyrannical physique, Chenzong got used to it quickly. He no longer felt uncomfortable. Hua Wenjin was secretly surprised that he got used to it so quickly. One should know that when he came to the demon-suppressing fortress for the first time, it took him more than 10 days to get used to it. Hua Wenqing didn't understand because this was her first time in the demon-suppressing fortress. Although she already knew, it wasn't easy for her to get used to it. Along the way, Chenzong and the other two saw many people coming in and out. Many of them had a strong murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura was different from the usual murderous aura. It seemed to be gloomier, colder, and bloodier. Ordinary warriors would go blank and their limbs would be stiff when facing this kind of murderous aura. They wouldn't be able to exert their strength at all. Even Chenzong felt a little uncomfortable when he sensed it from afar. However, it didn't affect him much. It was just that when those people looked over, there was a kind of terrible coldness that made Chenzong's hair stand on end. It was as if he was being stared at by some terrible fierce beast. Chenzong also noticed that these people with terrible murderous aura all had a black crescent-shaped badge on their chests. It looked extremely sharp, like a killing weapon. There were blood-red stars on the badge. Some had 1 blood star, some had 2, and some had 3. The more blood stars there were, the stronger the murderous aura. Chenzong thought about it. With a clear mind, Chenzong quickly came to the conclusion that these people should be the so-called demon hunters. The crescent-shaped badge, like a killing weapon, should be the exclusive badge of the demon hunters. The number of blood stars on the badge represented the level of the demon hunter. As for how to increase the level, it should be related to merits. Hua Wenjun had already said this. 3 rookies again. We were rookies too. Some of the demon hunters didn't hesitate to talk when they passed by. If it were someone with a bad temper, they would probably get angry. However, neither Chenzong nor Hua Wenjun were good-tempered people. They wouldn't get angry because of a trivial sentence. Hua Wenqing, with her temperament, wouldn't get angry either. It's the end of the year. Another year has passed. I've already gotten used to living without money. The 2 majestic gates were over 100 meters tall and incomparably heavy, as if they were 2 ancient giants standing tall, guarding the earth. Chenzong, Hua Wenjun, and Hua Wenqing strode forward, solemnly walking through the ancient giant-like door under the gaze of numerous cold and sharp gazes. As far as the eye could see, the street was incomparably wide, like a square. The ground was paved with huge brown stone slabs that were a few meters long and wide. They were constantly emitting traces of heat. This kind of stone slab was cast from volcanic rock. It was hot by itself, and after being cast, it was incomparably hard. The buildings on the left and right sides were black and red, giving off a dignified feeling. It was as if they were constantly reminding everyone that this was the demon-suppressing fortress, the first line of defense against the invasion of the Blue Waves continent by the demon race and underground monsters. It was also an incomparably important line of defense. On the wide streets, pedestrians came and went. Chenzong also discovered that everyone here was a cultivator, and at least had the strength of a pseudo-transcendent realm. 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. There were also many 1st and 2nd extremes, and some 3rd extremes. Even extreme mortal realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. No matter what kind of cultivation or strength they had, each and every one of them more or less carried a baleful aura. Chenzong and the other 2 were different. The moment they stepped into this place, they felt out of place, as if they were 3 drops of clear water in a pool of muddy water. Many gazes were focused on the 3 of them. Some were indifferent, some were mocking, and some were curious. There were also some gazes that fell on Hua Wenqing's face with blazing eyes, as if they wanted to strip her naked. Desire burst out from the depths of their eyes, making Hua Wenqing both embarrassed and angry. Hua Wenjun's figure flashed and blocked in front of Hua Wenqing. He frowned and looked displeased. "Get out of the way." A ferocious and overbearing voice rang out. At the same time, a formidable killing intent surged forward, causing the bodies of Chenzong's team of 3 to involuntarily tighten. They felt their hair standing on end. This was a natural reaction of their bodies, a form of self-protection. There was a scar on his face that extended from the corner of his left eye. The middle-aged man with a fiendish expression walked in front of Hua Wenjun. A terrifying baleful aura emanated from his body, as though he was a ferocious beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This middle-aged man with a murderous aura had a sneer on his face. His ferocious eyes fell on Hua Wenjun's face, brimming with killing intent. "Rookie, hand over the little beauty behind you. Let me have some fun. If I'm happy, I might even take care of you outside the fort." A burst of laughter sounded from the surroundings. "She is indeed what's his name, little beauty. Idiot, I'm the one who's seductive. If 4th Master Han hadn't made the first move, I would have made my move." All sorts of malicious voices rang out one after another. Every one of them was filled with a thick evil qi. The aura they emitted made it clear that they were all extreme mortal realm warriors. You want to die? Hua Wenjin's every word was filled with shocking killing intent. His eyes became dark and deep, like a spinning vortex that absorbed all light. It contained shocking ferocity, causing the scarred middle-aged man's face to freeze, and he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he would be killed if he continued like this. Soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face. He was only at the 4th level of the extreme human realm. Perhaps at his age, he could be considered a top genius, but so what? He was just a flower in a greenhouse. On the other hand, he was a demon hunter. Moreover, he was not alone. With a change of mind, 4th Master Han didn't have any intention of retreating. Instead, he took a step forward. A terrifying baleful aura spread out, as if a demon was howling. Hand it over, or the consequences will be tragic. 4th Master Han threatened. His body trembled, feeling as if his body was being torn apart by an invisible sword. He was extremely shocked and couldn't help but take 3 steps back. His expression was uncertain as he scanned the surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on Shenzong. This aura was indeed emitted by Shenzong. His eyes were sharp and flashed with a terrifying cold light, as if they could pierce through 4th Master Han's soul. A chill emerged from the depths of 4th Master Han's soul, freezing his entire body. Even though 4th Master Han had hunted many demons, and his cultivation wasn't weak, at this moment, he felt as if he was facing a powerful demon for the first time. At this moment, a strong icy aura blew over like the cold wind from the extreme north, causing everyone to involuntarily shrink their bodies. Those demon hunters who were watching the show with ill intentions all had a drastic change in their expressions. They were extremely shocked. It was as if a mouse had seen a cat. Shenzong was also alarmed. His hair stood on end, and his muscles tightened. His tyrannical strength was like a long river, flowing endlessly. The red jade sword at his waist was also trembling. His 5 fingers loosened, as if he could pull out the sword at any time and unleash a powerful attack. Hua Wenjin's body was tense, and his hair stood on end. The whirlpool in his dark eyes was spinning faster and faster, and the surroundings were filled with strands of black, dancing in the wind like hair. This kind of aura was different from spiritual energy. It was more domineering and darker. It was as if a metal monster was approaching, and the sound of footsteps was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone looked over and saw a young man wearing black and red armor and carrying a long sword on his back striding over. This young man's eyes were dark, and his face was pale. His expression was cold. His attire was the same as the soldiers they saw at the entrance of the fortress. This person's identity was obvious. Demon Suppression Sergeant. The Demon Suppression Army was the strongest force in the Demon Suppression Fortress. They were more powerful than the Demon Hunters, and also more formal. If the Demon Suppression Army was the formal main force, then the Demon Hunters were like stragglers. The difference between the two was huge. Every demon hunter wanted to be a demon suppression sergeant, but most of them didn't have the qualifications. You've all forgotten the rules of the Demon Suppression Fortress, right? The pale-faced demon suppression sergeant spoke slowly. His voice was as calm as water, but it sent chills down people's spines. The surrounding demon hunters were pale, and some of them couldn't help but tremble. When facing rookies, they thought that rookies were like flowers in a greenhouse. No matter how talented they were or how good their background was, they would still feel superior. However, when facing a demon suppression sergeant, all their feelings of superiority dissipated like smoke and no longer existed. I wouldn't dare. I just saw that these 2 young brothers are new here and not familiar with them. I took the initiative to get to know them out of goodwill. Mr. Han nodded and bowed. He really didn't dare to go against the demon suppression sergeant. Otherwise, if he was killed here, no one would stand up for him. Even the forces behind him wouldn't be able to get an explanation for him. Even if he could get an explanation, so what? He would be killed anyway. The 3 of you remember, you're not allowed to fight in the Demon Suppression Fortress. If not, you'll be killed without mercy. The Demon Suppression Sergeant's cold gaze swept past Shenzong and the other 2, making Shenzong and the other 2 feel a chill down their spines. For a life-and-death battle, you can do it outside the fortress, or apply for the blood vengeance ring. After saying that, the demon suppression sergeant turned and left. With the intervention of the demon suppression sergeant, Mr. Han and the other demon hunters naturally didn't dare to offend him again. They only fiercely glanced at Chenzong and Hua Wenjun. The murderous intent and threat in their eyes were very strong. Then, they looked at Hua Wenqing. That kind of desire was very obvious, making Hua Wenqing very uncomfortable. Hua Wenjun retracted his aura, and the dark vortex in his eyes dissipated. Hua Wenjun returned to his previous bright appearance. Looking at the demon suppression sergeant's back, a trace of passion flashed in his eyes. This was the demon suppression sergeant. Unparalleled in their reputation. Chenzong was also surprised by the demon suppression sergeant's demeanor, but he was even more surprised by the demon suppression sergeant's strength. As expected, he was very, very strong. He couldn't see the demon suppression sergeant's cultivation level, but he was sure that it was at the extreme mortal realm. Demon suppression army. Chenzong's heart gradually formed an idea. "Brother Chen, let's go to the demon hunter hall," Hua Wenjun said. "Okay." Chenzong nodded. To come to the demon suppression fort to train, one must first become a demon hunter. Only then could one gain merits and exchange them for treasures and so on. Becoming a demon hunter was also the first step to joining the demon suppression army. The three of them walked quickly, and they saw a large hall from afar. The large hall stood majestically, made of black and red metal. Its appearance was like an incomparably huge scimitar, standing tall on the ground and pointing straight at the sky. It was incomparably sharp, as if it was going to split the sky open. Looking at the large hall, Chenzong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He suddenly had an inexplicable feeling, as if he was about to break through some kind of shackles, and some kind of inspiration was about to come out. "It's you guys, how dare you come here?" A voice filled with malice exploded like a sudden clap of thunder, waking Chenzong up. The feeling that was about to come out also disappeared in an instant. A mouthful of anger suddenly emerged from the depths of his heart, and turned into a fierce killing intent. The red jade sword was unsheathed, and it turned into an incomparably sharp sword light that split the heavens and the earth. It carried a heart full of anger as it slashed out. He was so close to breaking through, but was suddenly interrupted. This kind of feeling was definitely unpleasant. Cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents, and interrupting one's breakthrough was even more serious than cutting off one's path to wealth. "Chenzong, stop." Hua Wenjun was shocked, and hurriedly took action. He threw out a punch, and a black light broke through the air and hit the red sword light, slightly deflecting it. Fourth Master Han, who had spoken, also quickly dodged in an instant. He was just a hair's breadth away from being hit by Chenzong's angry sword. A sword mark that was dozens of meters long was left on the hard ground. The terrifying sword chi waves filled the air, and the surroundings were silent. Inside the demon suppression fortress, no one was allowed to fight at will. This was a rule that had been in place for a long time. It wasn't that no one had violated it in the past, but they all ended up being killed by the demon suppression army. Even experts of the profound sky realm couldn't be spared, but that was under the condition that they had killed someone. The terrifying aura was incomparably cold, and it directly locked onto Chenzong. This kind of pressure made it difficult for Chenzong to breathe. "Why did you attack?" At the same time an indifferent voice sounded, questioning Chenzong. Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing were both very nervous. "You interrupted my epiphany." Chenzong responded neither slowly nor quickly, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The surrounding people all showed a look of realization, and some of them looked at Fourth Master Han with eyes full of disgust. For warriors, epiphany was very important. It was an opportunity, and it wasn't easy to obtain. Being interrupted in epiphany was a great loss. The farce ended just like that. However, Grandpa Han's vicious gaze fell on Chenzong's face, not bothering to hide his murderous intent. However, he couldn't fight here. Otherwise, he would have killed him right there and then. Of course, Grandpa Han had another concern. His opponent's sword was very powerful. If not for his companion's help and his timely reaction, he would have been killed. This meant that this guy was very strong. He might not be able to kill him in the blood vengeance arena. Since that was the case, he would leave the opportunity outside the fortress. "Thank you, Brother Hua," Chenzong said to Hua Wenjun. This time, he attacked out of anger. His sword was very powerful. If Hua Wenjun didn't help in time and slightly deviated the sword light, he would have killed his opponent. Killing his opponent would be gratifying, but it would also cause him a lot of trouble. That aura locked onto Chenzong's body and made him shiver. Even the gray feather shield wouldn't be able to block that attack. It wouldn't be worth it to put himself in a dangerous situation just to kill a scum. "This guy deserves to be killed, but not here," Hua Wenjun said. "When we become demon hunters, we can take revenge on him." Taking a deep breath, Chenzong couldn't find the feeling of epiphany. He felt a little regretful, but there was no need to dwell on it. The Demon Hunter Hall had 99 steps in the shape of a half-moon. Stepping on the steps, the atmosphere became more solemn. The Demon Hunter Hall's door was wide open. It was 50 meters high and 40 meters wide, allowing many people to enter and exit at the same time. When Chenzong stepped into the hall, he was shocked. It was very spacious, very spacious. The hall was hundreds of meters high, and the dome was covered with blood-red starlight. It was deep and vast, but also infinitely mysterious. The hall was circular, with a diameter of 1,000 meters. There were 4 doors in total, and each door had a plaque with different blood-red words. Demon Hunter Area, Mission Area, Trading Area, Recuperation Area. The 4 areas were different. The Demon Hunting Area was mainly for demon hunters to apply, be assessed, and advance in rank. The Mission Area would give out missions, and those who completed the missions would be rewarded with merit points. The Trading Area was a place for demon hunters to trade with each other. The Recuperation Area was a place for recuperation. It was also a place where demon hunters could drink and chat. Chenzong and the other 2 were not demon hunters yet. Therefore, they could only head to the Demon Hunter Zone. Only after becoming a demon hunter would they be qualified to enter other zones. The application wasn't difficult. All he had to do was pay 100 low-grade spiritual sources and report his name. As for his background, there were no other requirements. The 3 of them were arranged to sit at the side, waiting to be assessed. Other than Chenzong and the other 2, there were 7 or 8 other people waiting. "I wonder if I can pass the assessment this time." Not far away, a young man at the pseudo-transcendent realm whispered. "It depends on luck. If we encounter a monster that's easier to deal with, we might be able to pass the test." His companion shrugged. "Well, it depends on luck." The pseudo-transcendent realm young man was obviously distressed. Immediately, he saw Chenzong and his eyes lit up. He quickly rushed over and sat down beside Chenzong. "Hey, brother, you're also here to participate in the Demon Hunter assessment, right?" Chenzong nodded. "Yes." Hua Wenjun smiled slightly. "Is this your first time participating in the assessment?" the young man asked again. After getting confirmation, he spoke again. "My name is Li Xiao. This is my 3rd time participating in the assessment. Can the assessment be repeated?" Chenzong asked back. "Yes, as long as you don't die, you can apply for the assessment again." Li Xiao smiled. "The monsters I encountered the last 2 times were too powerful. I couldn't beat them, so I gave up on the assessment. If I didn't give up, I would have been killed. I hope I can encounter a monster that's easier to deal with this time. That way, I can pass the assessment and become a demon hunter." Demon hunters are people who have to face monsters and demons. Only the truly strong are qualified, not a coward like you. Someone next to Li Xiao seemed to be unhappy with his words and immediately mocked him. Li Xiao's face turned red. Basically, it was normal to give up during the assessment when you felt you couldn't beat the monsters. After all, if you didn't give up, you would have been killed by the monsters. In order to survive, you naturally had to give up. It could be called being sensible. However, after becoming a demon hunter and going outside the demon-suppressing fortress to face the underground monsters and demons, you couldn't give up just because you weren't a match for them. The other party wouldn't be merciful. If you couldn't beat them, if you couldn't escape, only death would await you. Therefore, being a demon hunter was a very cruel profession. If you don't have the determination to fight for survival, you'd better leave here as soon as possible. The person who mocked Li Xiao spoke again. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it was close to the truth. However, this was other people's business. Chen Zong wouldn't care about it. Although Hua Wenjun liked to make friends, he was also a good judge of character. The assessment has begun. Follow me. A person from the Demon Hunter Hall walked over, glanced around, and said coldly. Then, he turned around and left, not caring if the others could follow him or not. Everyone got up and followed him. Not long after, they arrived at a side hall. The assessment will start with number 1. The person from the Demon Hunter Hall announced. As soon as he finished speaking, number 1 stepped forward. A transparent light curtain rose, isolating number 1 from the others. An ear-piercing sound was heard. One of the walls of the side hall opened, and a cloud of black smoke billowed out. Within the black smoke, there were 2 fist-sized scarlet lights. Roar, a terrifying roar was heard. It was incomparably ferocious. Immediately, the 2 scarlet lights stretched out in the black smoke, turning into 2 scarlet streamers. A black figure rushed out from the black smoke. It was a ferocious beast that looked like a tiger. However, it looked even more ferocious than a demonic tiger. Traces of black aura lingered around its body. Its body was huge, and there were black bone spurs on its back, like crisscrossing fangs. Brother Chen, this is the demonic black mist tiger from the underground. Hua Wenjun stood aside and said. Chen Zong nodded. The demonic black mist tiger's aura was not bad. It was almost at the 7-star level. However, an ordinary 7-star level might not be its opponent. In other words, to defeat and kill the demonic black mist tiger, one's strength had to be at the top of the 7-star level. Participant number 1's strength was not bad. He was at the 8-star level. However, when facing the demonic black mist tiger, his expression was cold. His muscles tightened, and a tyrannical pseudo-spiritual power surged in his body. With a roar, the demonic black mist tiger swept over with billowing black smoke. Its huge body brought along a gust of wind. It was not only extremely fast, but also extremely ferocious. In the black smoke, the scarlet lights were blazing. Its terrifying sharp claws quietly clawed at participant number 1. Participant number 1 shouted loudly. His long saber was unsheathed, and with a dazzling saber light, he slashed at the demonic black mist tiger. This slash directly split the black smoke and hit the demonic black mist tiger's sharp claws. The demonic black mist tiger only paused for a moment. Participant number 1 could not help but take a few steps back. His long saber trembled violently, and a burst of counterforce numbed his hand. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. This demonic black mist tiger was like an ant to him. Chen Zong did not have to worry about it at all. However, the demonic black mist tiger belonged to the lower level of all the underground monsters. The demonic black mist tiger's aura was equivalent to that of a 7-star pseudo-transcendent, but its body was very strong. An average 7-star pseudo-transcendent wouldn't be able to break through it. If this was the normal state, then the strength of the underground monsters' bodies would be stronger than their strength. Participant number 1 was forced to retreat, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he became more and more calm. With a long saber in hand, he moved quickly and nimbly, circling around the demonic black mist tiger. The demonic black mist tiger was also very fast. It turned into a billowing black smoke. Its scarlet eyes danced like streams of light, and its terrifying claws tore the air apart. The saber light spread in all directions. This battle lasted for a while. Participant number 1 finally killed the demonic black mist tiger with his own strength. His body was covered in blood, caused by the demonic black mist tiger's claws. The wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. There was also a trace of terrifying demon chi lingering in the wound, making it difficult for it to heal. Congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming a reserve demon hunter. The person from the Demon Hunter Hall waved his hand, and the light screen disappeared. Immediately, he formed a seal and released a white light, which fell on the wound. With a sizzling sound, the demon chi in the wound was expelled. The assessment begins on the 2nd. Chen Zong was number 6, Hua Wenjun was number 7, and Hua Wenqing was number 8. Number 2 was stronger than number 1, and he passed the assessment smoothly. Number 3 was killed because his strength was not as good as the demonic black mist tiger. Number 4 was Li Xiao. I give up the assessment. Li Xiao quickly said. He had no choice. The demonic black mist tiger might not be strong to others, but it was very strong to him, who only had a 7-star battle strength. He had no confidence. Of course, it was also because he was not confident enough. He was afraid of death, so he did not dare to take the risk. Such a person, even if he was given a great opportunity, would not be able to achieve anything because of the lack of courage and momentum. Number 5 was the person who mocked Li Xiao before. He was not weak, with a 9-star battle strength. He killed the demonic black mist tiger with only 2 moves. He glanced at Li Xiao with a sneer and snorted coldly. The assessment began on the 6th, and it was Chen Zong. Facing the demonic black mist tiger, Chen Zong could feel the terrifying demonic aura rushing toward him. It was gloomy, overbearing, and dark. Chen Zong stood still with his sword in the scabbard, looking calm. The demonic black mist tiger roared and rushed toward Chen Zong with a gust of chilly wind. Its terrifying demonic aura rushed toward Chen Zong like a tidal wave, trying to swallow him whole. Its sharp claws tore the air apart in the black mist, and it came at Chen Zong with terrifying power. Chen Zong still stood still. He must be scared out of his wits. Maybe it's because it's his first time seeing an underground demon, and he's not strong enough. With this kind of mentality, it's better to just give up. This kind of person should not take the assessment at all. The people from the Demon Hunter Hall also stared at Chen Zong with some doubts in their eyes. Although they couldn't see through Chen Zong's cultivation, they felt that he shouldn't be weak. Facing the dark mist demonic tiger, he shouldn't be so weak that he couldn't resist at all. The wind follows the tiger, the cloud follows the dragon. The demonic black fog tiger was extremely fast, and its every move was ferocious and shocking. It brought with it waves of black fog, like a roaring gale, that spread out in all directions and gradually swallowed up Chen Zong's figure. But no matter how fast the dark mist tiger was, or how ferocious its attacks were, it couldn't hit Chen Zong. It was as if Chen Zong was just an illusion. In just a short while, Chen Zong had figured out the dark mist tiger's abilities. Indeed, the dark mist tiger's aura was equivalent to a 7-star warrior, but its body was extremely strong, its speed was fast, and its attacks were swift. Coupled with the billowing black mist, a normal 7-star warrior wouldn't be its opponent. Since he had a good understanding of it, Chen Zong didn't need to deal with it anymore. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of sword chi tore through the black mist, piercing through the dark mist tiger's claws and forehead. Then it was Hua Wenjun's turn. Hua Wenjun was at the 4th layer of the extreme mortal realm. With a wave of his hand, he killed the dark mist tiger. Hua Wenjun's cultivation wasn't weak either. His strength far surpassed the dark mist tiger, so he killed it easily. Chen Zong and the other 2 had all passed the demon hunter assessment and became reserve demon hunters. Reserve demon hunters weren't true demon hunters. The purpose of this assessment was to see if the warriors had the courage and ability to face the underground demons head-on. If they didn't, then they should go back to where they came from instead of wasting their time and lives here. Congratulations on passing the assessment and becoming reserve demon hunters. The man from the Demon Hunter Hall sneered and said unhurriedly, but don't be so naive to think that a trainee demon hunter is a real demon hunter. To become a real demon hunter, you still need to go outside the fortress and hunt the corresponding underground monsters. As for what kind of demon you hunt, it depends on your luck. This was the real test, not the so-called assessment. The difference was just one word, but the nature was also very different. What kind of demon to hunt would be decided by drawing lots. Although it was called drawing lots, it wasn't too outrageous. For example, a pseudo-transcendence realm warrior would have to hunt a transcendence realm demon. It was worth mentioning that the cultivators had categorized the underground demons into different levels, with the mortal level being the lowest. However, even the weakest mortal level demonic beast was equivalent to a true martial realm cultivator. Among common grade cultivators, there were also strong and weak ones. The weak ones were equivalent to the early stage of the true martial realm, while the strong ones were comparable to the 3rd stage of the pseudo-transcendent realm. Above the mortal realm was the lower realm, which was equivalent to the transcendent realm. Mid-rank was equivalent to the earth spirit realm. The higher level was equivalent to the profound sky realm. Chen Zong drew the single-horned black demon, a low-level underground demon. Hua Wenjun, on the other hand, was hunting the low-grade underground demon, Black Flame Beast. Hua Wenqing, on the other hand, was going to hunt the two-headed fiendish python, a low-level underground demon. The three of them quickly left the demon hunter hall and headed in the other direction of the demon-suppressing fortress. The demon-suppressing fortress had a total of 2 gates. They faced each other, and in the middle was a very wide street. The east gate was the gate through which Chen Zong and the others had entered. It faced the Blue Waves continent, while the west gate faced the Earth Demon Abyss. Now, Chen Zong and the others were heading towards the west gate. Follow them and wait for them to separate before making a move. Kill the man and capture the woman alive. Fourth Master Han ordered the others as he stared coldly at the backs of Chen Zong and the others with a ferocious expression. Fourth Master, let's make a deal. I also want to play with that woman. That's right. This chick is full of life. I can't control myself just by looking at her. No problem, let's play together then. Fourth Master Han smiled evilly. The west gate and the east gate looked similar, but because it was closer to the Earth Demon Abyss, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the air was less, and the chaotic demon chi was denser. Stepping out of the west gate, they were surprised by what they saw. The ground was scorched black and cracked, as if all life had been extinguished. The air was filled with a fishy smell and dense chaotic demon chi. Brother Chen, the demon hunter's test needs to be completed alone. Let's split up here. Hua Wenjun said. With Chen Zong's ability, this test shouldn't be too difficult. Even so, this place is dangerous. Remember to be careful. Chen Zong said, Wenqing, you have to be more careful. I'll be careful. Brother Chen, be careful too. Hua Wenqing smiled. The three of them split up, each going in a different direction, because the underground demons they were hunting were in different directions. Let's split up. Okay, leave that chick to me. I guarantee I'll bring her back alive without any injuries. The Earth Demon Abyss was divided into 9 levels. Chen Zong and the others were at the surface of the Earth Demon Abyss, which was not even the first level. On the surface, there used to be many underground demons that came up from the first level. However, after many years of hunting by the demon hunters, there were fewer and fewer of them. After walking for a while, Chen Zong saw an underground demon that was at the mortal level, so he killed it. The deeper they went, the more underground demons they encountered. However, most of them were at the mortal level, and they did not see any lower level ones. There was a time limit for the preparatory demon hunter's test. It was neither too long nor too short, and lasted for a month. In other words, from the time they drew lots to the time they completed the test and returned to the demon hunter hall, they had to finish it within a month. The deeper they went, the lesser the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the air. On the contrary, the concentration of chaotic demon chi was higher. Such an environment was more suitable for underground demons to survive, but it was unfavorable for cultivators. The power of a cultivator was spiritual energy, and the source of spiritual energy was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Without the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it would be difficult for a cultivator to improve their cultivation. It was even difficult for them to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to recover after their spiritual energy was depleted. However, demon hunters also had a corresponding method, which was to absorb the pure spiritual chi from the spiritual source to recover, or to take pills to recover. Between absorbing the spiritual source and taking pills, the latter would recover faster, but it would be poisonous. If too many pills were taken, the poison would settle in the body, and it would take a lot of time to purify it. Otherwise, it would affect the purity of the cultivator's spiritual energy and affect their subsequent cultivation. Although absorbing the spiritual source was slower, it had no side effects because the spiritual chi in the spiritual source was very pure. Therefore, when demon hunters went out to hunt underground demons, they would often bring along the spiritual source and the corresponding pills to use according to the situation. The chaotic demon chi was like a tonic to underground demons, but to cultivators, it was like a poison. If they stayed in the chaotic demon chi for a long time, they would slowly be affected and become weak. If they absorbed the demon chi into their body, it would be more serious. Maybe there's a corresponding way to deal with it, Chen Zong thought to himself. With his strong body, this level of chaotic demon qi could not cause any adverse effects. However, Zong also knew that if he stayed in the chaotic demon qi for too long, it would be disadvantageous to him. He tried to absorb a trace of the chaotic demon qi into his body, and he felt as if his body was being cut by a sawtooth blade. He could not help but feel pain. However, Zong did not expel it. Instead, he carefully felt the various effects of the demon qi after it entered his body. Only then did he expel it. Tearing, pain, erosion, extermination of life. Zong could not help but frown. This demon qi was indeed a terrifying force. And this was only the outermost layer of the earth demon abyss. This chaotic demon qi was just leaking out from the earth demon abyss. If it entered the earth demon abyss, how strong would the chaotic demon qi be? He shook his head. These questions were not something he needed to worry about now. It was better to pass the test and become a demon hunter first. Zong went to the deepest part of the earth demon abyss and found his target, the single-horned black devil. The single-horned black devil was completely black. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a horse, but it was more ferocious and ferocious. There were bone spurs on both sides of its back and a single horn on its forehead. There were wisps of black smoke surrounding it. Underground demons generally did not have much intelligence, only some bestial instincts. This single-horned black devil stood where it was, constantly inhaling and exhaling the chaotic demon qi. Then, it sensed Zong's approach. The aura of a practitioner was incompatible with the chaotic demon qi. Even if Zong tried to restrain it, it would be difficult for him to escape the detection of the underground demon once he got close enough. As soon as it discovered Zong, the single-horned black demon immediately rushed over. Its four limbs were flying, and its speed was extremely fast. It was like a black bolt of lightning, and it roared with a dense demonic aura. The horn on its forehead was like a blade that cut through the air, leaving a mark in the darkness. The moment he saw the single-horned black demon, Zong estimated its level from the fluctuations of its aura. It was roughly equivalent to a third-tier human realm practitioner of an upper-level spirit art. However, the characteristics of a demon allowed it to contend with a fourth-tier human realm practitioner of an upper-level spirit art. The single-horned black devil rushed over in an extremely violent manner. Zong drew his sword, and the red sword light broke through the air and slashed at the single-horned black devil. However, the sword light was instantly shattered, and the single-horned black devil's speed was not affected. Master Four said that this kid is very strong and not easy to deal with. Now, it seems like he's just average. Let's wait and see. It's best to wait until he and the single-horned black devil are both injured before making our move. The two men who had followed them in the dark discussed with each other as they stared at the battle between Zong and the single-horned black devil. As demon hunters, they knew very well that once they made a move, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If they failed because they underestimated their opponent, then they were demon hunters who had failed. With a loud bang, Zong was sent flying by the single-horned black devil. His face was pale, and the hand that was holding the sword unconsciously trembled. This kid's cultivation is only at the early fourth tier of the extreme human realm. Judging from the situation, he probably won't be able to defeat the single-horned black devil. That's great, we don't have to make a move. Slash. Zong suddenly shouted, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. From the early fourth tier of the extreme human realm to the mid-fourth tier of the extreme human realm, and then to the late fourth tier of the extreme human realm. The red jade sword shone with a dazzling light. Immediately after, under the shocked gazes of the two demon hunters in the dark, a scarlet sword light that was more than 10 meters long tore through the ground and split the air apart. It carried a terrifying force as it rushed towards the single-horned black devil. The single-horned black devil instinctively felt a strong sense of danger. A trace of black light gathered on its horn, and soon after, it covered its entire body. It then turned into a black lightning bolt and shot out. A series of explosions blasted the surrounding dry ground into many craters. The single-horned black devil was lying on the ground on the verge of death, while Zong's face was pale. He was gasping for breath, and looked like he had overexerted himself and was injured. Both sides are injured. Swoosh, swoosh. When the two figures flashed across the sky like lightning, Zong's sharp ears could hear the subtle sound of wind breaking. The corners of Chen Zong's mouth curled up slightly. His pale face quickly turned rosy, and his body quickly became weak. He had a bad feeling in his heart, as if he had fallen into a trap. However, he had already shown himself and had nowhere to hide, so he could only kill. In front of them, a red sword radiance flashed, bringing with it a wave of scorching heat. It made the two demon hunters feel that the sword was aimed at them and that they couldn't dodge it. When they wanted to defend themselves, they felt a tearing pain sweep through their bodies. The figure in front of them seemed to be constantly retreating. No, it wasn't that person who was retreating. It was the two of them who were sent flying. Their chests were torn apart by the sword and were dripping with blood. Strong, too strong, with their strength, they couldn't defend themselves. They weren't stupid. They immediately understood that the two of them thought that they were secretly following Chen Zong, but they had already been discovered. That was why Chen Zong pretended to fight the single-horned black demon to the death. His purpose was to lure them out. Their guess was right. Chen Zong's purpose of showing weakness was to lure out the two demon hunters who were secretly following him. After stepping out of the demon-suppressing fortress and parting ways with Hua Wenjun and his sister, Chen Zong had a feeling that he was being watched. The person who was following him was very experienced and secretive. It was difficult to detect. If it wasn't for Chen Zong's strong perception, he might have been tricked. Even so, Chen Zong didn't know where the person who was following him was. He could only pretend to be weak to lure him out. With a shake of his long sword, the sword chi pierced through the air and killed the single-horned black demon who was struggling to get up. "Why did you follow me and sneak attack me?" Chen Zong asked in return. The two injured demon hunters pulled a long face. Their faces were still indifferent, as if they were unafraid of death. They didn't say a word. "Is it the person who was called Fourth Master Han today?" Chen Zong looked down from above. His eyes flashed with a sharp luster, as if he was unsheathing a long sword. Chen Zong's words made the two demon hunters' pupils slightly tremble. Immediately, Chen Zong knew that his guess was right. It was indeed the Fourth Master Han who wanted to take liberties with Hua Wenqing and interrupted his comprehension. An intense killing intent couldn't help but surge in his heart. "Where are you from? What's Fourth Master Han's background?" Chen Zong asked again. Fourth Master Han deserved to be killed, but before that, it was necessary to investigate his background. Only then would they be able to make better arrangements. "You want to deal with the Fourth Master?" Suddenly, one of the demon hunters sneered, saying with a face full of ridicule, "We are all members of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad, and the Fourth Master is a relative of our vice captain. Let's stop here and I will report it. At that time our Demon Hunt Squad won't cause you any more trouble. But if you kill us, you won't be able to bear the consequences. 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad." After muttering to himself for a few seconds, Chen Zong suddenly acted. With a shake of his red jade sword, two sword chi pierced through the air, killing the two demon hunters. If it was a relatively naive person or someone who lacked experience, perhaps they would believe the words of the other party, but Chen Zong wouldn't. These demon hunters were all vicious and merciless. They weren't easy to deal with. If he let them go, not only would they not let this matter rest, it would probably worsen. Taking a step back, even if the other party wanted to settle the matter peacefully, Chen Zong wasn't willing to. Just the fact that he interrupted his comprehension was an irreconcilable enmity. This Fourth Master Han had to be killed. With another slash of his sword, he cut off the horned black demon's head. This was proof that he had to hand it over. Chen Zong rapidly searched the bodies of the two demon hunters, taking their mustard seed pouches and other items, before rapidly heading back to the demon-suppressing fortress. Brother Hua and Brother Jun's background is extraordinary, and their strength isn't weak either. They should be able to deal with a sneak attack. Chen Zong thought to himself, but he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Immediately, his eyes flashed with an intense killing intent. "If anything happens to the siblings, I will slaughter the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad." After getting along with them for a few months, Chen Zong already considered the Hua siblings as good friends. On his return, Chen Zong was even faster. Once again entering the demon-suppressing fortress from the west gate, Chen Zong headed straight for the demon-hunting hall. The Hua siblings still hadn't returned. Chen Zong headed to the demon-hunting area, taking out the horned black demon's head and handing it over. It's indeed the horned black demon's head. It was killed not too long ago. After verifying it, the demon hunting area smiled. The demon hunting hall naturally had its own methods to verify if it was killed by a single person, if it was killed recently, and so on, to prevent cheating. After passing the verification, Chenzong became an official demon hunter, receiving the exclusive symbol of an official demon hunter. It was a black crescent insignia with a blood star on it, as well as a booklet introducing demon hunters. This insignia was called the Demon Hunter Seal. Not only was it the symbol of an official demon hunter, it was also a treasure used by demon hunters to communicate and record their contributions. Dripping his blood to become its master, Chenzong established a close connection with the Demon Hunter Seal. Only the demon hunter himself could use it. If he was killed, the Demon Hunter Seal would become an ownerless item, and others wouldn't be able to use it, because the Demon Hunter Seal would already be crippled. This method was also to prevent people from taking risks for merit points by killing other demon hunters to steal their merit points. The Demon Hunter Seal wasn't big, and it was made of an unknown metal. It felt cold when he held it in his hand, like water, spreading from his palm to every part of his body. Chenzong couldn't help but shiver, feeling energized. He exerted force with his fingers, but the Demon Hunter Seal was unexpectedly hard. One had to know that Chenzong's arm strength had reached 350,000 pounds. It was extremely terrifying. 10% of his strength, 20% of his strength, 30% of his strength, 40% of his strength, 50% of his strength, the Demon Hunter Seal didn't budge. Chenzong didn't continue to try, but instead, he immersed his mind into it. Name, Chenzong, level, 1-star Demon Hunter, contribution, 0, connection, none. The content was simple. Chenzong studied the Demon Hunter Seal and information related to demon hunters while waiting for Hua Wenjun and his sister to return. Demon hunters were divided into 7 stars and titled demon hunters. 1 star was the lowest, while 7 stars was the highest. Titled demon hunters were higher than 7 stars. The promotion method was also very simple, which was to earn contribution points. When one's contribution points reached a certain amount, they could apply for promotion in the Demon Hunter Hall's Demon Hunter area. The contribution points needed to promote from 1 star to 2 star was 1,000 points. Killing a common level demon would give 1 to 6 contribution points. After all, there were strong and weak common level demons, and they were divided into 6 levels, which corresponded to the 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars, and the first, second, and third levels of the pseudo-transcendent realm. Killing a low-level demon would give 10 to 100 contribution points. Killing a mid-level demon would give 1 to 10,000 contribution points. Killing a high-level demon would give 1 to 100,000 contribution points to 1,000,000 contribution points. As for how to determine a demon's level and obtain the corresponding contribution points, it was determined by the Demon Hunting Seal. In other words, after killing a demon, the Demon Hunting Seal's aura would be activated and come into contact with the demon. It would then make the relevant judgment and increase the corresponding contribution points. This was because most of the underground demons had been recorded. Their appearance, aura, strength, and so on could be found. Every demon hunting seal that recognized its master could be connected to the records of the demon. If one could find a demon that had not been recorded, they would be able to obtain contribution points according to the demon's level. The rewards were quite generous. Brother Chen. A voice sounded. Chenzong looked up and saw the siblings Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing striding over. He let out a sigh of relief and let go of the worries in his heart. I've already obtained the Demon Hunting Seal. Chenzong said as he flashed the Demon Hunting Seal in his hand. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Let's go turn in the mission first. We'll talk about it later. Hua Wenjun smiled. The siblings had also killed the corresponding underground demons. Not long after, the Hua siblings also obtained demon hunting seals and became official demon hunters. Their level was the same as Chenzong's, 1 star. Brother Chen, did you encounter an ambush? Hua Wenjun asked seriously. So you were also ambushed? Chenzong asked back. His gaze swept past Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing's faces, and the two nodded at the same time. Ambushing the three of us is definitely related to that person, Hua Wenjun said, a gloomy look flashing in the depths of his eyes. Chen Zong knew that the person Hua Wenjun was talking about was precisely fourth grandfather Han. It is indeed directly related to this person. Chen Zong said, this person is a member of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad, and has a certain status. Clearly, although Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing dealt with the ambushers, they didn't force them to reveal their identity. The 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad. Hua Wenjun's expression immediately became serious, as if he knew about this 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad. Brother Chen, for the establishment of a demon hunt squad, the first requirement is that there must be at least 5 people. The second requirement is that one of them must be a demon hunter of at least 4 stars. The third requirement is that they must complete a very difficult mission. Only by fulfilling these 3 requirements can a demon hunt squad be established. Hua Wenjun's words implied that demon hunt squads were not simple, and had great strength. The first requirement was the simplest, requiring 5 people. But the second and third requirements were comparatively more difficult. Chen Zong didn't have a clear idea about the difficulty of the third requirement, but the second requirement was that they had to be at least 4 stars, which was really not easy. To advance from 1 star to 2 stars, 1,000 contribution points were required. To advance from 2 stars to 3 stars, 10,000 contribution points were required. To advance from 3 stars to 4 stars, 100,000 contribution points were required. With 100,000 merit points, he would need to kill at least 10 peak mid-grade demonic beasts. And peak mid-grade demonic beasts were equivalent to emperors. Demon hunt squads are also divided into grades, from the lowest to the highest, soldier grade, general grade, and monarch grade. There are over 100 soldier grade demon hunt squads. A few years ago, when I came here, I heard about the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad. At that time, it seemed to be a general grade demon hunt squad. A general grade demon hunt squad meant that within the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad, there were at least 5-star demon hunters, and many Earth Spirit Realm powerhouses. As for whether there were any Sky Profound Realm powerhouses, that was unknown. But any Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse wasn't something the 3 of them could contend against. Brother Hua, what are your plans? Chen Zong was astonished at the strength of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad, but didn't show the slightest fear. The first method is for us to join a powerful demon hunt squad and display enough strength to gain the attention of the demon hunt squad. At that time, it will be easier to deal with the 10,000th demon hunt squad. The second method is to become a demon suppressing soldier. The 2 methods mentioned by Hua Wenjun both required time. I am prepared to ask 4th Master Han for a blood feud. Chen Zong smiled. Brother Chen, you can't do that. Doing so will alert the enemy, and even if we kill 4th Master Han, we won't be able to avoid the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad's revenge. Hua Wenjun's complexion changed, and he hurriedly stopped him. Brother, I understand what Brother Chen means. Hua Wenqing opened his mouth, his voice soft and his expression calm, that 4th Master Han is clearly a vengeful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent people to follow us and launch a sneak attack. After failing to launch a sneak attack, he was killed by us instead. This will create a feud between us and the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad. Even if we stop, 4th Master Han will continue to act, and the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad won't let this matter go. Therefore, I support Brother Chen's method of getting rid of 4th Master Han first, and then deal with the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad's revenge. Hua Wenqing looked gentle, but his heart was firm. His words were clear, and his vision was even more thorough than Hua Wenjun's, which made Chen Zong slightly astonished. Hearing this, Hua Wenjun also felt that this was reasonable. The feud had already been formed, and whether they killed 4th Master Han or not, the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad wouldn't let this matter go. After all, the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad's people had failed to launch a sneak attack and were instead killed. Brother Chen, are you confident? Hua Wenjun couldn't help but ask. Yes. Chen Zong nodded. That 4th Master Han's cultivation was indeed not weak, at the peak of the 5th layer of the human realm. Adding to that, he was a demon hunter. His strength was much stronger than ordinary 5th layer human experts, but he was at most equivalent to an ordinary 6th layer human expert. The 3 of them turned around and headed towards the demon hunt area. Chen Zong directly requested for a blood feud with the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad's 4th Master Han. This news wasn't a secret, and it quickly reached 4th Master Han's ears, as well as the other demon hunters. A blood feud? 4th Master Han's expression was a little ugly. He already knew that the people he had arranged had been killed. Now, the other party actually dared to mention a blood feud with him. Moreover, the person who mentioned the blood feud was the person who had almost killed him with a single sword strike. Thinking of that sword strike, 4th Master Han's heart still palpitated. As a demon hunter, he had been in the demon-suppressing fortress for a long time. Not only did he have sufficient strength, his eyesight was also outstanding. He didn't have the confidence to defeat the other party. Reject the other party's blood feud. There was no mandatory rule that a blood feud had to be accepted. Usually, when a blood feud was mentioned, both parties had to agree. It was rare for Chen Zong to mention a blood feud without informing the other party first. In order to survive, 4th Master Han decided to reject Chen Zong's blood feud and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. The news spread quickly. 4th Master Han actually rejected it. It's very normal. Although 4th Master Han has some strength, he always bullies the weak and fears the strong. When hunting demons, he always picks those weaker than him. It's not strange that he rejected Xue Chou. For 4th Master Han to reject Xue Chou, this person's strength must not be weak. Found out. This person's name is Chen Zong. He just came to the demon-suppressing fortress and passed the test to become a 1-star demon hunter. Tisk, 4th Master Han actually didn't even dare to accept the blood feud of a rookie. He's simply throwing away the face of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. 4th Master Han is such a coward. Coward. In life, there would always be friends and enemies. 4th Master Han's enemies ridiculed and slandered him one after another. The Black Palace appeared solemn and serene. The atmosphere was heavy and desolate. A person was sitting on the right side of the main seat. His figure was straight, and his aura was extremely condensed. His eyes were filled with a demonic blade-like radiance. Everywhere he passed, it was as if all living things had been exterminated, turning into ashes. This person's surname was Duan, and his name was Xianxia. He was one of the 2 vice-captains of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. I heard that you rejected someone else's blood feud. Duan Tianxia's demonic blade-like eyes stared at the person standing below, asking with an indifferent tone. Yes. 4th Master Han couldn't help but shiver from head to toe. The aura contained within that gaze was really too terrifying. It was as if his body was being dismembered, and even his life force was about to be extinguished. His whole body was incomparably cold. That's because the opponent is very strong. I don't have the certainty to deal with him. Very strong. No certainty. Duan Tianxia's eyes became even colder, making 4th Master Han's body shiver even more intensely. A trifling 1-star demon hunter of the extreme mortal stage actually made you cower. You've thrown away the face of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. Brother-in-law, his strength is really great. He's definitely from a large sect. 4th Master Han defended himself with a pale face. Accept the challenge. Duan Tianxiao directly said, I'll give you a demonic transformation pill. Demonic transformation pill. 4th Master Han's originally pale face became even paler. His face was filled with shock. Brother-in-law, the demonic transformation pill, I know, but since you don't have the certainty to kill him, you can only use the demonic transformation pill. Duan Tianxiao's voice was indifferent, but his attitude was resolute. Don't worry, as long as you kill him quickly, I'll take care of the backlash from the demonic transformation pill for you. You'll be fine after a period of rest. 4th Master Han's pale face was filled with incomparable bitterness. He knew that although the person in front of him was his brother-in-law, he was also the vice-captain of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad, and a powerhouse of the earth spirit realm. He always kept his word. Since he had already spoken to this point, he no longer had the right to resist. Even if he looked for his sister, it would be useless. Although using the demonic transformation pill could increase one's strength in a short period of time, there was a great risk. A single careless mistake could cause one to be corroded by the power of the demonic transformation pill, losing one's mind and turning into something like a demon. Brother Chen, this fourth Master Han first refused Xueqiu, and now he's agreed to Xueqiu's request. I'm afraid he has some tricks up his sleeve. Hua Wenjun said with some worry. No matter. Chen Zong smiled slightly. Since he had already mentioned Xueqiu, how could he be afraid of the opponent's tricks? Xueqiu was a solemn and dignified affair within the demon-suppressing fortress, and was presided over by a demon-suppressing soldier. An enormous octagonal blood-colored arena stood tall, unceasingly emitting astonishing fluctuations of aura. On both sides of the blood-colored arena stood a black stele, with blood-colored characters on each stele. Arena of Xueqiu, Worlds of Life and Death. These two sentences constantly reminded others that stepping onto the arena of Xueqiu was the result of a fight to the death. Around the blood-colored arena, there was a flight of stairs, one level after another, which allowed others to watch the battle. A portion of the Demon Hunt Squad's members had already arrived, and were sitting together, with the vice-captain Duan Tianqiu as their leader. After all, he had already promised Fourth Master Han that after Fourth Master Han had dealt with the opponent in a short period of time, he would act and deal with the backlash of the demonic transformation pill. Fourth Master Han walked onto the arena of Xueqiu, his cold eyes sweeping past. At this time, the siblings Chen Zong and Hua Wenjun walked over with large strides. After verifying his identity with the Demon Hunt seal, Chen Zong stepped onto the arena of Xueqiu. Brother Chen, you must be careful. Hua Wenjun said solemnly. Chen Zong nodded, and his figure flashed, landing lightly on the arena of Xueqiu, directly facing Fourth Master Han. Fourth Master Han revealed a smile, the scar on his face trembling, like a wriggling centipede, looking even more ferocious. Actually daring to start a blood feud with this Fourth Master, you really don't know the difference between life and death, Fourth Master Han said in a vicious tone. I'm very curious, didn't you already refuse Xueqiu? Why did you agree? Could it be that you found something to rely on? Chen Zong asked with a smile that was not a smile. You will soon know what this Fourth Master is relying on, Fourth Master Han smiled coldly. He believed that with something to rely on, dealing with the opponent wouldn't be difficult. The only thing that worried him was the backlash, and he only hoped that it could be dealt with without leaving any side effects. He had seen with his own eyes the consequences of taking the demonic transformation pill, and just thinking about it made him shudder. The spectators around the arena of Xueqiu, except for Duan Tianqiu, who was at the Earth Spirit realm, were all at the extreme mortal realm, and there were many pseudo-transcendents. After all, Chen Zong was only a 1-star demon hunter, a rookie, and Fourth Master Han was only a 2-star demon hunter, so they didn't attract much attention. On the arena of Xueqiu, everyone is responsible for their own life and death, and there are no restrictions on methods. No one else is allowed to interfere, and violators will bear the consequences, the Demon Suppression Army officer said coldly. It was normal that there were no restrictions on methods on the arena of Xueqiu, because those who entered the arena of Xueqiu were bound to have a life and death feud. If others interfered, they would have to bear the wrath of the Demon Suppression Army. A long time ago, there were people who relied on their strength and background to forcefully interfere in the arena of Xueqiu. They were still arrogant even after being warned, and angered the Demon Suppression Army, who directly dispatched powerhouses to kill them. The power behind them didn't dare to seek revenge, as the Demon Suppression Army was not only powerful, but also had a very deep background. No Demon Hunt Squad dared to oppose the Demon Suppression Army, and even a top sect like the Taiyuan Heaven Sect didn't want to be enemies with the Demon Suppression Army. Die! Fourth Master Han suddenly attacked. His palm blade tore through the air, and a silver light tore the space in front of him apart. It carried a shocking power as it ruthlessly attacked Chen Zong. A huge silver blade light exploded, carrying a terrifying baleful aura. This attack, regardless of its timing or power, had reached an astonishing level. Not to mention Fourth Master Han's character, his strength was indeed not weak. This attack fully displayed his cultivation, and its power was even greater, completely surpassing that of an ordinary fifth layer of the extreme human realm. After attacking with his palm blade, Fourth Master Han didn't stop. The long blade on his back was unsheathed, carrying a silver light as it pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. Boom boom boom, 3 blades in an instant. Soon after, He grasped the large blade with both hands, and a terrifying aura gathered and collided on the blade, bursting forth with astonishing silver lightning. Kill! An astonishing murderous aura erupted like a volcano. This blade attack seemed slow, but it carried the momentum of a storm, like a raging wave. This blade attack gathered all of Fourth Master Han's strength, and was the most tyrannical blade attack. Such a blade attack was enough to completely kill an early sixth layer of the extreme human realm. From the initial palm blade to the following 3 consecutive blade attacks, Fourth Master Han's exquisite martial arts and control over his own strength were all displayed. Coupled with the terrifying baleful aura, it was even more terrifying. And all of this was for the sake of the final blade attack. The final blade attack was the ultimate move. The blade light was like lightning, blazing, violent, and domineering. It swept across in an instant, filling up the area and swallowing Chenzong. If it was a normal extreme 6th stage human realm, even if he wasn't killed, he would be injured and his power would decrease. However, Chenzong's power wasn't something a normal extreme 6th stage human realm warrior could compare with. Within the lightning-like blade light, a crimson-red sword light flashed and slashed across, splitting the blade light in half. It then shot back like a hot knife through butter. The crimson-red sword light emitted a scorching heat, boiling the air like water. Fourth Master Han's face turned pale. This sword made him feel an intense sense of danger. Before the sword light even reached him, he already felt like he was going to be split in half. Without any hesitation, Fourth Master Han crushed the demonic pill in his mouth. The moment the demonic transformation pill entered his mouth, a terrifying black aura exploded out of Fourth Master Han's body with a loud bang. It surged out in all directions like a monstrous wave, wave after wave, as if it was endless. Wave after wave of black waves were split by the crimson-red sword light. However, there were too many black waves, and they kept weakening the crimson-red sword light. Within the black waves, Fourth Master Han's body seemed to be swallowed. Only the rolling black aura was emitting a shocking wave. Dark, cold, domineering, destructive, demonic chi wave. Fourth Master Han actually took the demonic pill. Demonic pill. Around them, the demon hunters realized what was happening and their expressions changed. The demonic pill was a type of pill created by a master alchemist. It was used as a last resort in a battle between demon hunters and underground demons. The side effects were severe. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to take the demonic pill. Fourth Master Han was crazy to take the pill. Demonic pill. Chenzong heard the demon hunters exclaim. He was a bit confused, but he knew that it wasn't something good. At this moment, Fourth Master Han was surrounded by the black aura, which was very similar to that of demons. Roar, a loud roar came from the black aura. Layers of sound waves rolled out, and a black hurricane roared. The black aura quickly shrunk and covered Fourth Master Han's body. Fourth Master Han's body was faintly discernible. His face seemed paler, and his eyes were deeper. He looked even more terrifying. Die. Before Chenzong could carefully observe his opponent, Fourth Master Han, who had consumed the demonic extermination pill, attacked again. He instantly slashed out with his blade, which was also covered by a black aura. It was extremely eerie, and the blade was like a black thunderbolt that pierced through the air. With a boom, it was violent and overbearing, its power unparalleled. The power of this slash was even stronger than Fourth Master Han's previous slashes. After consuming the demonic extermination pill, Fourth Master Han's strength skyrocketed. This strike was just the beginning. Boom! Boom! The broadsword, which was wrapped in black chi, slashed again and again. It was as if a huge wave was crashing down on Chenzong. The power of each slash was terrifying and could easily kill an ordinary extreme 6th-tier human realm warrior. Brother Chen. Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing clenched their fists in worry. Kill, kill, kill. Fourth Master Han's rationality was gradually affected by the power of the demonic extermination pill. He became violent, and his heart was filled with killing intent. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Chenzong in front of him. After consuming the demonic extermination pill, one's strength skyrocketed, and one would become extremely violent and fearless. The longer one consumed the pill, the greater the increase in strength, but the more serious the corrosion would be. In the end, one would completely lose their consciousness. In other words, after consuming the demonic extermination pill for a long time, one would become inhuman, similar to a demon or a demon. One would become a powerful and bloodthirsty demon. Chen Zong shattered the black blade light one after another, but he could clearly feel that the power of each subsequent slash was increasing. On one hand, he was curious about what the demonic extermination pill was and how it could increase Fourth Master Han's strength by so much. On the other hand, he didn't want to continue the battle. He wanted to end it as soon as possible to avoid any unnecessary changes. With this thought, Chen Zong's body flashed and disappeared under the increasingly violent black blade light of Fourth Master Han. With Fourth Master Han's remaining rationality, he couldn't dodge in time. The crimson sword light flashed in front of him, and as if it was following the gaps between the blade light, it was extremely light, agile, and sharp. Duan Tianqiu spun the two blood-red balls covered in spikes in his left hand as he stared at the battle between Fourth Master Han and Chen Zong. Chen Zong's sudden burst of power made Duan Tianqiu's heart skip a beat. In the next moment, Fourth Master Han's blade light stopped. With the blade in his hand, he couldn't move at all, as if he had been immobilized. With a sizzling sound, a stream of blood spurted out from his throat like an arrow shot from a bow. It flew for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. As the blood spurted out, Fourth Master Han's violent, domineering, and cold aura quickly weakened. The black color disappeared, revealing Fourth Master Han's pale face and dim eyes. Finally, he looked at Chen Zong. That look was filled with regret, fear, and other complicated emotions. How good would it be if he hadn't provoked the other party so recklessly back then? However, there were no ifs, and there was no medicine for regret. Gotcha. At the moment of Fourth Master Han's death, Duan Tianqiu crushed the two blood-red balls covered in spikes in his left hand. The tyrannical power crushed them into powder, and they fell down from his fingers. With a gloomy expression, his eyes flashed with an incomparably fierce killing intent. Immediately, Chen Zong's whole body tensed up, and his scalp went numb. Following that gaze, he happened to see Duan Tianqiu turn around and leave in large strides. Retracting his gaze, Chen Zong was prepared to face the 10,000-strong demon hunt squad from the moment he decided to kill Fourth Master Han. Speaking of which, regardless of whether he killed Fourth Master Han or not, the other party wouldn't leave the matter at that. It would be better to eliminate the other party's strength as much as possible. Thinking of this, Chen Zong collected Fourth Master Han's blade and mustard seed bag. These were his spoils of war. The surrounding demon hunters all looked at Chen Zong with eyes full of astonishment. It was obvious that everyone could feel Chen Zong's aura. He was only at the 4th level of the extreme realm of the mortal realm, but he was able to kill Fourth Master Han, who was at the 5th level of the extreme realm of the mortal realm and had taken the demon-melting pill. This meant that Chen Zong either had an extraordinary background or had received an extraordinary inheritance. Many people's thoughts began to move. Brother Chen, you're really powerful. Seeing Chen Zong kill Fourth Master Han, Hua Wenjun let out a sigh of relief, and said with a smile. Chen Zong only smiled faintly. He was only at the 5th layer of the human realm. Even if he had taken a demonic transformation pill, he still didn't have the qualifications to be his opponent. Hua Wenqing looked at Chen Zong with a smile on his face, feeling extremely astonished. Originally, he thought that Chen Zong was stronger than his elder brother, but not by much. But now, it seemed that he was clearly much stronger. Brother Chen, why don't we find a good demon hunt squad to join? Hua Wenjun suggested. Brother Hua, do you have a target in mind? Chen Zong asked back. I found a few, we can give it a try. Hua Wenjun said with a smile. He had always liked to do things prepared and planned. Hua Wenjun had found 4 demon hunt squads, 3 of which were soldier-grade demon hunt squads, and 1 of which was general-grade. Although the 3 soldier-grade demon hunt squads were not as powerful as the general-grade, they could be classified as demon hunt squads with good prospects for development. And the general-grade demon hunt squad could also be considered pretty good. But unexpectedly, his application was rejected. They actually rejected Brother Chen. Hua Wenjun wrinkled his brows. He looked like a gentle person, but had an unyielding character. He was also quite confident in himself, and could be called a top genius. But that Chenzong was not inferior to him, and even surpassed him. Such a person was someone most demon hunt squads would be willing to recruit. He didn't expect that the 3 soldier-grade demon hunt squads would directly reject him, while the general-grade demon hunt squad accepted Hua Wenjun and his sister's application, but rejected Chenzong's. "Brother, I'm afraid that they don't wish to provoke the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad." Hua Wenqing wrinkled his brows. Under normal circumstances, if a newly promoted demon hunter displayed outstanding strength, the demon hunt squads would fight over him to invite him to join. But no one came to invite Chenzong. Just as Hua Wenqing said. The reason was very simple: the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad was one of the more powerful demon hunt squads in the demon suppressing fortress. If they recruited Chenzong, it would be tantamount to standing on the opposite side of the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad. The majority of demon hunters understood very clearly that they shouldn't rashly make enemies with others. Maybe a weak person today might surpass them in the future. This was a kind of cautiousness. Of course, not all demon hunters would think this way. For example, 4th Grandfather Han, who was now dead. The 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad was a general-grade demon hunt squad. Among the 30 or so general-grade demon hunt squads, they could be considered among the top 10. Naturally, the soldier-grade demon hunt squads wouldn't dare become enemies with them, and the majority of general-grade demon hunt squads wouldn't be willing to make such a powerful enemy for no reason. As for monarch-grade demon hunt squads, every one of them was extremely powerful, and didn't need to put the 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad in their eyes. However, for today's battle, even the general-grade demon hunt squads didn't come, to say nothing of monarch-grade demon hunt squads. Furthermore, monarch-grade demon hunt squads were powerful, and had a deep foundation. They wouldn't necessarily take a fancy to Chenzong, who was hiding his strength. "If you don't want to, then forget it," Chenzong said with an unconcerned smile. "Being a freelance demon hunter isn't bad either." "Okay, then let's be freelance demon hunters," Hua Wenjun said with a smile. "That won't do. Brother Hua, since that general-grade demon hunt squad is willing to recruit you, you'd better bring Wenqing with you." Chenzong replied with a smile, "No need to worry about me. Killing 4th Master Han wasn't my full strength. Moreover, in this demon-suppressing fortress, I also have a senior brother from my sect." The senior brother Chenzong spoke of wasn't the senior brother of the extreme Yuan heavenly sect, but a genuine senior brother. The head disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, Tang Hua, was his own senior brother. According to his master, his senior brother Tang Hua was in charge of the Earth Demon Abyss all year round, and should be in this demon-suppressing fortress. However, ever since Chenzong became the disciple of the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, Tang Hua had yet to return to his sect. And with the Blue Feather Mountain Lord injured and the whereabouts of his second senior brother Feng Shigui unknown, Chenzong had no way to get in touch with Tang Hua directly. But then again, Chenzong didn't care too much about this. If he could get in touch with him, then so be it, but if he couldn't, then so be it. After bidding farewell to Hua Wenjun and his sister, Chenzong went back to walking alone. "Should I hunt demons to earn merits?" Chenzong thought to himself as he strolled along the wide street. He had to have a goal. He couldn't just walk around aimlessly. That would be a waste of time. "Let's go to the Demon Hunter Hall first." Chenzong thought of the things he got in the 1,000 Refinements subworld. He should make good use of the 1,000 refined gold and the top mid-grade elixir, the 9 blood rainbow. If he could forge the 1,000 refined gold into a sword, he would be able to increase his combat strength. If he could refine the 9 blood rainbow into an elixir, he would be able to improve his body refining skills and improve his cultivation base. In addition, he also needed to cultivate the 4th level of the art of spiritual refinement, which would further refine his spiritual sense and solidify it. He needed to perfect the mind sword Dao and so on. Chenzong realized that there were still many things he needed to work on. One step at a time. Chenzong was speechless. There were too many things he could cultivate. Each of them required time and energy. He felt like he couldn't do 2 things at once. Suddenly, Chenzong thought of the Tower of Ascension. The heaven-ascending pagoda indeed existed in his sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, the refining speed was too slow. Up until now, he had only refined 1/10 of it. Chenzong did not know how long it would take to completely refine the heaven-ascending pagoda. Fortunately, the Tower of Ascension required a cultivation base of the Earth Spirit realm to drive it. As he pondered, Chenzong headed towards the Demon Hunter Hall. Merits were very common in the demon-suppressing fortress. They were even more valuable than spiritual sources. Therefore, the more merits he had, the better. He went straight to the mission area. Other than directly killing demons, there were also ways to earn merits by completing missions. The combination of the two would maximize the benefits. There were many demon hunters in the mission area. On each wall was a mission panel. There were a total of 3 mission panels, which corresponded to different mission levels: low-level, mid-level, and high-level. Low-level missions were mainly for 1-star to 3-star demon hunters, mid-level missions were for 4-star to 5-star demon hunters, and high-level missions were for 6-star and 7-star demon hunters. Of course, high-ranking demon hunters could also accept low-level missions, but very few demon hunters would do so as the rewards were too low. As for the titled demon hunters that were 7-star and above, even if they had missions, they wouldn't announce them. The contents of the missions were scrolling slowly on the 3 mission panels. There were many demon hunters standing in front of each panel. Each of them was emitting a shockingly chaotic aura wave and had a strong murderous aura. Some of the demon hunters carried traces of chaotic demonic aura in addition to the demonic aura. They must have just returned from outside not long ago, as the chaotic demonic aura on their bodies had yet to dissipate. After a quick glance, Chenzong's eyes fell on the lower mission panel. With his current demon hunter level, he could only accept the missions on this panel. 10 devil mist flowers, 10 contribution points. Time limit, 7 days. Harvesting 5 stalks of black bone grass, 10 merit points. Time limit, 10 days. Many of the missions were related to the harvesting of herbs. The environment of the Earth Demon Abyss was different from many other places. The herbs that grew there absorbed the chaotic demonic aura and contained a certain amount of chaotic demonic aura. To normal cultivators, it was like poison. However, there was no lack of outstanding alchemists who could refine different herbs according to the ratio, turning the unfavorable situation into an advantageous one. The harvesting missions on the lower mission panel were basically for low-level demonic herbs. The contribution points awarded weren't many, and the time limit wasn't long either. Other than harvesting missions, there were also hunting missions. For example, killing a certain type of demonic creature, obtaining a certain part of the demonic creature's body, and so on. The lower missions were basically harvesting missions and hunting missions. Some missions had a limit on the number of missions, but some were long-term missions that didn't have a limit on the number of missions. Anyone who met the requirements could accept them. With my abilities, it's easy to advance to 2-star, Chenzong said to himself. Killing a low-level demonic creature would give at least 10 merit points, and the upper limit was 100 points. Advancing to 2-star required 1,000 merit points, which wasn't difficult at all. It only took a little time. Chenzong simply swept through the missions on the lower mission panel. As long as he felt that the harvesting and hunting missions were suitable, he would accept them all. After all, even if he couldn't complete the mission, there wouldn't be any losses. In an instant, there were more than a dozen missions in Chenzong's demon hunting seal that had yet to be completed. Following that, Chenzong went to the trading area. What was the purpose of becoming a demon hunter? It was to cultivate, to sharpen oneself, and also to obtain merit points. He could buy all kinds of useful items in the trading area to make himself stronger. There were more people in the trading area than the mission area. The trading area was divided into 2 parts. One part was the Demon Hunter Hall's trading platform, where the items owned by the Demon Hunter Hall were sold, regardless of whether it was martial arts or treasures. The other part was the free trading platform, where demon hunters could consign the items they wanted to sell, and after the appraisal by the Demon Hunter Hall staff, the price would be fixed and the corresponding fee would be collected. Demon hunters who wanted to buy could come here to search. In addition, there were 2 huge panels, each of which was divided into 100 boxes. Inside each box was a clear picture of a treasure, as well as a concise introduction. The panels would be flipped every 30 breaths of time, changing to other treasures, making it more convenient for demon hunters. It was worth mentioning that the merit points obtained through trading couldn't be counted into the Demon Hunter star rank, to prevent some people from using this method to cheat and increase their star rank. While Chen Zong was browsing in the trading area, the atmosphere in the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad was cold and desolate. The 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad had a captain and 2 vice-captains. Under the vice-captains, there were 7 large teams, and each large team was divided into small teams, in good order. At this very moment, one of the vice-captains, Duan Tianchou, was sitting on the second seat, spinning a blood-red ball with sharp spikes in his left hand. The sound of friction was very ear-piercing, making people's scalps numb. This kind of ball was made from the horn of a powerful demon. Below him stood 3 people, 3 of the 7 captains. Each of them had a demon hunt seal with 4 blood stars on it, and each of them was surrounded by an incomparably shocking wave of killing intent. Monitor Chen Zong's every move. As soon as he leaves the demon-suppressing fort, you will immediately take action. Cripple him and bring him back alive. I want to personally deal with him. Duan Tianchou's voice was low, and his eyes were as tyrannical as a demonic blade. As he swept past them, the 3 captains at the Earth Spirit Realm all tensed up. 4th Master Han was not only a member of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad, but also his own brother-in-law. Although he didn't live up to expectations and wasn't very strong, only able to fight against someone at the early stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm with his cultivation at the peak of the 5th layer of the mortal realm, no matter what, he was killed, and this grudge had to be avenged. The reason why the 3 captains at the Earth Spirit Realm had to personally lead the squad was to prevent any accidents. Everyone knew that a genius like Chen Zong would definitely have some trump cards. If not for his status, Duan Tianchou might have personally acted. Don't worry, Vice Captain. We will cripple him and bring him back, and let you do whatever you want with him. The 3 captains expressed their views one after another. To tell the truth, dispatching 3 captains at the Earth Spirit Realm to deal with a rookie demon hunter at the extreme mortal realm was really a waste of their talents. If word got out, they would probably be laughed at. But Duan Tianchou was a man of his word, and his orders had to be obeyed. Unless the captain spoke, the other vice-captain's objections would be useless. Ta-ta-ta, muffled and powerful footsteps could be heard from outside the hall, and with a certain rhythm, the 3 captains' expressions changed. That was because their hearts seemed to be beating in sync with the footsteps, out of their control. Duan Tianchou's face flashed with a trace of graveness, and his demonic blade-like eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the entrance of the hall. This sound was the sound of combat shoes stepping on the ground. According to Duan Tianchou's knowledge, no one in the entire Demon Hunt Squad wore combat shoes. In fact, among all the demon hunters, the number of people who wore combat shoes was very few. The only people who were truly equipped with combat shoes were demon suppression soldiers. Could it be that the one who came was a demon suppression soldier? Just as this thought flashed in his mind, a figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes along with the muffled and powerful footsteps. In an instant, Duan Tianchou's pupils contracted, and the pupils of the 3 captains also contracted, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ha 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 ha, what wind has blown, sir, here? Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Duan Tianchou's face twitched slightly, but he still stood up and squeezed out a smile, taking large strides to welcome him while speaking politely. Duan Tianchou, there are some people who you can't deal with as you please. The newcomer had an indifferent expression, but his eyes contained a trace of rumination. What does sir mean? Duan Tianchou wrinkled his brow slightly, and asked back. You can deal with this person, Chen Zong, but you can't send anyone above the extreme mortal stage. This demon suppression soldier didn't have the slightest intention of beating around the bush, and directly spoke, causing Duan Tianchou's expression to change greatly. Sir, this person has only just become a demon hunter. Don't tell me that the demon suppression army wants to protect him? Duan Tianchou's expression changed greatly. This doesn't conform to the rules. I'm only passing on the words of the 9th Battle General of the 4th Army's Battle Dragon Division to you. As for whether you want to listen or not, that's up to you. This demon suppression soldier didn't have the slightest intention of arguing with Duan Tianchou, and immediately turned around to leave with large strides. Only the sound of his heavy and hard footsteps could be heard, as if they were stepping on everyone's hearts, incomparably oppressive. Damn it! Duan Tianchou's brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes flickered with a frenzied killing intent. Vice Captain. A large captain spoke up carefully, how do you think we should handle this? The demon suppression army had actually intervened, and a battle general at that. This was something that had to be considered carefully and carefully considered. The demon suppression army had a strict hierarchy. The lowest level was a soldier, and was divided into 6 ranks. For example, the demon suppression soldier that had just arrived was a 4th rank soldier, and had a cultivation level of the earth spirit realm. Battle generals were above soldiers, and their status was even higher. Correspondingly, their cultivation level was higher, and their strength was greater. The 10,000 heavy demon hunt squad couldn't afford to offend even the weakest battle general, or it would be a disaster for them. Taking a deep breath, Duan Tianzhou's expression returned to normal, but the killing intent in his heart grew even more violent, and his eyes grew even colder. You actually want the 3 of us to deal with a rookie, isn't that too much of a waste of talent? A middle-aged man with a short stature of less than 1.6 meters, but was very strong like a rolling steel rock, grumbled. You short tiger, don't complain. This is the order of Vice Captain Duan. You should know Vice Captain Duan's temperament, so we have to do it well. The one who spoke was tall and thin, with a smile on his face. Speak less, do more. The third expressionless man said coldly. The 3 of them had different appearances, but their bodies all emitted shocking auras. On the demon hunt seal on their chests, there were 3 blood stars, indicating that they were 3-star demon hunters. The star level of a demon hunter was actually related to their cultivation level. 1 star to 3 stars were basically the extreme mortal realm, and 4 stars were usually the earth spirit realm. This was because the promotion between 3 stars and 4 stars was not as easy as before. Apart from having enough contribution points, one also needed to complete corresponding missions. These missions were impossible for the majority of extreme mortal realm experts. Because the difficulty of the missions between 3 stars and 4 stars was too high, many demon hunters within the demon-suppressing fortress were stuck at 3 stars. Although they were all 3 stars, there were differences in strength. Currently, these 3 were considered to be at the peak of the 3-star demon hunters, so many people recognized them. However, it was very normal for demon hunters to join hands to hunt demons, so no one paid any special attention to them. However, there were people watching them in the dark. General, the demon hunt squad Duan Tianzhou has sent out Short Tiger, Long Tiger, and Kuang Tiger. A figure walked out from the shadows, cupping his fists and reporting. The 3 tigers of Wanzhong are all at the peak of the 9th rank of the extreme mortal realm. The one called General had a tall stature, looking incomparably bold and powerful. He stood at the window with his hands behind his back. Outside was a corner of the demon-suppressing fortress. His voice was deep and vigorous, and when he opened his mouth, there was a feeling of muffled thunder. Yes. That demon-suppressing soldier's tone was firm. You will go personally. If my junior brother is unable to resist the 3 tigers of Wanzhong, you will act. The tall and robust figure said, remember, don't act unless you really have no way to resist. Yes. With that, the demon suppression sergeant took a few steps back and disappeared into the shadows. Junior brother, since you chose to come here, you should be prepared to face all dangers. Grow well and don't disappoint me. If you display enough strength and gain my approval, I will use all my connections to let you join the demon suppression army. 10 black fog flowers and 5 black bone grasses have been harvested. 20 merit points have been earned. Chen Zong put the 5th black bone grass into his mustard seed bag and said with a smile. Now, in his demon hunting seal, the 0 merit points had increased to more than 100 points, all of which were obtained from killing underground demons. As for the merit points from completing missions, they could only be obtained when he returned to the demon hunting hall and turned in the missions. Let's try to get more than 1,000 merit points on this trip, Chen Zong said to himself. Kill, 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 chop chop chop, the demons on the surface of the earth demon abyss all came from the first layer. Most of them were ordinary demons, with a few low-grade demons. Even if they were low-grade demons, they were not strong. If Chen Zong was willing to go all out, he could easily kill them in one move. After killing them, he would stimulate the aura of the demon hunting seal to come into contact with the demons and obtain the corresponding merit points. The merit points in the demon hunting seal kept increasing, surpassing 200, then 300. It was the easiest to increase between 1 star and 2 stars. With a flash of his sword, a low-grade demon was killed, and its eyeballs were dug out by Qianzong. This was a requirement for a mission. Clap clap clap, a burst of applause suddenly sounded, startling Qianzong. He immediately turned around and saw a figure. The moment he saw the figure, Qianzong's heart skipped a beat, and his hair stood on end. It was a fierce tiger with a long body, and it was walking on the ground. As its body swayed slightly, it emitted a terrifying aura, causing Qianzong's muscles to tense up. With another flash, the fierce tiger disappeared, and was replaced by a tall and thin figure. His hands were clapping, making waves of applause. The smile on his face let Qianzong know that this person was not a friend but an enemy. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong's heart calmed down, and his tense muscles relaxed a little. However, this kind of relaxation was not because he was relaxed, but because he wanted to attack better. Young, but powerful. You must have an extraordinary background. The tall and thin man was Chang Hu, one of the 3 tigers of Wanchong. He squinted his eyes and smiled. His tone was light, as if he was chatting, but it made Qianzong's muscles tense up again. Danger, a strong sense of danger spread from the bottom of his heart. Qianzong also found that he could not see through this person's cultivation, but he was sure that he was in the extreme mortal realm. "You're from the Wanchong Demon Hunt Squad?" Qianzong asked, while thinking quickly. "Are you thinking of how to get away?" Chang Hu did not answer Qianzong's question, but asked back. The smile on his face became more and more obvious, full of playfulness. "In front of us, unless you're in the earth spirit realm, you can't escape, Qianzong was slightly startled. He felt 2 other extremely terrifying auras coming from the other side. Sweeping his eyes over them, he felt his blood run cold again. It was as if he saw a violent tiger and an incomparably strong tiger striding towards him. Their frightening auras were locked on him from afar. The sense of danger these 2 gave him was no less than the one in front of him. His heart couldn't help but sink. "Chang Hu, why are you talking so much with this rookie? Just cut off his head and bring it back. Don't waste time," the short and stout tiger said in a stern voice. An extremely terrifying killing intent spread out, as if it was real. It carried waves of chilly wind as it bombarded Qianzong. When it swept past Qianzong only felt a strong numbness spread all over his body. Moreover, a cold chill spread all over his body, as if it wanted to freeze his blood, stiffen his muscles and thoughts. Soon after, another extremely violent killing intent attacked Qianzong's body, causing the numbness and coldness to intensify. Just this killing intent was enough to make an ordinary extreme mortal realm powerhouse lose all ability to resist. It could be seen how strong the killing intent was. Pure yang blood and qi instantly spread out, dispersing the intense numbness and coldness. The tyrannical spiritual energy was like a surging river. His spiritual sense swept out, and the 3 tyrannical forces merged in an instant, transforming into an illusory sword energy. Boom boom boom, after the terrifying illusory sword energy traveled all over his body, it instantly spread out, transforming into invisible but extremely sharp sword energy. It cut open the hard ground around them and quickly spread to the feet of the 3 men. The 3 tigers of Wanzhong were all shocked. The strength of this aura had reached the 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. In other words, when Qianzong fought with 4th Master Han in the blood-hatred arena, he didn't use his full strength. Qianzong's qi cultivation was at the mid-4th tier of the extreme mortal realm. His body cultivation was equivalent to the 6th tier of the extreme mortal realm. His spiritual sense was even stronger than an ordinary 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. The illusory sword energy formed by the combination of the 3 forces was even stronger, allowing Qianzong's strength to reach the mid-9th tier of the extreme mortal realm with an upper-level spiritual art. "You 2 hold the fort for me, I'll kill him." Huang Hu's voice was filled with indifference and madness. His eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pounced forward. Roar, the terrifying roar of a tiger was extremely violent. A shocking murderous intent mixed with a monstrous evil spirit, coupled with Huang Hu's own strength, condensed into a figure that pounced forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Chen Zong's hair stood on end. He felt as if he had met a ferocious tiger in the forest when he was still very weak. That terrifying aura had made him unable to move and terrified. Alarm bells were ringing madly in his heart. Chen Zong knew that even if his current strength was much stronger than when he was in the Red Valley, it still wasn't enough to deal with such a strong opponent. The three tigers of Wanzhong practiced an upper-level spiritual art, and their cultivations had reached the peak 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. In addition, they had been in the demon suppression fortress for many years and were experienced demon hunters. Their strength was much stronger than those who practiced an upper-level 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. Even an ordinary extreme 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm was no match for them. As soon as Kwang Hu made his move, Chen Zong knew that he was in great danger this time. It was even more dangerous than when he faced the elder of the extreme mortal realm from the Blackwater sect in the Thousand Refinements world. This was because the elder of the extreme mortal realm from the Blackwater sect was no match for Kwang Hu. There was a fundamental difference between the two. However, even if he knew that he was no match for Kwang Hu, Chen Zong couldn't give up without a fight. Under the gaze of the other two strong opponents, he couldn't escape. Thus, he was in a desperate situation. The more desperate the situation was, the more his potential would be stimulated. He would fight to the death and fight to his last breath. Chen Zong immediately gave up on any thoughts of luck. His heart was cold, and his consciousness was highly focused. With the red jade sword in his hand, his aura became incomparably condensed. His aura was like a sharp sword that soared into the sky, and was even sharper than before. This scene caused Long Tiger and Short Tiger's pupils to shrink. They absolutely didn't expect that in front of the three of them, Chen Zong would not only not be defeated but also have a high fighting spirit. His aura became even more condensed. This kind of person's future achievements were limitless. Currently, the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad had an unresolvable enmity with this person. If they couldn't kill him, in the future, when this person matured, he would inevitably bring great trouble to the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad, and could even lead to their annihilation. Because of this kind of talent, there was a great possibility for him to join the Demon Suppression Army in the future. Compared to the Demon Suppression Army, the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad didn't count for much. Only if the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad could they become a Monarch-grade Demon Hunt Squad, would they have the qualifications to talk to the Demon Suppression Army. However, to promote the 10,000th Demon Hunt Squad to the Monarch grade was just too difficult. According to the current situation, it would be impossible without at least 100 years of hard work. Kill. This person must die. The killing intent on Long Hu and Short Hu's faces became even more obvious, and their baleful aura became even more fierce. Kwang Hu also knew this, and thus, his attack became even more concentrated. Turning into a peerless wild tiger, it carried an incomparably terrifying power, attacking Chen Zong. This move was enough to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the extreme mortal realm who cultivated a high-grade spiritual technique. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The ferocious tiger, accompanied by Devil Chi, pounced. Chen Zong was highly focused. All his fear and worry disappeared, replaced by determination, faith, sharpness, and the sword. With my sword in hand, my heart is fearless. The red light was blazing and filled the world. It turned into a majestic sword light and rushed out with an indomitable momentum. This sword was not light at all, nor was it agile. It did not change according to one's will. It was as if it had broken away from the mind-sword principle. However, Chen Zong felt that he had broken through the shackles. His realm was instantly sublimated. The spiritual power in his body surged uncontrollably and rushed to the next aperture point. However, Chen Zong did not feel any of this. He did not pay attention to it. He was wholeheartedly focused on this sword. This sword was highly condensed, incomparably powerful, overbearing, and sharp. It contained everything in the world. This sword was also the sublimation of the mind-sword principle. It was different from the heart questioning. There was something mysterious about this sword. Cut, in an instant, the majestic crimson sword light rushed forward with unparalleled momentum and fiercely slashed at the figure of the ferocious tiger. There was a loud explosion. The sword light was shattered. The figure of the ferocious tiger paused for a moment and then pounced again. With a boom, Chenzong flew backward and spat out blood. That sword was powerful, but it was not enough to fight against the opponent. He was thrown dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. He rolled uncontrollably and quickly turned over. He knelt on one knee and supported himself with his sword. His black hair was messy and blood was dripping from his mouth. It was too powerful. Even though that strike was very powerful, it could only weaken a portion of its power. The remaining power directly bombarded his body. If it were not for the low-grade spiritual armor blocking a portion of the power, and if it were not for the 1,000 refinements Tao that he had obtained and cultivated to a certain level, his body would have been directly blown apart by this strike. Weak, his strength was still too weak after all. Chenzong's heart was filled with the desire to pursue power. His aura became even more condensed and sharp. The red jade sword hummed incessantly as a terrifying formless sword chi spread out, slicing in all directions. It was as if everything around him would be torn to shreds. The 3 tigers of Wanzhong were even more shocked. Not only did this person not die after taking a direct hit from the berserk tiger, but he was also able to emit such a powerful aura. It seemed that he was even stronger than before. Even though the wild tiger's attack was only 80% of its power, it was enough to destroy a peak 9th-tier human realm practitioner who cultivated an upper-level spiritual art. Unable to kill Chenzong, Kuang-hu was both surprised and annoyed. With a boom, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. It was incomparably violent. Vaguely, the roar of a ferocious tiger seemed to resound through the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding demonic aura to become even more chaotic as countless storms swept up. Mad tiger. 10,000 strikes. He growled word by word in a low voice, and his momentum was as shocking as the roar of thunder. Vaguely, an invisible aura condensed above the mad tiger, and condensed into a black and red tiger that was more than 10 meters long. It emitted a monstrous rage and killing intent, and locked onto Chenzong, who was 100 meters away. The terrifying impact of the aura directly shattered Chenzong's aura. Then, it seemed that Chenzong's body was going to be smashed into pieces. In the next moment, Chenzong's shattered aura was condensed again, but it was defeated again. The tiger above the mad tiger became more and more solid, and the impact of the attack also became stronger. It once again shattered the aura that Chenzong had condensed, again and again. Bearing the terrifying aura of the mad tiger, Chenzong, who was unwavering, slowly straightened his body. Trembling, he stood up little by little, as if he was holding up a part of the sky. Even if the sky fell down, it would not be able to crush my body. Blood kept flowing out from the corners of his mouth, and he could not stop it. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a mad demon. However, Chenzong's eyes were even brighter, emitting an incomparably terrifying light that could penetrate everything. His gaze made the 3 tigers of Wanzhong feel an inexplicable sense of fear. What a piercing gaze! In the shadows, a figure who had completely concealed his aura was silently shocked. He had been there from the beginning, but hadn't made a move. This was because the general's orders were as such. Unless Chenzong was truly unable to fight back, he could only watch from the sidelines. At such a close distance, for someone of the earth spirit realm like him, he could have saved Chenzong in the blink of an eye if he'd made a move. When he'd first felt Chenzong's aura, he'd felt that Chenzong was definitely not a match for the mad tiger, and that he might have been killed in an instant. Therefore, he'd already made preparations to save him. What he hadn't thought was that Chenzong would be able to withstand the mad tiger's tyrannical blow. Although he seemed to be heavily injured, he'd actually withstood it. In addition, his aura continued to condense, becoming stronger and sharper, as if a longsword had been sharpened. This was a kind of metamorphosis, a metamorphosis that came from the depths of one's soul. A successful metamorphosis would be of great benefit to one's future training. His aura condensed again and again, shattering and condensing again and again. It was even more condensed than the last time. Chenzong was still conscious, but he couldn't deploy the secret method of sword aura. First, this was the earth demon abyss. The chaotic demonic chi was denser than the spirit chi of the heavens and earth. The prerequisite for deploying the secret method of sword aura was sufficient spirit chi of the heavens and earth. Without sufficient spirit chi of the heavens and earth, the secret method of sword aura wouldn't be of much use. On the contrary, if he absorbed the chaotic demonic chi into his body, it would bring great trouble to himself and severely affect his strength. Second, even if he ignored the corrosive impact of the chaotic demonic chi, Chenzong wouldn't have the time to deploy the secret method of sword aura after being locked down by the aura of the three tigers of Wanzhong. Of course, the first reason was the most important. If it wasn't for this reason, he would have still been able to successfully deploy the secret method. The 10-meter-long fierce tiger seemed to have materialized, as if it were a true violent tiger. It leapt into the air and came crashing down like a meteor, its aura soaring to the heavens. Mad Tiger's 10,000 volley kill, this was the most powerful move of the three tigers of Wanzhong. Before it arrived, its terrifying aura had already shattered the ground around Chenzong inch by inch, layer by layer. Chenzong's aura was once again defeated. His body swayed like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. This move. The person lurking in the dark shook his head slightly. He quietly mobilized his strength, ready to rescue Chenzong at any time. The defeated aura condensed again, unprecedentedly powerful. The red jade sword bloomed with an unparalleled light. This light was monstrous, like a scorching sun in the sky. The aura of the red jade sword was fully released, and the power of the red jade sword was fully condensed. Under normal circumstances, when a transcendent realm master used a spirit artifact, he wouldn't go beyond the limit of the power of the spirit artifact. This was because that would damage the spirit artifact's spirituality. In serious cases, the spirit artifact would be reduced to a piece of scrap metal. But now, he couldn't care less. If he didn't use all his strength, he might die. Slash, the crimson sword light shocked the heavens and earth, tearing everything apart and slashing out. Boom boom boom, the sword light collided with the wild tiger, shattering inch by inch, turning into a red light that spread out. The wild tiger was also affected, and gradually faded. Boom, the sword light was completely shattered, and a terrible force blasted towards Chenzong, trying to blow Chenzong to pieces. In an instant, the person lurking in the dark moved. His figure flashed and turned into a shadow, appearing beside Chenzong and directly grabbing Chenzong's shoulder. At this time, Chenzong's consciousness was not clear. He only felt his shoulder being grabbed, but he didn't feel the slightest murderous intent from this person. His spirit sense left the dark feather shield. Just a moment ago, Chenzong was about to activate the dark feather shield to resist the opponent's attack. Who? Chase. When the three tigers of Wanzhong saw that Chenzong was about to be killed, an unforeseen event occurred. Unexpectedly, he was rescued by someone. They were enraged. Immediately, they erupted with their fastest speed and chased after him. What they didn't know was that the person who saved them was an earthly spirit realm expert who could shrink the ground into an inch. How could they possibly catch up with him? In just a few breaths, the three of them found that they had completely lost sight of him. They couldn't even sense his remaining aura. The three of them had no choice but to stop, their expressions grave. Who did this? Short Tiger's face was ashen. Let me know who it is. I won't let him go. Wild Tiger was even more furious. He had saved Chenzong with a single blow. This person is most likely from the Demon Suppression Army. Long Tiger was more rational, his eyes flashing. The Demon Suppression Army. Wild Tiger was even more furious. The Demon Suppression Army intervened in this matter. Short Tiger was furious, but he also started to think. They didn't know what was going on. We can only say that it might be someone from the Demon Suppression Army, but we can't rule out other people. Long Tiger said again. After all, they didn't see it clearly and were only guessing. Without evidence, it was just a guess. A guess couldn't become a fact. If they went to the Demon Suppression Army based on a guess, not only would they not get anything out of it, they would also attract unnecessary trouble. Their Wanzhong Demon Hunt Squad was indeed tyrannical, but the Demon Suppression Army was even more tyrannical. The three of them knew that no matter whether the person who saved Chenzong was from the Demon Suppression Army or not, they had already lost the chance to kill Chenzong. They couldn't help but feel angry and a shadow cast over their hearts. Chenzong's talent was too shocking. Such a person had survived and was an enemy of the Wanzhong Demon Hunt Squad. In the future, he might bring great trouble to the Wanzhong Demon Hunt Squad. Not to mention the distant future, just the fact that the three of them had chased after Chen Zong meant that they would definitely be retaliated against in the future. The three of them clearly understood that if they didn't have a great opportunity, they would be stuck at the extreme mortal realm for the rest of their lives, with no hope of reaching the Earth Spirit realm. And it wouldn't be too difficult for Chen Zong to reach the Earth Spirit realm. Let's go. No need to think too much. We'll report this matter and let Vice Captain Duan worry about it. Long Tiger said. The three of them had no choice but to leave this place and return to the Demon Suppression Fortress. The illusory figure carried Chen Zong and flew past at an astonishing speed. Gradually, Chen Zong recovered a bit of his strength, and took out some pills to take. That sword strike just now had depleted his spiritual sense and spiritual energy. Even his tyrannical chi and blood were nearly depleted. There was not much left of his powerful body refinement strength. His entire body was limp from head to toe. Frankly speaking, this was an excessive consumption of spiritual energy. If he didn't replenish it in time, it would very likely leave behind negative effects. Fortunately, Chen Zong didn't lack spiritual energy replenishing pills. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Bang, the hard wooden table was smashed to pieces by the palm, and the terrifying shockwave caused the floor, which was as hard as steel, to collapse. The hall shook incessantly, as if it was about to collapse. The ball made of demon horns was once again turned into powder, scattering on the ground. Duan Tianzhou's complexion was ashen, his eyes filled with extreme anger and killing intent, his chest heaving up and down rapidly. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. Duan Tianzhou roared angrily, his eyes scarlet, like an angry beast about to devour its prey. Duan Tianzhou was almost certain that the person who saved Chen Zong was someone from the demon-suppressing army. But so what, if he had irrefutable evidence, combined with the previous warning, he would have a reason to go to the demon-suppressing army to seek justice. But without sufficient evidence, he could only rely on guesses. Even if his guesses were true, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from going to the demon-suppressing army. First, they sent someone to warn him not to dispatch powerhouses above the extreme mortal stage to kill Chen Zong. Good, he sent the 3 tigers of Wanzhong, the strongest extreme mortal stage powerhouses in the Wanzhong Demon Hunt Squad. He originally thought that he would be able to kill Chen Zong, but unexpectedly, he was saved instead. The 9th General of the 4th Army's War Dragon Division. Duan Tianzhou gnashed his teeth in hatred. He finally understood that his actions were considered a form of training for Chen Zong. This was the only explanation. Not being able to kill his enemy, and being treated as a form of training, Duan Tianzhou had never encountered such a sullen situation before. Even when his cultivation wasn't high, he had never encountered such a situation. Only, who was this 9th General of the 4th Army, why did he want to protect Chen Zong, Duan Tianzhou didn't know. You are the eldest senior brother? Chen Zong looked at the tall and sturdy man in front of him in astonishment, asking in reply. That's me. Tang Hua smiled, his voice loud and clear. Tang Hua was wearing a black full body armor of the Beast Devourer. He looked very dignified, and his aura was condensed and overbearing. He was emitting waves of tyrannical aura. There was no doubt that this full body armor was a spiritual artifact. Moreover, it was not as simple as a low-grade spiritual artifact. Behind him was a cloak that looked like it was stained with blood. It was also emitting waves of tyrannical spiritual weapon fluctuations. It was not as simple as a low-grade spiritual weapon. He looked like he was in his 50s, and his face was very ordinary, but he contained a dignified aura. His appearance was indeed 80 to 90% similar to the portrait his master had shown him. Chen Zong greets eldest senior brother. Chen Zong saluted. Junior brother, there's no need to be so polite. Tang Hua said with a smile. He had already understood the course of events clearly. From this point, it could be seen that Chen Zong's talent and potential were extremely shocking, far above his own. Even so, Tang Hua was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy. He was happy for his master because he had received such a brilliant disciple like Chen Zong. He was also happy for himself because he had such a brilliant junior brother. Although he did not return to the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Tang Hua would contact his master every once in a while. He also learned about his junior brother's character and so on from his master. Now that his master was in a coma due to the demonic poison and the backlash from the forbidden technique, Tang Hua was constantly working hard despite his worries. However, it was too difficult to obtain the antidote for the demonic poison. He had yet to achieve this goal. "Junior brother, please sit," Tang Hua said, and sat down on a chair behind a table. "Actually, junior brother, when you became a demon hunter, I heard about you. However, I couldn't confirm it at that time. After all, there are many people with the same name in the world." "Thank you, senior brother." Hearing this, Chenzong knew that his eldest senior brother must have given orders. Otherwise, he would not have paid special attention to his name. "I truly confirmed that it was you, junior brother, on the Blood Cho arena." Tang Hua smiled again. "After confirming that it was you, I did not immediately meet you because I knew that Duan Tiancho from the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad would definitely take revenge on you, so Tang Hua explained what he had done to them. Senior brother acted on his own. "Junior brother, please don't blame me." In the end, Tang Hua said apologetically. "For senior brother to remember me and even protect my life, junior brother can only be grateful." "How could I blame you?" Chenzong hurriedly bowed. This was the truth. In this world, there was no such thing as love or hatred for no reason. If they were not fellow disciples, Tang Hua would not have paid attention to him and paid attention to him. "You and I don't need to be so polite." Tang Hua smiled. "Right, eldest senior brother, is second senior brother also in the demon suppressing fort?" Chenzong thought of second senior brother Feng Shigui and asked. "Your second senior brother has indeed come to the demon suppressing fort. However, he is not in the demon suppressing fort now, but in the earth demon abyss." Tang Hua's expression was solemn. "Because of the demonic poison in Master's body, us fellow disciples are all working hard. Your second senior brother's purpose in entering the earth demon abyss is to pick the demonic medicine needed to refine the demonic poison antidote." Hearing this, Chenzong's expression became somewhat gloomy. The reason why Master did this was to protect him. In other words, if not for him, Master would not have fallen to such a state. "Junior brother, you don't need to blame yourself." Tang Hua saw through Chenzong's thoughts at a glance and comforted him. "Master is very happy to accept you as his disciple. He has told me more than once that you are his pride and that you should not disappoint him. If you feel guilty and uneasy, then work harder to cultivate and become stronger, so that you can obtain the demonic poison antidote for Master. I will not hesitate to die a horrible death." Chenzong said solemnly. "Junior brother, what do you think of the demon-suppressing army?" Tang Hua changed the topic. "To be honest, senior brother, I don't know much about the demon-suppressing army. I can't talk about it, but I admire it," Chenzong said. "Then, if you were given a chance to join the demon-suppressing army, would you be willing?" Tang Hua asked again. "I am willing," Chenzong answered. The reason why he came to the demon-suppressing fort was to train and become stronger. Training was not limited to killing demonic creatures. There were other aspects, such as exchanging merits and so on. He became a demon hunter because of this. If there was a chance to join the demon-suppressing army and become a higher existence than demon hunters, Chenzong naturally would not reject it. Under normal circumstances, demon hunters are required to reach a certain level and pass through many strict tests before they are qualified to join the demon-suppressing army and become a member. Tang Hua said in a serious tone, "Therefore, every demon-suppressing army member has a high cultivation level and powerful strength. They are the elites of the elites. Demon hunters cannot compare to them." "Senior brother, what's the lowest cultivation level in the demon-suppressing army?" Chenzong couldn't help but ask. "From what I know, the lowest cultivation level in the demon-suppressing 5 armies is the peak of the 4th level of the mortal realm. However, they are very powerful and can at least cross a level and kill a normal peak of the 5th level of the mortal realm." Tang Hua said, "Junior brother, is your cultivation level at the mid-4th level of the mortal realm?" Chenzong nodded. "Junior brother, you've also cultivated the path of body refining, right?" Tang Hua asked again and received an affirmative answer from Chenzong. "No matter what, junior brother's cultivation level is at the mid-4th level of the mortal realm." However, you can combine it with the path of body refining and unleash the strength of a normal 9th level of the mortal realm. You can even fight against Quang Hu of the 3 tigers of Wanchong. This shows how extraordinary you are. With junior brother's ability, the demon-suppressing swords tests are nothing. Tang Hua smiled. Senior brother, the demon-suppressing army has strict rules. If you want me to join the demon-suppressing army without any prerequisites, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Chen Zong asked in reply. It will be a little difficult, but it's okay, I can handle it. Tang Hua waved his hand and said directly. His tone was firm because he had already decided to use his power and ability to make Chen Zong join the demon-suppressing army as soon as possible. Junior brother, you don't need to worry. As long as you don't lose the prestige of our Blue Feather Mountain after joining the demon-suppressing army, everything will be fine. Chen Zong didn't know how difficult it would be, but he guessed that it wouldn't be that simple. However, since his senior brother didn't want to talk about it, Chen Zong also couldn't ask more. He could only make up his mind that if he joined the demon-suppressing army, he would definitely not lose the prestige of the Blue Feather Mountain. This wasn't only for the Blue Feather Mountain, for his master, for his senior brother, but also for himself. Before you join, let me introduce you to the demon-suppressing army. Tang Hua smiled. The origin of the demon-suppressing army was first established by the demon-suppressing Great Emperor. Its purpose was to guard the Earth Demon Abyss and prevent the underground demon race and underground demons from invading the Blue Waves continent, causing destruction and massacre. In the beginning, the demon-suppressing army was formed by members of various sect forces. As it developed, some loose cultivators gradually joined and continuously strengthened the demon-suppressing army. The current system of the demon-suppressing army is very complete. The demon-suppressing army is a general name. Internally, it is divided into 5 armies. They are respectively called the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th armies. This name is not a ranking, but the order of establishment. In the demon-suppressing army, the general commander is the most respected. The first general commander was the demon-suppressing Great Emperor. Under the general commander, there are 5 generals. Each of the 5 generals is in charge of an army. The 5 generals are all emperor-level experts. Hearing this, Chen Zong was shocked. The 5 generals were all emperor-level experts. Without a doubt, the general commander was also an emperor-level expert. In the demon-suppressing army, there were 6 emperor-level experts. Although the Taiyuan Heaven sect was so powerful, there were only 2. Under the general commander are the titled generals. Currently, there are a total of 18 titled generals in the demon-suppressing army. Every one of them has reached the late profound sky realm. According to Chen Zong's knowledge, there were no more than 10 people in the Taiyuan Heaven sect who had reached the late profound sky realm. Under the titled generals are the battle generals. Battle generals are divided into low, middle and high ranks. Most of the battle generals are in the early to middle profound sky realm. Senior brother, are you a battle general? Chen Zong's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked. That's right. I was promoted to a low-rank battle general not long ago. Tang Hua smiled and said, however, I haven't reached the profound sky realm yet. I'm only an emperor in the earth spirit realm. Emperor level. Chen Zong couldn't help but gasp. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Tang Hua. This eldest senior brother of his was actually an emperor-level powerhouse. The potential of an emperor-level expert was much greater than that of an ordinary profound sky realm expert. Their status was also invisibly higher. It wasn't too special for an emperor-level expert to become a battle general. Added to last night's update, the demon suppression fortress was huge, like an ancient giant beast crawling on the ground, guarding an area. There were a few places in the demon suppression fortress that were very famous. One of them was the Demon Hunter Hall. The Demon Hunter Hall was only accessible to warriors who applied to become demon hunters and real demon hunters. The other was the Demon Suppression Barracks. Compared to the Demon Hunter Hall, the Demon Suppression Barracks was more mysterious because ordinary warriors were not allowed to get close. Even demon hunters were not allowed to get close if there was no important matter, let alone enter. The Demon Suppression Barracks was mainly black, and the flag was blood red. It was said that it was dyed with the blood of the demons. The demons underground were different from the demons underground. They were stronger and were the real enemy of the cultivators. They could even command the demons underground to attack the surface world. Compared to the demons underground were stronger and more cunning. Stepping into the demon suppression barracks, Qianzong felt a chill in the air. Even the air seemed to be covered with a faint layer of scarlet. This was an extremely strict place. Kill! A series of uniform shouts suddenly sounded. The sound waves blended into one and shook the earth. The terrifying murderous aura filled the air. From afar, Qianzong saw red mist condensing in the sky like a ferocious beast, roaring and brandishing its claws, wanting to kill everything. Qianzong's body trembled involuntarily. His hair stood on end, and his muscles tightened. The tyrannical power in his body surged involuntarily, ready to attack at any time. Junior brother, relax. Tang Hua smiled. When I first stepped into the demon suppression barracks, I was even more nervous than you. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the cold bloody smell in the air into his body. His muscles slowly relaxed. If it was an ordinary warrior who came here, he would not be able to withstand such a terrifying aura and would fall to the ground. If his cultivation was too low and his willpower was not strong enough, he would probably be shocked to death. Senior brother, what was that? After Qianzong calmed down, he was still surprised. That was the demon suppression barracks drill. Tang Hua smiled. Drill? Qianzong was surprised. It was just a drill, but the aura was already so terrifying. If it was a real battle, wouldn't it be even more horrifying? After stepping into the barracks, Qianzong looked in the direction of the murderous aura. He could see blurry figures that seemed to be shrouded in blood. The demon suppression barracks occupied a vast area. It was divided into 5 barracks. Tang Hua took Qianzong to the 4th barracks. Tang Hua's status in the barracks, but there were many people who were higher than him. After all, warlords were divided into 3 grades. Tang Hua was only a low-grade warlord. Above the warlords were the titled warlords and army commanders. As for the mysterious army commander, it was said that he was in seclusion and rarely appeared. Qianzong. Junior brother, wait for me here. There were 2 armored demon suppression barracks guards at the entrance of the barracks. When they saw Tang Hua, they bowed slightly. About half an hour later, Qianzong was summoned. With a solemn expression, Qianzong stepped into the barracks under the watchful eyes of the 2 demon suppression barracks guards. Darkness and light alternated. Qianzong felt 2 blazing rays of light fall on his body. They were extremely domineering and sharp, as if they were going to pierce through him. Instantly, his hair stood on end. His muscles tightened, and his bones emitted bursts of explosive sounds. His qi and blood surged, and his spiritual power surged. Muffled thunder rumbled in his body. Very strong, the person who was staring at him was very, very strong and terrifying. Qianzong knew that even if he used the highest level dark feather shield, he wouldn't be able to defend against the opponent's attack. Seems okay. Immediately, the gaze became reserved. The pressure on Qianzong was greatly reduced. Then, a slightly hoarse voice sounded. Haha, General Nangong, my junior brother Qianzong is very talented. He's even more talented than me. What he lacks now is only time and opportunity. Tang Hua stood on the side and said with a respectful smile. Sitting on the main seat was a figure that was not very tall. In fact, he could only be considered to be small and skinny. He appeared to be very old and somewhat stooped. His pair of eyes appeared to be dim and lifeless, with a hint of turbidity. This old man was wearing black armor and a blood-red cloak draped over his back. Although he looked very thin and ordinary, Qianzong didn't dare to underestimate him. First, his senior brother called him a general. In other words, he was one of the 18 titled generals in the demon suppression barracks. His cultivation was at least in the 7th level of the heavenly profound realm. Second, Qianzong wouldn't forget the gaze just now. It was so terrifying that it felt like it was going to pierce through him. Standing there quietly, Qianzong didn't say a word. General Nangong's cloudy eyes moved away from Qianzong and fell on Tang Hua. He asked again, General Tangzhan, have you made your decision? I've made my decision. Tang Hua replied seriously. In that case, let your junior brother enter the 4th Army's Hidden Dragon Division first. General Nangong said. Yes. Tang Hua bowed and left with Chen Zong. Chen Zong also bowed to General Nangong. Then, he turned around and followed his senior brother out of the military palace. The demon suppression barracks was divided into 5 armies. Each army had its own division. The Hidden Dragon Division was one of them. Tang Hua had already explained it to Chen Zong in detail. The divisions in each army were the Hidden Dragon Division, the War Dragon Division, the Diligent Dragon Division, and the Piercing Dragon Division. Each division was clearly separated. They each had their own duties and were related to each other. As for the Hidden Dragon Division, it was the most special division. It was directly under the 5 armies, but it was separated. It was in charge of the training of new recruits. After the recruits were trained well, they would be sent to the other divisions of the 5 armies. The Hidden Dragon Division was in charge of collecting and organizing information. Then, it would inform the War Dragon Division and the Piercing Dragon Division. The War Dragon Division was in charge of fighting. They were in charge of defending against the invasion of the underground demons and the underground demons. The Piercing Dragon Division was also in charge of fighting. However, they were different from the War Dragon Division. They were better at attacking from 1,000 miles away and killing with one strike. If the demon suppression sergeants of the War Dragon Division were warriors in charge, then the sergeants of the Piercing Dragon Division were assassins. Lastly, the Diligent Dragon Division was in charge of logistics. They were in charge of distributing resources to the other divisions. Chen Zong had just joined the demon suppression barracks. Naturally, he had to enter the Hidden Dragon Division first to receive some training. After the training, he would be assigned according to his performance. The senior brother Tang Hua belonged to the War Dragon Division. He was the 9th general. The other 8 generals of the War Dragon Division were all in the Profound Sky Realm. Junior brother, after entering the Hidden Dragon Division, train well. Tang Hua said. Don't worry, senior brother. Chen Zong said. The training will last for half a year. After half a year, there will be a test. If you pass the test, you will participate in the competition. If you don't pass the test, you will be assigned to other places. Tang Hua said again, Junior brother, you must remember that no matter what the training is, you must do your best to complete it. Strive to achieve the best results. Under Tang Hua's guidance, Chen Zong entered the Hidden Dragon Division. Chen Zong nodded. After arranging Chen Zong into the Hidden Dragon Division, Tang Hua left. He still had other things to take care of. As for other things, Tang Hua didn't give Chen Zong extra care, because he didn't need it. Arranging Chen Zong into the demon suppression barracks was only to reduce Chen Zong's time, so that he could get in touch with the higher-ups faster. As for other things, Chen Zong had to work hard to fight for them. This was also in line with Chen Zong's intention. Right now, you are only a reserve sergeant. Only after you pass the training can you be promoted to a first-grade sergeant. After that, your promotion will depend on your contributions. The person in charge of receiving Chen Zong in the Hidden Dragon Division said to Chen Zong. Chen Zong nodded to show that he understood. In the Demon Suppression Barracks, the highest rank was General Commander, then General Commander, then Grand Conferment, 3rd grade Battle General, and finally Sergeant, which was divided into 6 grades. Every battle general had risen from the ranks of a soldier. From tomorrow onwards, you will be training with the other recruits. This is your equipment. Remember to bring it. Because Chen Zong used a sword, he was given a black long sword and a simple black armor. The hardness and toughness of the long sword and the armor reached the level of a low-grade spiritual weapon, but they didn't have the spirituality that a spiritual weapon should have. Therefore, they weren't considered low-grade spiritual weapons. The long sword and the armor were only for training. After becoming a reserve demon suppression sergeant, he would be given 100 merit points every month. Merit points were important to both demon hunters and the demon suppression barracks, but there was a difference between the two. For demon hunters, merit points were not only used to exchange, but also the standard to promote their ranks. However, for the demon suppression barracks, merit points were only used to exchange, and couldn't be used to promote their ranks. Only by making military contributions could they promote their ranks. Chen Zong had already gained hundreds of merit points by killing demons outside the demon suppression fortress. Now, he gained another 100. There were also some magic medicines and demon body parts in his mustard seed bag. If he went to the demon hunting hall and turned in the mission, he could get another 100 merit points. However, according to the rules of the demon suppression barracks, during the training period of the Hidden Dragon Division, no one was allowed to leave the barracks. Chenzong had to give up the idea of going to the demon hunting hall. Everything could wait until the training was over. As for the content of the training, Chenzong didn't know, but he wasn't afraid at all. The duty of the demon suppression barracks was to fight against the underground demons and demons. Their training should be inseparable from this aspect. Chenzong was arranged to live in an independent dormitory. It was very simple: a bed, a table, a chair, and a cattail hassock. That was all. However, such a simple place would be the place where he would spend the next few months or even a year. Chenzong wasn't dissatisfied with this. He had been in worse environments, so this was nothing. Sitting cross-legged on the hassock, Chenzong took out 2 mid-grade spiritual sources, one in each hand, and started to absorb the pure spiritual energy in them to practice the mind mystery skill. In the past, the cultivation of body refining had been his shortcoming, but now, the cultivation of chi refining had become his shortcoming, and he needed to improve it urgently. Only by making up for his shortcoming and improving his essence, chi, and spirit would be the best. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the embers of the night had not yet dissipated. Chenzong had already gotten up and was ready to go. Today was the first day that Chenzong joined the Hidden Dragon Division of the Demon Suppression Army. It was also the first day that he was going to participate in the training. According to his big brother, he was a bit late, because the last time the Demon Suppression Army recruited people was 2 months ago. The training period was half a year. In other words, he had 2 months less time than those reserve warriors. Chenzong came to the training camp of the Hidden Dragon Division as early as possible. The other reserve warriors also came over in 2s and 3s. There was a titled general in charge of the Hidden Dragon Division, but that titled general rarely showed himself. He spent most of his time cultivating. Below him, there were 4 other battle generals. To some extent, the 4 of them were more like the true managers of the Hidden Dragon Division. The 4 battle generals were all in the profound sky realm. Of course, they wouldn't train the reserve warriors themselves. The trainers were the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army. There were hundreds of reserve warriors. They were divided into many squads. The maximum number of people in each squad was 12. Each squad was led by an official soldier who was in charge of their daily training. Among these teams, there just happened to be one that was not full. It was missing one person, and Chenzong was arranged to be in this team. Every squad had its own training room. In the 35th training room, Xianxia walked into the room first. The 11 people who had already arrived sat up straight immediately. The first thing we need to do before the training starts today is to fill up our squad. Xianxia said expressionlessly, but he was a bit dissatisfied. Then he said to the door, "Come in." Under the gazes of the 11 people, a figure walked in calmly and unhurriedly. They were curious, scrutinizing, disdainful, and so on. They all looked at Chenzong, but they couldn't affect Chenzong at all. "Introduce yourself." Xianxia was a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. His tone was a bit stiff. "Headmaster, everyone, my name is Chenzong. It's my honor to join the 35th squad. I hope we can get along well in the future." Chenzong said calmly. "All right, sit down first." "Today's training will begin now," Xianxia said. Chenzong did not object. He found an empty seat and sat down. However, he was curious about the content of the training. Our Demon Suppression Army's biggest enemy is the subterranean demons. The subterranean demons are just secondary. Xianxia said, "The underground demons are more powerful than the underground demons, and they have more tricks up their sleeves. It's hard to guard against them. In addition, the underground demons have different talents. This is something that we cultivators can't compare with. The only way for us to better resist the underground demons is to cultivate the demon-resisting seal, demon-binding seal, and demon-slaying seal. Only by cultivating these 3 seals can we, to a certain extent, make up for the innate gap between us cultivators and the underground demons. Demon defending seal. Demon binding seal. Demon slaying seal. Chenzong was slightly shocked. Could this be the secret of the demon-suppressing army's strength? It should be. In fact, Ouyangze had already said these words. The reason why he repeated them was mainly for Chenzong to hear. Although he was dissatisfied with Chenzong, he did not want to be on bad terms with Chenzong. After all, Chenzong could enter the demon-suppressing army now, so he must have a powerful backer. However, Ouyangze had no one to rely on. It would do him no good to be on bad terms with Chenzong. In this case, he might as well do his job as a commander. After all, it was just a matter of saying a few more words. The training of the Hidden Dragon Division lasts for half a year. If you want to pass the assessment, you must at least learn the first move of the demon-resisting seal. In the past 2 months, I've already explained the first move of the demon-resisting seal thoroughly. The rest depends on your own efforts. Try to master it as soon as possible. Today, I'll continue to explain the first move of the demon-binding seal to you. I hope you can master it as soon as possible, Ouyangze said. In other words, Ouyangze did not intend to slow down the progress of the assessment for Chenzong. In fact, it was impossible, because every commander who led a team would be rewarded with military merits. If the team could all pass the assessment, they would be rewarded with military merits. Even if they could not all pass the assessment, they would still be rewarded with military merits. As for the amount of rewards, it was closely related to the number of people who passed the assessment. Chenzong did not self-righteously interrupt the other party. Instead, he listened quietly. However, due to the lack of sufficient information and foundation, the explanation of the first form of the demon-binding seal made Chenzong feel as if he was in the clouds. However, Chenzong still remembered everything that Ouyangze had explained. The other 11 people also focused their attention, ignoring Chenzong. Nothing was more important than good training, because if they could not pass the assessment, it would mean that they would have to leave the demon-suppressing army. The demon-binding seal was very mysterious. Ouyangze explained the theory and demonstrated it with his hands. He did not stop until 2 hours later. Even so, he did not explain all the mysteries of the first move of the demon-binding seal. These 3 seals were created by the ancestors after hundreds of years of painstaking comprehension and research on the underground demons and the chaotic demon chi. After many modifications, they were finally finalized, and their mysteries were incomparably profound. Ordinary warriors could not even comprehend it, let alone cultivate it. There was only one result if they forced themselves to cultivate it, and that was to be corroded by the chaotic demon chi. They would either die or lose their mind and become a demonic human. Only warriors with higher talent and better comprehension could cultivate it. Otherwise, the demon-suppressing army would have spread the 3 seals long ago, allowing more warriors to cultivate it. This way, they could further strengthen the strength of the cultivators, and better defend against the underground demons and monsters. I can only take you through the basics of the 3 seals. As for how you can cultivate it to a higher level, it will depend on your own efforts. Ouyangze said seriously, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. However, I can tell you how I cultivated the 3 seals. I used my body to withstand the chaotic demon chi and analyzed the essence of the chaotic demon chi. Hearing this, the faces of everyone, including Chenzong, changed. Using one's body to withstand the chaotic demon chi and analyze the essence of the chaotic demon chi to aid the cultivation of the 3 seals. This method sounded very simple, and those who had not experienced it personally would not know the hardships and dangers involved. However, excluding Chenzong, the 11 of them were all experienced demon hunters. They had stepped into the earth demon abyss to hunt the underground demons, and had even encountered them before. Naturally, the chaotic demon chi had invaded their bodies. The chaotic demon chi was very powerful, and it would only cause damage when it entered the body. Those who had experienced it would not be willing to experience it a second time. Chenzong had experienced it before. He had taken the initiative to absorb a trace of chaotic demon chi into his body in order to understand its characteristics. It was very uncomfortable, and he quickly expelled it. With the mysteries of the 3 seals, it was not possible to accelerate the cultivation of the 3 seals by absorbing the chaotic demon chi once, twice, or thrice. At that moment, everyone looked at Ouyangze with admiration. That's my experience. It's up to you whether you want to try it or not. However, I have to remind you that it's very dangerous to absorb the chaotic demon qi into your body. If you're not careful, the chaotic demon qi may corrode your mind. Therefore, it's best to be fully prepared before you try it, Xianxia said seriously. Thank you, Hierarch. Rest assured, Hierarch. One by one, they bowed. Chenzong, I'll be frank with you. I can't delay the teaching of the three seals because of you, and I won't take the time to teach you alone. Xianxia looked at Chenzong and said very directly. Firstly, he was dissatisfied with Chenzong, who had entered through the back door. Secondly, he also needed time to cultivate. Otherwise, how could he improve his cultivation and strength? Chenzong understood Xianxia's thoughts, but his heart sank slightly. If no one taught him the three seals, how could he cultivate it? If he couldn't cultivate the three seals, he would have joined the demon suppression army for nothing. He would have let down his senior brother's efforts. Hierarch, if I may ask, do you have any books that record the three seals? Chenzong asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yes. As he answered, Xianxia curled his lips and flashed a trace of disdain. If you're willing, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Xianxia took out a black and red booklet and threw it to Chenzong. The first style of the three seals is recorded in this booklet. Chenzong naturally saw the disdain in Xianxia's eyes, but he wasn't angry because of it. It wasn't worth it. As he took the black booklet, a cold aura spread between his fingers. This booklet should be made of some kind of skin. The cover was a little rough and emitted traces of demon qi. It might be made of some kind of demon's skin. The booklet was about 2 fingers thick, but it weighed more than 50 kilograms. After throwing the booklet to Chenzong, Xianxia turned and left. In his opinion, Chenzong couldn't cultivate the three seals without anyone's guidance, even the first style of the demon suppression seal. As for finding someone to teach him, there were 11 other people in the 35th team. They had barely cultivated the first style of the demon suppression seal and hadn't fully grasped it. If he asked them for help, it would only be worse. Of course, since Chenzong had entered the army through the back door, it meant that he had a strong backer. He could start from his backer and find someone to teach him. Anyway, Xianxia didn't want to pay attention to him. Of course, it would be better if Chenzong could cultivate the three seals. As soon as Xianxia left, the other 11 people also left. Wake up, without anyone's guidance, it's impossible to cultivate the three seals. One of the one-eyed middle-aged men said. Because of his one eye, his smile looked a little bit ferocious. Who knows, maybe he can cultivate it. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. It sounded like she was supporting Chenzong, but her tone was a little bit disdainful. Obviously, it was also a kind of mockery. They were not stupid. They all passed many tests and finally entered the demon suppression army to train in the Hidden Dragon Division. However, Chenzong had just arrived. Obviously, he got in through the back door. New year, new month, looking for monthly votes, Chenzong didn't join the demon suppression army and the Hidden Dragon tribe to compete with others. Instead, he wanted to improve himself. Therefore, Chenzong didn't care about Xianxia's disrespect or his teammates' disdain and sarcasm. If he wanted to fight back, the best way to do so was to master the first move of the three seals within half a year. Chenzong returned to his residence with the book with the three seals given by Xianxia. The training in the Hidden Dragon tribe was different from what Chenzong had imagined. Chenzong thought it would be about improving his cultivation and actual combat. He didn't expect that it would be about the practice of the three seals. But when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. Every demon hunter who passed the test usually had a high cultivation. They were at least in the mid-stage of the extreme mortal realm. Moreover, being able to become a senior demon hunter meant that they had a strong cultivation. In this aspect, it was difficult to achieve significant results with only half a year's training. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to practice the three seals. Only the three seals could really distinguish the demon suppression army from the demon hunters. Chenzong couldn't help but look forward to it more. Chenzong opened the rough cover and looked at the first page, which was the main text. The main text was about the description and analysis of power. There were descriptions about the practitioner's spiritual energy, the chaotic demon qi, and the power of the underground demons and the underground demons, and so on. With his ability, he could read 10 lines at a glance. However, Chenzong still read it very carefully and chose every word carefully. After reading the analysis of power, Chenzong felt that he hadn't had enough. It was wonderful and insightful. The person who wrote this content had a very deep and unique understanding of all kinds of power. Chenzong's eyes lit up, and he slapped the table in praise. These were things that he had never thought of. Or rather, he hadn't thought of them yet. Chenzong felt that his mastery of his own spiritual power had improved by a few notches just from the explanation and analysis of his spiritual power. As soon as he thought about it, a pure spiritual power surged out from his left hand. It was like wisps of smoke lingering around his 5 fingers, constantly transforming into various shapes. Like a snake, like a dragon, like a tiger leaping in the forest. From time to time, it would transform into a sea of clouds and mist. Soon after, a white dragon flew out from the clouds and mist, vaguely letting out a clear roar. Chenzong was having a lot of fun. Originally, his control over his own power had already reached a very high level. Now that he had seen the contents of the analysis of spiritual power, he had a flash of inspiration. All of the accumulated knowledge he had accumulated in the past erupted in an instant and he absorbed them all. After another round of experimentation, his control over his own spiritual power had become much smoother and calmer. If spiritual energy was like this, then what about the chaotic demonic energy and the demonic energy of the demons? What Chenzong didn't know was that because he wasn't a demon, he couldn't control the chaotic demon chi and demon chi. But thinking about it, it should be correct. With a slight shake of the 5 fingers of his left hand, the smoke-like spiritual power suddenly shrank from his 5 fingers into his hand and lurked in his body. Chenzong continued to read. After the explanation of power, it was the content of the demon-resisting seal, one of the 3 seals. This chapter further elaborated the essence of the chaotic demon chi, allowing people to have a deeper and more thorough understanding of the chaotic demon chi. Of course, this was also a theoretical state on the surface. It required the cultivator to personally come into contact with the chaotic demon chi and combine it with the above theory to have a deeper understanding and more thorough understanding. Before this, Chenzong had personally come into contact with the chaotic demon chi and absorbed a trace of it into his body for analysis. Combining the feeling at that time and the content he was reading now, Chenzong had a deeper understanding of the chaotic demon chi. Continuing to read, it was the content on how to use the chaotic demon chi. Use. Chenzong's eyes lit up again, but he was surprised in his heart. What a cultivator cultivated was basically spiritual power, and what they absorbed was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The chaotic demon chi was a kind of power that was opposite to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For most cultivators, absorbing the chaotic demon chi would do more harm than good. Even some cultivators who cultivated the demonic arts would not directly absorb the chaotic demon chi. But now, in the description of the demon-resisting seal, it mentioned the use of the chaotic demon chi. Could it be, the so-called demon-resisting seal is to control the chaotic demon chi? Chenzong could not help but come up with a guess. He hurriedly continued reading, and then, his guess was confirmed, but he was even more surprised. The so-called demon-resisting seal was indeed to control the chaotic demon chi for one's own use. Although that was the case, it was not simple at all. The chaotic demon chi was essentially the opposite of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was like water and fire. When a cultivator absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, the spiritual power in his body had the same nature as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Naturally, it was incompatible with the chaotic demon chi. Therefore, it was very difficult to control the chaotic demon chi for one's own use. It was like trying to coexist water and fire. In terms of destructive power, the chaotic demon chi was more powerful than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Similarly, demonic power was more powerful than spiritual power. Of course, the strength of demonic power and spiritual power was also related to the level of the cultivation method. The more advanced the cultivation method, the purer the power cultivated. The purer the power, the stronger the power. However, it was confirmed that the destructive power of demonic power cultivated by the cultivation method of the same level was often 30 to 50% more powerful than spiritual power. After a while, Chenzong finished reading the contents of the first form of the demon-resisting seal, and the excitement in his heart calmed down. The effect of the demon-resisting seal was indeed to control the chaotic demon chi for one's own use. However, the first form was only the most basic form, and the effect was not that obvious. It was far from being able to control the chaotic demon chi for one's own use. It only prevented one from being eroded by the chaotic demon chi. It did not sound like much, but if one thought about it carefully, one would understand that the benefits were great. The earth demon abyss was divided into 9 layers and the surface layer. The chaotic demon chi on the surface layer leaked out from the first layer. It could already corrode a pseudo-transcendental realm martial artist. Even an extreme mortal realm powerhouse could not stay in the chaotic demon chi on the surface layer for a long time. They needed to have the corresponding means. If one stepped into the first layer of the earth demon abyss, the chaotic demon chi would be denser, and the corrosion would be more obvious. Therefore, demon hunters or demon-suppressing sergeants would have to divide a part of their spiritual power to resist the corrosion of the chaotic demon chi. Imperceptibly, it would cause their own strength to decrease. The underground demons were not affected by this and were instead like fish in water. This would be disadvantageous to the demon hunters or demon-suppressing sergeants. With the first form of the demon-resisting seal, one could avoid the corrosion of the chaotic demon chi, so one would not be affected and be able to exert one's strength better. The first form of the demon-resisting seal was also the foundation of the other 2 seals. Chenzong was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he continued to read and check the first form of the demon-suppressing seal. Different from the first form of the demon-resisting seal, the demon-suppressing seal was an auxiliary skill. It was used to control the chaotic demon chi to affect and even restrain the underground demons so that it would be easier to kill them. The content of the demon-suppressing seal was only the first form, but compared to the first form of the demon-resisting seal, it was several times more profound and difficult to understand. After Chenzong finished reading the last form of the demon-slaying seal, he was completely confused. He could not see the mystery of it, but he felt that it seemed to be very powerful. Even with his level of comprehension, he could not understand it. If it were someone with a lower level of comprehension and no one to teach them, it would be even more difficult. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong did not believe in heresy and insisted on giving it a try. The foundation was the most important, so he would start with the first form of the demon-resisting seal. The first step was to sense the chaotic demon chi. He had to be able to accurately sense the chaotic demon chi within a 3-meter radius around him to be considered a success. This step was not difficult. As long as one had a certain level of talent, they could basically do it. Not long after, Chenzong accurately sensed the chaotic demon chi within a 3-meter radius around him. Inside the demon-suppressing fortress, except for some special places, the chaotic demon chi was also everywhere. However, compared to the outside of the fortress, it was more than 10 times thinner and had little effect on the cultivators. Having achieved the first step, Chenzong was not complacent at all, because this was the simplest step. His soul sense was strong, and his control of power had reached an extremely high level. 3 meters was just the beginning. Gradually, the range of his accurate sensing increased to 4 meters, and then to 5 meters. It kept expanding. When it reached a range of 10 meters, Chenzong began to feel the difficulty. It was difficult to expand it further. It seemed that he had reached a limit. What Chenzong wanted to do was to break this limit. He believed that he could do it. With an incomparably firm belief, he expanded it little by little, but it was suppressed again and again. Chenzong looked solemn. He closed his eyes tightly and his eyelids trembled slightly. It was like a tug of war, and he was in a stalemate. With a crack, as if something had broken, his accurate sensing expanded from 10 meters to 11 meters in an instant. As soon as he broke through, it kept expanding until it reached 15 meters. Then it hit a bottleneck again. After several attempts, Chenzong still could not break through. He knew that he had reached the limit of his accurate sensing. He began the second step, precise control. First, he shrank his accurate sensing to a range of 3 meters. Then, Chenzong began to control the chaotic demon chi within this range. At first, it was a little difficult, but with Chenzong's extraordinary ability and hard work, he became more and more skilled. After a while, the thin chaotic demon chi within 3 meters was precisely controlled by Qianzong. It peeled off from the air and gathered into a ball the size of a fist. Like a loose bead, it danced around Qianzong again and again. Immediately, under Qianzong's mind, the loose ball of chaotic demon chi began to stretch and turned into a small black snake. It swam around with great agility. With horns on its head and claws under its abdomen, it turned into a flood dragon. Surrounded by black clouds, it rode on the clouds. Qianzong increased the range of his accurate sensing to 4 meters. It absorbed more chaotic demon chi and made the flood dragon ride on the clouds grow a little bigger. 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, it kept increasing until it reached 10 meters. Qianzong felt the limit again. He tried again. The flood dragon collapsed and turned into countless black clouds. It reformed into a flood dragon riding on the clouds. He tried again. The training in the Hidden Dragon Division was 2 hours in the morning. The instructor would explain the secrets of the 3 seals and demonstrate them so that the members could better understand and master them. The afternoon training was also 2 hours. It was mainly to learn about the types, levels, and characteristics of the underground demons, as well as information about the underground demons. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Qianzong would arrive at the 35th training room on time every day to listen to Ouyang's explanation. As for their disdain, Qianzong didn't care at all. He didn't ask Xianxia or the other members for help. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day since Qianzong had entered the Hidden Dragon Division. Inside the Demon Chi cultivation room, Qianzong spread out the 5 fingers of his left hand and bent them into a strange shape. Then, it started to change at an astonishing speed. As his 5 fingers continued to change, the chaotic demon chi in the demon chi cultivation room also fluctuated. It was as if all the chaotic demon chi within 15 meters of him was connected to his 5 fingers. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Demon defending seal. Qianzong muttered, and the 5 fingers on his left hand changed even faster. The chaotic demonic chi in the surroundings howled wildly. In the blink of an eye, it gathered at Qianzong's left hand. Qianzong's face was cold and serious. His eyes were as bright as the sun. He was so focused that sweat appeared on his forehead. This was the 99th time he had tried to use the first move of the demon defending seal. He had failed the previous 98 times. This made Qianzong realize how difficult it was to practice the demon defending seal. The first move of the demon defending seal alone made Qianzong feel that it was even more profound than the highest quality lingwu. He focused all his attention on the chaotic demon chi that was gathering at his left hand. Success or failure depended on this move. Condense. In an instant, the chaotic demon chi rotated along with the 5 fingers on his left hand and compressed toward the center of his palm. In the end, a peculiar black color was formed. It was a black rune, simple and mysterious. Seeing this symbol, Qianzong couldn't help but feel relieved. A smile appeared on his face. He had finally succeeded on his 99th try. However, he hadn't really mastered the first move of the demon defending seal. To condense 9 different demon-resisting talismans, and then fuse them together to form the true demon-resisting seal. With the success of the first talisman, Qianzong was confident that he could complete the remaining talismans. After resting for a while to recover his energy, Qianzong started to condense again. The Demon Chi cultivation room was specially built by the Hidden Dragon tribe so that the people of the Hidden Dragon tribe could better understand the chaotic demon chi and better condense the demon-resisting seal. After all, the chaotic demonic energy in the outside world was relatively thin, which was unfavorable for the condensation of the demon-resisting seal. The second talisman was successfully condensed. The third talisman was successfully condensed. One talisman after another, with each successful refinement, the next one would be even more skillful and faster. 4 hours later, Qianzong successfully condensed 9 demon-warding talismans. Each demon-warding talisman had a different appearance, as if they were formed from different ancient and mysterious characters. The 9 different talismans were the foundation of the first move of the demon-resisting seal. The 9 talismans kept rotating around Qianzong. Qianzong's mind and the 9 talismans were closely connected. Condense. A low shout, like the sound of an ancient god, was mighty and endless. The 9 talismans emitted a strong black light, approached each other, and merged under Qianzong's conscious control. The first step of the cultivation of the first move of the demon-resisting seal was to precisely sense the chaotic demon qi. The second step was to precisely control the chaotic demon qi. The third step was to condense the talismans. The fourth and final step was to fuse the talismans into the demon-resisting seal. Each step was more difficult than the previous one. In the third step alone, Qianzong failed 98 times, and only succeeded after 99 times. Even with Qianzong's talent and comprehension, this was still the case. If it were a cultivator who was not as good as him, the number of failures would be many times higher. As for the fourth step, it was the last and most crucial step. If he failed, the 9 talismans would collapse. Not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but he would also suffer a backlash. The backlash of the chaotic demon qi was not so easy to bear. The most important step was right in front of him. The fusion of the 9 talismans was not done casually, but in a certain order and direction. There was no room for any mistakes, because one mistake would cause all his previous efforts to be wasted. Long before, Qianzong had imagined and simulated it many times in his mind. But there was still a clear difference between the imagination in his mind and the actual operation. The 9 talismans were divided into 9 parts. The first talisman needed to be connected to the 9th talisman, the second talisman to the 8th talisman, the third to the 7th talisman, and the fourth to the 6th talisman. As for the 5th talisman, it was the central hub. His mind became more and more focused. Suddenly, a burst of extremely intense black light burst out. It was like the light of a black sun. A strong and pure aura fluctuation spread out. Oh, this is the fluctuation of the demon-controlling seal. It should be the first move. Until now, he has only condensed the first move of the demon-controlling seal. It's not bad. In the Hidden Dragon tribe, some experts could feel the fluctuation of the success of the first move of the demon-controlling seal. It had been 3 months since the beginning of the Hidden Dragon tribe's training. It took 3 months to condense the first move of the demon-controlling seal. In comparison, this speed was relatively ordinary. According to the record, the fastest time to condense the first move of the demon-controlling seal was 1 month, and it had not been broken yet. It took 3 months to condense the first move of the demon-controlling seal. In the following 3 months, it might not be possible to cultivate the first move of the demon-controlling seal, not to mention the first move of the demon-killing seal. But if they knew that the person who condensed the first style of the imperial demon seal, under the circumstances of no one teaching him, relied on his own efforts and only spent 7 days to succeed, it was unknown how shocked they would be. The aura was restrained, and the fluctuation disappeared. Qianzong stared at the black ball floating in front of him, and he could not help but smile. This was the demon-controlling seal. This black ball was about the size of a child's fist. There were 9 different ancient and mysterious talismans on it, and there was a trace of black light, which made it more profound and mysterious. The 9 different talismans seemed to be integrated into one, and vaguely formed an ancient word controlling. Qianzong could clearly feel the connection between himself and the demon-controlling seal, which originated from the mind. After all, whether it was condensing the chaotic demon qi into the demon-controlling talisman, or condensing the talisman into the demon-controlling seal, it was integrated with the power of his mind. With a thought, the imperial devil seal began to dance around Qianzong's body like a lively little elf. Immediately, the demon-controlling seal rushed to Qianzong. When it touched Qianzong's body, it merged into Qianzong's sea of consciousness as if it did not exist. Looking into his sea of consciousness, Qianzong saw a little black light in his sea of consciousness. It was the demon-controlling seal. As the demon-controlling seal entered his body, Qianzong also felt that the chaotic demon qi around him could no longer invade his body. It was completely isolated and could not bring any negative effects to him. Moreover, as long as he wanted to, he could easily control the chaotic demon qi around him and disperse or condense it. The speed was more than twice as fast as before the demon-controlling seal was condensed. Qianzong could not help but sigh. It was indeed the crystallization of the wisdom of the predecessors. With this demon-controlling seal, even if he went deep into the earth demon abyss, he would not have to worry about being disturbed and eroded by the chaotic demon qi. Chen Zong tried to actively absorb the chaotic demon qi into his body. As soon as the chaotic demon qi entered his body, it was immediately suppressed by the power of the demon-controlling seal. Then, it was expelled from his body and did not cause any harm to Chen Zong. The first form of the demon-controlling seal is so mysterious. I wonder what the second form will be like. Chen Zong could not help but secretly guess, but he could not know because he did not have any information about the second form. Since I have mastered the first form of the demon-controlling seal, I can start to practice the first form of the demon-controlling seal. The first form of the demon-controlling seal was several times more mysterious than the first form of the demon-controlling seal. Naturally, the difficulty of practicing it was also several times higher. However, for Chen Zong, who had mastered the first form of the demon-controlling seal on his own without any guidance, he was full of confidence. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had been training in the Hidden Dragon Division for a month. In this month, Chen Zong spent most of his time on comprehending and cultivating the demon-controlling seal and the demon-controlling seal. Naturally, he spent less time on other aspects of cultivation. However, this could not be helped. After all, there was only so much time per day, and he could not do anything else. After a month of cultivation, the result was gratifying. The result was that he had mastered the first form of the demon-controlling seal. As for the demon-controlling seal, it was too difficult for Chen Zong to master it. However, it was almost there. Chen Zong estimated that in a few more days, he would be able to master the first form of the demon-controlling seal. Xianxia had never asked about his cultivation progress. As for the other 11 members, they would occasionally mock Chen Zong. Seeing that Chen Zong did not respond to them, they gradually felt bored and ignored Chen Zong. For a moment, Chen Zong seemed to be isolated by them. Logically speaking, as members of the same team, they should be united. After all, they were schoolmates, just like schoolmates who went to school together. There should be some friendship between them. In the future, when they left the Hidden Dragon tribe and joined other departments of the demon-suppressing army, there should be some friendship between them. Unfortunately, they were not optimistic about Chen Zong. They even looked down on Chen Zong. They believed that Chen Zong would not pass the test and would have to lead the demon-suppressing army in the end. Therefore, they did not want to make friends with Chen Zong. It was a waste of time. Chen Zong was not the kind of person who would be indifferent to others. He did not care. During this month, the eldest brother was so busy that he could not be seen. In the demon qi cultivation room, Chen Zong controlled the chaotic demon qi in the room and quickly condensed it. Demon controlling seal. With a low shout, he made a seal with both hands. As the demon qi surged, a trace of spiritual energy in his body spread to his 10 fingers. It formed a wonderful state of coexistence with the chaotic demon qi around him. It took Chen Zong a lot of time and energy to make the spiritual energy and the chaotic demon qi coexist without conflict. After the two forces coexisted, they needed to go back and forth between each other. They needed to connect with each other and connect with each other. Now, Chen Zong wanted to complete this step, but he had already failed more than 100 times. The Soundless Demon Hunt Squad was one of the 30 or so general-grade demon hunt squads in the demon-suppressing fortress. They were ranked 13th among the general-grade demon hunt squads. I wonder how Brother Chen's training is going? Hua Wenqing raised his head to look at the night sky, casually asking. Brother Chen's talent is astonishing. Even if he joined later than the others, he definitely won't fall behind. Hua Wenjun smiled. Regarding Chen Zong's entry into the demon-suppressing army's Hidden Dragon Division, Hua Wenjun would be lying if he said he wasn't envious. He was also very moved, but he didn't ask for Chen Zong's help. In the end, Chen Zong's entry wasn't so simple, and Chen Zong didn't have the ability to arrange it for him. If it was possible, Chen Zong naturally wanted to arrange for Hua Wenjun and Hua Wenqing to join the demon suppression army. Unfortunately, he couldn't. His eldest senior brother had paid an unknown price for him to be able to join the army. During this time, the two sides kept in contact, but not much. On one hand, Chen Zong's training was very tight, and he couldn't wait to use one day as 10. On the other hand, Hua Wenjun and his sister had just joined the Soundless Demon Hunt Squad, and needed to put in more effort to prove their ability. Brother Chen, you are improving, and so am I. I won't fall too far behind you. Hua Wenjun looked at the night sky, secretly saying to himself. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Junior brother, the training time is about to end. Will you be able to pass the test? After Tang Hua finished his business, he raised his head, looking deeply in the direction of the Hidden Dragon Division, talking to himself. He was a bit worried. After all, Chen Zong had entered the Hidden Dragon Division 2 months later than the others. It wasn't a long time to begin with, only half a year. The difference of 2 months was very obvious. But Tang Hua still wanted Chen Zong to give it a try. After all, if he wanted to enter the demon-suppressing army, it would be better for him to do so as soon as possible. Even if he failed this time, he would at most have to leave the demon-suppressing army and be arranged somewhere else. Relying on his own ability, he could still fight for another chance to retrain his junior brother. Of course, passing the test this time would be the best. Whether he can pass or not, we'll know in a few days. Tang Hua talked to himself, letting go of his worries. In the 35th training room, Ouyangze was expressionless. Everyone, the training will be over in a few days. Ouyangze glanced at Chen Zong and ignored him. Although Chen Zong came here every day to participate in the training, he never took the initiative to ask. He was treated like heir. You should know the results of your training in the past 6 months. Whether you can pass the assessment in the next few days will depend on your own efforts. There are still a few days left. This is the last chance. This was their last chance, and it was also Ouyangze's last chance. This meant that he would be able to get a lot of rewards in the end. Was it a military merit reward, and it was only a merit reward? At the thought of this, Ouyangze could not help but glance at Chen Zong, feeling more and more dissatisfied. If he hadn't arranged for this person to come over, perhaps he would have received more rewards. However, because of this person, he definitely wouldn't have been able to obtain any military merits. After all, from the beginning until now, Ouyangze had not detected the aura of the demon-defending seal from Chen Zong. In other words, Chen Zong hadn't even mastered the first move of the demon-defending seal. Since he couldn't master it, why did he look so indifferent all the time? If he had come to beg me, maybe I would have given him some time to teach him. The more Ouyangze thought about it, the more upset he felt. The way he looked at Chen Zong was getting colder and colder. Sensing Ouyangze's gaze and seeing the disgust in his eyes, Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. If he could master it with his own ability, why should he beg others? Alright, today's training is over. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ouyangze retracted his gaze and turned to leave the training room. How was it? Now you know how difficult it is to master the third seal, right? If I were you, I would leave the demon-suppressing army now, so as not to embarrass myself in the assessment in a few days. Dong Fei, who was the first to master the demon-defending seal in the 35th squad, said to Chen Zong with a mocking smile while rubbing his chin. Brother Dong, he won't appreciate it. Another person also said with a smile. His name was Li Haiming, who had mastered the first move of the demon-defending seal a few days later than Dong Fei. After successfully cultivating the Imperial Demon Seal, the Imperial Demon Seal would enter the body and a trace of aura would spread out. For ordinary cultivators, it was difficult to detect, but for those who had already condensed the Imperial Demon Seal, it was very clear what the aura was. However, they didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of aura of the demon-defending seal from Chen Zong, let alone the demon-suppressing seal and the demon-slaying seal. It also showed that Chen Zong hadn't mastered the demon-defending seal. Without mastering the demon-defending seal, it was impossible to pass the assessment. Chen Zong didn't seem to hear their mockery. He walked out of the training room and went to the Devil Chi cultivation room. Oh, it seems that he still hasn't given up. There are still a few days left. He has to struggle. What if he can master the first move of the demon-defending seal by chance? In the Devil Chi cultivation room, the chaotic Devil Chi was very dense. Chen Zong stood in the chaotic Devil Chi. Soon, 2 balls of black light floated out from his sea of consciousness. The 2 balls of black light were the same size. They floated on the left and the right, and slowly rotated around Chen Zong. One of the balls of black light had runes connected, which vaguely looked like an ancient word defend. The other ball of black light had runes connected, which looked more complicated. It was a word bind. These were the first moves of the demon-defending seal and the first move of the demon-suppressing seal that Chenzong had successfully mastered. In the next few days, I must master the first move of the demon-slaying seal, Chenzong said to himself with great determination. Except for the training time, Chenzong spent all his time in the Devil Chi cultivation room. He was very hard-working. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The half-year training in the Hidden Dragon Division was also over. In the Devil Chi cultivation room, 3 balls of black light the size of a child's fist slowly rotated around Chenzong. The third ball of black light had runes connected to form the word slay. It constantly emitted traces of sharp light, as if it was indestructible. The bell rang, like the roar of a dragon, resounding in all directions. Waves of tyrannical aura rose from all over the place. They rushed to the sky, and then quickly gathered in the Hidden Dragon Division. Today was the day of the Hidden Dragon Division's Reserve Sergeant examination. Among the hundreds of reserve sergeants, there would be a batch of qualified people. These people would be assigned to various departments in the 5 armies. The truly outstanding people would often be fought over by the 5 armies. The Hidden Dragon Hall was very large. It could accommodate thousands of people at the same time. It didn't seem crowded at all. Hundreds of reserve sergeants who were going to participate in the examination stood in the hall. Under the guidance of their respective commanders, they were lined up in neat groups. Whoosh! Whoosh! Waves of the sound of wind being torn apart resounded out along with this. After that, numerous figures appeared on the seats on the stairs and the surroundings of the hall. Every single figure carried a tyrannical and shocking fluctuation of aura. They were either vigorous, overbearing, blazing, icy cold, or violent, the 1st Army, 2nd Army, 3rd Army, 4th Army, and 5th Army. All of them were warlords. The Hidden Dragon Division's Reserve Sergeant examination was indeed very important. However, it wasn't important enough to alert the titled generals. It was enough for the warlords to come. 1 upper-grade warlord, 1 middle-grade warlord, and 1 low-grade warlord were the representatives of the 5 armies of the demon-suppressing army. In other words, each army had sent 3 upper-grade warlords, 3 mid-grade warlords, and 3 low-grade warlords. Their gazes swept across the reserve sergeants. One of them stopped on Chenzong. Chenzong looked over and saw his senior brother, Tang Hua. Tang Hua frowned slightly because he didn't feel the aura of the Imperial Demon Seal from Chenzong's body. Most of the other preparatory sergeants had the aura of the Imperial Demon Seal, either strong or weak. In other words, Chenzong probably hadn't mastered the seal of defense. Tang Hua couldn't help but sigh. Was there still not enough time, or had he overestimated his junior brother's talent? Today, we'll see the results of the half-year training. The number 1 warlord of the Hidden Dragon Division stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His body seemed to be infinitely tall. His voice was loud and clear like thunder. It rumbled into everyone's ears and went straight to their heads. Even if you deliberately tried not to listen, you would still hear it clearly. The examination is divided into 3 steps. The first step is the knowledge examination. The second step is the seal of defense. The third step is the demon-slaying examination. Only by passing these 3 steps can you become a real demon suppression sergeant. Chenzong finally realized that the examination wasn't that simple. One couldn't pass just by mastering the first move of the seal of defense. Now, pay attention. The first step of the knowledge examination begins. As soon as the number 1 warlord of the Hidden Dragon Division finished his words, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded. A magical power emerged from all directions. Then, everyone felt that everything around them was changing rapidly. The others were gone. Only Chenzong was in a quiet room. There was a crystal board on the wall in front of him. The knowledge examination. Chenzong couldn't help but feel that it was interesting. Then, the crystal board changed. A clear figure appeared on it. It was the figure of a demon from the underground. Following the figure, a paragraph of words appeared below it. It clearly described the demon's name, level, and characteristics. As a demon suppression sergeant, the first thing to do was to have enough knowledge about the underground demons and demons. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If they couldn't understand their enemy, they would be at a disadvantage. In the first step of the knowledge examination, 1,000 questions would appear randomly. All the examinees had to do was to answer them. The examinees couldn't make more than 1/10 of the 1,000 questions. In other words, they couldn't get more than 100 questions wrong. After a few months of study, Chenzong already knew that there were many different kinds of monsters in the underworld. There were tens of thousands of them. As for the underworld demon race, there were fewer of them, but they were much more powerful than the underworld demons. Chenzong had a photographic memory. As long as he had the heart, he wouldn't forget anything. Therefore, this kind of examination wasn't difficult for Chenzong at all. One question after another, Chenzong answered them easily. If other people knew how fast he was, they would be shocked. General Tang, I heard that you paid a hefty price to get your junior brother into the Hidden Dragon Division. Guamoda, the 9th General of the 3rd Army's Dragon Division, said with a faint smile, can your junior brother pass the assessment in 3 months? Or is General Tang prepared to do whatever it takes to get your junior brother into the Demon Suppression Army? It sounded like a joke between friends, but Tang Guao knew that it was directed at him. This was because Guamoda and him weren't friends. On the contrary, there was some animosity between them. The two of them had a conflict before. Don't worry about it, Tang Guao replied calmly. One must know one's own limits in order to go further. If one overestimates one's own abilities, then that would be too scary. Guamoda said to himself, and the sarcasm in his voice was very obvious. He and Tang Guao were both emperors. Because they were at the same level, it was easier for them to have conflicts. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to get involved in a conflict between two emperors. It wasn't good to offend either side. Tang Guao didn't respond to Guamoda's sarcasm. He looked cold and solemn. The first part of the assessment lasted for 2 hours. Hundreds of preparatory sergeants had to answer 1,000 questions within 2 hours. After half an hour, someone had finished answering the questions. Who is that? Xiao Jinglong from the 8th Squad. Xiao Jinglong, the genius from the Tsanggu Sacred Ground? That's right. Let's see how he performs in the final assessment. While the generals were talking, a second person finished answering 1,000 questions. Mei Luoxiang from the 12th Squad. She's a disciple of the Tianlan Sacred Ground. A portion of the members of the Demon Suppression Army came from various sects and factions. However, no matter which faction they came from or what kind of background they had to pass the test before they could truly enter the Demon Suppression Army and become a Demon Suppression Sergeant. Like Tang Hua, the most he could do was to let Chenzong enter the Hidden Dragon Division to participate in the training, but he couldn't directly surpass the Hidden Dragon Division to become a Demon Suppressing Sergeant. Then, the third person passed the assessment. Who is that? Let me see, he's from the 35th Squad. His name is Chenzong. General Tang, he's your junior brother, right? A middle-ranked general from the 4th Army's Dragon Division asked. Yes. Tang Hua nodded. It wasn't a secret that he had paid a price to get his junior apprentice brother into the Hidden Dragon Division to participate in the training. Basically, all the warlords knew about it. Looks like General Tang's junior brother is pretty good. He was the third to answer all the questions out of hundreds of people. The middle-ranked battle general smiled. Just because the answer is finished doesn't mean the answer is correct. Guamoda smiled coldly and interrupted. Since Chenzong finished answering all the questions in about half an hour, he attracted the attention of the people around him. Time passed slowly. 2 hours had passed. Regardless of whether he had answered all the questions or not, the first step of the examination had been completed. Congratulations, all of you have passed the test. Xiao Jinglong, Mei Luoxiang, Chenzong, Jing Xingyang, among the hundreds of preparatory soldiers, there were more than 20 people who got all of the 1,000 questions right in the first step. You actually got all of them correct. The 11 members of the 35th Squad found it hard to believe. They had 2 to 3 months more time than Chenzong. It's just a knowledge test. So what if you got all of them right? It's useless if you can't practice the demon defending seal. Dongfei sneered. Brother Dong is right. The first step of the examination is just the most common one. The key is whether you can practice the demon defending seal. Ouyang's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Chenzong again, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Judging from the previous years, the first step of the examination was the easiest. After all, although there were more than 10,000 kinds of demons in the underground world, every practitioner who had reached the extreme human realm was much more intelligent than ordinary people. Whether it was memory or comprehension, they would have a fundamental improvement. As long as they were willing to put in the time and effort, they would remember everything. Therefore, Tang Hua wasn't surprised. This was normal. If he couldn't even pass this test, then he had to redefine his junior apprentice brother's ability. Fortunately, he didn't let him down. Instead, he was a little surprised. But it was just a little surprise. The second step of the examination is the key. 35 squads, starting from the first squad. The first squad of 12 people stepped forward. The other 34 squads stepped aside. The 12 people of the first squad stood at a certain distance from each other. Now, release the demon defending seal that you've formed. Following the voice of the first warrior of the Hidden Dragon tribe, the 12 people of the first squad made hand seals and summoned the demon defending seal in their mind. Streaks of black light appeared and circled around the heads of the 12 preparatory sergeants. They rotated slowly, and the word defending was engraved on each of the black light balls. The instructor of the first squad showed a touch of joy. All 12 members had formed the demon defending seal, so he would be rewarded for his military exploits. Release the demon defending seal within 3 meters. The first warrior of the Hidden Dragon tribe suddenly gave an order. Suddenly, out of the 12 members of the first squad, 10 of them quickly dispersed the Imperial Magic Seal, turning it into a mass of jet-black chaotic magic chi that pervaded their bodies, controlling it from spreading. 2 of them seemed to have reacted a step slower. After the Imperial Magic Seal dispersed, the black chaotic magic chi transformed from the Imperial Magic Seal also had a momentum that was difficult to completely control within 3 meters. There was a trace of it that floated 3 meters away. Condense the demon defending seal again. The first warrior said again. The 12 people started to make hand seals. They first condensed the demon defending seal, then condensed the demon defending seal back into a seal. It took time, and they had to do it in front of so many people. In the end, 9 of them were able to condense the demon defending seal again. 1 of them was a little slow, and 2 of them failed at the last moment. The 10 of you passed the examination. The 2 of you didn't pass. Step aside and make other arrangements. The first warrior said directly. He didn't care about their feelings at all. For them, if they passed, they passed. If they didn't, they didn't. No reason or excuse would work, because the vicious underground demons and the cunning underground demons wouldn't listen. 2 people of the first squad had been eliminated. This made the other squads nervous. It could be said that hundreds of preparatory sergeants had already successfully condensed the first form of the demon defending seal. The only difference was how long it took them to master it, and how familiar they were with it. Now, it seemed that those who had condensed the demon defending seal weren't guaranteed to pass the examination. After all, if a person condensed the demon defending seal in the demon chi cultivation room, they wouldn't be distracted and wouldn't be disturbed. They could still do it slowly. If they failed, they could try again. It didn't matter if it happened twice or thrice. But here, under the watchful eyes of so many people, there was only one chance. The feeling was completely different. The result of the second squad's 12 people was even worse. Only 8 of them passed the examination. 4 of them were eliminated and made other arrangements. The third squad's 12 people were up. 9 of them passed the examination. 3 of them were eliminated. The fourth squad's 12 people were up. 5 of them passed the examination. 7 of them were eliminated. One squad after another went through the examination. Seeing batch after batch of people being eliminated, the lower the ranking of the squad, the greater the pressure they felt. This was because it concerned whether they could enter the demon-suppressing army and become a true demon-suppressing sergeant. The 5th squad, the 6th squad, the 7th squad, the 8th squad, Xiao Jinglong, who was the center of attention, formed a seal with one hand. He skillfully condensed the demon-defending talismans and quickly condensed the 9 demon-defending talismans into the demon-defending seal. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. He was extremely confident and in high spirits. This guy is really good. I heard that this guy used 1.5 months to successfully condense the demon-defending seal. He's really outstanding. There was no doubt that Xiao Jinglong was the center of attention at this moment. The First Army's War Dragon tribe wants this guy. An upper-grade war general from the War Dragon tribe of the First Army said in a domineering tone. Are you kidding? This guy belongs to the Thorny Dragon tribe. The upper-grade war general from the Thorny Dragon tribe of the First Army sneered and started to compete. Among the 5 armies of the demon-suppressing army, the First Army, Second Army, Third Army, Fourth Army, and Fifth Army weren't ranked by strength. They were named according to the order of their establishment. However, the First Army was definitely the oldest. In the beginning, the demon-suppressing army wasn't divided into 5 armies. The chief army commander also directly commanded this army. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the First Army was the oldest and most powerful army with the deepest foundation. Seeing that the upper-grade war generals from the Thorny Dragon tribe and the Thorny Dragon tribe of the First Army started to compete for Xiao Jinglong, the other war generals didn't say anything. Firstly, it was difficult to compete with them. Secondly, there were still many people who hadn't been assessed, so there was no need to be so anxious. Xiao Jinglong's performance was amazing. The 8th squad was also very outstanding. All of them passed the assessment and became the first squad to pass the assessment. The instructor of the 8th squad was beaming. This was because the second step of the assessment determined whether one could become a real demon-suppressing sergeant. As for the third step of the assessment, there were other mysteries. After the 8th squad, there were other people who performed well. However, compared to Xiao Jinglong, there was still a gap. In the 12th squad, Mei Luoxiang easily summoned the demon-defending seal in her sea of consciousness. Then, she easily dispersed the demon-defending seal within a 3-meter radius around her. She formed a seal with one hand. Her white hands were like plucking the strings of a zither. It was pleasing to the eye. There was a kind of grandeur that was different from Xiao Jinglong's. Once again, she attracted everyone's attention. However, it was a pity that not everyone in the 12th squad passed the assessment. One of them was eliminated. The 15th squad, the 30th squad, finally, it was the turn of the last squad. It was the 35th squad that Chenzong was in. Don't be nervous. Give it your all. Ouyangze transmitted his voice. Each of them took a deep breath and tried hard to calm themselves down. Under the gaze of many people, they strode to the open space in the center of the hall. They lined up neatly in 3 rows and 4 columns. The distance between each person was 5 meters. That is General Tang Shidi. He has 2 or 3 months less training time than others. Not only does he have less time, I also heard that he is a loner. He never asks for guidance from the hierarch. He only gets the first move of the 3 seals from the hierarch and studies it himself. Without someone to guide him, it is too difficult and time-consuming to comprehend and cultivate by himself. In reality, it was not that he could not master the 3 seals by himself. It just took more time. Half a year was usually shorter. After all, he lacked a foundation. Everything had to start from scratch. He had to slowly learn and accumulate research until he mastered it. Of course, it was not that there were no people in the demon suppression army who could master the first move of the Imperial Demon Seal in half a year with their own ability. They were very, very few. Moreover, if there was someone to guide him, he could save a lot of time that could be used on other aspects of cultivation. It is good to be confident, but if he is too confident, it will become arrogance. Gu Emoda opened his mouth and criticized Chenzong. This boy is not only too confident, but also does not know how to be flexible. He does not know how to consult his seniors. He acts on his own, which is not good for the cooperation of the demon suppression army soldiers. It had to be said that Gu Emoda's words hit the nail on the head, criticizing Chenzong to the point that he was worthless. However, the various characteristics he mentioned, upon careful thought, seemed to be able to be found on Chenzong. Indeed, Chenzong did learn the 3 seals by himself and did not ask the hierarch. But why did Qianzong not ask the hierarch Ouyangze? Because Ouyangze had said clearly from the beginning that he would not take time out to teach him. Since you said you would not take time out to teach me, I will cultivate and comprehend by myself. Many battle generals frowned. Their impression of Qianzong dropped a lot. Of course, this was only a preliminary impression. But sometimes, once a preliminary impression was formed, it could easily affect later judgments. Tang Hua frowned slightly and then sent a message to Qianzong. Shitty, if you have not mastered the Imperial Demon Seal, you can leave for now. I will make arrangements. Qianzong looked at Tang Hua and nodded at him. He gave Tang Hua a reassuring look. This gaze instantly made Tang Hua feel inexplicably relieved. Under the order of the Hidden Dragon Tribe's number 1 warrior, the 12 members of the 35th Squad immediately called out the demon-resisting seal in their sea of consciousness. Balls of black light circled around their heads. He actually succeeded? Unbelievable. They all stared at Qianzong with their eyes wide open and their faces full of surprise. Guimoda's words had already attracted the attention of all the battle generals to Qianzong. In the Hidden Dragon Tribe, the members of the 35th Squad would occasionally talk about Qianzong, and the other squads knew that Qianzong was an overconfident person. Before this, some people were secretly laughing at Qianzong for daring to go up and make a fool of himself without mastering the Imperial Magic Seal. Now, seeing that Qianzong actually summoned the Imperial Magic Seal, the shock brought by the strong contrast was incomparable. Tang Guio's brows relaxed. He could not help but reveal a smile on his face. Immediately, he looked towards Guimoda. What General Gu said just now was very good. It seemed to be affirmation, but it also contained a trace of sarcasm, which made Guimoda's face turn pale. He had just said that Qianzong was overconfident, and Qianzong summoned the Imperial Magic Seal. This was an invisible counterattack, a naked slap in the face. General Tang, for your junior brother to enter the demon-suppressing army, you're really willing to pay any price. Guimoda thought for a moment, then he seemed to have thought of something. Once again, he sneered and ridiculed. Tang Guio was stunned for a moment. Guimoda's words meant that he had helped Qianzong to master the Imperial Magic Seal. It was not impossible to help others to master the Imperial Magic Seal, but there were very high requirements. First of all, one had to have a deep understanding of the Imperial Magic Seal. Second, one had to have a strong enough cultivation level. The process could not be disturbed, and it would take a lot of time. All in all, even if it was a profound Sky Realm warrior, it was not easy to help others to master the Imperial Magic Seal. Tang Guio could indeed do that, but it would consume a lot of energy. Of course, he did not care about the consumption, but Qianzong's pride did not allow him to do it. Why should he let others pay an unnecessary price for something he could do? Hearing Guimoda's words, Tang Guio only sneered. This sneer made Guimoda feel even more uneasy. The Imperial Magic Seals of the members of the 35th Squad dispersed one after another. Among them, Chen Zong's Imperial Magic Seal dispersed the fastest, and it did not seem abrupt at all. Instead, it dispersed at a uniform speed. Amateurs watched the show and thought it was interesting, but insiders saw the skill. All the generals who were deeply immersed in the Imperial Magic Seal were startled. From this move, they could see some clues. If the Imperial Magic Seal was condensed with the help of others, one would not be able to control it as smoothly as moving clouds and flowing water. But from the way Qianzong dispersed the Imperial Magic Seal, he obviously could not. The uneasy feeling in Guimoda's heart grew stronger. Immediately, the chaotic demon aura spread within a 3-meter radius around him. It was completely under Qianzong's control, and it quickly condensed again. His hands naturally drooped down and did not move. Unlike the other 11 who were forming seals with their hands, the chaotic demon aura around him surged in an instant and divided into 9. What is he trying to do? Condensing a talisman with his mind? This guy is too overconfident. Arrogant, he's really too arrogant. The minimum requirement to cultivate and condense the Imperial Magic Seal was to form seals with both hands. The more powerful ones could form seals with one hand, so that they could use the other hand to do other things. If forming seals with both hands belonged to the lower level, then forming seals with one hand belonged to the middle level. For example, Xiao Jinglong, Mei Luoxiang, and the others from before would not be able to reach this level without several years of hard work. In other words, most of the people in the demon suppression army had reached the level of forming seals with one hand. The upper level was to condense a talisman with one's mind. Whether it was forming seals with one hand or with both hands, the first thing to be condensed was a talisman. Only then could one condense a seal with a talisman. Condensing a talisman with one's mind completely freed one's hands. One could control the chaotic demon aura around with one's mind and spiritual sense, condensing it into a talisman, and then condensing it into a seal. Every warlord was either an emperor or an expert in the profound heavens realm. All of them had been immersed in the imperial magic seal for at least dozens or even hundreds of years. They had all reached the level of condensing a talisman with one's mind. Some of the more advanced ones had already reached the level of condensing a seal with one's mind. They only needed one's mind to condense an imperial magic seal without going through the stage of condensing a talisman. How terrifying was that, however, that was the result of a long period of accumulation and immersion. Just like Xianxia, how long had it been? In just a few months, he could condense a talisman with one's mind. The first imperial magic seal condensed quickly under Xianxia's mind. It was very fast, but it was not abrupt at all. It was natural and smooth like moving clouds and flowing water. It was as if it was natural and conformed to some kind of principle. Under everyone's gaze, the first imperial magic seal was successfully condensed. The impact it brought to the warlords was indescribable. After the first imperial magic seal was successfully condensed, the second one began to condense. The third one, the fourth one, the ninth one, like the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon, like flowers blooming and withering, everything seemed so natural, so harmonious, and full of charm. As for the other 11 members of the 35th Squad, they were directly ignored. No one cared whether their performance was good or bad. Tanghua's face was full of joy, and his heart was even more excited. Surprise, a great surprise. Originally, he only hoped that his junior brother could condense an imperial magic seal. As long as he condensed an imperial magic seal by himself, it would be fine, regardless of whether he was skilled or not. He did not expect that not only was he so skilled, but he was also so skilled that he could condense a talisman with one's mind. The 9 imperial devil talismans revolved around Xianxia like the sun, the moon, and the stars. Following Xianxia's will, the 9 imperial devil talismans moved closer to each other. Then, a ball of black light shot out. When the black light converged, a new imperial devil talisman appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Jinglong, Mei Luoxiang, and the others were very shocked. They felt that Xianxia's move was indeed much better than theirs. However, the warlords were even more shocked than them, because they knew more about the practice of the imperial magic seal. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Only when you know more about it, will you understand how amazing it is. My junior brother's temperament is indeed not very good. He's not very sociable. Tanghua's voice sounded leisurely. He doesn't know how to be flexible and overconfident. General Guzhan is right. Guimoda's face was livid. When he heard Tanghua's words, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The other warlords did not pay attention to him, because they were only shocked in their hearts. In addition to being shocked, they were all thinking quickly. He entered the Hidden Dragon tribe 2 to 3 months later than the others. He did not receive any guidance from others, but he comprehended and practiced with his own ability. He was able to practice the first form of the imperial magic seal to the superb level of using his mind to condense a seal. This kind of talent was unparalleled. Compared to Xiao Jinglong and Mei Luoxiang, who had amazed them before, this kind of talent was much more superior. There was no doubt that this was a genius among geniuses, a top genius. Who wouldn't want such a person? The First Army's War Dragon tribe wants this kid. The upper-grade warlord of the War Dragon tribe of the First Army made the decision. Are you kidding? This kid should join the Second Army. Xiao Jinglong had only caused a fight between the War Dragon tribe of the First Army and the Thorn Dragon tribe, but Xianxia had caused a fight between the 5 armies. Xianxia is General Tang's junior brother. He entered the Hidden Dragon tribe because of General Tang. Naturally, he will join the War Dragon tribe of the 4th Army. The upper-grade warlord of the War Dragon tribe of the 4th Army snorted and said. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Tang Hua. General Tang, I've heard of your name for a long time, but I haven't had the chance to meet you because I've been busy. After the assessment, come to my place and we can drink to our heart's content. The upper-grade warlord of the Thorn Dragon tribe of the First Army immediately said with a smile. He was an expert in the 6th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Regardless of cultivation or status, he was far superior to Tang Hua. Moreover, he was more arrogant. It was surprising that he would take the initiative to invite Tang Hua. Old fox. Those who had figured it out cursed in their hearts. Soon after, they smiled and looked at Tang Hua. They either invited him or gave him gifts. For a moment, they planned to use Tang Hua to recruit Chenzong. It was like a market. The generals were arguing with each other. Okay, I've reported to the second general. He promised Chenzong a 3rd-grade soldier and a chance to practice on the demon refining platform. The first general of the Dragon Division of the First Army suppressed all the voices. The other generals were shocked. A 3rd-grade soldier, a chance to practice on the demon refining platform. After passing the test, a reserve soldier would become a 1st-grade soldier. If he wanted to increase his grade, he would have to make contributions. Usually, it would take at least 10 years for most people to reach the 3rd grade from a 1st-grade soldier. However, Chenzong was promised a 3rd-grade soldier by the first general, which meant he had saved 10 years of time. The grade of a soldier was not just a number. It also represented the different treatment and status in the demon suppression army. A 3rd-grade soldier was definitely higher than a 2nd-grade soldier. In addition, it was a chance to practice on the demon refining platform. The demon refining platform was a sacred place for cultivation created by the demon suppression emperor, the first general of the army, with a treasure. Anyone who practiced on it would be able to improve his cultivation quickly. However, not everyone had the qualifications to enter and cultivate there. One needed to have sufficient status and contributions. In other words, the First Army had put in a lot of effort to recruit Chenzong. The generals of the other armies started to move. They all sent the information to their titled generals. The competition became more and more intense. In the end, the first titled general said that he would make a decision after all the tests were over. Tang Hua was very excited. Chenzong's ability was amazing. It also meant that the price he had paid was not in vain. There were 420 reserve soldiers in total. All of them passed the first step of the knowledge test. However, 175 people were eliminated in the second step. There were 245 people who passed the test and became real demon suppression soldiers. As for the 175 people who were eliminated, they were not expelled from the demon suppression army. Instead, they were assigned to other places. For example, some of the better ones would be sent to the Dragon Division or somewhere else. You will take the 3rd step of the demon suppression test. As soon as the Hidden Dragon tribe's first general finished speaking, a black ray of light appeared in the sky. As the 4 generals of the Hidden Dragon tribe formed hand seals with their hands, the black ray of light instantly extended and tore through the air like a black blade. A black light gate of about 2 meters and 1 meter wide appeared in front of everyone. Enter and kill the demons. You will be ranked according to the strength of the demons you killed. The top 10 will be rewarded. As for what the reward was, he didn't say it clearly. The time limit of the test is 6 hours. Immediately, one figure after another rushed into the portal. In the blink of an eye, all 245 people had entered the portal. The moment Chenzong stepped in, he heard eldest senior brother's exhortation. The generals did not leave. Instead, they waited. Then, with the black door of light as the center, black round mirrors that were 1 meter in size appeared out of thin air. There were exactly 245 round mirrors. On each of the round mirrors, it was as if a pebble had been dropped into the surface of a calm lake. Layers of ripples spread out, and gradually, some images were reflected. In each round mirror, a figure appeared. It was very clear. At a glance, one could tell that it was the 245 people who had just entered to participate in the 3rd step of the assessment. These round black mirrors were very magical. No matter where you stood, you could see everything clearly without any interference. Ouyang Zhe's face was a little dull because the impact of Chenzong was too strong. It completely overturned his thoughts and gave him a fierce and invisible counterattack. As for the 7 people of the 35th squad who had been eliminated, they were all ashamed. Who would have thought that the person they looked down upon and even ridiculed would pass the test? This was a strange forest. The black trees grew randomly. Their shapes were strange, their branches were scattered, and their roots were intertwined. They looked like motionless demons. The air was filled with a strong chaotic demon energy, which was much stronger than the chaotic demon energy outside the demon-suppressing fortress. Moreover, the chaotic demon energy drifting in the surroundings was very invasive. It adhered to the skin and constantly seeped into the body through the pores, trying to invade and corrode the body. However, the demon-defending seal in the Sea of Consciousness constantly released its power to completely isolate the chaotic demon energy. It could not disturb Xianxia at all. "If I haven't mastered the demon-defending seal, I can't stay in this place for long," Xianxia said secretly, "and my strength will be affected." Because it was necessary to use one's spiritual energy to resist the invasion of the chaotic demon energy. If one had to use 30% of one's spiritual energy to resist the invasion of the chaotic demon energy, it would affect the performance of one's strength. This was also the disadvantage of practitioners when fighting against underground demons and demons. However, it was different with the demon-defending seal. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of something else. The demon-suppressing army had the demon-defending seal to resist the interference and erosion of the chaotic demon energy. What about the demon hunters? He didn't know, but he thought that they must have some means. All the people who entered the forest automatically dispersed, and Xianxia went forward alone. Strange and hoarse sounds, like the cries of crows, came from the dense forest, which was twisted like demons, and made people panic. Xianxia, on the other hand, was not afraid at all as he walked into the dense forest. The purpose of entering this place was to kill demons. When Xianxia passed by a strange tree that looked like a coiled python, a black fog rolled out from the hole in the tree. Silently, a black shadow flew out from the black fog. As fast as lightning, as light as the wind, a pair of sharp claws tore the sky apart, and in the next moment, it seemed that it could also tear Xianxia's body apart. Although there was no sound, Xianxia felt at the moment the black fog came out, and he relied on his outstanding perception. The sharp sword was unsheathed, and like a purple thunderbolt, it pierced through the air. This sword was called Purple Lightning, and it was given to Xianxia by his senior brother Tanghua. Because the previous red jade sword was damaged. The Purple Lightning sword was also a low-grade spiritual weapon, but it was better than the red jade sword, and it could withstand more power. Its characteristics were different from the red jade sword's heat, and it carried a trace of thunder and lightning power. The sword was very fast, like a purple electric light piercing through the air. The black fog was torn apart, and the sharp claws were also defeated by the purple electric light. One sword counterattack. Soon after, the figure in the black mist fell to the ground. As the black mist dissipated, Xianxia saw a completely black monkey-like demon struggling to die. Its body slowly faded, turning into wisps of black aura that dissipated. In the end, it left behind a black light the size of a grain of rice that flew towards Xianxia. At first sight, Xianxia recognized it. This demon was called the gang-splitting ghost devil monkey, and it was a 3rd-level lower realm underground demon. In terms of level, it was equivalent to a 3rd-level mortal realm fighter, but its actual combat ability was much stronger than a normal 3rd-level mortal realm fighter. The gang-splitting ghost devil monkey's special feature was its pair of huge sharp claws, which could tear apart many hard objects, and could also easily tear apart spiritual power defenses, causing terrible damage. It loved to tear its prey to shreds, and it was fast and explosive. Its weakness was that it lacked strength. But this lack of strength was only relative to other demons of the same level. Compared to extreme mortal realm fighters of the same level, it was not weak at all, and might even be stronger. But to Xianxia, it was nothing. He could not even launch a sneak attack, and was easily killed. As long as the others were not careless, they would be fine. After all, apart from Xianxia, the other 245 people were all at least 5th-level mortal realm. There were a total of 20 people who were the focus of attention, and Xianxia was one of them. But this was just the beginning, and it was hard to tell what was going on. The demons in here were not real demons, but were created by the demon suppression army fighters using the essence of similar demons, and through special means combined with the chaotic demonic energy. Although it was not a real demonic creature, its strength was not inferior to a real demonic creature in this space. The only difference was that after being killed, there would be no flesh left. And if one were to be attacked by them, they would be injured or even killed. There was no such thing as luck. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a moment had passed. The 245 people entered this small space, and continued to kill demons. Every one of them was very strong. After all, they were all demon hunters, and their subordinates were all stained with the blood of countless demons. General Tang's junior brother, not only does he cultivate the demon suppression seal at an amazing speed, but his attainments in the way of the sword are also very profound. That's right, his attainments in the way of the sword have already surpassed many of his peers. Even most of the seniors are not as good as him. Each of the generals had sharp eyes. Although in their eyes, Chenzong's cultivation was not high, and his strength was not strong, and they could kill him with a single finger, but the attainments in the way of the sword that he displayed were shocking. Every sword move seemed simple, but it was back to the basics, giving people a feeling that it was natural, and extremely wonderful. Moreover, there was no trace of it, as if everything was done according to one's will. This kind of swordsmanship was undoubtedly even more terrifying. This was also after Chenzong killed the elder of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion and found the swordsmanship of the Spiritual Heart Pavilion in his mustard seed bag, and further perfected the mind swordsmanship. Hearing the praises of the other generals, the smile on Tang Hua's face became more obvious. On the contrary, Gu Emoda's face became uglier. There was no other way. He had mocked Chenzong many times because of his relationship with Tang Hua. Now, Chenzong's actions were like a slap to his face, and it was burning with pain. Xiao Jinglong's strength is also not bad. I heard that he once killed his way into the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss alone. It's not easy to kill his way into the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss with a cultivation of LV8 Extreme Mortal Realm. The Earth Demon Abyss was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels were basically the habitat of ordinary and low-level demonic creatures. The low-level demonic creatures in the 3rd level were all at the 7th, 8th, and 9th level. There were even king-level low-level demonic creatures, which were terrifying demonic creatures comparable to king-level masters. Zongheng has made a year-end inventory. The 6 Dao will help themselves to some votes. Every account will receive 5 free votes after being verified with a mobile phone. If you vote with a mobile phone, you will receive 7 votes. Please vote for the 6 Dao. The votes are divided into the works and the author. If you want to vote, vote for the author. Roar, it was earth-shattering, and the sound waves were rolling. A gigantic demonic creature that was more than 10 meters tall stretched its head out and roared. Sound waves rushed out from its mouth, creating a terrifying storm. The hard ground was torn apart and sent flying, rolling in the sound waves and turning into powder. This underground monster that looked like a black bear was called the Colossal Arm Demonic Bear. It was more than 10 meters tall, and its body was incomparably strong, like a small hill. Its huge body contained extremely terrifying power, and its magic power was violent. Especially its arms, which were incomparably thick, even thicker than its legs, and its muscles were like cast iron. The giant arm demonic bear was a lower level 9 demonic creature. In terms of level, it was equivalent to a warrior at the extreme level 9 of the mortal realm. However, its combat strength was much stronger than an ordinary warrior at the extreme level 9 of the mortal realm. The giant arm demonic bear's roar was extremely terrifying, and it swept out like a strong storm. In front of it, there was a figure. It was Xiao Jinglong. Xiao Jinglong's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Facing the giant arm demonic bear sound waves, he was not afraid at all. He directly punched out. His spiritual power fluctuated and turned into a powerful and domineering righteous strength. The righteous strength was like a dragon, dominating the world. As the punch blasted out, the righteous strength shattered the sound waves that were coming at him, and it blasted towards the giant arm demonic bear like a hot knife through butter. Xiao Jinglong was the first one to encounter a lower level 9 demonic creature, and the demon suppression sergeants were well aware of the giant arm demonic bear's ferocity. Therefore, many people's attention was attracted to see how Xiao Jinglong would deal with this giant-armed demonic bear. When the giant-armed demonic bear went berserk, its strength was terrifying. One punch from it was enough to turn a extreme level 9 of the mortal realm into pieces. Xiao Jinglong was indeed not weak. He had cultivated a supreme-grade spiritual skill and was extremely powerful. However, he was only at extreme mortal realm level 8, which was one level lower than the giant-armed demonic bear. The giant-armed demonic bear's strength was unparalleled, but in terms of speed, it was slightly lacking. Instantly, Xiao Jinglong's dragon-like fist energy hit its chest. With a loud bang, the fist energy began to shatter, but the giant-armed demonic bear's huge body only shook slightly. Immediately after, the giant-armed demonic bear waved its arm and clenched it into a fist. Large veins bulged on its thick arm like a python turning over. With a loud boom, it was incomparably violent. It was as if a mountain had collapsed and the earth had cracked. The black fist was like a huge black meteorite, blasting through the air. Everywhere it passed, the air shook like huge waves. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Everything disappeared in Xiao Jinglong's eyes. There was only a ring of black light that was expanding and closing in on him with a terrifying pressure. That kind of ferocious and domineering aura alone made it difficult for him to breathe. Previously, when Xiao Jinglong entered the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss, he had also encountered the giant-armed demonic bear. However, his strength then was not as strong as it was now. After a short fight, he realized that he was no match for the giant-armed demonic bear and immediately used his body movement to escape. Thinking about it, he still had lingering fears. He did not expect to meet the giant-armed demonic bear here again. However, this time, he would definitely not escape. With incomparable determination, his eyes shone with a terrifying light. Xiao Jinglong suddenly roared and a powerful aura exploded from his body like a wave. Mad Dragon explodes the sky. Spiritual energy surged and turned into a dragon-shaped righteous force that surrounded his right arm. His right arm swelled and his muscles bulged as if they were filled with air, causing the sleeves of his robe to be torn apart. With a dragon's roar, an extremely terrifying force was blasted out by Xiao Jinglong's fist. It turned into a mad dragon that rumbled and shattered the sky. This blow seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. With a loud bang, the momentum was astonishing. Everyone in the hall seemed to be able to hear the sound reverberating in their ears. However, in reality, they could not hear anything. The dragon-shaped chi of the mad dragon explodes the sky was shattered in an instant. The giant-armed demonic bear's fist only paused for a moment before it blasted out with irresistible force. The impact of the fist made Xiao Jinglong's face suddenly change. This kind of power was too tyrannical and completely surpassed his own. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Xiao Jinglong's body shook and twisted like a dragon to escape from the fist pressure. He then quickly retreated. With a loud bang, the black fist force was like a falling meteor. It shattered the afterimage left by Xiao Jinglong and then blasted the ground. A few meters high wave of earth rolled out and in the blink of an eye, a 10-meter deep pit was formed. It was a shocking sight. The ground here was very hard and was even harder than refined steel. However, the giant-armed demonic bear could easily create a 10-meter deep pit. Xiao Jinglong could not help but gasp and his eyelids unconsciously trembled. I don't believe that I can't kill you today. Xiao Jinglong was ruthless. In the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss, his strength was not as strong as it was now. It was fine if he ran away, but now, was he going to run away again? Was he going to run away the next time he encountered the giant-armed demonic bear? Absolutely. After retreating again and putting a certain distance between him and the giant-armed demonic bear, Xiao Jinglong took a deep breath and the chaotic demonic chi around him fluctuated. Immediately, a ball of black light flew out from Xiao Jinglong's sea of consciousness and circled around him. What is he going to do? Someone was puzzled. It could be seen that although Xiao Jinglong's strength was not weak, it would be difficult for him to defeat the giant-armed demonic bear. Now, they also saw that Xiao Jinglong had summoned the Imperial Demon Seal. Using the Imperial Demon Seal to deal with the giant-armed demonic bear, how? The main function of the Imperial Demon Seal was to prevent the interference and erosion of the chaotic demonic chi and to increase the control of the chaotic demonic chi around the body. Immediately, Xiao Jinglong's hands moved rapidly and his 10 fingers flicked as if a lotus was blooming. That is he going to? Outside, those who were familiar with the set of handprints were surprised. Xiao Jinglong's face became more dignified and sweat appeared on his forehead. His 10 fingers moved faster and faster, constantly condensing talisman seals. The giant-armed demonic bear strode forward and closed in. Bang! 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 Every step it took left a deep footprint on the hard ground. Its huge body and powerful strength caused the ground to shake continuously. The stones seemed to be dancing as they fell and fell. As it closed in, the pressure on Xiao Jinglong increased. Imperial Demon Seal. When the last talisman seal was completed, Xiao Jinglong shouted. Immediately, the surrounding talisman seals gathered at the center and Xiao Jinglong's hands were trembling. Black light instantly burst out and it was incomparably intense. After the black light passed, a ball of black light was suspended in the air. The runes on it formed a very complicated character and it was constantly flashing with silver-white light. The connection was intermittent and it seemed like it would collapse at any time. Bind! Xiao Jinglong pointed with one hand and it was as if he was pushing an invisible mountain. The Imperial Demon Seal slowly floated towards the giant-armed demonic bear. The giant-armed demonic bear did not recognize what it was and it threw out a punch. With a bang, the Imperial Demon Seal exploded and turned into black chains that were as thick as an arm. Each chain was branded with silver-white runes and they were like spiritual snakes. They quickly shuttled through the void and wrapped around the giant-armed demonic bear. The chains wrapped around the gigantic arms demonic bear's body one by one, wrapping its huge body and thick arms together. The giant-armed demonic bear struggled in the beginning and it almost broke the chains. However, as more and more chains wrapped around it, the giant-armed demonic bear's struggle became weaker and weaker. Roar! The giant-armed demonic bear went berserk. Its huge body seemed to have expanded and a terrifying aura rushed out. Its body was constantly moving and it was trying to break free from the chains. The silver-white runes on the chains were flashing crazily. It's a success. Xiao Jinglong was also surprised because he had also tried to condense the Imperial Demon Seal on the last day of the assessment and he had failed. Otherwise, he would have stored it in his sea of consciousness and there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try and he did not expect to succeed. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the giant-armed demonic bear was unable to move. However, Xiao Jinglong knew that the Imperial Demon Seal would not be able to trap it for long and it would break free soon. The tyrannical spiritual energy turned into an overbearing supreme force and it instantly flowed through his body. With a bang, a deep pit was formed on the ground. Xiao Jinglong rushed out like a meteor and approached the giant-armed demonic bear's head. His fists were like dragons coming out of the abyss and they were extremely violent and overbearing. Boom! 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 The dragon-like fist force continuously bombarded the giant-armed demonic bear's head. Xiao Jinglong believed that the giant-armed demonic bear would definitely be killed by his fists. However, the giant-armed demonic bear was getting more and more berserk. With a bang, one of the Imperial Demon Seal chains broke. Bang! 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 As the chains broke one after another, the giant-armed demonic bear's body seemed to have expanded and become even more terrifying. Its scarlet eyes seemed to be dripping blood. Roar! His sturdy arms waved, creating a terrifying storm. The heavy air pressure made Xiao Jinglong feel like he was being torn apart. It was as if a heavenly pillar was collapsing. He felt like he was about to be crushed. Shadowless illusory dragon. In the face of danger, Xiao Jinglong immediately used his movement technique. He left behind an afterimage that was shattered and his real body appeared below. After quickly falling, he stomped on the ground and escaped at the fastest speed. Xiao Jinglong was unwilling and helpless. He knew that his current strength was indeed stronger than before, but he was still unable to defeat the giant-armed demonic bear. In the end, the giant-armed demonic bear's strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the low-level demonic creatures. Although he is not a match for the giant-armed demonic bear, he can actually condense the Imperial Demon Seal. It is indeed very good. A warlord could not help but laugh. The warlords did not feel that Xiao Jinglong was not a match for the giant-armed demonic bear. The giant-armed demonic bear's bloodline was not ordinary and its strength was indeed very strong. It could be ranked in the top 10 among the low-level demonic creatures, ranked 9th. If Xiao Jinglong's cultivation could reach the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm, he could definitely fight with the giant-armed demonic bear and even defeat it. Unfortunately, he did not. In this small space, there was only one giant-armed demonic bear. What really surprised the warlords was that Xiao Jinglong was able to break through under pressure and condense the Imperial Demon Seal. Although it was not very stable, it meant that Xiao Jinglong had superior talent. The warlords' thoughts became active again. They gradually shifted their attention from Chenzong to Xiao Jinglong. In the round mirror, the scene was clearly displayed so that everyone in the hall could see it clearly. In the small space of the demonic realm, a young man in a black robe with a pale face and scarlet lips was staring at a powerful demonic creature that was approaching from a few hundred meters away. That demonic creature was a sawtooth-winged demon, a flying demonic creature. Its entire body was black and its wings were filled with sawtooth. It was incomparably sharp and could easily cut through hard objects. Its flying speed was very fast and it liked to throw its prey into the air before using its wings to cut it into pieces. It was a low-level 7 demonic creature. Bind. A black light suddenly spread out from his sea of consciousness. It was a demon binding seal. This kid has already mastered the demon binding seal. Too shocking. I sensed it before, but the aura was too weak. He must have used some method to cover it up. I didn't expect him to really master it. It's fine if you don't make a sound, but when you do, you amaze the world. The battle generals were all shocked. They thought Xiao Jinglong was outstanding enough, but there was a Chenzong. Then they discovered that Xiao Jinglong was indeed outstanding. They didn't expect someone else to change their point of view. This kid is called Bian Wuxia. His first test was average, but the second test was not bad. I didn't expect him to master the demon binding seal. The battle general's attention was completely focused on Bian Wuxia. The others were temporarily ignored. The demon binding seal instantly emitted a black light and disintegrated. Chains as thick as an arm with flickering silver-white runes flew out, shuttling back and forth in all directions. They quickly spread out, as if they were weaving a net, rapidly pushing forward. The sawtooth-winged demon's speed was extremely fast. It covered a few hundred meters in an instant. In an instant, the sawtooth-winged demon fell into the demon binding chain. It was quickly entangled and fell down. The sawtooth-winged demon let out an ear-piercing scream as it struggled to break free from the demon binding chain. Die. Bian Wuxia's voice was cold and low, like a cold wind blowing past. Bian Wuxia's figure disappeared and in the next breath, a shadow flashed beside the sawtooth-winged demon. A black light flashed, like a bolt of lightning that could tear apart the heavens and earth. It pierced into the eye of the sawtooth-winged demon, twisting viciously. The terrifying impact caused the sawtooth-winged demon's body to tremble violently. It slowly faded and finally transformed into a black light that flew towards Bian Wuxia. Bian Wuxia was at the extreme mortal realm stage 6, one level lower than the sawtooth-winged demon, but he could easily kill it. Of course, it was because of the demon binding seal, but it also showed that he was powerful. Good, Bian Wuxia is suitable for our Thorn Dragon tribe. The Thorn Dragon tribe of the First Army was a demon. The fighting style of the demon-suppressing sergeants of the Thorn Dragon tribe had always been nimble and unpredictable. He liked Bian Wuxia very much. There is a Xiao Jinglong, a Bian Wuxia, and perhaps a third person who has mastered the devil binding seal. Bian Wuxia's demon's demon binding seal. One of the generals suddenly said. The other generals paused for a moment and thought that it was possible. I don't think that's possible. Firstly, Chenzong's time is 2 to 3 months less than the others. Secondly, he's so proficient in the Imperial Devil Seal. He should have spent all his time cultivating the Imperial Devil Seal. That's true. Gu Imoda had learned his lesson this time. He didn't say anything and just sneered secretly. Another demonic creature was killed by his sword. So far, Chenzong had killed 13 demonic creatures of the 3rd order, 15 demonic creatures of the 4th order, 8 demonic creatures of the 5th order, and 3 demonic creatures of the 6th order. The fact that Chenzong was able to kill 3 low-grade 6th-level demons shocked everyone. This was because Qinzong's cultivation level was at the late stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm. In the past few months in the Hidden Dragon tribe, Qinzong had spent most of his time on the 3rd seal. The rest of his time was spent on cultivating his spiritual power. He had also made a breakthrough from the mid-level to the late mortal realm stage after absorbing the mid-level spiritual source. It was indeed a huge leap for a 4th-tier human realm warrior to kill a 6th-level lower-grade demon. "General Tang, your junior brother is amazing." One of the generals sighed. "My junior brother also cultivates the way of body strengthening." Tang Hua smiled. The way of body strengthening belongs to the ancient way of cultivation. It is gradually lost. Your junior brother is very lucky to be able to cultivate the way of body strengthening. One of the generals smiled. Cultivating the way of body strengthening would naturally make one stronger. It was a reasonable explanation for Qinzong's ability to kill enemies that were above his level. At this moment, Qinzong encountered a claw terror. The name was simple, but it wasn't simple at all. This demon with short legs had a pair of huge claws that were half the size of its body. Each of the claws was almost a meter long, like a ferocious machete. A low-level 7 demon. Suddenly, everyone stared at Qinzong through the round mirror. Although Qinzong, who was at the 4th mortal realm, had cultivated the way of body strengthening and was stronger, could he defeat a low-level 7 claw terror? There was a gap of 3 levels between them, and his opponent was a demon. A claw terror. At first glance, Qinzong recognized the other party. His eyes focused on the pair of huge sharp claws, and he was secretly shocked. The claw terror's claws were not only huge, but also terrifyingly powerful. They could tear the sky, the earth, and the air apart. Demon hunters or demon suppression sergeants would often chop off the demon's claws after killing it. All the information about the claw terror flashed through his mind. The claw terror roared and rushed toward Qinzong with its huge claws. Although its legs were short, it wasn't slow at all. As it approached quickly, its huge claws tore the air apart, leaving a few clear claw marks. Qinzong's eyes narrowed slightly as his mind spun rapidly. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. A low-level 7 demon was even stronger than a 7th mortal realm warrior who cultivated an upper-level spiritual skill. However, this kind of strength was nothing to him. He could kill it with one strike. However, Qinzong wanted to try other methods, such as the demon binding seal and the demon slaying seal. Before entering this place, the eldest senior brother had told him to show his strength as much as possible, which would be beneficial to him. Then, the 3 seals cultivated by the Hidden Dragon tribe would be the best way to show his strength. The demons before were too weak, so there was no need to use them. This low-level 7 demon was not bad, so he could give it a try. The strength of the demon binding seal and the demon slaying seal was not only related to one's cultivation level, but also to one's own cultivation level. As the claw terror approached Qinzong, Qinzong seemed to be scared out of his wits. Under the gazes of the people outside, Qinzong suddenly pointed his finger and shouted, "Bind!" As soon as he finished speaking, a strong black light appeared on Qinzong's arm. It was as if there were black spiritual snakes slithering out from his arm, passing through his fingers and shooting forward. It was a chain as thick as a finger. Although it was not thick, it gave people a feeling that it was extremely condensed. There were silver-white talisman characters on it. The talisman characters glowed with a natural light. The chain was like a spirit snake or a flying dragon. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped around the claw terror demon. The chains moved at lightning speed, shuttling back and forth from top to bottom, left to right. In an instant, the claw terror demon was bound and could not move. This, one by one, the warlords stood up, their faces full of horror. So did Tang Hua. It was too shocking, too shocking. This level is obviously very high, one of the warlords muttered to himself. General E mumbled to himself, a bit absent-minded. He thought back to when he was young. To cultivate the demon binding seal to this level, he had spent dozens of years. It really was infuriating to compare oneself to others. "Warlord Tang, your junior brother has never cultivated the 3 seals before?" One of the warlords could not help but doubt. This kind of cultivation speed was simply too shocking. "No. Tanghua replied in a firm tone, "My junior brother came from a small island and came to the mainland 2 years ago to join my Taiyuan Sky sect." The other generals nodded in agreement. The 3 seals were the inheritance of the demon suppression army, and they had been strictly ordered not to spread it. Those who violated the rules would be severely punished, and the consequences would be severe. Furthermore, due to other reasons, no one would spread the 3 seals. If they wanted to learn it, they could do so, as long as they joined the demon suppression army. Joining the demon suppression army did not require you to leave your original sect. It would not be affected. In just 3 months, not only did he cultivate the first move of the demon suppression seal to the talisman realm, but he also cultivated the demon binding seal to the point where he can use it like an extension of his arm. Xianxia was so shocked that his body was numb. As for the members of the 35th squad who were eliminated, their faces were ashen. Under the pressure, Xiao Jinglong made a seal with both hands and succeeded in the end. That was the lowest level of the demon binding seal. Bian Wuxia had already finished condensing the demon binding seal and stored it in his sea of consciousness. When he needed to summon it, it belonged to the middle level. Chen Zong did not need to summon the demon binding seal, but he could use the power of the demon binding seal, which belonged to the upper level. Moreover, Chen Zong's demon binding chain was thinner, which meant that the power in it was more condensed. After the demon binding chain bound the demon claw, Chen Zong did not immediately kill the demon claw. Instead, he stood in place and observed. The demon claw kept struggling, and the silver light on the demon binding chain kept flashing. A terrifying aura erupted, and the demon chi kept roaring. With a bang, the demon binding chain broke one by one. 3 breaths. Chen Zong said secretly, "With my current cultivation, I can only use the demon binding seal to bind a low-level 7th rank demon for 3 breaths. If it was a low-level 8th rank demon, I wonder how long it would take." 3 breaths was actually not a short time, but for Chen Zong, it was not much help. After all, Chen Zong's strength was so strong that he could kill a low-level 7th rank demon with 1 strike. After breaking the demon binding chain, the demon claw broke free, and its giant claw glowed with a terrifying black light. It fiercely broke through the air and attacked Chen Zong. The chilly wind roared, and the sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Swish, everyone only saw Chen Zong's figure being covered and swallowed by the giant claw glowing with black light. In an instant, a dazzling purple light flashed, like a purple thunderbolt tearing the darkness, vividly illustrating the sharpness of the attack. The test in the small space of the demonic realm lasted for 6 hours. As time passed, 4 hours had already passed. It seems that only Xiao Jinglong, Bian Wuxia, Mei Luoxiong, and Chen Zong have mastered the demon binding seal. Among them, Chen Zong has the most profound mastery, followed by Bian Wuxia. Xiao Jinglong and Mei Luoxiong are on par. Other than his lower cultivation level, Chen Zong is the most outstanding in all other aspects. The battle generals' thoughts spun rapidly as they analyzed the situation clearly. Tanghua's heart was filled with joy. He had originally thought highly of Chen Zong's ability, but he did not expect that it would be completely out of his expectations. Bind. Chen Zong's left index finger pointed forward. Demon binding chains that were as thick as fingers flashed with silver-white runes like dragons and snakes in the dim air. They were extremely fast as they shot towards the nimble figure in front of him. That figure, however, turned into a series of afterimages. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake as it dodged the demon-binding chains. But under Chen Zong's control, the demon-binding chains were also extremely agile. They constantly changed in the air and flew towards the real body that Chen Zong had locked onto, binding it. In the blink of an eye, that figure was bound. But in just half a breath's time, the demon-binding chains broke one by one. That figure moved horizontally with incomparable speed. A flash of purple lightning with astonishing sharpness pierced through the afterimages. With a whoosh, a flash of black light bloomed in the air and grabbed towards Chen Zong's ribs with astonishing coldness and strangeness. Before the black light arrived, that kind of cold aura had already caused Chen Zong's body to involuntarily tremble. Threads of terrifying and ferocious demonic aura that was purer than the chaotic demonic aura attempted to invade his body. Fortunately, he had the protection of the demon-resisting seal. When fighting with demons, other than being disturbed and corroded by the chaotic demonic aura in the air, one would also be affected by the demonic aura of the demons themselves. The demonic aura of the demons was refined by absorbing the chaotic demonic aura. It was purer and more powerful. If one was hit, the power of the demonic aura's corrosion was obviously stronger than the chaotic demonic aura. The greatest effect of the demon-resisting seal was to resist corrosion. The corrosion of the chaotic demonic aura, the demonic aura of demons, and the demonic aura of the demons. Of course, the power of the demon-resisting seal was limited. It could only completely resist the corrosion of the chaotic demonic aura and weaken the demonic aura's influence. Mystic heart? Everlasting heart. Chen Zong's figure transformed into countless phantoms. Every single one of them seemed to move according to his will. There was no pattern to be found, and they became increasingly agile and ethereal. The demonic aura level demonic aura was a demonic aura a demonic aura. A demonic aura a demonic aura. This was a lower rank 8 phantom fiend. It wasn't very fast and wasn't very strong, but it had the advantage of being able to form phantoms that were indistinguishable from real ones. Demonic aura demonic auras, demonic aura of the aura's aura a demonic aura of the demonic aura. At the same time, demonic illusion also had a hard time hitting Chen Zong, because Chen Zong's everlasting illusion was also incomparably profound. With my cultivation of spiritual power, the demon binding seal can only bind a low-level 8th rank demon for half a second, Chen Zong said to himself as he fought against the phantom demon. The phantom devil's spiritual energy wasn't considered strong among the low-level 8 demonic beasts. If it was a powerful low-level 8 demonic beast, the demon binding seal wouldn't even last for half a breath. Half a breath's time was short, but it was enough for Chen Zong to make a fatal strike. However, the phantom demon dodged it. The battle generals stared at the battle between Chen Zong and the phantom demon and felt a little numb. He was only at the 4th tier of the mortal realm, but he was able to go head-to-head with a demon of the 8th tier of the lower realm. We shouldn't waste too much time with them. Kill them as soon as possible. Chen Zong thought to himself. Time was limited. Otherwise, this phantom demon would have been a good target to hone his movement technique. I'll let you have a taste of my newly created sword. With a thought, the ever-changing figure suddenly stopped. All the phantoms disappeared, leaving only Chen Zong standing in the same place. He looked so real that it was as if he was about to emerge from the shadows. At this moment, only he and his sword existed. With the purple flash sword in his hand, the body of the sword trembled slightly, with traces of purple electric arcs jumping on it. In his mind, there seemed to be streaks of sword radiance slashing across. Each streak of sword radiance seemed to be able to split the sky open, leaving behind streaks of cracks. I used splitting sky as the source. Heart sword principle as the foundation to create this sword. Its name is Scar of Heaven. One day, this sword will split the sky open, leaving behind an everlasting scar. The sword struck out. The purple sword radiance suddenly lost all its violence and became docile, like the surface of a still sea. But deep down, there was a turbulent undercurrent. This sword contained an unparalleled power. It gathered all of Chen Zong's strength and the comprehension of Chen Zong's sword principle. The purple radiance looked plain, but it was extremely dazzling and shocking. People only saw a flash in front of their eyes. There was no sword, only a streak of purple radiance as thick as a chopstick. It seemed to have no end as it traversed the sky. Then, like a purple brush on a white paper, it left a clear trace. This purple slash gave people a very ordinary feeling, but it was also very shocking. Not only did it slash across the sky, but it also slashed across Phantom Demon's real body. Heart sword. Scar of Heaven. With one sword, Phantom Demon was dead. Chen Zong exhaled. This was the first time he had used Scar of Heaven. Scar of Heaven was the move Chen Zong created when he was attacked by the Mad Tiger of the Three Tigers of Wanzhong. Under great pressure, he used all of his strength to break out. After entering the Hidden Dragon tribe, he practiced the 3 seals every day and organized it a little. He combined the Heart Sword principle with the foundation of splitting sky to create this move. Heart Sword basic move, Heart Sword questioning heart, Heart Sword Scar of Heaven. The basic move was only the foundation. Questioning heart was the first step. It did not focus on lethality, but on one's heart. This move was actually Qinzong's inquiry of his own heart. The Scar of Heavens was a sword that was truly full of destructive power, because it was born out of the space splitter. It could even split the sky and leave an immortal mark. How could it be done without enough lethality? It seemed like a long time, but it was only a few breaths. Phantom Demon dissipated, leaving behind a bit of black radiance. The purple trace faded quickly and disappeared. In the end, it was still impossible to achieve immortality. But this was just the beginning. Seeing Qinzong kill a Phantom Demon of lower rank 8 with one sword move, the warlords were all dumbfounded. Qinzong put away the black radiance left by Phantom Demon and continued to look for monsters to kill. Most of the monsters here moved alone. It was difficult to encounter more than 2 monsters at the same time, but Qinzong encountered one. He was lucky. And this monster was a very famous Twin Demon. Twin Demon was a monster of lower rank 8. Its bloodline was extraordinary. It could fuse into 1 or into 2. Regardless of whether it fused into 1 or into 2, it had the strength of a lower rank 8. The Twin Demon that had split into 2 charged at Qinzong, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Demonic chi surged like a tide, bringing an intense sense of danger to Qinzong. Qinzong's expression was cold and solemn. With the purple lightning sword in hand, he instantly stabbed out, turning into 2 purple sword radiances that pierced through the sky. However, the Twin Demon's strength after splitting into 2 was much stronger than the Phantom Demon. Although Qinzong was not weak, he gradually fell into a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle. This kind of battle was the most worrying. They all stared at Qinzong to see how he would deal with it. Would he counterattack, or would he escape? If he encountered a monster like the giant-armed demonic bear, he might be able to escape with his extraordinary speed. After all, although the giant-armed demonic bear was tyrannical, its strength lay in its unparalleled strength. Speed was its shortcoming. Suddenly, Qinzong felt the countdown. It appeared very abruptly, but didn't disturb him. It was to let him know that the 6 hours were almost up. Since it's like this. Qinzong's eyes flashed with determination. Let's give it a try. I don't know if I can succeed, but I have to try. Bind. 2 demon binding chains shot out from his 2 fingers at the same time. They quickly flew towards the Twin Demon's 2 bodies. But although the demon binding chains were fast, the Twin Demon's reactions were even faster. They quickly dodged and attacked. Under Qinzong's precise control, the demon binding chains snaked and approached at a fast speed, following closely behind. Those monsters with fast and nimble bodies would often be able to dodge the demon binding seal's bindings better. Whether they could be bound or not depended on one's mastery of the demon binding seals. Under the pursuit, the Twin Demon was finally caught up by the demon binding chains and bound. However, the Twin Demon's strength was even more tyrannical than the Phantom Demon's. The demon binding chains couldn't hold on for even half a breath, but this little bit of time was something that Qinzong needed to fight for. The moment the demon binding chains bound the Twin Demon's body, a ball of black light flew out from Qinzong's sea of consciousness. Ancient and mysterious characters flickered on the black light, instantly causing the general's eyes to widen and their bodies to stiffen. Slash, slash. A mid-ranked general pointed at the small ball of black light with a trembling finger, unable to utter a complete sentence. Shocked, incomparably shocked, with a bang, the black light instantly exploded and turned into a ball of black water that poured onto the purple lightning sword. It quickly covered the purple lightning sword, causing it to turn completely black. The black light flowed like water, and traces of a mysterious aura spread out. Slash. The sword slashed out. Will sword, Scar of Heaven, a black sword mark as thick as a chopstick streaked across the sky, leaving behind an endless black sword mark. The Twin Demon had just broken free from the demon binding chains and was unable to dodge the sword. As the sword slashed through, a black mark appeared on its body and it was split into 2. Its body quickly dissipated, leaving behind only a dot of black light. That's right. Although the Twin Demon could split into 2, after death, it would only leave behind a dot of black light because they were originally 1. The moment he put away the black light, the scene in front of him started to shake. It was as if water was rippling. Qinzong knew that the time was up. The small space of the demonic realm was about to close. A repulsive force directly landed on him. The mirrors shrank, faded, and disappeared one after another. Figures appeared in the hall one after another, surrounded by a strong murderous aura. They had just left the small space of the demonic territory and had just escaped from the massacre. Unfortunately, 15 of you have died. The voice of the first general of the hidden dragon tribe was as cold as the winter snow. You must remember that demons are cruel. There is no chance of survival when facing them. Everyone was shocked. 15 of them had died. For 245 people, 15 might not be a big proportion, but this was only a test. Even the test was so dangerous. What would happen if they really entered the Earth Demon Abyss? Then, they were asked to release the black light spots they obtained after killing the demons. They were ranked according to the size of the light spots. A black light spot for a first-ranked demon was 1 point. A black light spot for a second-ranked demon was 5 points. That was a 5 times increase. Soon, the ranking of the top 10 was out. Number 10. Wang Wenqi, 1000 merit points, 1 essence demon elemental elixir. Number 9. Zhan Honghu, 2000 merit points, 2 essence demon elemental elixirs. Number 8. Bian Wuxia, 3000 merit points, 3 essence demon elemental elixirs. Number 7. Fu Qingling, 4000 merit points, 4 essence demon elemental elixirs. Number 6. Lin Chao, 5000 merit points, 5 essence demon elemental elixirs. Number 5. Chen Zong, 6000 merit points, 6 essence demon elemental elixirs. Many people were surprised to hear that Chen Zong was number 5. The test of killing demons in the small space of the demonic territory had nothing to do with talent. The most important thing was one's strength. Chen Zong's cultivation was not high. He was the lowest among all the candidates, only at the 4th tier of the mortal realm. Although he was not weak, there was still a gap between him and those who were at the 8th or 9th tier of the mortal realm. Among the 200 candidates, there were more than 10 who were at the 8th or 9th tier of the mortal realm. But Chen Zong was number 5, which was shocking. Number 4. Yuan Hanzhong, 7000 merit points, 7 essence demon elemental elixirs. 3rd place. Mei Luoxiang. Reward, 8000 contribution points, 8 essence devil elemental pills, and rank 2 soldier. Everyone was shocked again. Other than the merit points and essence demon energy pill, the 3rd place also had an additional reward of a 2nd grade soldier. This meant that Mei Luoxiang's military rank was directly promoted from 1st grade to 2nd grade. 2nd place. Xiao Jinglong. Reward, 9000 contribution points, 9 essence devil elemental pills, 2nd grade soldier. 1st place. Yan Jingming. Reward, 10,000 contribution points, 10 essence devil elemental pills, 2nd grade soldier. The reward will be given to you after you join the 5 armies. 1,000 or even 10,000 merit points were nothing to most people. After all, they were all experienced demon hunters. However, the Essence Demon Energy Core was not bad. The biggest reward was the top 3, rank 2 sergeant. To be promoted from a 1st grade sergeant to a 2nd grade sergeant required 5 9th grade military merits, which usually required several years of hard work. Then, it was time to decide where these people would belong to. Whether they would join the 1st Army, 2nd Army, 3rd Army, 4th Army, or even 5th Army, and which department they would belong to after joining. Would they belong to the War Dragon Tribe, the Thorn Dragon Tribe, or the Hidden Dragon Tribe, etc.? The others were easy to arrange, and there was no need to ask for their opinions. They could only agree. However, the top 10 were more popular and fought over. The War Dragon Tribe of the 1st Army only wants Chen Zong. You can have the rest, a high-grade war general from the War Dragon Tribe of the 1st Army said again. The Thorn Dragon Tribe also only wants Chen Zong. One person spoke, and the others followed suit. A new round of fighting began. For a moment, many people's eyes fell on Chen Zong. Chen Zong also felt helpless. Some of these people were envious, while others were jealous. Why wasn't he the one being fought over? Our army can give Chen Zong, a 3rd grade soldier, a chance to enter the devil refining platform. He's only a 3rd grade soldier. Our army can also give him 2 chances to enter the devil refining platform. In the end, there were signs of a big fight. That's enough, everyone. The #1 war general of the Hidden Dragon tribe had to speak up to suppress the voices of the crowd. However, no one paid attention to him. He had no choice but to shout again, "The #1 general has given an order." The moment the words #1 general rang out, everyone fell silent. It was as if everyone was being strangled. These 4 words seemed to have an indescribable magical power. Chenzong will enter the devil-slaying division. The #1 war general of the Hidden Dragon tribe announced the order. Immediately, all the war generals trembled. Their pupils contracted and widened in shock. The devil-slaying division, Chenzong and the others didn't know what was going on because they had never heard of the devil-slaying division. The devil-slaying division. Tang Hua's lips trembled. He had overestimated his junior brother's ability, but he didn't expect that he would be chosen by the devil-slaying division. However, when he thought about it carefully, Chenzong's various abilities and talents had long surpassed the other demon suppression sergeants. Only a place like the devil-slaying division, where monsters gathered, was suitable for him. For a moment, besides being shocked, the war generals also felt relieved. The devil-slaying division, the war generals gave up on fighting for Chenzong and turned to fighting for Xiao Jinglong and Bian Wuxia. Although they weren't ranked first, their potential and talents were unquestionable. As for Yan Jingming, he was ranked first because his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm. He wasn't young either, so he had sufficient strength. Excluding Chenzong, even if the others fought for him, it wouldn't be so intense. It would be easier to arrange. Before long, everything was settled. "Senior brother, what kind of place is the devil-slaying division?" Chenzong couldn't help but ask. "I didn't tell you before because for a long time in the future, it would be difficult for you to come into contact with the devil-slaying division." Tang Hua sighed. "I just didn't expect your performance to be so shocking." The devil-slaying division has a joking name, Monster Concentration Camp. When Tang Hua said this, he didn't sound amused at all. Instead, he sounded serious. There aren't many people in the devil-slaying division, but each one of them has abilities that others don't have. They far surpass the other demon suppression sergeants. In this world, there are thousands of creatures. It's hard to say if there are some with unique abilities. The devil-slaying division is controlled by the first titled general. The first titled general is an emperor. It's said that he's not inferior to the 5 great generals. Following Tang Hua's explanation, Chenzong gained a deeper understanding of the demon-slaying department, and his curiosity grew. Before long, someone came to take Chenzong away. They were going to enter the devil-slaying division. The devil-slaying division was also located in the demon suppression barracks, but it was underground. "You're Chenzong, right? What kind of special abilities do you have?" The person who led Chenzong was a skinny young man. His eyes were dark and bright, as if he was curious about everything. He started talking as if they were close. Without waiting for Chenzong to reply, he said, "I'm Xianxia. I entered the devil-slaying division a year earlier than you. I have the ability to create a true replica." True replica. Chenzong muttered to himself. It seemed easy to understand from the name alone, but he couldn't really explain it without seeing it with his own eyes. "I don't have any special abilities. I just have a good comprehension ability." "You're chosen just because of your comprehension ability." Xiang Liang's curious eyes narrowed slightly. Then he smiled. "Chenzong, it seems that your comprehension ability is very shocking." "It's not bad," Chenzong said with a smile. This was the first time they met. Even though Xiang Liang acted friendly and even told him what his abilities were, Chenzong didn't believe him so easily. Thus, he told him everything. However, Chenzong didn't lie. He really didn't have any special abilities. Since Xiang Liang was so friendly, Chenzong took the opportunity to ask about the devil-slaying division. The devil-slaying division is different from the demon suppression army. There are only 4 ranks: lower division, middle division, senior division, and head division. Xiang Liang didn't intend to hide anything. He explained to Chenzong one by one. If we compare the ranks of the Demon Suppression Army, a lower division is equivalent to a low-grade war general, a middle division is equivalent to a mid-grade war general, a senior division is equivalent to a high-grade war general, and a head division is higher than all titled generals and is on par with a general. Hearing this, Chenzong was shocked. The ranks of the Demon Suppression Army were 6th-grade sergeants and 3rd-grade war generals. Above them were titled generals. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 50 years for a Demon Suppression Army sergeant to advance from 1st grade to 6th grade. It was hard to say how long it would take to advance to a low-grade war general, but it would take at least 100 years. But now, as long as one entered the devil-slaying division, they would become a lower division, which was equivalent to a low-grade war general. The devil-slaying division is different from the Demon Suppression Army. It doesn't give out a fixed amount of merit points, but there is a fixed amount of merit points allocated each year. A lower division's merit points allocated each year is 100,000 merit points, which can be accumulated. A middle division's merit points allocated each year is 1 million merit points, which can be accumulated. A senior division's merit points allocated each year is 5 million merit points, which can also be accumulated. In addition, a lower division's merit points allocated in advance for 2 years, a middle division's merit points allocated in advance for 5 years, and a senior division's merit points allocated in advance for 10 years. A lower division's merit points allocated to enter the Devil Refining Platform once a year, a middle division's merit points allocated to enter the Devil Refining Platform twice a year, and a senior division's merit points allocated to enter the Devil Refining Platform 3 times a year. Chenzong listened carefully, memorizing every word Xianxia said. He was shocked. He had heard clearly that the second war general of the First Army had given him a chance to enter the Devil Refining Platform to cultivate as a 3rd-grade sergeant. This opportunity was precious. Oh, right. After entering the Devil-Slaying Division, you have to make a choice. Do you want to fight or defend? If you fight, you have to go out on missions. If you defend, you have to stay in the Devil-Slaying Division to study, such as improving the Third Seal or other secret and forbidden techniques. If you have a high level of comprehension, I suggest you choose to defend. It's quite safe. We'll talk about it later. Chenzong smiled. Oh, right. What's your cultivation level? Xianxia suddenly asked because he couldn't see through Chenzong's cultivation level. He couldn't even feel the fluctuations of his aura. 4th grade. Chenzong released the fluctuations of his spiritual power. I'm higher than you. As he spoke, Xianxia also released the fluctuations of his aura. He was at the 7th grade, which was indeed higher than Chenzong's. Moreover, his aura was very pure. If they fought, Chenzong didn't know if he could defeat him. In a dimly lit hall, Chenzong saw the chief of the Demon Slayers Department, who was also the first titled general of the Demon Suppression Army. However, the light was so dim that Chenzong's eyes, which were many times stronger than the average cultivators, were blurry. He could only make out a tall figure, like an ancient mountain, majestic and boundless. Fight, or defend? The chief's voice rang out, forming layers of echoes that reverberated in the hall. Fight, Chenzong answered without hesitation. Your cultivation is too low. Go to the Demon Refining Platform and train hard. The chief's voice rang out again, and then, as the echoes gradually weakened, it fell silent. The droplets of golden blood were quickly absorbed. A trace of reddish-gold light flowed through them like water, and the blood returned to its original black color. Then, as if it had melted, it slowly seeped into the back of Chenzong's left hand, forming a strange black glyph. This glyph seemed to be formed by the intertwining of many crescent blades, mysterious and sharp. It was the Demon Slayer's identity medallion that symbolized war. Unlike other medallions, it could be branded on the body after recognizing its owner. As Chenzong's thoughts moved, the black glyph withdrew and disappeared, as if it had never existed. Other than the Demon Slayer's identity medallion, Chenzong also received a set of armor. This set of armor was a bit strange. Although it was called armor, it wasn't as hard as armor. Instead, it was flexible, but not as soft as a robe. The material was very special. The upper part of his body was like armor that bound his body, while the lower part of his body was like a long robe that fluttered in the wind. His entire body was dark red in color, and it was covered with numerous dark-colored talisman markings. They were very faint, and if one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to see them clearly. This was the Demon Slayer's device. Only those of the Demon Slayer's department had the right to own it. This Demon Slayer's device was a mid-rank spiritual weapon. It came with gloves and shoes, and was one with the armor. Mid-rank spiritual weapons were extremely valuable. Most of the extreme mortal realm cultivators didn't have one. Many of the Earth Spirit realm cultivators didn't even have one. Robe-type mid-grade spirit artifacts were even rarer than weapon-type mid-grade spirit artifacts. The devil-slaying outfit provided Xianxia with an even greater layer of protection. The robe, which was a middle-grade spiritual weapon, could completely withstand the attacks of low-grade spiritual weapons without breaking. It could also absorb the attacks of middle-grade spiritual weapons. With an armor like the devil-slaying device, there would naturally be weapons as well. Demon-slaying sword, it was dark red in color, and the blade was about 2 fingers wide. It was thin and about a meter long. The edge of the blade was suffused with traces of blood-red light. It was incomparably sharp, and one look at it would make one feel as if one's eyes were being cut. The demon-slaying sword was also a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Xianxia first refined the devil-slaying device and put it on. It was very light and extremely comfortable. Not only did it not affect his movements at all, it even made Xianxia feel that his body had become lighter. The result was that his movements were faster and more flexible. After trying it out, he found that it had increased by about 10%. In other words, the devil-slaying device not only gave him a strong defense, but also increased his speed and reaction by 10%. This was very impressive, and it had invisibly increased his strength. Then, he refined the demon-slaying sword. After refining the demon-slaying sword, its appearance changed slightly. This was a slight adjustment. The hilt, which was originally ordinary to the touch, was now attached to the lines on the palm, as if it had become one with the palm. Other than being tough and sharp enough, the demon-slaying sword only had one power, and that was to cause more damage to demons and demons. But if it was used against non-demons and non-demons, it wouldn't have much of an effect. However, the mid-grade spiritual weapon itself was strong enough to withstand Xianxia's strength, and it could also significantly increase Xianxia's strength. As a subordinate, I have the right to control 100,000 merit points a year. Including the 2 years in advance, that's 300,000 merit points. Xianxia sheathed the sword and thought silently. 300,000 merit points were undoubtedly a lot for Xianxia now. After all, he had obtained less than 1,000 merit points so far. Xianxia didn't know what he could exchange for with 300,000 merit points, but it didn't stop him from looking forward to it. Now, the cultivation of spiritual power is my shortcoming. If I can improve it and make it equal to the cultivation of body refining, my strength will be even stronger. Xianxia thought to himself. How could he improve his cultivation of spiritual power in a short time? Now, there was a very good way, the devil refining platform. As a subordinate of the demon-slaying division, he didn't need any merit points. Every year, he had the opportunity to cultivate in the devil refining platform. This was a privilege that other demon suppression sergeants could not enjoy. With such an opportunity, Xianxia certainly wouldn't let it go. The devil refining platform was also located in the demon suppression barracks. It was one of the most important places. This was because the devil refining platform was not only a holy place for cultivation, but also a place of suppression. It was said that a group of powerful demons were suppressed under the devil refining platform, and there were even demon emperors. As for how many powerful demons were suppressed under the platform, it was unknown. There were demon suppression soldiers guarding the surroundings of the demon refining platform. It was very strict. When Xianxia came from afar, he felt a terrifying aura fall on him. Each of these auras was stronger than his, and they were extremely cold. Many sharp eyes locked on him as if they wanted to see through him. It was as if he would be attacked as long as he made any abnormal movements. However, Xianxia's purpose here was to cultivate in the devil refining platform and improve his cultivation. He didn't have any bad intentions, so he was quite calm. The devil refining platform was right in front of him. It was a gigantic altar that covered an area of several thousand meters. It was majestic and majestic, simple and ancient, and even more vast and profound. However, other than its size and simplicity, this altar didn't seem to have anything else. It felt a little ordinary, more like an ancient site. However, Qinzong felt a little unusual. When he closed and opened his eyes, two sword rays were reflected in his pupils. Scar sword pupil, looking forward, Qinzong's expression changed slightly. Outside the originally simple and unadorned altar, fist-sized runes floated in the air. These runes were connected to each other from the bottom to the top, forming a line that went straight to the sky. Like a chain, it sealed off the entire altar in all directions, from the sky to the ground. Each rune was extremely exquisite, and it would take a lot of time and energy to understand. Qinzong wasn't very interested in runes. If he had time, he would rather spend it on swordsmanship. After all, one's strength was limited, and one had to make a choice. If one didn't make a choice and wanted everything, it would be in vain in the end. On the huge altar, in addition to the runes that seemed to be connected to the sky, there was also a black aura that constantly rose up. It was like a smoke signal that soared into the sky. Looking from afar, there was actually a kind of tragic scene. The black smoke seemed to want to break through the runes, but it was completely trapped in the altar. It couldn't leak out at all. After stopping the scar sword pupil, the strange phenomenon of the altar disappeared, and it became an ancient site again. He stepped forward again and approached the demon refining altar. Whoosh! A figure flashed in front of him, and a strong aura fell directly on him. Who are you? What do you want? This person was dressed in armor, and even his face was covered by a helmet. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Qinzong of the Demon Slayers Department is here to cultivate. Qinzong took a deep breath and endured the terrifying and cold aura of the other party. He answered slowly. Demon Slayers Department. The other party's cold eyes trembled slightly, and Qinzong revealed the symbol on the back of his left hand. In an instant, the figure in front of him disappeared. Qinzong stepped toward the altar again. Standing in front of the altar, Qinzong could feel a vigorous and vicissitudes of life, as if the river of time had washed over it, and it gave him an inexplicable shock. He took another step and stepped into the altar. In an instant, Qinzong felt a force wash over him. It flowed all over him in an instant, as if it was trying to identify something. This was the demon refining altar, and it suppressed the experts of the demon clan. Once a demon got close, he would be repelled and killed. Qinzong was a human, so he wasn't affected. In an instant, the scene before his eyes changed. Clumps of black aura continuously emerged from the altar that was covered in runes. They continuously merged into one and soared into the sky like a beacon of fire. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to hear an earth-shaking roar. The roar was full of unwillingness and hatred. Rumor has it that this black aura is all the essence emitted by the experts of the demon clan suppressed under the demon refining altar. The cultivation of the demon refining altar is actually to absorb the essence of these experts into one's body and refine it into one's own spiritual power. Qinzong thought to himself. Of course, this was what Xianxia, who had brought him into the Demon Slayers Department, had told him. Although it was a rumor, it was actually the truth. Of course, refining the essence emitted by the experts of the demon clan was not an easy task. If one didn't have enough power to refine it rashly, the end result would be that the essence of the demon clan would damage one's meridians and internal organs, leaving one with serious injuries. The essence of the experts of the demon clan was abundant, and it constantly surged into the sky. When it reached a height of several thousand meters, it was affected by the power of the altar and turned into wisps of mist that fell from all directions. It seeped back into the altar from the edges, forming a cycle so that it wouldn't go to waste. It was rumored that the physique of the demon clan was strong, and their blood was vigorous. The demon energy they cultivated was pure and fierce to the extreme. The aura naturally emitted by the experts of the demon clan could clearly shock and awe cultivators who weren't as strong as them. And this essence was actually the aura emitted by the experts of the demon clan themselves. Of course, one wouldn't be a lot, but if there were many experts of the demon clan, the amount of essence they emitted would undoubtedly be astonishing. At most, only 10 people could cultivate on the demon refining altar at a time. This was because too many people would affect the absorption and refining of the essence of the demon clan. At this time, there were 8 people inside, each sitting at a spot 100 meters apart and not disturbing each other. With the influence of the essence of the demon clan, Chenzong couldn't clearly see the appearances of the 8 people, but that didn't matter. On the demon refining altar, there were a total of 10 talisman bases, which were also the points where the patterns on the altar intersected. Cultivating on the talisman bases would be more effective. Choosing an empty talisman base, Chenzong's figure was extremely agile. Like a swimming dragon, he stood on the talisman base and sat down cross-legged. Oh, junior apprentice brother went to the devil refining platform to cultivate. Not long after, Tang Hua received the news. This wasn't a secret, and anyone who wanted to know would know. Junior apprentice brother's chi cultivation is indeed a shortcoming and needs to be improved. But how much can he improve? Tang Hua knew that Chenzong had entered the devil refining platform to cultivate, and so did the other generals who were interested in Chenzong. It wasn't that they coveted Chenzong, but Chenzong's outstanding performance and the fact that he was accepted into the Devil Slayers division made them want to know more about him. This was human nature. Curiosity. Chenzong's cultivation is at the late stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm. I estimate that he will have no problem reaching the early stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm. I estimate that he will reach the mid-stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm. Everyone, why don't I open a bet and make a small bet? A battle general who usually liked to gamble said. All right. How do we play? The other dozen or so battle generals all agreed to a small bet. Chenzong has reached the early stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm. The odds are 1 to 1. Mid-stage of the 5th level, 1 to 2. Late stage of the 5th level, 1 to 3. Peak stage of the 5th level, 1 to 4. Peak stage of the 5th level, 1 to 5. The general who wanted to open the bet said without hesitation. What if he reaches the 6th level? Impossible. It's impossible for him to reach the 6th level. If he reaches the early stage of the 6th level, the odds are 1 to 10. The general who opened the bet thought for a while and said. Anyway, it was impossible. If that's the case, I'll bet 10,000 merit points on the mid-stage of the 5th level. I'll bet 10,000 as well, early stage of the 5th level. 20,000, late stage of the 5th level. The generals all placed their bets, ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. The lowest bet was the early stage of the 5th level, and the highest bet was the peak stage of the 5th level. The 50,000 peak stage of the 5th level was placed by Tang Hua. To the generals, 50,000 merit points and 100,000 merit points were nothing. Chenzong didn't know that some battle generals were betting on him entering the devil refining platform to cultivate. Using the mysterious mind art, the demon clan's essence chi was immediately attracted to Chenzong from all directions. The essence chi of the demon clan experts was the combination of their strong physique and powerful demonic energy. It was incomparably pure and powerful. As soon as Chenzong breathed it into his body, he felt like he was about to be torn apart. The devil clan's experts suppressed under the devil refining altar were not ordinary devil clan's experts. Every one of them had at least reached the high level, which corresponded to the profound sky realm. The strength of a profound sky realm martial artist was many times stronger than an extreme mortal realm martial artist. The profound chi that he emitted was extremely majestic even for an extreme mortal realm martial artist. Without the restriction of meridians, his spiritual energy flowed freely throughout his body. As his spiritual energy circulated, it was as if it had turned into a millstone. The essence of the demonic tribe that had entered his body was like beans that were being crushed by the millstone. The essence of the demon clan was very tenacious and tough. It constantly resisted and tried to break the millstone of spiritual energy. Activating the millstone of spiritual energy with all his strength, the essence of the demon clan was crushed little by little. After being crushed, the essence of the demon clan turned into an extremely pure spiritual energy. It didn't affect Chenzong at all as it was sucked into the millstone of spiritual energy. As the millstone rotated, the essence of the demon clan became a part of it. His spiritual energy cultivation started to increase little by little. Before the essence of the demon clan was refined, it carried traces of the demon clan's expert's consciousness. It wasn't an active consciousness, but just a trace of it. Although it wasn't strong, it was numerous and chaotic. During the process of refining the demon clan's essence, he would be disturbed by these chaotic thoughts. In Qianzong's spiritual world, there were constantly evil figures that were showing their teeth and claws. Even the imperial demon seal couldn't resist them. Keek keek, strange laughter sounded. Luckily, Qianzong's spiritual sense was very strong, and his willpower was even more tenacious than normal extreme mortal realm warriors. He calmly guarded his heart and ignored everything, focusing on refining the essence of the demon clan. Rumble, rumble. 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 It was the sound of the millstone of spiritual energy rotating. Crushing the demon clan's essence and turning it into pure spiritual energy, it then attacked new acupuncture points. Bang! 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 The acupuncture points in a warrior's body were usually in a state when they were born, but as they grew up, they would be polluted and gradually sealed up. As they cultivated, the sealing up of the acupuncture points would become more and more solid. Only when they reached the extreme mortal realm would they truly open up the acupuncture points and return to the innate realm. Extreme mortal realm, return to the innate realm. That was why it was said that the extreme mortal realm was the true beginning of martial arts. Crack, a shattering sound was heard as the acupuncture points were opened up. Qianzong's cultivation had improved, but it was still at the late stage of the extreme mortal realm. When the mind manipulation art reached the 6th stage of the extreme mortal realm, it was considered a peerless spiritual art. Every level could open up 12 acupuncture points. Basically, only by opening up 2 acupuncture points could one raise one's cultivation by a small level. Cultivation of spiritual energy was often difficult to achieve in one go, but there were exceptions. For example, taking some pills that could increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. However, pills often had side effects, more or less. In the end, any method that could increase one's cultivation by leaps and bounds in a short period of time would have side effects. Pills were like that, and so was the cultivation of the demon refining platform. The side effect of the demon refining platform was that one had to bear the burden of the demon clan's essence on one's body, as well as the interference and corrosion of the demon clan's chaotic thoughts. This kind of burden and interference and corrosion would slowly accumulate over time, and could not be eliminated. It was also because of this that the demon suppression army could not stay in the demon refining platform for long periods of time. When they felt that they could not bear it anymore, they would have to leave. With a pop, the 2nd acupuncture point was opened by Qianzong. A burst of energy rose, and the spiritual energy millstone also seemed to have become more condensed. Peak of the 4th stage of the extreme mortal realm. The demon refining platform. Haha. From afar, a figure passed by, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, the giant altar. His expression did not change, but a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Inside the demon refining platform, someone was almost done with his cultivation. He stood up and walked out of the demon refining platform. When he passed by Qianzong, he saw that it was an unfamiliar face. He was a little surprised, but did not pursue the matter. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Qianzong was still inside the demon refining platform, continuously absorbing the demon clan's essence. He continuously used the spiritual energy millstone to grind it up and absorb it, increasing his cultivation. Another crisp sound came from within his body, as if something had broken. Another acupuncture point was opened up. Peak of the 4th stage of the extreme mortal realm, however, Qianzong's limit was a little different from the other warriors. It should be said that it was higher. The first 6 levels of the art of mind manipulation were considered peerless. Every level would allow one to open up 12 aperture acupoints. 2 aperture acupoints corresponded to a small level. After opening up 9 aperture acupoints, Qianzong's cultivation would reach the limit of this level. Similarly, the 10th aperture acupoint was still the limit. However, the 1st and 12th aperture acupoints would not allow Qianzong's cultivation to break through to the next level. They were still the limit. The higher the limit, the more spiritual energy one could contain. Moreover, the purer and more powerful the spiritual energy would be. But at the same time, Qianzong had to absorb more spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. He had to absorb more demon clan's essence in order to increase his cultivation to the limit. Only then could he break through to the next level. At the limit of the extreme mortal realm, Chenzong stopped for an entire day. He had to open up 4 acupuncture points. Then, he had to break through from the 4th to the 5th level. He had to absorb a large amount of demon clan's essence, crush it, and refine it. As his cultivation increased, the spiritual energy millstone also became stronger. But at the same time, the burden brought by the demon clan's essence also increased with time. The interference and erosion from the chaotic thoughts became more obvious. But all of this was still within Chenzong's tolerance range. He crushed the demon clan's essence and kept accumulating it in preparation for breaking through to the next level. Breaking through between levels was more difficult than breaking through between small levels. Because it was a fundamental improvement. Of course, since they were all in the extreme mortal realm, the fundamental improvement between levels would not be so obvious. The spiritual energy condensed into one under Chenzong's control. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. It carried with it an unparalleled power, as if it could destroy everything and shatter the earth. Kaboom, like a bolt of lightning, it was like a hot knife through butter. But when it hit the acupuncture point, it instantly dissipated. The sealed acupuncture point was too hard. It was like a rock, indestructible. If the first time did not work, then the second time. The dissipated spiritual energy condensed again. This time, it was not a bolt of lightning, but a sword. The peerlessly sharp sword seemed to be able to pierce through the void and tear the sky apart. It was unstoppable and indestructible. It was like a peerless swordsman wielding a sword. With a swing of the sword, it suddenly stabbed. There was a slight cracking sound, but a crack appeared on the sealed acupuncture point. It was an insignificant crack, but it was enough. Like a 1,000-mile dike, if there was a slight crack, it would continue to expand. Sword after sword, the sword technique was extraordinary and unparalleled. It continuously expanded the crack on the sealed acupuncture point. Cracking sounds came one after another, continuously ringing out. The last sword shocked the heavens and earth. Slash, the final seal on the acupuncture point was broken. The long sword dissipated, turning into a torrent of spiritual energy that flowed into the acupuncture point, filling it up. Then, it flowed through the acupuncture point to the other acupuncture points, forming a large cycle. The spiritual energy was also continuously purified. A tyrannical aura spread out from Chenzong's body. Early stage 5 extreme mortal realm, he first stabilized his cultivation, then accumulated spiritual energy. When he had enough spiritual energy, he continued to break through the acupuncture point. Mid-stage 5 extreme mortal realm, his aura increased once again. A sliver of spiritual energy was like an invisible wind, silently passing through the devil refining platform and passing through Chenzong's body. In an instant, Chenzong's aura was clearly sensed. Mid-stage 5 extreme mortal realm. This kind of improvement is not bad. But, it was not over yet. Chenzong continued to absorb the essence of the devil race. Once again, he broke through another acupuncture point. His cultivation increased once again. Late stage 5 extreme mortal realm. Haha, lost. You all lost. Only I won. A battle general was extremely excited. Unbelievable. I didn't lose unjustly. I didn't lose unjustly. The battle general who had placed his bet sighed. Out of the dozen or so warlords who had placed their bets, most of them had placed their bets on the 5th level. Only one of them had thought that if he lost, so be it. However, this warlord, who only had a few merits, had placed his bets on the early 6th level. In the end, he had won. That's right, Chenzong, who walked out of the devil refining altar, was at the early stage of the 6th level of the mortal realm. From the early stage of the 4th tier of the mortal realm to the early stage of the 6th tier of the mortal realm in just a few days, this kind of improvement was extremely shocking. If they knew that Chenzong's mind mystery art was at the ultimate level, and that every increase in strength required, they would be even more shocked. This was because the same amount of strength was enough for other practitioners to reach the middle stage of the 6th tier, or even the late stage. As soon as Chenzong stepped out of the demon refining platform, he was summoned by the first general, the head of the demon-slaying division. 6th level primary stage, this is beyond my expectations. The chief minister's tone rose and fell slightly with a hint of surprise. Pull out your sword and attack me with all your might. Zong did not understand what the director wanted to do, but he did not resist. The demon-suppressing sword was unsheathed, turning into a black bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. A sword mark as thick as a chopstick remained in the air. Scar of Heaven, this was Zong's most powerful sword move. It was more suitable for him than the Space Splitter, and the burden on him was not as great. Using the spirit energy of the early stage of the 6th level of the mortal realm, the strength of the 6th level of the mortal realm, and the powerful spirit energy of the 6th level of the mortal realm, he activated the void sword energy without holding back. In terms of the power of the formless sword force, it had already reached the peak of the 9th tier of the extreme human realm who had practiced an upper-class spiritual art. Coupled with the momentum of the 3rd level sword and the force exertion technique of the Scar of Heaven, the power of this sword was far beyond that of an ordinary extreme 9th tier human realm warrior. Zong was confident that even the 3 tigers of Wanzhong wouldn't be able to block his sword. Zong was confident that even the 3 tigers of Wanzhong wouldn't be able to block his sword. However, the sword that seemed to be able to split the heavens suddenly stopped. It was as if it had sunk into something and stopped moving. Zong saw a finger resting on the tip of the sword. No matter how hard he tried, the Demon Slayer sword was still unable to move forward. That finger was like a heavenly pillar. Immediately, Zong felt a trace of power, a very flexible power surging from the finger, penetrating the sword and reaching his arm. He couldn't help but step back. That's right, under the title of Emperor, no one can defeat him. The head secretary's tone carried a hint of admiration. Even if it's a title of Emperor, he can still fight. It had to be said that this evaluation was very high. The people of the Demon Slayers division will gain more, but they will also have to bear more. The chief spoke again. Since you're new to the Demon Slaying division, I'll give you a relatively simple mission. Zong did not interrupt and listened quietly. Kill 100 demons of the 7th to 9th level. The chief's words surprised Zong. Demons of the 7th to 9th level were equivalent to the 7th to 9th level of the extreme mortal realm, but much stronger. And there were 100 of them, not just one. In order to kill 100 low-grade 7th order to 9th order demonic creatures, one must enter the Earth demonic abyss. Moreover, it was impossible to find 100 low-grade 7th order to 9th order demonic creatures in the first layer of the Earth demonic abyss. Even in the second layer, one might not be able to find one. Only the 3rd level of the Earth demon abyss would have enough demons to kill. In other words, Zong had to enter the 2nd level at least. If he wanted to save time, he had to enter the 3rd level. It was a very dangerous thing to venture into the 2nd or 3rd level of the Earth demon abyss alone. Even an Earth spirit realm cultivator would be in danger, because the Earth demon abyss was home to not only powerful demonic creatures, but also the demon race. Demons were even more terrifying than demons. This was a simple mission? Complete this mission and you'll receive 1,000,000 merits. The chief's words made Zong's heart pound. 1,000,000 merits, that was amazing. Do you have any other questions? The chief asked. Chief, are there any alchemists and swordsmiths in the Demon Slayers division? Zong asked. Yes, you can go find them now. The chief's tone was as calm as ever. The Demon Slayers division was full of talents. There were more than a dozen alchemists. The most brilliant alchemist was called Madman Han. Of course, this was not his real name. Zong didn't know what his real name was. Speak. Madman Han's white hair looked like weeds, but his face was yellow and withered. He looked like a madman who didn't care about his appearance. His tone was hurried, and his face seemed to say, I'm very busy, don't disturb me. If it wasn't for the chief's orders, he wouldn't have bothered. Master, I have a 9 blood rainbow. Zong didn't finish his words. Take it out and let me have a look. Madman Han was slightly startled. He immediately interrupted Zong's words and directly said. Zong didn't care about Madman Han's attitude. It was normal for capable people to have some eccentricities. After taking out the 9 blood rainbow, Madman Han stretched out his hand and grabbed. Zong didn't even have time to react before the 9 blood rainbow fell into Madman Han's hand. His speed was so swift that it caused Chenzong to be extremely shocked in his heart. But Madman Han was a profound heaven expert, so it wasn't surprising. Madman Han looked carefully at the 9-blood rainbow in his hand and nodded. He seemed to be mumbling something, but Chenzong couldn't hear it clearly. This 9-blood rainbow is very good and complete. I'll take it for 3 million merits, Madman Han said directly. Master, I'm looking for you to refine the 9-blood rainbow into a pill, Chenzong replied directly. I'll take half of the 1 million merits, Madman Han said again. 10%. Chenzong bargained. I'm not bargaining with you. I'll take half or you can take it. Madman Han handed the 9-blood rainbow over without hesitation. Although the 9-blood rainbow refinement was a top mid-rank spirit medicine, Madman Han was a sky-profound realm expert. In terms of alchemy, he was even a grandmaster. Who knew how many mid-rank spirit medicines he had seen? He had even seen a few high-rank spirit medicines. Thus, he didn't care that much. If the 9-blood rainbow was a top upper-grade spiritual herb, Madman Han's reaction would be different. 1 million merits for half of the pills. This price was undoubtedly high. Chenzong felt a little helpless. Master, I don't have 1 million merits, Chenzong said. You don't have to pay. I'll take half of the pills and guarantee 10 pills, Madman Han said directly. Okay. Chenzong also agreed. Come back in a month. Madman Han waved his hand and asked him to leave. I'm going out. I'm not sure if I'll be back in a month. Please keep it for me, Master, Chenzong said. Asking Madman Han to make a promise was an insult to an alchemy grandmaster. Chenzong didn't think Madman Han would lie and take his pills. After settling the matter of refining the 9-blood rainbow, Chenzong went to find a swordsmith. There were more than a dozen blacksmiths in the Demon Slayers department. Every one of them was talented, but only one of them was known to be unique in swordsmithing. That was Xianxia. What kind of sword do you need? Xianxia was also very direct, but more gentle. He chose the sword, and the sword chose him. The sword Chenzong needed the most was the combination of the 5 Anata swords. It could display every aspect of the sword to the fullest. Xianxia didn't respond. Instead, he frowned and fell into deep thought. Of course, forging the 5 swords was nothing difficult for Xianxia. It was a piece of cake. However, gathering the characteristics of the 5 swords and fusing them into a single sword was very difficult. All swords either focused on something or were all mediocre. For example, speed and strength. If they were light and thin, they would obviously be faster. If they were large and heavy, they would be stronger. They were clearly the opposite. It's very difficult, Xianxia finally said after a long while. Chenzong couldn't help but feel rather disappointed. Master, when I was in the sect, I once heard an elder mention a supreme artifact. Refined gold of 1,000 refinements. May I ask what's so special about this refined gold of 1,000 refinements? Chenzong changed the topic and inquired. Refined gold of 1,000 refinements. Xianxia was stunned at first, then he became surprised. You actually know about refined gold of 1,000 refinements. Refined gold of 1,000 refinements is indeed a supreme artifact. It's refined from 1,000 precious ores and metals. It's extremely tough and indestructible. Even if it's damaged, it can repair itself. More importantly, spiritual artifacts forged from refined gold of 1,000 refinements possess astonishing growth potential. Growth potential? Chenzong was a little confused. After any spiritual artifact is forged, its grade is fixed. Low grade is low grade, middle grade is middle grade, and high grade is high grade. If you want to improve its grade, you can only reforge it with better materials. Xianxia spoke with assurance. But a spiritual artifact forged from refined gold of 1,000 refinements will automatically absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and slowly improve. If it's refined, it can also be nourished with one's own spiritual chi so that it can improve faster. If you can find a blood refining stone and forge a spiritual artifact with refined gold of 1,000 refinements, you can refine the spiritual artifact with a drop of blood and absorb it into your body. It'll be connected to your blood vessels and better nourish it. Xianxia continued speaking. Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something. If you can get the illusory demon heart crystal, perhaps you can forge a sword that meets your requirements. Illusory demon heart crystal? Chenzong was puzzled. The illusory demon heart crystal is a magical treasure. It has amazing spirituality and can change into various shapes at will. Xianxia said, but I've never seen the illusory demon heart crystal before. I've only read about it in ancient books. Blood refining stone. Illusory demon heart crystal. Chenzong memorized it and asked Xianxia about the characteristics of these two items. Maybe he would encounter them in the future. Thank you, Master. Chenzong cupped his hands and thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. If you can find refined gold of 1,000 refinements, blood refining stone, or illusory demon heart crystal in the past, let me see it. Xianxia smiled. I can also forge a sword for you for free. Thank you, Master. Chenzong smiled. Master Xianxia's temperament was indeed much better than Madman Han's. The demon-suppressing fortress was like an immemorial behemoth crawling on the dark earth, guarding one side and forming a line of defense between the Earth Demon Abyss and Blue Waves continent. To the west of the demon-suppressing fortress, the chaotic demonic chi gradually became denser, and ferocious underground demonic creatures appeared everywhere. A black gate with the appearance of a gourd was towering. Its edges were covered with silvery white runes, and each rune was flickering with an autumn water-like splendor, emitting a trace of incomparably mysterious fluctuation. This gate was the gate leading to the first floor of the Earth Demon Abyss. At first, this gate was opened by the demon race experts of the Earth Demon Abyss in order to let the demonic creatures and demons of the Earth Demon Abyss attack Blue Waves continent. Later, it was repelled and was too late to destroy it, so the experts of Blue Waves continent used it to stabilize it, making it the entrance and exit for the demon-suppressing fortress and the demon-suppressing army to enter the Earth Demon Abyss. In addition, the demon-suppressing army also sent experts to guard the entrance and exit of the Earth Demon Abyss to prevent the demon race experts from destroying it, making it convenient for the martial artists of the demon-suppressing fortress to enter. The Earth Demon Abyss was very dangerous, but similarly, there were many useful resources in the Earth Demon Abyss. Moreover, the harsh environment and ferocious demonic creatures of the Earth Demon Abyss could also be used to temper martial artists. In the past, there were some demon race experts who attempted to destroy it, but they were all repelled. Gradually, the demon race experts no longer sent people. Perhaps, they thought that letting the martial artists of Blue Waves continent enter would also have the effect of survival of the fittest for the demonic creatures and demons of the Earth Demon Abyss. Above the black and red hard earth, in the midst of the dusky chaotic demonic chi, a ray of light flew past at an astonishing speed. It was as fast as lightning, spreading across the earth like a thin line, as if a brush was drawing on a paper. That ray of light was incomparably sharp, as if a sword piercing through the air. Wherever it passed, all the demonic creatures, regardless of whether they had attacked or not, were cut open and torn apart. The ray of light approached the gate, and without stopping, it directly rushed into that gate. In the middle of the gate, as if water ripples, layer upon layer of ripples spread out. As that ray of light penetrated, the ripples gradually faded and disappeared, returning to tranquility. In the first floor of the Earth Demon Abyss, the gourd-like gate flickered with a ray of light, and like water ripples, layer upon layer of light spread out. Immediately, a figure appeared, instantly shot out of the gate, and landed on the ground. When this figure landed on the ground, his muscles involuntarily tightened, and his spiritual power surged endlessly like a river. The sword at his waist lightly trembled, and his eyes were sharp to the extreme, emitting an incomparably astonishing sharpness, as if piercing and tearing the front of the front. After 3 breaths, the long sword at his waist returned to normal. The sharp and cold light in his eyes was also restrained. His tense muscles also relaxed. Looking the ground, of the sky of heaven was, as if it, heavy, of a heavy and made of clouds of the sky, was like a frozen of the painting of earth painting, and of earth. Of earth. Looking down, the ground was black, and incomparably hard, like fine steel. It constantly emitted traces of coldness. Looking around, one could see 3 black palaces that were arranged in a triangular formation. Outside the palaces, there were 8 pillars that were completely black. Each pillar was as thick as 3 people hugging it. They were about 30 meters tall and pointed straight at the dark sky. Each pillar was covered with runes, and each rune was a faint silver-white color. From time to time, there would be a flash of light. At the top of each pillar, there was a ball of pure white light, about a meter in diameter, floating. The ball of light was slightly undulating, as if it was floating in water. The area within the 8 pillars was about 10,000 meters wide. The pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth drifting in the air was astonishing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp sound of wind breaking could be heard. 2 figures flew in from afar, and a terrifying aura locked onto Xianxia. Who are you? Report your identity. These 2 were dressed in the attire of demon suppression sergeants. Their aura was strong, and they had both reached the 7th tier of the extreme mortal realm. A faint murderous aura surrounded them. Demon Slayer Division Deputy Xianxia. The incomer reported his identity. Demon Slayer Division. The 2 demon suppression sergeants were slightly startled, and carefully sized him up. The armor on Xianxia was indeed the Demon Slayer armor that only the Demon Slayer Division had. Shortly after, they also saw the symbol that appeared on the back of Xianxia's left hand. Please follow us to verify your identity. The 2 demon suppression sergeants spoke in a much gentler tone. The purpose of verifying one's identity was to avoid unnecessary trouble and reduce danger. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't refuse. After verifying his identity, the 2 demon suppression sergeants escorted Xianxia out. You must be careful. Recently, the underground demons have become even more violent. One of the demon suppression sergeants said. They were always more careful and patient towards their colleagues. If you want to enter the 2nd level, you must also be more careful. According to the demon hunters who returned, the underground demons have appeared. The other demon suppression sergeant said. Thank you both. Xianxia clasped his fists and strode out of the range of the 8 demon suppression columns. Immediately, it was as if he had entered another world. The feeling was completely different. Cold, dark, mysterious. All kinds of bad feelings attacked him from all directions, as if they were going to corrode and swallow him whole. This was the chaotic demonic aura. It was even denser and more domineering than the chaotic demonic aura on the surface of the earth demon abyss. It was even stronger than the demonic space that he had entered previously. The demon suppression columns had 2 functions. One was to purify the chaotic demonic aura. The principle behind this was that the runes on the columns and the light ball at the top would transform the chaotic demonic aura into spiritual energy of heaven and earth, filling the area of the demon suppression column. This way, it would be more beneficial for the demon suppression sergeants guarding the door to cultivate. It was also a place for the demon suppression sergeants who entered the earth demon abyss to rest and recuperate. Secondly, it was said that the 8 demon suppression columns were normally accumulating power. At critical moments, they would release their power to protect the camp from being destroyed. They would also attack the demonic creatures and demons. However, the construction of the demon suppression columns was not only difficult, but also required a lot of resources. It was impossible to build more. Xianxia sensed it carefully. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air was very thin. It was less than 1/10 of the chaotic demonic aura. Moreover, it was very heterogeneous. This was a place lacking in spiritual energy. Compared to Chaotian Island, it was much worse. Every bit of spiritual energy is precious here. It's not advisable to consume too much of it. Replenishing spiritual energy should also be done with elixirs as the main source of spiritual energy and supplementary. In such an environment, it was undoubtedly very difficult to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the air to replenish spiritual energy. Moreover, the heterogeneous spiritual energy of heaven and earth entering the body would affect the purity of one's spiritual energy to a certain extent. There were usually no underground demonic creatures around the camp because they would be wiped out as soon as they approached. Xianxia advanced for about a quarter of an hour before he saw the first demonic creature. However, it was only an ordinary demonic creature. He casually killed it. The mark on the back of his hand flashed faintly, identifying the type and strength of the demonic creature. Xianxia was awarded the corresponding merit points. Killing demonic creatures and receiving merit points was not only a privilege of the demon hunters. Strictly speaking, this was spread by the demon suppression army. Chenzong did not stop. His goal was the second and third levels of the earth demonic abyss. In the first level, it was impossible to find demonic creatures of the seventh level and above. The first level of the earth demonic abyss had basically been thoroughly explored by the demon suppression army and the demon hunters. They had also made maps, so Chenzong already knew where the entrance to the second level was. The closer Chenzong got to the entrance to the second level, the more demonic creatures Chenzong encountered. Chenzong would kill any demonic creature he encountered. However, he usually only used his physical strength and minimized the use of his spiritual energy. Even if he only used his physical strength, there was no demonic creature in the first level that could block any of his sword strikes. They could be easily killed and turned into Chenzong's merit points. In just half an hour, Chenzong's merit points had increased by more than 1,000. Chenzong would not deliberately pursue killing demonic creatures and waste time. About a few days later, Chenzong's merit points had also far surpassed before. The entrance to the second level was right in front of him. The entrance was different from the entrance on the first floor. It was a dark vortex with a diameter of 10 meters. It was suspended in the air a dozen meters above the ground and constantly rotated clockwise. It was as if it was sucking in everything around it. It looked very mysterious. Staring at the dark vortex, Chenzong felt like he was going to be sucked into it. Under the dark vortex, there was a large group of demonic creatures wandering around. There were more than 30 of them, each emitting a powerful aura. They were all low-level demonic creatures. Kill! With a low roar, the black sword light flashed like a ray of light, cutting everything in front of it into two. The bodies of the low-level demonic creatures froze and were then cut in half. They all died. Chenzong's merit points in the mark of the Demon Slayer's division increased rapidly. With a leap, Chenzong rushed toward the dark vortex like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into it. The heart of a human is so delicious. He was dressed in a long black robe, but his face was pale without a trace of blood. His eyes were pitch black, and his ears were sharp and long. When he opened his mouth to speak, he revealed his sharp fangs. He was chewing slowly, and one could vaguely see the color of blood spreading in his mouth. The taste was so delicious that he was intoxicated. Go to the second level. Maybe you can find those humans who call themselves demon hunters. Another person with a similarly pale face and pitch-black eyes laughed shrilly. His figure flashed and his long robe fluttered. One could vaguely see a streak of scarlet flying past like a large bat in the night sky. On the second level of the Earth Demon Abyss, a dark vortex was spinning continuously more than 10 meters above the ground. Soon after, a figure fell from it. Landing as lightly as a feather, Chenzong quickly swept across the surroundings. There were no demonic creatures nearby. He looked at the sky above and then at the ground below. The sky here was darker and more oppressive than the first level, and the ground seemed to be harder. The chaotic demonic chi in the air was more intense, at least twice as strong as the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. As for the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it was so thin that it was difficult to sense it. The sky was dark and gloomy, as if it would collapse at any moment and crush everything on the ground. Walking between heaven and earth, it was as if one was trying to survive between the cracks of heaven and earth. Chenzong looked ahead and into the distance, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. The entrance to the third level is in that direction. The first, second, and even third levels of the Earth Demonic Abyss had already been explored by the demon hunters and demon suppression sergeants. They had drawn a detailed topographic map, and Chenzong had already memorized all of it. The demons in the first level of the Earth Demonic Abyss were basically ordinary level and lower level 1, 2, and 3. The demons in the second level of the Earth Demonic Abyss were lower level 1 to 6, with a few of them being level 6 and above. As for the demons in the third level, they were lower level 4 to 9. Relying on his strength, Chenzong decided to enter the third level of the Earth Demonic Abyss. Killing 100 demons of lower level 7 and above was just a simple mission for the Demon Slayer division. What Chenzong wanted was not that simple. Kill with all your might. The more you kill, the more merit points you will get. You can also further hone yourself and improve your swordsmanship through this kind of slaughter. progress through battle and seek enlightenment through slaughter. As for the fourth level of the earth demonic abyss, Chenzong could not and did not dare to go there now. This was because the fourth level of the earth demonic abyss was countless times more dangerous than the first three levels. Not only were there powerful mid-level demons, but there were also underground demon tribes. Kill any demons you see. Activating his energy, the demon slayer sword turned into a black lightning bolt and tore through the sky. The recovery of his energy did not need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Kill, kill, kill. Along the way, Chenzong's sword was like a hot knife through butter. Not a single demon could stop Chenzong's sword, even if Chenzong only displayed his physique cultivation. Killing, merit points continued to increase. More demons gathered from all directions after sensing the aura fluctuations emitted by Chenzong. The aura of humans and demons were completely different. Chenzong was like a bright pearl that had fallen into a muddy pond, very conspicuous. The relationship between humans and demons was like a natural enemy. Humans killed demonic creatures to obtain merits and materials, while demonic creatures devoured human flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. The relationship between humans and demons was like the constant switch between hunters and prey. As the dark vortex leading to the third level spun, two figures fell down. As soon as they landed, their black robes fluttered and contracted. They were two people with pale faces, but their lips were as red as blood. Their eyes were incomparably dark and deep. The two of them did not stop at all. Their figures flew up again, like two large bats streaking across the dusky sky. I can smell the scent of the human race. It's floating in the air. Then, the two figures changed direction and flew away at an even faster speed. Pale complexion, deep and dark eyes, crimson lips, and an aura that is even purer and more evil than demonic aura emanates from their bodies. Chenzong's sharp eyes stared ahead, clearly seeing the two bat-like figures approaching. It's the blood demon clan of the underground demon clan. The subterranean demon race and subterranean demonic creatures were a general term. There were more than 10 different types of subterranean demon race, but there weren't that many subterranean demon race. There were less than 10, and the blood demon race was one of them. Under normal circumstances, the underground demons would only stay in the fourth level of the earth demon abyss or even deeper levels. However, some demons would leave the fourth level and enter the third level, or even the first level. The two blood demons had already noticed Chenzong. Their deep eyes were bloodthirsty and excited, and they sped up again. The blood demon clan's appearance is similar to that of humans. They like to suck blood and eat hearts, especially hearts that are still beating and contain hot blood. The blood demon that they cultivate is mysterious and overbearing. It can affect the blood in the opponent's body, and can also obtain more power from the blood. Staring at the two blood demons that were rapidly approaching, Chenzong's mind flashed with the detailed records of the blood demon clan from the Hidden Dragon Division's training. These two blood demons are both lower level. Based on the fluctuations of their aura, they should be at the 8th level of the lower level. I can feel that this human has a strong aura and blood. His blood must be very delicious. Yes, I can feel it too. His heart must be more chewy. The two blood demons were talking as they approached Chenzong. Their terrifying aura passed through the sky and locked onto Chenzong from afar. Chenzong could clearly feel the two mysterious and overbearing aura fluctuations on his body. It actually affected the flow of his powerful pure yang aura and blood. The two blood demons were talking in the demon tribe's language. In Chenzong's ears, there was only obscurity and confusion. He had no idea what they were talking about, but it didn't matter. One on the left and one on the right, the two blood demons flew over and attacked at the same time. The blood demon on the left bent his fingers into claws. His sharp fingers glowed with a scarlet light, and the smell of blood permeated the air. It was nauseating. The blood demon on the right raised his palm like a knife and gently slashed. The scarlet light cut through the air and turned into a blood-red crescent moon. It slashed toward Chenzong with a nauseating smell of blood. Attacking from the left and right, the mysterious power constantly affected the flow of Chenzong's blood. For many creatures, blood was very important. It was the embodiment of life. Losing too much blood would cause all kinds of negative effects and even cause death. In the way of qi cultivation, the higher one's cultivation, the less they relied on blood. Some powerhouses could survive even if they lost all their blood. But no matter what, the loss of blood would affect one's ability to exert one's strength. With a thought, Chenzong controlled the abnormal flow of his pure yang aura and prevented it from being disturbed. He unsheathed the demon-suppressing sword and slashed out 2 streaks of sword light that were as black as lightning towards the 2 blood demons. These 2 blood demons' cultivations were at the 8th level of the lower realm, which was equivalent to the 8th level of the extreme mortal realm. However, the demon race's bodies were stronger, and the demon ability they cultivated was stronger. In addition, the environment here was more suitable for the demon race. Therefore, their strength was not as simple as the 8th level of the extreme mortal realm. As for what level they had reached, it was still uncertain. This was Chenzong's first encounter with the demon tribe. It was also his first time fighting with them. Curious, Chenzong wanted to test out the demon tribe's techniques. What he saw from the information was still on paper. Only by experiencing it for himself would it be more profound. Previously, Chenzong had been using his qi to wield his sword to kill his enemies. But his qi was equivalent to the 6th level of the extreme human realm. Even if he exploded, he could at most kill a normal 7th level of the extreme human realm. But it was still not enough to deal with 2 blood demons. The 2 sword strikes were as fast as lightning and carried the power of the void sword force. Chenzong controlled it to the early 9th level of the extreme human realm. This human has some strength. The 2 blood demons were slightly surprised. But with a flash of bloody light, their bodies twisted strangely in midair and dodged Chenzong's sword strike. Their speed increased by 30%, and they closed in on Chenzong in an instant. The blood demon claw and blood demon saber arrived one after another. The thick smell of blood was extremely pungent. Swoosh, Chenzong's body shattered. It was just an afterimage. Chenzong could clearly feel the blood demon claw and blood demon saber slashing through his body. The demon-suppressing sword counterattacked. 1 against 2, the battle became a mess. Although Chenzong's cultivation level wasn't high, he was only at the early stage of the 6th level of the mortal realm. However, when combined with the void sword force, its power was extremely terrifying. After an intense battle, Chenzong had figured out the abilities of these 2 blood demons. Their cultivation level was equivalent to the 8th tier of the extreme mortal realm, but their strength had reached the 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. In addition, their martial skills were exquisite and mysterious, with many variations and shocking power. Their overall strength was at least equivalent to the mid-9th tier of the extreme mortal realm who cultivated an upper-tier spirit art. Moreover, the opponent's blood demon ability was completely different from spiritual energy. Once it entered the body, it would disrupt and destroy the body. It was like maggots in the bones, wreaking havoc everywhere in the body. Different from Chenzong, the 2 blood demons became more and more shocked as they fought. This human strength seemed to be too strong, and he looked like he was handling the battle with ease. Blood explosion technique. The 2 blood demons performed their secret technique together. Pure blood surged in their bodies and quickly compressed before exploding. It rushed through their bodies and surged into the blood demon ability, causing the blood demon ability's power to increase exponentially. Traces of blood-red mist surrounded the 2 blood demons, and their auras became more and more intense. The 2 blood demons attacked again. The blood-red light filled the air and covered all directions. Within the blood-red light, there was an incomparably fierce attack. Chenzong's expression changed slightly. This kind of attack made his body feel slightly numb. The peak of the 9th level of the extreme human realm, this was the power of the 2 blood demons when they attacked. However, Chenzong's strength was even stronger. In an instant, his sword broke through the air and shattered the blood-red light. After the sword pierced through the air, it split the bodies of the 2 blood demons in half. The 2 blood demons didn't expect this human strength to be so terrifying. With a scream, their bodies that were cut in half suddenly exploded. Blood splattered everywhere and turned into blood-red bats. They flapped their wings and scattered in all directions. Chenzong was slightly startled, but his reaction was very fast. It was said that after the blood demons cultivated to a certain level, it was very difficult to kill them. This was because when they were about to be killed, they would turn into blood bats and fly away in all directions. The blood bats carried the blood essence and spirit of the blood demons. As long as a portion of the blood bats could escape, they could reform. Of course, the reformed blood demons would be very weak and would need to be replenished with fresh blood to recover. But no matter what, he had survived. Chen Zong was familiar with the records of the blood demon race, but it was also his first time seeing the blood bat escape of the blood demons. He was slightly startled, but he immediately reacted. The demon-suppressing sword trembled and emitted a ball of black light as it slashed through the air. It was as if a black painting had opened up. Under the sword light, all the blood bats couldn't escape. They were all sucked in and killed. Incomparably sharp and shrill screams sounded, but they quickly quieted down. The sword light dissipated, and the demon-slaying sword returned to its scabbard. The blood bats that the two blood demons had transformed into were all killed, and not a single one was left. If the Earth Demon Abyss was shown in a cross-sectional view, one would find that the Earth Demon Abyss was shaped like a pyramid. The first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss was the smallest, the second layer was bigger, the third layer was bigger, and the ninth layer was the largest. The fourth layer of the Earth Demon Abyss was inhabited by many demon tribes. Human cultivators would often enter the first to third layers of the Earth Demon Abyss to hunt demons and so on. As for the fourth layer, demon hunters rarely entered because it was too dangerous. Sometimes, even if they were not killed, they might not be able to come out alive. Woo woo woo, the dull sound of the bugle horn was heard. Dong dong dong, the rumbling of the drums was earth-shattering, and the shouts were very noisy. Tall and strong figures came out of the grottos and gathered in the open space. Demons, all of them were from the demon race. At a glance, there were at least several thousand of them. Every single one of them was exuding an astonishing aura. It had a greenish-black head like that of a ferocious beast. It had a pair of deep, black bull eyes with a hint of madness. 2 tusks protruded from its lower jaw. Its skin was rough and tough. Its body was as sturdy as an iron tower, and it wore leather armor. Its 4 limbs were incomparably strong. They were the demonic beasts of the demon tribes. In the center of the open space, dozens of young demonic beasts were standing in a row. In front of them was an armored demonic beast. His large eyes were staring at them with great pressure, and the dozens of young demonic beasts all quieted down, not daring to make a sound. I only have one request for you. Show your ability and don't weaken the prestige of the Black Mountain tribe. Show those bastards the strength of the Black Mountain tribe. Roar, 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 the dozens of young demonic beasts shouted one after another, and their momentum was astonishing. Let's go. At the order of the demonic beast general, the dozens of young demonic beasts ran out of the tribe. The other demonic beasts watched them leave. The Blackwing tribe. Boys, let that group of barbarians have a taste of our might. Then, numerous silhouettes shot into the sky. They flapped their black wings and flew across the sky. The young generation of the tribes left one after another because today was the day of the hunting competition between the tribes. There were many tribes in the 4th layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, at least hundreds of them. Every tribe would participate, but only the young generation was required. The target of the hunt was naturally the underground demons. The relationship between the devil race and the devil race was like the relationship between the human race and the monster race. The big hunting competition was initially a competition within the tribe, then it was extended to the tribes, and finally, it was between the various tribes. Different tribes of the same race can be grouped together to form a tribe. For example, the demonic beast tribe has more than one tribe, but more than 10. These demonic beast tribes are collectively called demonic beast tribes. Finally, it was the competition between the tribes. Dong dong dong, the ground was like a drum, and the legs were like hammers. Time and time again, the tall and sturdy figures ran quickly. The dozens of figures had the aura of a magnificent army. Every one of them was very strong. To the 3rd floor. That's right. I heard that there might be humans on the 3rd level. Human race? I've never seen one before. Humans are a bunch of weaklings. I can crush one of them with one hand. While talking, the dozens of demonic beast tribe people rushed to the entrance of the 3rd level. Every time the big hunting competition was held, many of the devil race would often flood into the 3rd level and use it as a hunting ground. This was because the most powerful demons on the 3rd level were only low-level king rank, and there were very few of them. However, in the fourth level, there were still mid-level demons. Basically, the young devil race who participated in the big hunting competition were all low-level demons. In the face of mid-level demons, they would only have a dead end. Not to mention hunting, they would become food for the mid-level demons. The younger generation of these devil race tribes participating in the big hunting competition ranged from 50 to 60 people to 30 people. The sword light flashed like black lightning, and a huge head flew up, spinning high in the sky and falling down. The blood of demons was mainly black, but if one looked carefully, they would find that it was not black at all, but red. Also, because of the chaotic devil chi contained in it, when read to the extreme, it looked black. The sky of the third level of the earth demon abyss looked gloomier and more oppressive, but in fact, the sky of the third level was about the same height as the first level of the second level, just because the chaotic devil chi was richer. Here, even with his strong perception, Chenzong could not feel the fluctuation of heaven and earth spirit chi. According to this speculation, the fourth level of the earth demon abyss probably did not even have a trace of heaven and earth spirit chi. Fortunately, Chenzong did not want to enter the fourth level of the earth demon abyss. It was too dangerous. Even the demon suppression army had not been able to explore the fourth level of the earth demon abyss. The 50th one, Chenzong said to himself as he sheathed the demon slayer sword and looked at the demon on the ground. This was the 50th low-level 7th-level demon he had killed. He was still 50 short of the mission requirement given to him by the chief of the demon slaying division. The demon slayer sword was a mid-level spiritual weapon. It was extremely sharp and could easily break through the defense of demons. Moreover, because of the special forging method and the integration of some special materials, it had extra lethality against the devil race and saved Chenzong's energy consumption. Other than the 2 blood demons he encountered at the beginning, Chenzong did not use his spiritual energy again. Chenzong scanned the monster's body to see if there was anything he could use. It wasn't true that the more powerful the monster, the more valuable the items on its body would be. Some of the more powerful monsters' bodies were full of trash. Chenzong retracted his gaze and scanned his surroundings, carefully comparing it with the topographic map in his mind. There were several versions of the topographic map of the first to third levels of the Earth Demon Abyss. The best version was the one of the Demon Slaying Division, which was extremely detailed. Chenzong was a member of the Demon Slaying Division, so what he remembered was naturally the topographic map of the Demon Slaying Division. There will be more low-level 7th-level demons in this direction, Chenzong said to himself after identifying it and used his movement technique to move forward. With a loud boom, the ground trembled and a violent aura swept out, causing Chenzong to be slightly surprised. Obviously, there was a battle ahead. Chenzong could not feel any spiritual energy fluctuation. Could it be a battle between demons? Of course, it was also possible that it was a battle between body refinement cultivators and demons. While pondering, Chenzong also saw the 2 sides of the battle. It was a battle between demons and demons. Beast demon. Chenzong narrowed his eyes. That demon had a ferocious appearance. It had 2 protruding fangs on its lower jaw. Its body was more than 2 meters tall and looked incomparably strong, just like an iron tower. Under its tough and rough greenish-black skin were muscles full of violent power. It wore a simple leather armor with its arms exposed. As it exerted its strength, its muscles swelled and its big tendons undulated like pythons. Among the demons, the beast demon was the most numerous. In the past, when the demons invaded the Blue Waves continent, the army was mainly composed of beast demon warriors, followed by winged demon. Simply speaking, beast demon and winged demon were the commoners of the demon race. As for the blood demon who had been beheaded, they were relatively high class in the demon race and belonged to the aristocracy. The body of beast demon was very strong. Their physique was tyrannical, their skin was tough, and they possessed outstanding defensive power. Their strong body gave them tyrannical strength. The beast demon power inside their body was also the same, full of power and violence. I wonder what the beast demon's berserk is like. Chenzong thought inwardly. The people of demon race had a unique innate skill. This was something that the vast majority of human race could not compare with. The innate skill of beast demon was berserk. The demon fighting against beast demon was Fierce Boar, a low-rank 8 demon. Fierce Boar had a huge build. It had a ferocious big boar head and bulging muscles. It was incomparably strong, and it held a simple meteor chain hammer in its hand. Regardless of whether it was beast demon or fierce boar, both were known for their strength. Therefore, the battle between both sides appeared very fierce and violent. The weapon of beast demon was its pair of fists. It was covered with a layer of black beast demon power, invulnerable and fierce like a pair of hammers. Boom! Boom, boom! The tyrannical forces collided. The aftermath of the impact caused the ground to crack and then shatter. The flying dust was also bombarded by the force and turned into powder. Chenzong did not make a move. Instead, he stood in the distance and watched. He wanted to see the abilities of Beast Demon. The battle became more and more intense. The two sides were evenly matched. Suddenly, the Beast Demon punched out. His arm swelled up, and a terrifying Beast Demon power surged out like a flood. His fist was like a falling meteor. The chaotic demon chi fluctuated endlessly, like the surging waves of the sea. The meteor chain hammer was blasted away. Immediately, the beast demon took a step forward and rushed forward. He had already accumulated a lot of beast demon power in his fist, and it was incomparably violent. The moment the fist was punched out, a continuous rumbling sound was heard. Even from afar, Chenzong could feel the terrifying power contained in the fist. It was very strong, very tyrannical. It could definitely blow up an ordinary ninth-tier human realm warrior with one punch. In Chenzong's eyes, there was no other mystery in this fist. There was only one thing, and that was power. Pure power, incomparably violent power. This made Chenzong's eyes light up slightly. This fist was undoubtedly a fist that pursued pure power. It was also another interpretation of martial arts. The fist was like a comet crashing down. It fiercely bombarded the chest of Beast Demon Boar. The Beast Demon Boar's skin was thick and its defense was amazing. However, under this fist, Chenzong could clearly see that the Beast Demon Boar's chest had caved in. With a boom, the huge Beast Demon Boar flew backwards. Its mouth opened, and thick black blood was constantly spurting out, mixed with pieces of its internal organs. Under this fist, the Beast Demon Boar's vitality was quickly drained away. Good skill. Chenzong's eyes lit up. This fist made him feel touched. He directly spoke, regardless of whether the opponent could understand or not. He quickly approached. "You are a human." The young Beast Demon Boar heard the voice and quickly looked over. He saw Chenzong's rapidly approaching figure. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that this appearance and aura fluctuation belonged to the legendary human race. Immediately, the Beast Demon Boar became excited. He was so excited that his whole body trembled, and his eyes turned slightly red. Rumble, like a war chariot, the devil orc madly rushed forward. His sturdy legs stepped on the hard ground like giant hammers. Every time he beat a drum, the ground would tremble. It was just a single person, but his aura was as shocking as that of a huge army. His violent and brutal aura was like a mountain torrent that charged over with an unstoppable force, intending to crush Chenzong. This momentum was so strong that it made Chenzong's expression slightly dignified. At the same time, he was also a little excited. Putting aside the difference between a human and a demon, in the final analysis, Chenzong was always excited to have a fierce battle with a powerhouse. Defeating a powerhouse, climbing to a higher level, there was no end to it. In an instant, an astonishingly sharp aura rose from Chenzong's body. It quickly condensed into an invisible sword and slashed out. The collision of momentum sent sand and stones flying. The ground was torn open, crisscrossing. Boom, the devil orc raised his left arm and clenched his fist. Black demonic beast energy covered his fist, making it look like a small millstone. The muscles on his forearm bulged, and the tendons moved like pythons. That punch brought with it a shockingly violent power. The wind howled, and everything under the punch seemed to be shattered. The extremely shocking fist pressure turned the area in front of him into a vacuum as it pressed down. The demon-slaying sword was unsheathed, turning into an incomparably sharp black lightning. Then, a melodious sword cry spread in all directions. Boom, the black lightning-like sword light was shattered. The devil orc's violent fist also trembled and was repelled by the tyrannical sword. However, his right fist blasted out. The black demonic beast energy transformed into a giant beast's roar. The terrifying fist pressure was like a flood bursting through a dam, destroying everything. Chen Zong stood still, his black hair dancing in the wind. The demon-slaying sword once again slashed out. It looked like a single sword, but in fact, it was formed by hundreds of swords, turning into a majestic pitch-black sword light. It was as if night had fallen. Demonic beasts excelled in strength, and their strength was astonishing. Chen Zong's body refining Dao was also not bad. Although there was a gap between him and the demonic beasts in terms of physical strength, the nihility sword energy formed by the combination of his physical strength was very tyrannical. They collided head-on, like meteors colliding. Incomparably terrifying energy surged in all directions. The hard ground was smashed into pieces one after another, collapsing unceasingly. It was an extremely shocking scene. This kind of battle was even more carefree and satisfying. This demonic beast was even stronger than the previous two blood demons. Chop chop chop, with the demon-slaying sword in his hand and connected to his bloodline, he was incomparably nimble. Chen Zong used even more strength to suppress the devil orc. He slashed with his sword, immediately breaking the devil orc's leather armor and cutting open its tough and rough skin. Black blood instantly gushed out. Demons not only had tyrannical physiques, they also had an outstanding self-healing ability. Once they were injured, they would quickly recover. However, the demon-slaying sword's characteristics made it so that the devil orc's wound couldn't heal in a short time. He hadn't suffered the slightest injury in the battle against the demon boar, but he was unexpectedly injured in the battle against a human. His wound was even emitting bursts of tearing pain. This made the devil orc furious. In his fury, the devil orc roared like a madman. He waved his arms, rolling up a violent wind. Incomparably berserk black demonic energy surged out of his body like a flood, engulfing his whole body and merging into his bones and muscles. Waves of oppressive rumbling sounds were like rolling thunder, shaking the devil orc's body. The devil orc's muscles began to swell. His originally tall and robust body swelled once again, growing taller by more than a foot. His figure seemed even more robust. Every bulging muscle contained an extremely terrifying power, suffused with traces of black light. The devil orc's eyes turned scarlet, berserk and bloodthirsty. Berserk. Chen Zong's eyes slightly narrowed, becoming more and more excited. Under berserk, the devil orc's aura increased by more than a few times, but he didn't know how much his strength had increased. Roar, with a roar, the berserk devil orc raised his arms and clenched his fists. As the black light filled the air, his bulging muscles swelled once again, and his strength became even more berserk. Boom! Boom, boom! Both of his arms waved, and his two fists continuously bombarded out like millstones. Every punch was incomparably berserk and terrifying. Every punch was like a meteorite falling down. Under the continuous bombardment, it was like a meteorite storm. The fist pressure was unparalleled, shattering everything around it. Even a mountain would be smashed into pieces in front of such a berserk pair of fists. Countless black fist forces converged into a majestic black river, rushing forward with an extremely terrifying power. Every punch had reached the late stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm. When combined, it was enough to shatter an ordinary peak stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm. Even an ordinary peak stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm would have to use all of his strength to deal with it. Scar of Heaven! With a low shout, Chen Zong swung his sword. The Devil Slayer sword vibrated at an astonishing speed, and a black sword light flashed past, cutting open the space in front of it. A straight black sword mark seemed to stretch endlessly. Scar of Heaven was a sword move that evolved from the Space Splitter. It was the most suitable sword move for Chen Zong. Its power was not inferior to the Space Splitter, but the burden on his body was much smaller. The sword body vibrated at a high speed, repelling the air and tearing it apart. This made the sword move extremely lethal. This was a sword move that Chen Zong had used all of his strength. Its power had completely surpassed an ordinary peak stage of the 9th level of the mortal realm. The air was torn apart, and the berserk fist force river was also torn apart. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and nothing could stop it. Wherever the sword passed, not only was the berserk fist force river split apart, but the devil orc was also hit. The black sword light pierced through the devil orc's back and shot out, disappearing into the distance. Only a black sword mark remained in the air. Chenzong sheathed the devil slayer sword, because he knew that this sword move was enough to kill his opponent. Sure enough, the devil orc's body was trembling uncontrollably. It seemed that he wanted to clench his arms, but was unable to do so. The tyrannical power in his body was rapidly draining away. His swollen muscles were like deflated balloons, quickly shriveling up. A crack appeared on his body, from his left shoulder to his right waist. Black demon blood continuously flowed out. After killing the devil orc, Chenzong took down the simple black leather pouch hanging from his waist. This was the mustard seed pouch used by the devil tribe. He didn't know if there was anything good inside. Opening it, Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There were only some low-grade magic medicines. The pitch-black wings suddenly flapped, and the figure tore through the air like an arrow released from a bow. Chenzong slightly narrowed his eyes. The light in his eyes was as sharp as the tip of a sword. He stared at the black figure that was descending like lightning. The wings were pitch-black and covered with steel-like feathers. The edges were as sharp as knives. The body was thin but incomparably strong. The mouth was sharp, and the claws were sharp. This was the winged devil tribe. Unsheathing the devil slayer sword, it turned into a black lightning bolt and pierced through the air. With a swoosh, the winged devil tribe member was cut in half. His body was directly split into two halves, and black demon blood spilled out. Chenzong collected the other party's mustard seed pouch and examined it. There wasn't anything particularly valuable inside. At most, there were some magic medicines and a small amount of demon materials. How did I encounter so many demons? Collecting the things inside the mustard seed pouch, Chenzong pondered. Up until now, including the two blood demons, Chenzong had already killed more than a dozen demon race beings with his sword. According to his understanding, it was basically impossible to encounter demons in the first layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. The second layer was also very difficult. It was possible to encounter demons in the third layer, but there wouldn't be many of them. But now, he had encountered more than 10 demons. It was a little strange. Unable to understand the language of the demons, Chenzong didn't waste time on it. If he encountered a demon, he would just kill it. "Captain, why are there so many demons?" one of the demon hunters in the team asked. "I'm not sure," the tall and thin captain replied. If Chenzong saw him, he would recognize him as Chang Hu of the Three Tigers of Wanchong. The Three Tigers of Wanchong were quite famous in the extreme mortal realm. But unless there were special circumstances, they wouldn't move together. This was because the three of them were the captains of their respective teams. This time, it was Chang Hu who led his team into the third layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. Including him, the captain, the team had a total of 10 people. Every one of them had reached the late stage of the extreme mortal realm, and their strength wasn't weak. Because of their many years of cooperation, they had a great tacit understanding. Basically, as long as they didn't encounter any king-ranked powerhouses, even if they couldn't defeat them, they would still be able to escape unscathed. Thus, up until now, they had joined hands to kill many powerful demons, as well as quite a few demons. Chang Hu led his team and sprinted across the hard ground. Right in front of them, a figure flew through the air. The two sides quickly approached each other, and when they saw each other, they were slightly startled. Chenzong squinted his eyes and stared at the figure in front of him, locking onto the first one. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party was one of the Three Tigers of Wanchong, Chang Hu. At that time, the other party's aura was so tyrannical that it shocked him. At that time, even if he used all his strength, he still wasn't a match for the other party. Although Chang Hu didn't directly attack, Quan Hu, who was on the same level as him, attacked, making him unable to resist. If it wasn't for his senior brother sending people to follow him and save him at the critical moment, it was really unknown whether he would have survived. But today, things were different. Compared to before, his strength had increased significantly. According to the chief's judgment, he was the strongest below the king-ranked level. As for the strength of a king-ranked powerhouse, Chenzong didn't know, because he had never met one before. The increase in strength gave Chenzong more capital to deal with strong enemies. Changhu also didn't expect that he would meet Qinzong here. After Qinzong was rescued, they hadn't heard any news about Qinzong. After more than half a year, they had long forgotten about him. Since I met you here, it's your misfortune. Changhu grinned, his face full of murderous intent. Don't let him escape. Changhu gave the order without any explanation. The 9 team members did not ask any questions. They had a tacit understanding with each other and immediately took action. Every one of them was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an encirclement around Qinzong, cutting off all of his escape routes. Qinzong glanced at them and was surprised by their cooperation. The encirclement formed by the 9 people wasn't a simple circle. Some of them were close while some were far away. The distance seemed messy, but there was something mysterious about it. The position they were standing in was related to the weapons they were holding. The 2 demon hunters with bows and arrows were standing the furthest away. The one with a shield and the one with a dagger were the closest to each other, while the one with a saber and sword was at a moderate distance. Changhu's figure flashed and entered the encirclement, facing Qinzong directly. Half a year ago, Qinzong fought with Wild Tiger. Although he wasn't as strong as any of the 3 demon hunters, he had shown extraordinary ability and tenacity. This time, they couldn't let him escape. Therefore, they had to deal with him personally to prevent future trouble. Changhu didn't believe that Qinzong's strength could have improved by much in just half a year. He ordered his team members to surround Qinzong to prevent him from escaping. 3 tigers of Wanzhong, I'll send you on your way today. As for the other 2 tigers, they'll be with you soon. Qinzong said word by word. Thinking back to half a year ago, when he was almost killed, he was filled with anger and murderous intent. His eyes became sharp and piercing, like a sword out of its scabbard, piercing through the air. Changhu was slightly startled. He felt that Qinzong's eyes were incomparably sharp, and it was difficult for him to look directly at them. He was inwardly shocked. This kind of sharpness hadn't been there half a year ago. This meant that Qinzong's strength had increased significantly in this half a year. He was more determined to kill Qinzong, even if he had to pay a price. Otherwise, if Qinzong was given more time to become stronger, it would be a disaster. Rumble, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the body of the long tiger. It sounded like the roar of a tiger in the mountains. The aura of the long tiger almost condensed into a physical form. At a glance, it was as if a ferocious tiger was entrenched in a crouching position. Its huge tiger eyes were glaring fiercely, emitting a terrifying and ominous light. An astonishing murderous aura was mixed with an incomparably strong evil spirit. Like a torrent, it violently bombarded Qinzong's body. Half a year ago, in the face of such momentum, Qinzong felt his hair stand on end. But after half a year, such momentum could only be considered strong for Qinzong, but it was not enough to affect him. In the face of Changhu's ferocious aura, Qinzong did not back down. He condensed his aura into a sword and slashed out violently. The formless auras collided in midair, creating a series of thunderous sounds. The terrifying aftershocks were like knives, swords, and giant hammers, tearing the surrounding ground into pieces. The 9 members of Changhu were shocked. This person looked very young, but he was able to compete with their captain in terms of aura. Die. With a low roar, Changhu punched out. His arm stretched out like a rubber band, carrying an incomparably ferocious power. Like a ferocious tiger, it violently punched towards Qinzong. At the same time, Qinzong slashed out with his sword. Changhu's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm. His strength exceeded that of an ordinary extreme mortal realm cultivator. He was extremely terrifying. He had a strong desire to kill Qinzong, so he did not hold back. He directly activated all of his power to kill Qinzong. He wanted to end the battle quickly to avoid any unexpected changes. Qinzong did not want to waste any time, so he used all of his power. Both of his fists were like tigers. The fist strength was ferocious and extremely fast. It was as if there were 10 fists striking out at the same time. Wave after wave, it was like the endless waves of the ocean. It was incomparably ferocious and wanted to destroy everything in front of it. The ground cracked inch by inch and flew up inch by inch. It was completely destroyed by the terrifying fist strength. Roar! 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 Roar. Every punch was accompanied by the roar of a fierce tiger. It was terrifying. No matter how many punches you throw out, I will split them apart with my sword. The sword was like a hot knife through butter. The black sword light flashed like lightning and thunder. However, Changhu's fist strength seemed to have a mind of its own. They all avoided Shenzong's sword and continued to attack from all directions. Immediately, Changhu crossed his arms and opened his palms. Like a ferocious tiger opening its bloody mouth, a ball of terrifying fiery red qi suddenly rose up like a raging flame. The fiery red qi emitted an extremely terrifying temperature. It kept spinning in Changhu's palm. The more it spun, the more condensed and expanded. It gradually turned from a crimson red to a whitish red, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Captain is using his ultimate move so quickly. Fierce Tiger Roar Bullet, that's the captain's trump card. The team members were all shocked. In normal battles, Captain would not use this ultimate move unless it was the last moment. This was because it would consume a lot of energy and burden. Of course, it was also extremely powerful and terrifying. Even people who were at the same level as Changhu would not be able to withstand this attack. Facing this attack that was still accumulating energy, Shenzong felt a chill run down his spine. This meant that this attack was powerful enough to threaten his life. However, the fist strength coming from all directions was extremely violent. It came wave after wave, extremely powerful and terrifying. Shenzong had to take it seriously. He swung his sword. As the sword trembled slightly, countless sword lights shot out like black lightning. It was like a net of swords that was spread out. It was incomparably flexible and tough, resisting the powerful fist force that came from all directions. Then, Shenzong used the mystic heart change. The heart everlasting illusion. As his figure swayed, he became illusory and extremely agile. With a boom, it was as if the Tiger King had descended. Changhu pushed his arms forward. The violent white and red qi strength rushed out at an extremely fast speed. It pierced through the sky and turned into a qi strength as thick as a person's waist. The front of the qi strength was in the shape of a tiger's head. His hair stood on end. Shenzong's face was extremely solemn. He used the heart everlasting illusion to the extreme, but he still felt that he was locked on. This was the first time that Shenzong had encountered an attack that he could dodge with his body movement. Perhaps it was because his body movement was not good enough, but it also meant that the opponent's attack was amazing. Since it was difficult to dodge, there was no need to waste energy. He paused for a moment. It was as if countless figures were coming from all directions. With a sword in hand, the body of the sword trembled. Heaven's Scar, the black sword light tore through the sky. Heaven's Scar, which was activated with 100% void sword force, carried the third level of sword force, sword intent, thunder intent, and wind intent. Its power was even more powerful. In martial arts, the more true intent was integrated, the more powerful it would be. This was a well-known fact. However, it was not difficult to integrate one true intent. On the contrary, it was easy to integrate one true intent. However, it was difficult to integrate two true intents. One had to find a perfect point of integration to ensure that the true intents would not conflict with each other. Moreover, the true intents had to be compatible with each other and depend on each other to bring out their full power. Therefore, the more true intents integrated, the more difficult it would be. Heaven's Scar was a move that Shenzong created by combining the foundation of Space Splitter with his own sword Dao. At the beginning, he had integrated one true intent, which was the sword intent. After all, it was a sword move. After that, Shenzong integrated the thunder intent. The difficulty was not bad. However, when he integrated the wind intent, he encountered a lot of difficulties and spent a lot of time to overcome it. As for the fourth true intent, it was even more difficult. Even so, the integration of three true intents in addition to the third level of sword force made the power of this move extremely terrifying. With a boom, the white and red tiger head exploded. Heaven's Scar was also shattered at the same time. The terrifying power rushed in all directions, and a part of it poured madly towards Shenzong. The speed was too fast for him to dodge. Shenzong could only activate his protective spiritual power to the extreme and the devil-slaying device to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, the violent explosion covered a radius of hundreds of meters. The 9 members of Xianxu's team had already retreated at the moment of the explosion. However, they were still affected and were sent flying. Their qi and blood were shaken, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Boom, 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 the explosion did not stop. Again and again, Qianzong and Xianxu's figures were swallowed up. Captain! The 9 team members were all horrified. Under such a terrifying power, could their captain still survive? As for the other person, they did not care. Immediately, a figure rushed out with a white and red aura. After landing, his body shook and the white and red aura around him dispersed. Captain! The person who rushed out was Xianxu. Xianxu's face was pale, and there was a trace of exhaustion in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he had used up too much energy. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had suffered internal injuries, and his robe was tattered and charred. He had used a lot of energy to perform that move. Moreover, he had been hit by the aftershock of the explosion and had to use his remaining energy to resist. Naturally, he had suffered some injuries. However, it did not matter. Looking at the gradually subsiding explosion, a smile appeared on Xianxu's pale face. He believed that Qianzong would not be able to withstand such an explosion. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. He quickly took out an elixir to heal his internal injuries and restore his energy. After a few breaths, the violent explosion finally subsided. There was a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide in the ground. The pit was charred black, as if it had been destroyed by a raging fire. There were also many finger-thick scratches, which were densely packed. It was a shocking sight. He's still alive. One of the team members exclaimed. Sure enough, there was a figure standing in the huge pit. It seemed that he was safe and sound. Qianzong was indeed safe and sound. That level of explosion was undoubtedly very powerful. If it had been an ordinary person at the peak or limit of the 9th tier of the human realm, there was no guarantee that they would have survived. Even if they could, they would have been severely injured. However, Qianzong looked safe and sound. In addition to his own powerful strength, it was also due to the devil-slaying device on him. This was a middle-grade spiritual weapon, which had greatly weakened the impact of the explosion. Qianzong's cultivation of the Tao of body refining was also not bad, so his defensive power was very strong. With these 2 protections, he had completely withstood the terrifying explosion. Kill! The arrow left the bowstring and shot through the air like a fiery meteor. It pierced through the air with incredible power and shot toward Qianzong. The other person drew his bow to the limit. The cold arrow was burning with qi and flowed like water. It locked onto Qianzong from afar. Qianxu's aura continued to recover and his pale face gradually regained its color. The sword light flashed like a black thunderbolt and smashed the arrow into pieces, causing it to explode. Countless breaths filled the air like smoke. Qianzong's figure shot out from the smoke and turned in midair. He sped up and charged forward with his sword in hand. Boom! Qianxu punched again. The qi transformed into a roaring tiger head. The team member holding the shield suddenly rushed forward and placed the shield in front of him. Tyrannical power continuously surged into the shield, breaking through the air and shooting out like a meteor. The 2 members wielding sabers and swords charged in from the left and right respectively, while the person wielding the short sword flashed and quickly slithered across the ground, appearing behind Qianzong and rapidly closing in on him. Long-range attacks, defense, and close-range attacks. They cooperated with each other to kill Qianzong. With this kind of tacit cooperation, they had killed countless powerful monsters. Now, they wanted to kill Qianzong. It had to be said that their cooperation was indeed very tacit, which made Qianzong feel very surprised. This kind of cooperation was definitely something that could only be honed through thousands of tempering. This cooperation was enough for them to fight against someone stronger than them. Qianxu took the opportunity to recover his strength. He swung the Demon Slayer sword continuously. One slashed at the person with the shield, another slashed at the person who attacked from behind, and another slashed at the other people who came from different directions. At the same time, Qianzong was also paying attention to the 2 people who had locked onto him with their arrows. Qianxu stared at Qianzong's movements and looked for an opportunity. He had recovered more than half of his strength. He could attack again. When the time was right, he would attack and kill Chen Zong in one fell swoop. At the thought of this, Changhu's eyes burned with passion as he stared at Chen Zong's sword and robe. If he wasn't mistaken, that should be a middle-grade spiritual weapon. If he could obtain a middle-grade spiritual sword and a middle-grade spiritual robe, he would be able to increase his strength. It wasn't that Changhu didn't have any suspicions, but he knew of the existence of the Demon Suppressing Army, but not the Demon Execution Division. The Demon Execution Division could be considered a secret department to a certain extent, and only the members of the Demon Suppressing Army and some powerful demon hunters knew about it. Changhu's position in the 10,000 Plum Demon Hunt Squad was indeed not low, but among the demon hunters as a whole, he could only be considered average. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to have such thoughts. Trying to take over the Demon Slaying Division meant that they had lived for too long. Everlasting illusion, the silhouettes were constantly changing. Every silhouette was incomparably nimble, making it impossible for people to capture them. It was difficult to differentiate between the real and the fake. With a loud bang, another arrow pierced through the air and shot towards him. These two demon hunters usually wouldn't shoot at the same time. Instead, one of them would shoot while the other would lock onto the target, waiting for an opportunity to act. This way, the threat would be greater, and it would be easier for them to kill their target. The arrow pierced through Chen Zong, but it was only an afterimage. Chen Zong's real body appeared behind the demon hunter who was wielding a dagger like an assassin. Be careful. The other archer immediately loosened his fingers, and an arrow streaked across the sky like a meteor. However, Chen Zong was even faster. Under the absolute difference in strength, although the demon hunter's reaction was fast, it was still a bit too slow. With a flash of a pitch-black sword light, the arrow was cut in half. The arrow had just pierced through Chen Zong's body, when another afterimage appeared. His body condensed in midair, and countless afterimages converged like 100 rivers returning to the current. Chen Zong moved, his head facing forward, his body parallel to the ground. With a turn of his body, his speed increased by 10%, leaving behind a silhouette. With a second turn, his speed increased by another 10%, leaving behind a second silhouette. Profound Heart Transformation? Spiral 9 turns. This was the second transformation of the Profound Heart Transformation technique that Chen Zong had created himself. It was different from the Everlasting Heart's bewilderment and quickness. The 9 revolution spiral pursued speed, pure speed. Every time the body made a revolution, the speed would increase by 10%. If Chen Zong's initial speed was 10, then after the first turn, his speed would be 11. After the second turn, his speed would not be 12, but 11 plus 10% of 11. After 12, his speed would continue to increase, becoming faster and faster. With every turn of his body, the air behind him would be repelled by the friction between his body and the air. Under the impact of the illusory sword force, there would be a burst of recoil force. Boom, 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 afterimages were left in the air, vivid and lifelike. After 9 turns, Chen Zong's speed had increased to an astonishing level, more than twice his initial speed. A sword pierced through the air. Changhu's expression changed. This speed was beyond his ability to capture. All he could see was a flash of black sword light, followed by many afterimages. The remaining 8 members were at the peak of the 8th tier of the extreme mortal realm. Although they could challenge opponents of a higher level, the gap between them and Chen Zong was too large. Under the spiral 9 turns, they could not even see Chen Zong's figure. No matter how good their teamwork was, it was useless. The demon-slaying sword was drawn, and it questioned the heart. Changhu's expression froze. A hint of struggle flashed through his eyes, and he instantly became clear-headed. Questioning the heart targeted the soul. Those with weak souls would be greatly affected, while those with strong souls would be less affected, or even not affected at all. Changhu's soul was very strong, so he was only slightly affected. As the sword arrived, the long tiger's 2 fists collided, creating an intense shockwave. The fiery red chi rolled out like waves, and the shadow of a long tiger condensed behind Yi Chen's back. Then, it pounced forward. The fierce tiger was torn apart by Chen Zong's sword. Changhu took this opportunity to retreat quickly, his hands continuously patting his body. Every time he patted, Changhu's body would tremble, and his qi would rise continuously. Changhu's face gradually turned red and hot, as if there was a flame burning inside him. With a boom, a scorching qi force shot up from Changhu's body. The sound was like a tiger roaring in the forest, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Changhu's strength exceeded his limit. Kill! With a loud roar, the rapidly retreating Changhu paused for a moment. Then, it was as if there was a pair of invisible giant hands behind him that suddenly burst forth with an incomparably shocking power, pushing Changhu violently, causing Changhu to instantly pounce towards Chenzong. Roar! With a shocking roar, Changhu seemed to have transformed into a huge red tiger. Like a divine tiger descending from the heavens, he rushed towards Chenzong. Secret skill. Ultimate move. With this move, he vowed to kill Chenzong. As for the after effects of using this move, he couldn't care less. Such a powerful enemy with such great potential should be killed first, and the after effects could be dealt with later. Wielding the sword with both hands, the sword trembled violently, and a black light flowed through it like water. Heaven's scar, the sword tore the sky apart, and the black sword scar stretched forward as if it was endless. It was the most powerful move below the king level. Changhu's secret skill was also the most powerful move below the king level. Both were the most powerful moves, but who was stronger? In an instant, a terrifying force spread out, surging in all directions, and everything was torn to pieces. Under the intense light, Chenzong endured the impact of the huge force, withstanding the pain in his bones and muscles, and slashed out again. Heaven's Scar. Although Heaven's Scar was more suitable for Chenzong to use, and the burden on him was much less than Sky Splitter, using it twice at full strength, and under such a powerful backlash, there was still a clear burden on him. Another black sword scar tore through the sky, splitting the violent qi, and also splitting Changhu, who was temporarily weakened after using all his strength. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and beams of light fell like a meteor shower, blasting open the hard ground. A black sword scar tore through the sky, leaving a long sword scar on the ground, and disappeared into the distance. Captain! Captain is dead. The remaining 8 demon hunters were shocked, but they quickly reacted. They didn't want to avenge Changhu, but instead, they rushed in different directions at full speed. They had to admit that their reaction was the best. Because even their captain was no match for him, they were even less of a match for him. The best choice was to escape first. As long as they could survive, they could send the news back, and then take their revenge. Escaping separately was also to prevent the enemy from chasing after them, and to catch them all in one fell swoop. As long as someone could escape, they could take revenge. Their actions had indeed saved their lives. After Chenzong landed, he couldn't immediately chase after them. He needed some time to recover from the strong impact and using Heaven's Scar twice in a row. Not much, just a breath's time, but this short breath's time allowed the 8 demon hunters to rush thousands of meters away. After 2 breaths of time, Chenzong recovered and chased after them without hesitation. Mystic Heart Change? Spiral 9 revolutions. In an instant, 9 consecutive revolutions raised Chenzong's speed to the extreme. Chenzong's speed was already very fast, faster than many people at the peak of the extreme LV9 human realm. With twice the speed increase, it was even more terrifying. He caught up with the first of the 8 and swung his sword. The black sword light pierced through the sky like lightning, piercing through the back. Kill! His body turned in midair, and like a swallow, he quickly chased in another direction. Another kill, chasing the 3rd. Kill, 4th, kill, 5th, kill, 6th, kill, 7th, kill, 8th, he couldn't find him. He didn't know how he hid his tracks, but there was no trace of him. After searching for a while, Chenzong had to give up, and his opinion of these demon hunters increased. In terms of speed, the other party wasn't as fast as him, but they managed to escape in less than 20 breaths of time. Chenzong also knew that the other party's escape would bring him trouble, but so what? End of chapter 767. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.